9 Sun God King Chapter 1029 to Chapter 1084. Chapter 1029, Cat and Tiger Fight Again. Meow meow meow, that puppet kitten is meow meow meow. It looks like it is harmless to humans and animals. But it was this small thing that caused the big tiger to be scrapped. Xianxia, whose heart is dripping blood, his face is filled with shock, but he is also very unwilling to accept this result. Golden Sun Sect's elders are also very unwilling to accept this result. Because they lost, they have to hand over 2 immortal tools to Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. Originally, they were very confident in their victory, but halfway through, a very powerful inscription master suddenly jumped out. "Your puppet beast has lost," Xianxia indifferently said. Xianxia, whose face became very red. His few furnaces are half-immortal tools, his forging hammers are immortal tools, and he also has all kinds of rare materials. Although he only spent 6 hours to refine these puppets, the puppets he refined are also very strong. But now, they have been destroyed by the opponent using a very strange technique. The kitten used mysterious penetration divine ability to drill into the tiger's body and destroy the runes inside. It can be said that it was very simple. Ah! Xianxia, who suddenly let out a loud scream, venting the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Everyone in the hall is also calmly watching. Xianxia, whose rune skill is very high, his equipment is also very strong, everyone recognizes his strength. But now, Xianxia, whose big tiger puppet is indeed inferior to Xianxia's kitten. In a battle of puppets, whoever is destroyed and can no longer fight loses. Although Xianxia's kitten is very small, the materials he used are not as good as Xianxia, whose big tiger puppet. But the runes he carved are very mysterious, they possess miraculous power. Although I lost, it is not because my strength is inferior to yours. You have only mastered some rare runes. I only lost in rune aspect. Xianxia, who said in cold voice. Do you really think so? Xianxia faintly smiled. If your kitten did not drill into the tiger's body, you would not have been able to defeat me. Xianxia, who pointed at the kitten on the ground and said, I admit that your runes are very brilliant and you have also used them very well. But that does not mean that your skill is very high. The other elders of the Gold Sun sect also chimed in, accusing Xianxia of winning disgracefully and relying on his unique inscriptions to win. No matter what, I have already won. According to the agreement, hand over the immortal tools. Xianxia said, 2 immortal tools, hand them over. Just as Golden Sun Sect's sect master was about to take out immortal tool, Xianxia, who yelled, Father, I lost, the responsibility lies with me. I will also bear the losses. Then he took out the hammers and said, This is the Golden Sun Dazzling Sky Hammers, a low-grade immortal item. Here. After Xianxia, who erased the mental brand inside the immortal tool, he clenched his teeth and threw it towards Xianxia. After receiving it, Xianxia gave one to Flame Sun Sect Master. Jin Jingwei furiously said, Xianxia, you did not rely on true ability to win. Forget about Venerable Master, you are not even Great Master. No one will approve of an inscription master like you. You are just a guy who only knows how to do evil things. Yes. Xianxia is a despicable inscription master. Relying on unique runes to win, what's there to be happy about? This kind of guy is not worthy of being an inscription master. Although many people on Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain side exclaim in admiration at Xianxia's strength, they are also very jealous of Xianxia because he obtained an immortal hammer. Therefore, some people are discussing in low voice, their words are filled with disdain towards Xianxia. Xianxia is actually very calm and indifferent, he said with smile, Xianxia, your tiger's totem was damaged by me, take it back and repair it. Then we will fight again. Even if my kitten doesn't enter the tiger's body, it can still win against you. If you win, I will return my hammer to you. If you lose, give me 2 smelting furnaces, how about it? The noisy hall immediately quieted down. Xianxia is actually giving Xianxia a chance. Xianxia is also somewhat amazed. He looked at the kitten and said, Is this a fair and open battle? A fair and square contest? Xianxia nodded and said, Indeed, my kitten will not use the same method as before, it will attack directly. Just now, everyone saw that Xianxia's kitten's speed is very fast, it is far faster than many puppet martial emperors. Jin, he said in low voice, 5th brother, if you listen to my advice, don't fight him by any means. Jin Xuanhu immediately refused to accept. He said in cold voice, "Why? Don't tell me that you really think that fart-sized kitten can defeat my big tiger head-on? You and I both know that he completed the puppet's body very early on. Moreover, he spent several times more time carving runes than you." "Jin," he said, "even if his kitten doesn't enter the tiger's body, it still has other dreadful power." Jin Xuanhu said with sneer, "Everyone can see with their own eyes the materials used to make my tiger. Its body is indestructible. If we fight it head-on, I am afraid that only a powerful king tool can destroy it. How can that broken kitten of his, without using that kind of special ability?" Everyone also nodded. Jin Jingwei said, "Uncle Qin Yan is just bluffing. He wants to scare fifth uncle so that fifth uncle won't dare to fight, so that others won't criticize him." Jin Xuanhu looked at Qin Yan and yelled, "I will fight you." As he spoke, he went to carry the tiger back. "The totem inside has only been slightly damaged, I can repair it very quickly." Jin Xuanhu said with smile, "That kitten's destructive power is also not that great. Even after entering the tiger's body, it only managed to damage 2 totem runes." Jin Xuanhu took out a carving knife and began repairing it. Very soon, the tiger let out a terrifying roar. "We will sign a soul contract first," Jin Xuanhu said. Soon after, both Qin Yan and Jin Xuanhu condensed a thread of soul power and sent it into a soul contract talisman. "This time I will tear your broken kitten to shreds." Jin Xuanhu laughed heartily and said, "If he can win back a hammer, it will be very good." "Begin!" Flame Sun Sect Master yelled. As soon as the battle began, the puppet tiger flew over and let out a deep and cold roar. It spat out a golden light beam towards the kitten. The kitten hastily dodged and leapt to the side as fast as lightning. "That is Thunder Totem carved on it?" Jin he cried out in alarm. This caused the inscription masters of the 2 sects to cry out in alarm. Generally speaking, when crafting puppets, one carves only one set of totem runes. The main ones are beast totems and then there are auxiliary runes. Because time is limited and Jin Xuanhu is very confident, he did not carve auxiliary runes, he only carved a tiger totem. And Qin Yan, not only he has main totem, he also has auxiliary totem and mysterious auxiliary runes. All the inscription masters have expression filled with disbelief when they thought of this. An old inscription master of Golden Sun sect opened his eyes wide looking at the kitten that is dodging back and forth as fast as lightning. He said in alarm, "To carve 2 kinds of totem runes inside such a small thing, as well as some auxiliary runes and still have enough energy source, this is simply the pinnacle level of puppet crafting." Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's inscription master also exclaimed in admiration, "How did he carve 2 sets of totem runes in such a short period of time? If he doesn't have inscription spirit, then he has absolute talent. He can easily fuse all kinds of runes and totems together." Jin he said, "The runes and totems inside the kitten are very intricate and complicated, just like the countless big and small meridians inside our body. Although they are very messy, they are all very orderly and do not repel each other. To be able to do this, it is undoubtedly the level of a great master." Jin Xuanhu's forehead is now filled with sweat. Although he is very arrogant, his understanding of runes is much higher than others. Therefore, he is very clear that the runes and totems inside the kitten are perfectly flowing with energy. As long as one is a great master, they can also do this, but it takes a very long time. And Qin Yan did not take a very long time. Jin Jingwei and Su Xiaoba can only calmly watch after hearing the comments of the inscription masters. They don't dare to ridicule Qin Yan anymore. Jin Jingwei said in low voice, "Uncle although Qin Yan's kitten has many runes, fifth uncle's tiger also uses very strong materials. It is not something that kitten can defeat, right?" Jin he shook his head and said, "Fifth brother's tiger is very big and heavy. It also doesn't have any support runes to control energy consumption. Therefore, fifth brother's tiger will surely run out of energy in the end. Support runes can control energy consumption. Moreover, they can also absorb energy from outside during battle. Very powerful support runes can allow the puppet to absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy like a human. It can continuously absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy to supply the puppet's energy." He let out a long sigh and said, "Although Venerable Master Qin doesn't have good materials and equipment, he has great wisdom and superb inscription technique. He can use inferior materials to defeat fifth brother. You all mocked him for having inferior equipment and materials, but this did not hinder his inscription level. Jin Xuanhu's expression became grave. He looked at his constantly pouncing tiger and feels that he is too arrogant and neglected many things that his puppet needs. Xiao Yuemei said, Jin Xuanhu's puppet is not complete, it is only a half-finished product. Jin he nodded and said, a true puppet needs support runes, but fifth brother's tiger doesn't have them. Everyone is looking at the large hall with bewilderment. Although the tiger is very brave and fierce, it is not able to injure the kitten, it is as if it is being toyed with. It's about time. Qin Yan saw that the large tiger's speed has become a lot slower and hastily controlled the kitten to counterattack. After the kitten dodged the large tiger's attack, it immediately jumped back and grabbed one of the large tiger's legs with its claws. Just now, everyone saw that the kitten's claws suddenly became very long, they look like very fine daggers, they are very sharp. The kitten's claws left behind several deep scratches on the large tiger's leg. These scratches have destroyed the totem runes on the large tiger's leg, causing it to be unable to transfer energy to the large tiger. As a result, the large tiger's speed has also been greatly reduced. The kitten also took this opportunity to randomly scratch the large tiger's body. Accidental encounter at the foot of the mountain. Jin Xuanhu's large tiger has fallen down, its whole body is filled with scars. This time it has been damaged by the cat's external attack. You lost. Qin Yan said and then controlled the cat to jump back. This is impossible, impossible. Jin Xuanhu loudly shouted, he shook his head and said, my tiger was refined with many precious materials. Your broken cat only used dragon bones and black crystal beast bones. Golden Sun Sect Master walked over, patted Jin Xuanhu's shoulder and comforted him. Jin Xuanhu is very dejected. Last time he lost, it can be said that his inscription was inferior to Qin Yan's. But this time, he lost in all aspects. Qin Yan also thoroughly proved that his puppet kitten has a very strong power. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's inscription masters looked at each other in dismay because they were very disrespectful towards Qin Yan before. Now they can see with their own eyes that Qin Yan is truly a venerable master. Qin Yan said, my cat also has a weakness, its body is not strong enough. If it was hit by your tiger, it would have been damaged. But your tiger has even more weakness. Although its body is made of many materials, it is slow and not flexible enough. Moreover, the energy inside its body is also insufficient. Jin Xuanhu is still unable to accept the fact that he lost. He yelled, you said that my tiger is very strong, then how can your cat easily destroy my tiger? Because I have specially refined my cat claws, they are enough to destroy your tiger's body. If you lose, you will have to give us 2 smelting furnaces. Qin Yan said indifferently. Take them. Jin Xuanhu has no choice but to hand over 2 smelting furnaces to Qin Yan. Qin Yan stored the smelting furnaces in his storage space. Jin Jingwei looked at Qin Yan's smiling face and felt very angry in his heart. He doesn't dare to mention that he was swindled of 10 Regent Origin stones because there is no way for him to take them back. Moreover, Xiao Yuemei did not really agree to marry him, she was just saying it verbally. Golden Sun Sect Master said, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain, don't be too proud. You can only win because outsiders helped you. Your level of inscription is still inferior to our Gold Sun Sect. In 2 days, the other 9 Sun Sects will also arrive. At that time, I would like to invite Gold Sun Sect Master to attend the meeting. Fire Sun Sect Master said with a smile. He was very happy to have obtained an immortal artifact. Humph. The Gold Sun Sect leader snorted, then left with his men. Elder Su, I will return. Farewell. After Qin Yan finished speaking, he left with Xiao Yuemei. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's elders wanted to go over and say something, but they felt very embarrassed. Because they had mocked him before. Suluan said, do you now believe that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will explode? Su Xiaoba said in low voice, Grandfather, I admit that Qin Yan is very awesome in terms of inscription, but I still don't believe that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will really explode. Suluan glared at Su Xiaoba, Xiaoba, if you look at this matter with prejudice, then if you have the guts, then stay in Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain and not leave. If you die, don't blame me. Suluan saw that the other old men were filled with doubt, so he did not say anything and left the hall in anger. Within the hall, Flame Sun Sect Master and other elders are discussing this matter. We will send people down to take a look, there is still time. Flame Sun Sect Master let out a long sigh and said, I hope that Pagoda Master Qin's speculation is wrong. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's elders don't want Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain to explode. Moreover, they also don't believe that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will be destroyed in a short period of time. Therefore, they don't believe Qin Yun's words. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei returned to the cave. Xiao Yuemei hugged the kitten and said with smile, Brother, I knew you would win, but I really did not expect you to defeat that guy twice. Haha. That idiot is truly too naive. This kitten is for you. Qin Yun erased the mental imprint on the kitten's body. Thank you, brother. Xiao Yuemei is very fond of this kitten, she is still learning to meow. Xiao Yuemei can now control the kitten and let it run all over the place. Suluan arrived, he entered the hall and said, Pagoda Master Qin, they just sent me sound transmission, they have decided to enter the Heavenly Mountain to take a look. We will know the result very soon. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, even if they go in, they won't be able to see anything. Suluan said with frown, why? Miss Xiao, didn't you say that there are cracks in the inner core? Xiao Yuemei nodded and said, there are indeed cracks and they have just appeared. But the inner core can repair the cracks. After repairing, it will crack again, repair again, crack again, until it can no longer be repaired and explode. She can foresee the future, so she is very certain that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will explode in 4 days. Alright, we can only wait for them to come back. Suluan let out a long sigh. Senior Su, what about Golden Sun Sect's people? Qin Yun asked. They have gone down the mountain, they are staying in a restaurant in the city below the mountain. 2 days later, they will return to Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. Suluan said, Golden Sun Sect will not give up, they will surely think of a way to stay in our Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. Since you are going to Ancient Domain, just sell it to them. You can make a lot of profit. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Sect Master thinks that even if we go to Ancient Domain, we should leave behind disciples here. Suluan shook his head and said. Qin Yun pulled Xiao Yuemei towards the cave entrance and said, let's go to the city below the mountain to take a stroll, can we? Of course. Xiao Mei has also returned, I will let her accompany you. Suluan took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to Hua Yimei. Not long after, Hua Yimei arrived at the cave entrance and brought Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei down the mountain. On the road, Qin Yun learned that Hua Yimei has ordered her family to leave Flame Sun Island for a period of time. There are many other islands in the vicinity of Flame Sun Island, they will not be affected by the explosion of Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. Hua Yimei knows that Xiao Yuemei likes to eat delicious food, so she brought Qin Yun and others to a restaurant to eat. Inside a restaurant, Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei, and Hua Yimei are eating and drinking to their heart's content. Suddenly someone opened the door and entered. Qin Yun is startled and immediately took out his weapon, preparing to fight. The person who has arrived is Jin He. Senior, it's you? Quickly sit. Qin Yun saw Jin He and said with smile. Great Master is too polite. Jin He said with smile and then closed the door. After Jin He sat down, he poured wine for Qin Yun and said, Great Master's performance today has greatly broadened my horizons. Qin Yun said with smile, just an insignificant skill. Jin He chuckled and said, Great Master is too modest. I can never defeat fifth brother, but you made him question his life. Haha, Senior Jin, how is your fifth brother reacting? Xiao Yuemei very curiously asked. He is locked up in his room, ignoring everyone. Ha ha ha. Jin He very happily laughed and said. Jin Xuanhu has been mocking Jin He for losing to Qin Yun and now he has also lost to Qin Yun. Later, Jin He will use this matter to make fun of Jin Xuanhu. Great Master Jin, how did you know we are here? Hua Yimei asked in low voice. She has also heard of Jin He's reputation, but she did not expect that a great master like Jin He would be so polite to Qin Yun. This hotel is opened by our Golden Sun Sect. I heard a waiter go and tell Jin Jingwei that you are here. Jin Jingwei reacted very strongly and then immediately went to look for you. He might come to cause trouble for you, so I immediately came over. Jin He said with smile. Xiao Yuemei pursed her lips and said with smile, Senior Jean, I swindled Jean Jingwei before, when he comes to cause trouble for us, I will have to trouble you to help us block him. Jean, he said with frown, you have a conflict? No wonder this guy is always targeting Great Master. Oh, that's right, what conflict do you have? With Jean Jingwei? Xiao Yuemei told Jean He about how she swindled Jean Jingwei. Jean He laughed and shook his head. Soon after, Qin Yan also told Jean He about how Jean Jingwei went to 100 Pagoda sect to seek cooperation, causing Jean He to laugh even more loudly. I knew that they would send Jean Jingwei to 100 Pagoda sect without any results. That brat doesn't know how to respect others. Jean He said with smile. There are many dishes on the table but Jean He is not eating because he saw that Xiao Yuemei is eating a lot. Moreover, he ordered many good dishes from this hotel and even said that he will pay for them. Since it is free, Xiao Yuemei is not polite and began ordering dishes with all her might. Jean He came here not only to curry favor with Qin Yun, he also has an important matter. He said, Great Master, should we go inside and have a chat? This private room is very big, there are 2 rooms inside, it is used for resting, changing clothes and bathing. Qin Yun nodded. Jean He entered a room with Jean He. After entering, Jean He asked in low voice, Is Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain truly going to explode? Qin Yun nodded and said, Indeed. Do you believe me? Jean He nodded with frown, Of course I believe you, but my father doesn't believe me, other people also don't believe me. They even said that you deliberately colluded with Flame Sun Sect Master to say that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain is going to explode so that we won't go find trouble with Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. Senior Jean, truth be told, not only Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will explode, other 9 sun sects will also explode. Naturally, I don't dare to confirm the specifics, this is only my guess. Qin Yan laughed. Ah! Jean He cried out in alarm. I don't dare to confirm whether or not other 9 sun sects volcanoes will explode but Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will definitely explode. Senior Jean, it would be best if you leave the island in 3 days. Qin Yan said. Jean He's expression is grave, he walked back and forth a few steps and said again, In 2 days, there will be an important conference. I heard that this conference is related to Starry Sky Road. I don't know the specifics. Great Master, you are also here, could it be that you are also here for this conference? I am the one who provided the blueprint of Starry Sky Road. However, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain Sect Master and a group of old men are suspecting that the blueprint is not real. Therefore, in 2 days, they will be working together with other 9 sun sects inscription masters to verify the authenticity of the blueprint. Qin Yun said. Great Master's demeanor. Qin Yun has already thought of a good excuse, he will say that he found it in Star Traveling Pagoda's star-picking pavilion. If he says the truth, then the matter of Yu Shutian being the Star Fairy Princess will also be exposed. He cannot expose Yu Shutian's matter because it will put her in danger. Jean He nodded his head and said, Dragon Sect people also told me about Star Traveling Pagoda. The reason why I went to Dragon Sect is to find the Starry Sky Road. Dragon Sect has been destroyed. Qin Yan said with smile. I heard, they also told me many things about you in Ordinary Realm. You are a soul-refining inscription master, you have Wildfire Inscription and Star Lord Inscription Spirit. You even lost Wildfire Inscription Spirit to Brother Yu. Jean He said with smile, Golden Sun Sect and Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain people don't believe it but I do. Senior Jean, let's just let this matter be, it is both true and false, it is very beneficial to me, I don't want to be remembered by them. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. It seems like we can go to Ancient Domain because of your contribution. Jean He is now filled with expectation towards the construction of the Starry Sky Road. It is not all my contribution, when the time comes, we will have to rely on the 9 sun sects, because constructing the Starry Sky Road requires a great amount of manpower and material resources, our 100 Pagoda sect cannot complete it in a short period of time. Qin Yan said. Jean He nodded. At this time a noise can be heard from outside. Qin Yan said in low voice, Is Jean Jingwei here? Don't go out first. Relax, those 2 girls will not have any problem. We will wait, if Jean Jingwei really does something outrageous, we will go out and thoroughly deal with him. Jean He said with smile. Jin Jingwei found out that Hua Yimei, Xiao Yuemei, and Qin Yan have come to this restaurant, so he went to find people to take back the Regent Origin stones. He doesn't know that Jin He has already arrived. Xiao Yuemei and Hua Yimei are eating here. They saw the door was suddenly kicked open but they did not make any noise. Because Qin Yan and Jin He are here, they are not afraid. Moreover, they also know that Jin Jingwei will come. Jin Jingwei arrived with a few people, 2 middle-aged and 1 old man. He violently kicked open the door and then closed it. "Little girl, what is your name?" Jin Jingwei coldly looked at Xiao Yuemei and shouted loudly. "Gunainai?" Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Then she shook a piece of meat in her hand and said, "Do you want to eat?" "Stupid girl, don't think that I don't know that it's my grandaunt's wish." Jin Jingwei stepped on the chair, slammed his palm on the table and shouted loudly, "What kind of venerable master is that guy but he joined hands with you to swindle 10 Regent Origin stones from me? I won't look into what happened before, you just need to return the Regent Origin stones to me." Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, "You were the one who wanted to give it to him. What's more, you said you would come to me to propose marriage but you didn't." Jin Jingwei furiously said, "Qin Yan and you are not disciples of Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. If I went to propose marriage, wouldn't I be making a fool of myself in front of everyone? I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. "Stupid girl, don't play dumb with me. Quickly tell Qin Yan to come out and return the Regent Origin stones to me. Otherwise you won't be able to leave this restaurant." Jin Jingwei furiously yelled. "Jin Jingwei, you wanted to take advantage of me, you harbored evil intentions towards me, that's why you gave my brother 10 Regent Origin stones. You deserve to be swindled." Xiao Yuemei is still as calm as before. She took out the cat and said with smile, "If you have the guts, come and attack." Seeing the cat, Jin Jingwei and the few people beside him are suddenly startled and hastily retreated. They saw with their own eyes how the cat destroyed the sturdy tiger puppet. The tiger puppet was refined with many good materials but it was still injured all over. If its flesh and blood were scratched, it would have turned red. Even armor would not be able to resist. "Father, you are a half-immortal, quickly kill that cat." Jin Jingwei promptly hid behind a tall and sturdy old man. This old man is Jin Jingwei's father, Jin Gangbao. Jin Xuanhu is ranked 5th, Jin Gangbao is ranked 6th and Jin He is ranked 7th. They are all brothers. Jin Gangbao also knows how terrifying that cat is. He hastily took out a net and shouted, "Little girl, don't act recklessly. This net of mine is a king-grade Dao tool. It won't be a problem to capture that cat of yours." Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, "How about we give it a try, let's see if your net or my cat is more powerful." She is not afraid of the net because the cat has mysterious penetration divine ability, it can easily pierce through the net. At this time, the door of the room suddenly opened and Qin Yan and Jin He walked out. He, why are you here?" Jin Gangbao is very shocked to see Jin He and promptly took back the net. "Uncle He, hello." Jin Jingwei is also scared, he promptly bowed and saluted. Although Jin He and Jin Xuanhu are not half-immortals, their inscription level is very high. Therefore, their status is higher than other half-immortals because they will become half-immortals sooner or later. Therefore, even though Jin Gangbao is a half-immortal, he is still very afraid of Jin He. "I heard Venerable Master Qin is here, so I immediately rushed over." Jin Gangbao finished speaking, opened the door and shouted towards the outside, "Waiter, quickly bring out all the good dishes. Grandpa He and Grandpa Gangbao are here to entertain the esteemed guests." Jin Jingwei cursed his father in his heart, he is actually so terrified. Of course he can understand, after all Jin He's position is higher than his father. Now Jin He and Qin Yan have a very good relationship. If he can learn some inscription skill from Qin Yan and make great progress, his position will be even higher. "Uncle He, Uncle Qin, quickly sit down." After Jin Jingwei realized this, his face became filled with a very hypocritical smile. He promptly wiped down 2 chairs and let Qin Yan and Jin He sit down. Xiao Yuemei and Hua Yimei looked at each other and smiled. They thought that Jin Jingwei would be taught a lesson, they did not expect him to react so quickly. Qin Yan said with smile, "I am not old, don't call me uncle." "Pagoda Master Qin, you are younger than me yet your inscription talent is so outstanding, you have already reached the level of venerable master. Moreover, your strength is also very strong. To be able to defeat a martial emperor like Su Xiaoba, this little brother admires you from the bottom of my heart. Jin Jingwei promptly poured wine for Qin Yan, his expression is filled with reverence. Qin Yan also did not expect that Jin Jingwei's attitude would change faster than flipping a book. King Kongbao laughed and said, "It's my honor to have a meal with Grandmaster Qin. I'm Jin Bao, Ahi's sixth brother. I have a very good relationship with Ahi. Oh right, these two are my eldest and second sons. Awei is my third son." Jin Gongbao's eldest and second sons also bowed respectfully to Qin Yan. Qin Yan said with smile, "Sit down." He did not want to make their relationship so awkward. After all, Jin Gangbao and Jin Jingwei's attitudes were quite good. Jin Gangbao said, "Venerable Master Qin, let's forget about the 10 Regent Origin Stones. Consider them our small gift to you." Jin Jingwei looked at Jin he doesn't dare to speak carelessly, he just calmly listened. Earlier, he had ridiculed Jin He in the palace hall because Jin Xuanhu was very powerful at that time. He thought that he could curry favor with Jin Xuanhu, but he did not expect that Jin Xuanhu would be defeated and even become dispirited and listless. Now Jin Jingwei is worried that Jin Xuanhu will be like Jin He and become very respectful towards Qin Yan. At that time, he and his father will have to suffer. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Qin Yan took out 2 mysterious penetration Dao talismans and handed them over to Jin Gangbao. He said with smile, "These are the mysterious penetration Dao talismans I refined. Stick them on the Ghost Beast Emperor Essence Stones and the Regent Origin Stones will come out." Jin Jingwei yelled in alarm hearing this, "I have already heard of this talisman. Father, quickly give it a try." Transcending Xianxia region has many huge sea beasts, all of them are Ghost Beast Emperors. Therefore, Jin Gangbao and the others have some Ghost Beast Emperor Essence Stones. Jin Gongbao's 3 sons opened their eyes wide in amazement as they looked at their father trying the talismans. Jin Gangbao stuck the mysterious penetration Dao talisman on a black stone and activated the talisman's power. Then a Regent Origin Stone fell out. It is a high-quality Regent Origin Stone. This caused the father and son to become very excited. This talisman is truly awesome, it is truly a divine object. Great Master is truly brilliant. Our 9 sun sects have been passed down for many years, but we still haven't found a method to quickly open essence stones. Many thanks to Great Master for gifting such a generous gift. Jin Jingwei saw that Qin Yan has such a good thing and secretly cursed himself for being kicked in the head by a donkey. He actually provoked Qin Yan again and again. He feels that he is very lucky to still be alive. Jin Gangbao looked at the 2 talismans and repeatedly exclaimed in admiration, as expected of a great master who defeated a he and 5th brother, "This talisman is truly awesome." Jin He is also slightly amazed. He looked at the kitten in Xiao Yuemei's bosom and asked, "This kitten can enter the tiger's body using that kind of talisman?" Qin Yan nodded and said with smile, "These 2 talismans can be used dozens of times." Everyone, eat. Jin Jingwei said, "Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain suffered great losses because they wanted to obtain that kind of talisman. Golden Sun sect also knows about this matter, but they don't know about the power of mysterious penetration Dao talisman. Now they can finally see it for themselves." Jin Gangbao said, "Venerable Master Qin, did you come to Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain to be a guest? How about this, how about you come to our Golden Sun sect as a guest? Although you 1/5 brother's immortal hammer and smelting furnace, sect master will definitely welcome you to become our guest elder." Hua Yimei is now even more aware of how awesome a venerable master is. She is actually being fought over by others to become a guest elder. This is actually a very good idea. Jin he said with smile, "I will immediately notify 5th brother, let's see whether or not he is willing to come and have a chat." Jin Xuanhu is also in the restaurant. After he returned, he has been staying in his room, ignoring everyone. But after learning that Qin Yan is here, he immediately rushed over. Jin he said with smile, "5th brother said he will come immediately, the food has also arrived." A group of people came in with dishes and placed them on the big table. At this time, Jin Xuanhu also rushed over in great haste and stood at the door looking at Qin Yan. Crystal Dragon Boat Jin Xuanhu has a very valiant appearance. Although he is an old man, his face is full of beard and his ferocious appearance. No matter what, he has a very fierce appearance. As soon as he arrived, he looked at Qin Yun with an expression as if he wants to eat Qin Yun alive. Apart from Qin Yun, all the people inside the private room are very worried. Jin Xuanhu lost to Qin Yun twice in a row. Moreover, he was very arrogant in front of Qin Yun and said many arrogant words. But then he lost to Qin Yun twice and even lost a pair of immortal hammers. He has lost a lot of face. Jin He and Jin Gangbao are also worried that Jin Xuanhu will not be able to endure and attack Qin Yun. Qin Yun is very calm, he said with faint smile, "Senior Jin, quickly sit down and eat. We just ordered a table full of dishes, you came just in time. Relax, I, Jin Xuanhu, am not a despicable person who bullies the weak." Jin Xuanhu's innately fierce old face revealed a trace of smile, then he sat down. After he sat down, Hua Yimei suddenly became very nervous and moved closer to Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei was also somewhat worried, but now that Jin Xuanhu has sat down, she feels relieved. "Pagoda Master Qin, there is one thing I don't understand, please enlighten me." Jin Xuanhu is also very polite, he raised a cup of wine and toasted Qin Yun. After drinking the wine, he said, "Why are your kitten's claws so sharp? The materials you used were only black water crystal beast bones and dragon bones." Qin Yun faintly smiled, "My dragon bones are not ordinary dragon bones, they are the bones of a mortal dragon." He finished speaking and hinted at Xiao Yuemei to take out the kitten's claws. Jin Xuanhu carefully observed the kitten's claws and even touched them. His expression slightly changed, he said with frown, "So that's how it is. You heavily refined the kitten's claws, they are equivalent to very strong weapons and there are many runes on them." Jin He exclaimed in admiration and said, "Venerable Master Qin, you didn't have much time but you can still carve runes to this step. Your speed of carving runes is very fast and very good. The kitten's body is very weak but because it has Thunder Totem, its speed is as fast as lightning. Then, you focused on refining the kitten's claws, giving the kitten a very powerful weapon. In this way, coupled with its lightning-fast speed, it can cut through the tiger's body." Now Jin Xuanhu also realized why his tiger was defeated. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. "If your tiger had a defensive rune and released a protective barrier, the kitten wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. I was too careless." Jin Xuanhu is very vexed, he cupped his fists towards Qin Yun and said, "Venerable Master Qin, I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Let me toast you again." Qin Yun also raised his wine cup and downed it in one gulp. He said with a smile, "You're too polite." Jin Gangbao and his family did not dare to speak. Jin He and Jin Xuanhu are Golden Sun Sect Master's most beloved inscription master sons, and now they are very respectful towards Qin Yun. "Fifth brother, although you lost, you can still gain something from it." Jin He said with smile. Jin Xuanhu nodded his head, "I benefited a lot." Jin Gangbao suddenly said, "Fifth brother, Venerable Master Qin has a kind of mysterious penetration Dao talisman, it can allow us to quickly extract regent origin stones from essence stones." Jin Gangbao took out a talisman and an essence stone and tested it on the spot. After seeing this, Jin Xuanhu suddenly realized why the kitten was able to enter the tiger's body. "Venerable Master Qin, how much is this talisman?" Jin Xuanhu asked. "2 best quality regent origin stones for 1 talisman. 1 talisman can be used more than 10 times. Qin Yun said. "Not very expensive, I want 100 talismans. When can I deliver them?" Jin Xuanhu very straightforwardly asked. Qin Yun sold Old Feitian and Suluan 1 regent origin stone each time. Now he is selling 2 regent origin stones, he did not expect Jin Xuanhu to not care about it at all. "I can deliver them now," Qin Yun said with smile. Then he took out a storage pouch and handed it over. "There are 110 talismans inside, the other 10 are for 5th brother Jin." "All right." Jin Xuanhu laughed heartily. He also took out a storage pouch and handed it over to Qin Yun. "There are 200 best quality regent origin stones inside." Qin Yun received the storage pouch with smile. Together with the 1000 regent origin stones Suluan gave him, he now has 1200 best quality regent origin stones and 3000 to 4000 high quality regent origin stones. He feels that it should be enough for him to enter late stage martial emperor or even peak stage. Fifth brother, what do you need these talismans for? Jin Gangbao asked in low voice. They are very useful for our Golden Sun sect. They can allow us to obtain large amount of Regent Origin stones very quickly. I want to use them for research. If father wants them, tell him to buy them from Venerable Master Qin. Jin Xuanhu said with smile. Jin Jingwei secretly sighed in his heart. Qin Yin must have many Regent Origin stones in his hands, but he still swindled 10 of them. He doesn't dare to think about it anymore. Being able to maintain good relations with Qin Yun is more important than anything else. Venerable Master Qin, let's eat, let's eat. Jin Xuanhu said with smile, we didn't fight, we didn't get to know each other. My words were offensive to you before, please forgive me. It's nothing, it's nothing. Even though I defeated fifth brother Jin in puppet competition, I am still inferior in other aspects. Qin Yun is also interested in the materials in Jin Xuanhu's hands. If they become friends, he might be able to exchange them for some later. Soon after, Qin Yun chatted with Jin He, Jin Xuanhu and Jin Gangbao. They talked about many secrets of transcending Xianxia region, as well as the mysterious immortal sect. This matter greatly broadened the horizons of Hua Yimei, Jin Jingwei and the other juniors. Jin Xuanhu suddenly took out a Dao Tool treasure mirror. It is used for sound transmission. He used his mental power to read the contents of the treasure mirror and his thick white eyebrows creased. Fifth brother, what is it? Jin Gangbao hastily asked. River Sun Palace's people have arrived. They are not willing to set foot on the island. They want our Golden Sun sect and Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain to welcome them. Jin Xuanhu said. River Sun Palace's people are too arrogant. Jin He cursed in low voice, they are always like this. Jin Xuanhu said again, River Sun Palace's people want to hold a meeting at their place. Jin Gangbao said, River Sun Palace's people are really putting on a show. Let's go, we will go to the seaside to take a look, they must have arrived in Crystal Dragon boat. Jin Xuanhu said, Venerable Master Qin, will you also come with us? Of course. Qin Yin said with smile. Soon after, they left the restaurant and boarded a large carriage. On the carriage, Jin He said, I heard that River Sun Palace has been searching for all kinds of strange people for the past few years, I don't know what they want. Jin Xuanhu coldly groaned and said, River Sun Palace's medicinal plants have some problem. They are unable to grow and they are searching everywhere for a solution. Some time ago they came to look for me but they did not want to talk to me about those medicinal plants, so I did not go. They are coming in Crystal Dragon boat, it is very likely that they want to invite 9 Sun Sects people to help them solve the problem. Qin Yin curiously asked, is River Sun Palace's face that big? Jin Xuanhu nodded his head and said, River Sun Palace's people can refine longevity jade nectar that can prolong people's life. For many years, many people from 9 Sun Sects drank longevity jade nectar to live longer. Moreover, they managed to break through and enter Immortal Desolate. So that's how it is. Qin Yin now understands why River Sun Palace is so domineering. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain and Golden Sun Sects people rushed over to greet them. Not long after, they arrived at the seaside. When Qin Yin got off the car, he saw that there seemed to be a very long crystal dragon crawling on the sea surface in front of him. This is the Crystal Dragon boat, it is more than 10,000 meters long, it looks like a crystal dragon, it is completely made of crystal. This thing is also a very strong immortal tool. If River Sun Palace's people want to cross tribulation, they can just hide inside and easily cross tribulation. Jin Xuanhu is also filled with yearning. Among all the 9 Sun Sects, River Sun Palace has the most dreadful things. Then they flew towards the Crystal Dragon boat at low altitude. The dragon's head is very big, it looks like it was carved out of a huge crystal mountain. The dragon's mouth is now wide open, it is the entrance to the inside of the boat. Jin Xuanhu and the others arrived at the dragon's mouth. It looks like they are standing at the entrance of a huge mountain cave. But this is a crystal mountain, it is exquisite and exquisite, it is very beautiful. There are many powerful guards guarding the entrance, they can also recognize Jin Xuanhu. Jin Xuanhu did not say a word, he just swaggered in with Qin Yun and the others. On the way, they sensed the aura of Flame Sun. Heavenly Mountain and Golden Sun Sects people, they have already arrived. After entering, someone led the way and brought them to a very spacious lobby. The ceiling and sides of this lobby are made of thick crystal. You can see the blue sky by raising your head, you can also see the boundless sea through the thick crystal walls. Flame Sun Sect Master and Golden Sun Sect Master are also here. There are also some other sects' important elders and disciples. They are very shocked to see Qin Yun and Jin Xuanhu together. Then they immediately realized that Qin Yun and Jin Xuanhu are friends. Seeing Qin Yun walking together with Jin Xuanhu and Jin He, Golden Sun Sect's people are secretly regretting that they did not curry favor with Qin Yun before and instead suspected him. At this time, another group of black-clothed people walked in from another passage. They were already here. Jin Xuanhu said in low voice, "It is Earth Sun Abyss's Earth Sun Palace." Jin He said, "River Sun Palace is an underwater palace. And Earth Sun Palace is an even deeper underwater palace, so their relationship is very good." Jin Xuanhu, long time no see. "You still have not become half immortal," a black-clothed old man said with chuckle. "I still don't want to, why do you care?" Jin Xuanhu coldly groaned and said, "I don't care. But if you are not a half-immortal, you won't be able to refine half-immortal tools, ha." That black-clothed old man's voice is filled with ridicule. The Gold Sun Sect Master and the Fire Sun Sect Master also walked over and chatted with a short old man floating in the air. The short old man with pitch-black skin was the Palace Master of the Earth Sun Palace. Medicine King Chu. The people of the 9 Sun sects have already heard about the matter of River Sun Palace's medicinal ingredients. There are even many capable people who have been summoned by River Sun Palace. For example, talented inscription masters like Jin Xuanhu, as well as pill masters from various great sections. But even now, River Sun Palace's medicinal ingredient problem has not been solved. River Sun Palace's medicinal ingredients are very important. They are used to refine longevity jade nectar. It is very beneficial to all the 9 Sun sects because it will allow them to live longer. Because of this, all the 9 Sun sects are doing their best to help. Jin Xuanhu groaned in a very bad mood. "I don't know what is going on with those River Sun Palace people. They came to find me but refused to tell me the details. How am I supposed to help them?" Earth Sun Palace Master said with smile, "Jin Xuanhu, didn't River Sun Palace bring the Crystal Dragon boat here to discuss the matter openly?" "I hope so. If River Sun Palace still tries to hide things from others, we won't even know how to help them," Jin Xuanhu said. Not long after, an old woman wearing white gown walked out. The sect masters of the Earth Sun Sect, the Golden Sun Sect, and the Fire Sun Sect immediately went up to greet the old woman politely. Following that, the elders of the 3 sects went up to greet the old woman. "Medicine Master Shui, what is the situation now?" Earth Sun Palace Master asked. "The situation is not very optimistic. We must resolve it as soon as possible, otherwise we won't have longevity jade nectar anymore." The old woman's expression is very grave as she said, "You all come with us, everyone else wait here." Qin Yun, some juniors, as well as some middle-aged men are waiting outside. Su Xiaoba walked over and said to Jin Jingwei, "You bastard, you were opposing Qin Yun before, how can you be so friendly with him now? Spineless bastard." Jin Jingwei wants to slap Su Xiaoba to death for saying this kind of thing in front of so many people. Luckily his skin is very thick, he said with smile, "I and brother Yun had a small misunderstanding before, now we are friends." Su Xiaoba yelled at Qin Yun, "You fought Jin Xuanhu a second time before, why didn't you fight me a second time? If I fought Jin Xuanhu, I would only lose a few things. Sparring with you will not only be very tiring, but I will also be seriously injured and even lose my life." Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, "Su Xiaoba, if you want to compete with me, take out 10,000 King Quality Regent Origin Stones as the gambling stake." 10,000 Best Quality Regent Origin Stones? Why don't you just die? Su Xiaoba furiously said. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain and Golden Sun Sect's young disciples find this very funny because it is clear that Qin Yun does not want to compete with Su Xiaoba. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, "Little shameless dog, my brother is not good at fighting, he is just an inscription master. Last time, I was forced to compete with you. Don't bother him anymore." Su Xiaoba is infuriated by Xiao Yuemei's words. Everyone's face is filled with disbelief. Qin Yun is not good at fighting, yet he was able to defeat a martial emperor like Su Xiaoba. Even a child would not be fooled by this. Xianxia nodded and said, my main focus is on researching runes. I am just an amateur when it comes to fighting. Have you ever seen an inscription master who rolls up his sleeves and fights with others? You're even fighting to the death. My fighting style is mainly to throw magic tools, Dao talismans, and so on. Su Xiaoba is extremely domineering. Even an amateur can defeat him. Qin Yun, don't be cocky. I admit that your inscription level is very high but I am the strongest when it comes to talent. Su Xiaoba said. Brother Xiaoba, how about this? After a period of time I will refine a puppet to fight with you. If you can defeat my puppet, it will be considered my loss. How about it? This way, I won't have to personally go up on stage and fight you. Qin Yun said with smile. Everyone became extremely expectant after hearing this. Everyone has seen Qin Yun's kitten, it is just a bit bigger than a fart but it defeated Jin Xuanhu's big tiger. Moreover, it was refined in just a few hours. If Qin Yun seriously refines a very strong puppet, it will surely be very strong. It is not impossible for it to contend against a peak martial emperor like Su Xiaoba. Su Xiaoba firmly clenched his fists and yelled, all right. You must remember this matter. Qin Yun secretly let out a sigh of relief after dealing with Su Xiaoba. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, little shameless puppy, if you can't defeat my brother's puppet, you might as well find a tofu and kill yourself. Su Xiaoba is filled with confidence as he loudly said, little girl, just wait and see. I will surely tear your brother's puppet to pieces. Jin Jingwei doesn't dare to speak. Seeing how Xiao Yuemei called Su Xiaoba little shameless puppy, he knows that Xiao Yuemei is very capable. Qin Yun shook his head. He is looking at the incomparably spacious azure ocean through the thick crystal wall. At this time, Su Luan suddenly walked out and said to Qin Yun, Pagoda Master Qin, River Sun Palace Master invites you over. Qin Yun said with frown, I am not proficient in medicinal ingredients. Forget it. Su Luan said, River Sun Palace Master heard about your achievements and thinks that you can go in and listen to everyone's discussion. Alright. Qin Yun nodded and followed behind Su Luan. Inside is a bright hall with walls made of white crystal. There are many flower beds in the middle of the hall. There are withered flowers and plants planted on them, they are all medicinal ingredients. After Qin Yun arrived, he saw River Sun Palace's group of white-clothed people. The person leading them is a very young white-clothed man. His face is elegant and refined, he is wearing white long gown. He is giving off a scholarly air, he is precisely River Sun Palace Master. Qin Yun is not surprised that River Sun Palace Master is so young, after all River Sun Palace can refine longevity jade nectar. Greetings River Sun Palace Master. Qin Yun simply greeted him. Pagoda Master Qin, there is no need to be so polite. Even though you are not proficient in medicinal ingredients, you are still a very capable person. River Sun Palace Master faintly smiled, he is very refined and courteous. Qin Yun nodded, at this time Jin Xuanhu also pulled him over. That alchemist Shui from before took out a withered sapling, placed it on the table and said, Alchemists, carefully look at this sapling, why can't it continue to grow? Other alchemists looked at it and repeatedly shook their heads. This kind of matter is something only alchemists are proficient in, so Jin He and other inscription masters are just watching from the side. They came here to cooperate with alchemists to refine some tools. Carefully look again. River Sun Palace Master said. One alchemist sighed and said, there is a big problem with the sapling, it is absorbing insufficient energy, that is why it can't grow. I can only see this much. Another alchemist said, River Sun Palace has been planting medicinal ingredients for many years, it is impossible for them to make this kind of mistake. On the surface, it looks like it is absorbing insufficient energy but there must be some other reason. Other alchemists also repeatedly nodded their heads. Alchemist Shui shook her head and said, it is not energy deficiency, these medicinal sprouts are absorbing abundant energy. Our River Sun Palace would never make this kind of low-level mistake. Flame Sun Sect Master asked, how many medicinal ingredients are having this problem? All 3 of the medicinal ingredients used to refine longevity jade nectar are having this problem. Alchemist Shui said. Making people live forever is also a heaven-defying action, could it be that this is heaven's wrath? Golden Sun Sect Master let out a long sigh and said, River Sun Palace Master, I think we should drop this matter. Our cultivation path is also for the sake of longevity, isn't this also a heaven-defying action? River Sun Palace Master shook his head and said, we must find the reason. Jin Xuanhu said, if you find the reason and need help from us inscription masters, we will surely cooperate. But now you alchemists don't even know the reason, what is the point of calling us here? Alchemist Shui said in urgent voice, everyone wait a bit, Medicine King Chu will arrive soon. Medicine King Chu. Suluan said in amazement, could it be, that legendary Medicine King Chu? River Sun Palace Master nodded and said, it is indeed that Medicine King Chu, it was with great difficulty that we managed to contact him. He said that he will come today, he will also bring his team. Jin, he said, according to legend, Medicine King Chu has already become immortal and has refined immortal pill. Because he is too heaven-defying, his seventh half-immortal tribulation has not arrived yet and he is unable to enter immortal desolate. With this guy here, the problem should be solved, right? Jin Xuanhu said with smile, this kind of legendary old monster has appeared, what are you still worried about? River Sun Palace Master shook his head and said, before the problem is solved, I cannot be at ease. Qin Yan looked at the medicinal sprout on the table, he used Extinction Spirit Eye to look at it and discovered something strange. There are 9 shining threads inside the medicinal sprout, 8 of them are very bright but the 9th one is very weak, it looks like it will be extinguished at any time. It is related to the fallen sun. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, how do you think we can make this medicinal sprout grow again? Very simple, a 9 condensation Dao talisman can solve it. Qin Yan thought for a bit and replied. While Qin Yan is looking at the medicinal sprout, Alchemist Shui suddenly became very excited because Medicine King Chu has arrived. Several big shots of various sects immediately went out to greet him. Medicine King Chu is a legend, he has lived in transcending Xianxia region for many years. It is said that when 9 sun sects appeared, Medicine King Chu was already very famous. Now, everyone had finally met this legendary figure. Medicine King Chu has white hair and a youthful complexion, he is wearing light yellow robe, he has the air of an immortal and great expert. He said with clear smile, everyone is too polite, I am just an old fart. There are more than 10 youngsters behind Medicine King Chu, each and every one of them has very arrogant expression. They are not saying anything, they are looking at the people in the hall with eyes filled with disdain. Medicine King Chu is immortal, he has lived for many years, his disciples are all very talented people. Medicine King Chu, you should already know the specifics of the situation, quickly take a look at our sect's immortal medicines, why is this happening? River Sun Palace Master very politely and respectfully said to Medicine King Chu. Chapter 1034, Setting Sun. Mysterious Palm. Qin Yun really did not expect that there would be such a great legend in transcending Xianxia region, someone who can make the big shots of 9 sun sects respect him so much. Medicine King Chu picked up a wilted medicinal sprout, put it in his mouth and chewed it. He tightly frowned, then looked at the hundreds of medicinal sprouts in the flower beds and said again, I want to see the ones that have grown a bit bigger. Medicine Master Shui promptly ordered people to take out more flower beds. These medicinal sprouts have grown even bigger, they are as tall as a person's knee. It looks like they were about to blossom but they withered just as they were about to blossom. River Sun Palace can only use secret method to freeze these medicinal sprouts. If this continues, the medicinal sprouts will wither and die. Using the Extinction Spirit Eye, Qin Yin can clearly see that there are only 8 glowing threads inside each medicinal herb. The remaining one is missing. After Medicine King Chu carefully looked, he said, the medicinal plants are not absorbing enough energy. Everyone began discussing in low voice because this is also the conclusion they came to before. But Medicine Master Shui saw Medicine King Chu waved his hand and did not continue speaking. Medicine King Chu said in clear voice, you all can also see this result. It is just that we don't know how to solve this problem, we also don't know why the plants are not absorbing enough energy. Medicine Master Shui nodded and said, precisely. River Sun Palace's medicinal plants are all grown by Medicine Master Shui. This is mainly because your planting method has a very big flaw. After accumulating for many days and months, it caused the seeds to have a very big problem. Now the problem has broken out on a large scale. Medicine King Chu walked back and forth with a medicinal plant in his hand. No one dares to say anything, they are earnestly listening to him. After all, Medicine King Chu is the authority here. Medicine King Chu's brows are tightly locked as he said again, the reason why the seeds suddenly broke out is because of the environment in which you planted them. It will not be easy to solve this problem. First we need to find a good place and then we need to set up a formation to irrigate the medicinal plants. There are a total of 9 formations that I need. River Sun Palace Master asked, what kind of formation are they? Are they mainly used to gather energy? Medicine King Chu shook his head and said, they are not. You just need to follow my instructions. My disciple will direct your inscription masters to arrange it. Other few medicine masters are somewhat doubtful. An apothecary asked, there's a problem with the medicinal herbs absorbing energy, that's why they can't continue growing. They need to absorb energy. That is correct, but if we don't fix the seed's flaw, it will not be able to absorb energy. Medicine King Chu said with smile. What's wrong with the seed? Can you tell me in detail? Medicine Master Shui was also very curious. Only a few alchemists could speak up, while the others listened quietly. Medicine King Chu said with smile, there is a big flaw in the seed, I can't solve it. As long as you do as I say, arrange the 9 great formations, and then carry out the sacrifice to summon the Earth God, then let the Earth God deal with it. Actually, this is mainly because the Earth God is very angry, so he deliberately controlled the energy of heaven and earth, not letting it enter your medicinal herbs. This is a curse. The seniors in the hall were terrified. If it was someone else saying this, everyone would not believe it. But since it is Medicine King Chu, everyone believes it. Medicine King Chu said with smile, everyone don't be afraid, as long as you perform the sacrifice, Great Earth God will forgive you and remove the curse. I have fought against the heavens all my life, I have often dealt with gods, although this matter is very thorny, I can still deal with it. Bullshit. Qin Yan said in low voice. Qin Yan's words caused many people to look at him. Jin Xuan who also doesn't believe Medicine King Chu's nonsense but he doesn't dare to say anything. Now hearing Qin Yan's words, his expression is filled with admiration. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to question my master? A charming red-clothed woman loudly reprimanded Qin Yan, where did this brat come from, quickly make him scram. My master is Medicine King Chu, his name has shaken the transcending Xianxia region for countless years, how can this kind of brat question him? Quickly scram. A white-clothed middle-aged man yelled at Qin Yan, wait a minute, before you scram, apologize to my master. You questioning him is being disrespectful to him. Qin Yan said with sneer, why can't I question him? He hasn't even seen the seed yet. He says that there is a big problem with the seed. He even says that the seed is cursed and that only the Earth God can remove the curse. He even wants to offer sacrifice. Who is he trying to deceive? Bastard, shut up, that red-clothed woman delicately shouted, flew over and sent a palm attack towards Qin Yan. Just as the red-clothed woman attacked, a glaring red sun suddenly appeared on the sky above her head. It is Red Sun Martial Spirit, someone suddenly yelled in alarm, her palm technique, could it be Setting Sun Mysterious Palm? That is a peerless Xian technique. Su Luan promptly stepped forward and blocked the palm attack, if you have something to say, then say it, why are you attacking? After being blocked by Su Luan, that woman furiously said, you made my master come from far away and yet you are being so disrespectful to him. Especially that ignorant fool, he repeatedly questioned my master. So what if I taught him a lesson? Flame Sun Sect Master said in low voice, she has Red Sun Martial Spirit, she is using Setting Sun Mysterious Palm from Martial Spirit Xian technique, she is a disciple of Setting Sun Sect. Setting Sun Sect is a very mysterious sect, a disciple of Setting Sun Sect is actually Medicine King Chu's disciple. This guy Qin Yan has courted disaster. Qin Yan quickly apologized to Medicine King Chu. Many people now believe in Medicine King Chu even more. Although the sacrifice and curse are somewhat exaggerated, Medicine King Chu is indeed authoritative. Medicine King Chu chuckled and said, little friend, what I said before is indeed somewhat unreliable but it is the truth. If you don't believe me, wait until I summon Earth Mother, then you will understand. Qin Yan said, even if what you said is true, don't you feel that it is very difficult to solve the problem like this? Moreover, what you said about the seed being defective is completely wrong. Quickly shut up. One of Medicine King Chu's disciples furiously yelled, Junior, when talking to my master, you must bow down, your tone must be very gentle. Medicine King Chu waved his hand, indicating his disciples not to speak. Then he said again, little friend, River Sun Palace's medicinal plants can prolong people's life, they are heaven-defying medicinal plants. River Sun Palace has been making medicinal pills all year round to prolong the life of many people who should have died of old age. This violated the law of nature, so Earth God cursed these medicinal plants, causing them to be unable to grow. On the surface, it looks like the medicinal plants are unable to absorb energy, but the truth is that it is the power of nature that prevents them from absorbing energy. He finished speaking and said with a self-mocking smile, just like how the heavens have not sent down half-immortal tribulation even though I am already immortal. This is a kind of punishment for defying the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, if I had crossed seventh tribulation and become an immortal, I would have become even stronger. That red-cloaked woman shouted at Qin Yun, ignorant junior, what else do you have to say? This is the study of nature's operation. You are just a guy who doesn't know anything yet you dare to question my master and even speak rudely to my master. Quickly apologize. Suluan's forehead is filled with cold sweat as he said, Pagoda Master Qin is an expert in inscription but not pill refinement. I hope Medicine King Chu can forgive me. Medicine King Chu said with smile, so it is a young inscription master. Medicine King Chu's disciples burst into laughter. A little inscription master actually dares to hoot in front of my master. We are also young inscription masters but we have never dared to be this arrogant, that red-cloaked woman said with sneer, ignorant junior, what kind of skill do you have? You actually came here to participate in such an important meeting. No wonder you are so arrogant, it turns out you are just a small accomplishment inscription master. If we want to compete in inscription technique, who can compete with us, Medicine King Chu's disciples? Master needs all kinds of profound inscription great formation and all kinds of medicine refining tools to plant and refine medicine. We are in charge of all of them. Inscription master, don't be so arrogant in front of us unless you are more awesome than us. Medicine King Chu waved his hand and said with smile, little friend, what level of inscription master are you? If your talent in inscription is good, I will properly groom you. That red-cloaked woman said with sneer, what kind of talent can he have? Jin Xuanhu said, Pagoda Master Qin can carve 11th level of finesse, he is a venerable master. His words caused the expression of that red-cloaked woman and Medicine King Chu's disciples to slightly change. 11th level finesse is something even they cannot achieve. If many inscription masters put in great effort, they can achieve 10th level finesse. But if they want to surpass it, it will be very difficult. This is impossible. He is so young, how can he carve venerable master level finesse? He seems to be only initial stage martial emperor, that red-clothed woman said in cold voice. It is true. Jin, he said. Golden Sun sect master also nodded, this matter is not false, moreover, the blueprint of Starry Sky Road was provided by him. River Sun Palace and Earth Sun Palace's people burst into commotion. Because they still don't know that it was Qin Yun who provided them the blueprint. Medicine King Chu and his disciples' expression abruptly changed, they are looking at Qin Yun in disbelief. Medicine King Chu has also come here for the Starry Sky Road. He has lived for a very long time, he has wanted to leave transcending Xianxia region for a very long time. Because he cannot enter Immortal Desolate, he also doesn't want to wander the starry sky alone. So he chose to go to Ancient Domain which has several epochs of civilization. The red-clothed woman and those few people also felt very embarrassed because they really did not expect Qin Yun to have such a great background. Medicine King Chu also feels very embarrassed because his disciples were too arrogant just now, they almost hit Qin Yun. Little friend, since you have the blueprint of Starry Sky Road, you must be a very experienced and knowledgeable person. It is very normal for you to be suspicious of new and strange things. Medicine King Chu spoke, then firmly held a withered medicinal sprout and poured in energy. Not long after, the withered medicinal sprout suddenly turned green, it has regained some vitality. River Sun Palace's people very excitedly cheered. Medicine King Chu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, if it is only one medicinal sprout, I can indeed recover, but if it is too many, I can only use the method I just told you. Might of one talisman. Everyone can see that the originally withered and yellow medicinal sprout has turned slightly green, it has regained its vitality. Everyone has become even more convinced of Medicine King Chu's words. You are a very skilled inscription master, not bad. However, you are not proficient in medicinal herbs at all. You should speak less. An old man from the Earth Sun Palace said. Pagoda Master Qin, are you worried that you will have to work hard when the time comes? Rest assured, we will not let you work when we are setting up the formation. River Sun Palace Master said with smile. Those medicinal ingredients are very precious to our River Sun Palace, they are our top secret. If he is not from 9 Sun Sects, we will not let him participate. Medicine Master Shui said with cold expression. Naturally, Medicine King Chu and his disciples are an exception. One of Medicine King Chu's disciples said with sneer, since it is like this, we should not let him participate in this matter, we should let him leave so that he doesn't talk nonsense and affect everyone's mood. That red-clothed woman said with sneer, he has the blueprint of Starry Sky Road, could it be that he is worried that summoning Great Earth God will affect his plan? Starry Sky Road is also very important to us, we will also be anxious to build it. Medicine King Chu said with smile, Pagoda Master Qin, you shouldn't interfere in this matter, I am a professional in medicinal ingredients. Qin Yan said, Medicine King Chu, the medicinal sprout in your hand has not been completely resurrected, if you can completely resurrect it. Medicine King Chu's expression slightly changed, his voice is somewhat ice-cold as he said, alright, I will let you take a look now. He finished speaking, his brows creased and let out a muffled groan. It seems like he is pouring a very strong energy into the medicinal sprout. Not long after, the medicinal sprout became exuberant with vitality and even sprouted tender leaves. Seeing this scene, River Sun Palace and Earth Sun Palace's sect masters and elders let out a cry of alarm and praised Medicine King Chu's fierceness. Since Medicine King Chu can directly resurrect medicinal ingredients, it means that this matter has nothing to do with Great Earth God, there is no need to sacrifice anything to undo the curse. Qin Yan said again. That red-clothed woman said in cold voice, Pagoda Master Qin, you should leave. Your inscription talent is not bad, but when it comes to medicinal herbs, don't point fingers at me. Because of your distrust, Master had no choice but to use 30% of his power to restore that medicinal sprout, in order to prove his strength. Hurry up and leave, we don't welcome you here. Another disciple said. Now many people feel some disgust towards Qin Yan because he is just an inscription master who is not proficient in medicinal ingredients. Yet he keeps questioning Medicine King Chu, it is as if he is looking for trouble. Qin Yan didn't want to stay any longer. He said, I have another question. Medicine King Chu, if you want to offer a sacrifice, you will need some sacrifices, right? What are the offerings? Of course it's a living person. A middle-aged man sneered, ignorant fellow, haven't you heard of human sacrifice? Qin Yan suddenly burst into loud laughter, I finally understand why Medicine King Chu can't wait for the 7th tribulation. Medicine King Chu's expression sank as he asked in cold voice, are you saying that it is because I killed too many people? Sacrificing a living person will definitely result in the death of many innocent people. Killing too many people is not a problem, if you kill too many evil spirits, there is no problem. If you kill innocent people, then you have committed grave sin, that is why the heavens cut off your path to heavenly passage. Qin Yan said. Shut up. Medicine King Chu furiously shouted and wanted to rush over. Suluan promptly stood in front of Qin Yan and said, Medicine King Chu, he is just a junior, moreover he has the complete blueprint of Starry Sky Road. You don't want to enter ancient domain but we do. That red-clothed woman delicately shouted, then can you at least make him scram? He has already angered Master, if he did not have the blueprint of Starry Sky Road, someone like him would have already died. Medicine Master Shui said in cold voice, Senior Su, you should quickly make him leave. River Sun Palace Master lightly sighed and said, Pagoda Master Qin, you have indeed offended Medicine King Chu, I hope you can sincerely apologize to him. Quickly scram, otherwise I will stake my life and beat you to your knees. I will make you kneel and apologize to Master. A middle-aged man furiously said. Earth Sun Palace Master also yelled, Youngster, be aware and leave, don't stay here and make a fool of yourself. Do you know how important these medicinal ingredients are to us? It can allow many people to obtain a longer lifespan and live longer. Jin Xuanhu said, Venerable Master Qin, let's go, these guys are only at this level. Jin He is also indignant on Qin Yun's behalf. He yelled, if you look down on inscription masters, then don't call us here. You called us here but didn't give us a chance to speak. What is this? You pill masters are so awesome, deal with them yourselves. Venerable Master Qin, the mysterious penetration Dao talisman you refined can easily produce regent origin stones. Go refine mysterious penetration Dao talisman, don't waste time with them. Jin Xuanhu said. Qin Yun shook his head and said, the reason why I feel that Medicine King Chu is spouting nonsense is because I also have my own findings. The reason why the medicinal ingredients are unable to grow and wither is because the sky is missing a sun, causing the medicinal ingredients to be unable to absorb 9 sun's spiritual energy. Medicine Master Shui said with sneer, this kind of situation already appeared before the sun fell. Qin Yun said, before the sun fell, it had already died. His 9 sun divine hammer also had a problem before the sun fell. They are all disciples of 9 sun sects. Could it be that their understanding of 9 suns is inferior to yours? Medicine King Chu said with sneer. I have a talisman here, it can condense 9 sun's spiritual energy, you can give it a try. Qin Yun finished speaking and threw the talisman towards River Sun Palace Master. River Sun Palace Master took the talisman and shook his head, it is just a Dao talisman. Qin Yun said, everyone, farewell. He finished speaking, then walked towards the door. Jin He and Jin Xuanhu followed behind him. Truly a loathsome demon, he should have scrammed long ago. He actually dared to say such things to my master, that red-clothed woman said with sneer. Master, please calm down, he is just a guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, a middle-aged man consoled. Medicine King Chu, Pagoda Master Qin is indeed young and full of vigor. Don't take his words seriously. Flame Sun Sect Master said with smile. Who exactly is that little demon? He is actually so rude and unreasonable. Oh, that's right, is his 11th level finesse real? Earth Sun Palace Master asked, also, what is going on with that mysterious penetration Dao talisman? Soon after, Su Luan began narrating how he met Qin Yun in 100 Pagoda Sect, how he defeated Su Xiaoba and Qin Yun mastered inscription technique. Finally he began narrating the competition between Qin Yun and Jin Xuanhu. After Qin Yun left the reception hall, he left the Crystal Dragon boat with Xiao Yuemei and Hua Yimei. Jin Xuanhu's group also left the hotel to eat and drink. Inside the reception hall, Su Luan finished narrating Qin Yun's matter. It is indeed very shocking. Especially after Su Luan tested the mysterious penetration Dao talisman on the spot. Seeing how easily Qin Yun took out the regent origin stones, all the inscription masters present repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Even those arrogant young inscription masters brought by Medicine King Chu very much want to study this mysterious penetration Dao talisman. Su Luan looked at River Sun Palace Master and said, what kind of Dao talisman did Pagoda Master Qin give us? River Sun Palace Master promptly took it out, looked at it, then shook his head and said, I don't know how to look at it, who can look at it? Golden Sun Sect Master said, I will do it. Golden Sun Sect Master is an inscription master who can refine half-immortal tools, he should know what kind of talisman it is. Su Luan said. Golden Sun Sect Master took the talisman and his expression abruptly changed, it is Sun Rune. There are extremely complex Sun runes carved on it, as well as several kinds of star and moon runes. This is not an ordinary Dao talisman. Sun runes are very rare, everyone in the reception hall is startled. Then quickly try it and see whether or not it can make those medicinal sprouts grow again. River Sun Palace Master said, then pointed at those withered flower buds, let's try those. Golden Sun Sect Master walked over and activated the 9 condensation Dao talisman. 9 colored light mist condensed all around. The light mist began enveloping the withered medicinal sprouts along with the 9 condensation Dao talisman. An astonishing scene suddenly appeared. Those medicinal sprouts on the flower beds suddenly became lush and verdant. Those withered flower buds also gradually recovered their luster. Quickly bring the other small medicinal sprouts over. River Sun Palace Master is extremely excited as he yelled. Medicine King Chu and his disciples are also very shocked in their hearts. Their expression is somewhat unsightly. Everyone in the reception hall looked at each other in amazement, especially those people who drove away Qin Yun just now. Each and every one of them feels very embarrassed, they lowered their heads and don't dare to speak. Naturally, the ones who feel the most pain in their faces are Medicine King Chu's disciples. Just now, they praised Medicine King Chu to the heavens and at the same time belittled Qin Yun. But now, Qin Yun's talisman allowed those medicinal plants to regain their vitality. This caused those old medicine masters to feel ashamed and unable to show their face. All the inscription masters present here also feel ashamed of their inferiority. Blossom, blossom, a River Sun Palace elder yelled in shock. He actually made the medicinal plants blossom ahead of time. Everyone looked at those beautiful and alluring flowers that are bathed in 9-colored light and deeply inhaled a mouthful of air. This is the purest 9 sun power. It also contains the essence of star and moon. It contains the essence of sun, moon, and stars. Medicine King Chu's eyes are wide open, his voice is slightly trembling. Medicine King Chu, then, if we have many of these talismans, would we still need to set up the sacrificial formation? River Sun Palace Master recovered from his shock and excitement and hastily asked. Of course not. Medicine King Chu's expression is somewhat unsightly. What that little brother said is correct, I am the one who is wrong. River Sun Palace Master hastily said, quickly invite them in. Medicine Master Shui's expression is also very unsightly because she did not give Qin Yun a good look just now. At this time, someone came in and said, they already left the Crystal Dragon boat. He must be together with a Hu and a He. I will send sound transmission to them and tell them to bring Pagoda Master Qin here. Golden Sun Sect Master promptly said. He is very happy in his heart because his son has a very good relationship with Qin Yun. Those Earth Sun Palace people just scolded Qin Yun, now they feel that they have lost something. No one's mistake. Qin Yun and company returned to the restaurant on the island. They ate, drank, and chatted in the private room. Jin Xuanhu is holding a pair of chopsticks in his hand as he cursed. That Medicine King Chu is a very pretentious old man, yet he is still criticizing Brother Qin. That group of disciples of his, each and every one of them is arrogant to the heavens, and they even look down on us. If it weren't for the other sect masters, I would have definitely beaten up those brats. Jin he also cursed, what kind of bullshit disciple is this? They don't have any skill and only know how to talk nonsense. If we were to compare runes, they would not be our match at all. They actually dare to say that their runes are the most powerful. Jin Jingwei said with a smile, if they can't refine something like the mysterious penetration Dao talisman, why would they dare to talk about Venerable Master Qin? Indeed, you don't know how arrogant Medicine King Chu's disciples are, they actually dared to say Brother Qin is ignorant. Jin Xuanhu became angrier as he spoke, not being able to teach them a lesson makes me very unhappy. They even told Brother Qin to get lost. This is too infuriating. Qin Yun said with smile, ignore them, let them do whatever they want. Jin he suddenly asked, Brother Qin, you said that Medicine King Chu is unable to attract 7th tribulation, what is going on? Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei understands these matters very well. Xiao Yuemei said, that guy's path to heaven has been terminated. Jin Xuanhu also finds this somewhat inconceivable. He asked, little miss, why do you say that? Is he really that sinful? In any case, if the 7th tribulation doesn't descend, it means that he has lost the chance to become an immortal. Of course, it's still possible to solve this problem. Let's see if he is sincere enough. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Don't help that Medicine King Chu. That old bastard doesn't know shit. His disciples are so arrogant, that old bastard is definitely not a good person. Jin Xuanhu said, let them do whatever they want, it would be best if they don't enter the Starry Sky Road. Jin he said in a very bad mood, those people from Earth Sun Palace are very arrogant, they keep speaking up for Medicine King Chu. Brother Qin, is it really that hard to build the Starry Sky Road? Why don't we do it alone? Don't let those guys participate. It requires a lot of materials and it must be built in the spirit desolate Xian domain. If the Xian domain is destroyed by the power of world extermination, it won't be able to be built. So it must be completed even faster. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, let's not talk about this anymore, let's drink. Right, let's drink. Jin Xuanhu said with smile. Jin Gangbao and Jin Jingwei also guessed that Qin Yan must have suffered grievances in that hall, otherwise Jin Xuanhu and Jin He would not have reacted like this. Of course, Qin Yan was not affected. At this time, Jin Xuanhu suddenly took out a Dao Tool treasure mirror and said, "Dad sent me sound transmission. I don't know what happened." Golden Sun Sect Master sent a sound transmission to Jin Xuanhu. He wants Jin Xuanhu to bring Qin Yan back. Moreover, he said that the talisman has great use, it can directly make those medicinal plants bloom. After Jin Xuanhu heard this, he is very surprised and told them about this matter. Jin He asked in amazement, "Brother Qin, what talisman is that? It can actually directly revive those medicinal seedlings." Jin Xuanhu laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha. Now those guys know how awesome Brother Qin is." Qin Yan said, "That talisman can condense the 9 sun spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Because one of the suns has fallen, there are only 8 types of sun spiritual energy flowing in the heaven and earth. Although the other type of sun spiritual energy is still there, it cannot be absorbed as easily as before." Jin Xuanhu exclaimed in admiration and said, "So it is like this. Those bastards said that inscription masters are useless in the field of medicinal plants, now they know that it is useful." Qin Yan took out a 9 condensation Dao talisman and a best quality Regent Origin stone. He placed the talisman on the Regent Origin stone. The Regent Origin stone immediately released dense 9-colored light and a great amount of 9 sun spiritual energy rushed out. This caused Jin Xuanhu to loudly shout in alarm. Huaimei, Jin Jingwei, and the other martial emperors are very shocked seeing this kind of 9 sun spiritual energy. Jin Xuanhu loudly shouted, "This kind of talisman, can it be used like this?" Jin He cried out in alarm, "I heard that Brother Qin has a method to quickly break through from martial king to martial emperor, it should be this method." Jin Gangbao said, "If you want to quickly release the energy inside the Regent Origin stone, you have to use a great formation. Our sect also has such a great formation but we cannot use it frequently. Only when we obtain rewards can we use the Regent Origin stone to cultivate." Qin Yan doesn't plan to hide a good thing like the 9 condensation Dao talisman. It is very useful inside the Transcending Xianxia region. Transcending Xianxia region has a great amount of resources, he can use the talisman to exchange for them. Jin Xuanhu asked, "Brother Qin, are you going to the Crystal Dragon boat now?" Xiao Yuemei lightly groaned and said, "Brother, don't go. Let them come by themselves, they are the ones who drove you away." Jin He said with smile, "Indeed, don't go. Those guys drove you away so arrogantly before, now they want to invite you back. We must teach them a lesson. Just stay here, don't go." Jin Xuanhu said with smile. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, "Brother Tiger, send sound transmission to your father, tell him that my brother doesn't have time to go. He is crafting a mysterious penetration Dao talisman, tell them to come back another day." Jin Xuanhu took out the Dao Tool treasure mirror and said, "All right, I will say this, we will stall for a bit. Isn't there going to be a conference in 2 days? Brother Qin can show up at that time. 2 old brothers, do you have talisman papers? I want to craft some Dao talismans." Qin Yan asked. "We do." Jin Xuanhu and Jin He promptly took out many talisman papers, they are all very good quality. Qin Yan took the talisman papers and said, "How much are you selling them for?" "I am giving them to you." Jin Xuanhu said with smile. "Brother Qin, you can take them. No need to be polite with us." Jin He also said. "These talisman papers are just a small thing to them." "Then many thanks, 2 old brothers." Qin Yan said with smile. "Let's go, I will arrange your accommodations." Jin Xuanhu sent sound transmission to Golden Sun Sect Master, then promptly brought Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei to a luxurious suite. Qin Yan indeed wants to craft Dao talismans. Earlier, he gave the Gemini treasure mirror to Yao Feng and Zi Qingqing so that they can craft Dao talismans inside. Yao Feng's mental power is very strong, it is very easy for her to condense blood spirit power. When she has free time, she will use the Gemini treasure mirror to craft Dao talismans for Qin Yan. There is also a set of 9 condensation Dao talisman runes carved inside the Gemini treasure mirror. Qin Yan wants to craft some because after Jin Xuanhu publicizes the usefulness of 9 condensation Dao talisman, the demand will surely fall short. Golden Sun Sect Master said, Venerable Master Qin is in seclusion crafting mysterious penetration Dao talismans, he doesn't have time to come. Everyone in the hall became completely silent. Qin Yan was driven away by them just now, it will not be easy for them to invite him back. They knew very well how the people here treated Qin Yan just now. Medicine King Chu said with sigh, this is all our fault, we had eyes but failed to see. He finished speaking and looked at his disciples and reprimanded them, you are the most responsible, yet you still wanted to use Setting Sun mysterious palm to attack him. Venerable Master Qin's temper is very good, otherwise the one who would have died would be you. That red-clothed woman lowered her head, bit her lips and said in low voice, he might not be able to kill me. Suluan said, my grandson Su Xiaoba possesses world extermination spirit, he is also a peak martial emperor but he is not able to defeat Venerable Master Qin without equipment. Aren't you also a peak martial emperor? You can't defeat my grandson. Su Xiaoba possesses world extermination spirit, this is something all the higher-ups of the great sects know. Qin Yan can defeat Su Xiaoba without equipment, if he used equipment, wouldn't he be even more powerful? That red-clothed woman said again, Master, he just said that your sins are grave and so on, didn't you also want to attack him? Medicine King Chu said with sigh, he is right. It is my fault, maybe. Maybe he has a way to help me deal with it? River Sun Palace Master glanced at Medicine Master Shui and said, Medicine Master Shui, I will go with you to find Venerable Master Qin and personally apologize to him. Moreover, I will give him some gifts. I will also go. I want to consult him on some matters. Medicine King Chu promptly said. Golden Sun Sect Master said, Venerable Master Qin is staying in our Golden Sun restaurant, everyone can go there and wait. Flame Sun Sect Master is in a bad mood because Qin Yan stayed in Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain before and now he is staying in Golden Sun Sect's restaurant. However, he can understand it because their Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's people rejected Qin Yan before. Those elders of Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain are cursing Su Luan's grandson Su Xiaoba in their hearts. If Su Xiaoba did not spread rumors everywhere, they would not be so prejudiced against Qin Yan. Everyone, let's go together. Anyway, the meeting is about to begin. Flame Sun Sect Master said. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are crafting Dao talismans inside a secret room. Xiao Yuemei condensed her blood spirit power on the Gemini treasure mirror and made the mirror project complex runes on the talisman paper. She feels that this is very fun, so Qin Yan is crafting it for her. I really want this kind of mirror. Xiao Yuemei's face is filled with envy. As she looked at the Gemini treasure mirror with pouting mouth. The Gemini heavenly rune inside the mirror is split off from Sister Kang's Gemini heavenly rune. That Gemini heavenly rune needs to absorb a lot of energy to split off, maybe I can make her Gemini heavenly rune split off again and then refine it into your small mirror. Qin Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, your small mirror is also a martial spirit, I will refine a martial spirit. Sister Kang is very good, she is also very good to me. I will go ask her, she will surely be willing to give it a try. Xiao Yuemei immediately became very happy and said with smile, Brother, Yan Yan and Sister Kang are very good to me. You are so beautiful, of course they are good to you. Qin Yan caressed her face and said with smile, let's go back to 100 Pagoda Sect and try again. If your small mirror fuses with Gemini heavenly rune, maybe it will have another kind of ability. Very good, I really want to go back quickly. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. Seeing how happy Xiao Yuemei is, Qin Yan informed Yao Feng about this matter. Tianshan is doomed among the cities on Fiery Sun Island, the Golden Sun restaurant was the best. At this moment, the entire restaurant had been booked. Several Nine Sun sect masters, as well as Medicine King Chu, are waiting for Qin Yan inside Golden Sun restaurant. They are sitting on chairs in a large hall, drinking tea prepared by Medicine King Chu and patiently waiting for Qin Yan to come out. Jin Xuanhu and Jin He are also here. Oh, didn't you guys say that Brother Qin is very ignorant? Why are you looking for him again? Jin Xuanhu looked at Medicine King Chu and other medicine masters and laughed loudly and said, a bunch of snobs who look down on people. These words made many people's faces turn ugly, but they didn't dare to fly into a rage. Because this restaurant belongs to the Golden Sun sect and Jin Xuanhu has a very good relationship with Qin Yan. Moreover, Jin Xuanhu is the son of Golden Sun sect master. Ahoo! The Gold Sun sect leader shouted, "Don't be rude." Jin Xuanhu is also an old man, moreover, he is a rather arrogant old man, but he is completely convinced by Qin Yun. He was not like Su Xiaoba, who clearly lost but still refused to accept it. I wonder if Brother Qin is willing to see you guys. Jin Xuanhu sat down, looked at Medicine King Chu and said with smile, Medicine King Chu, although Brother Qin's cultivation is not high, he is very capable. I just heard his sister mention something about the seventh tribulation. This was what Medicine King Chu was very concerned about. Grandmaster Qin's sister? What did she say? Medicine King Chu hastily asked. She said that your seventh tribulation can be resolved. That's all. I must say, although Brother Qin's little sister is a little girl, she is also very outstanding. Jin Xuanhu said with smile. He is saying this to help Qin Yun probe Medicine King Chu's attitude. If Medicine King Chu really cares about crossing tribulation, then he will certainly be willing to pay a great price. Suluan and Jin Jingwei are very clear about how dreadful Xiao Yuemei is. It is as if they can already see Medicine King Chu being ruthlessly slaughtered. Suluan said in low voice, Sect Master, Venerable Master Qin said before that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will explode. Do you believe me now? Everyone immediately looked at the Fire Sun Sect Master. This? I can't be sure. But didn't I send someone down to investigate? There will be results very soon. Flame Sun Sect Master said, that little girl said that she can see the destruction of Flame Sun Island. I really find it hard to believe. Of course, if the core really has cracks as they say, then I have no choice but to believe it. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will be destroyed? This is impossible. River Sun Palace Master frowned and said. If they wanted to destroy it, the flames released by Heaven Mountain would not be so strong and stable. Exactly. Each of our sects have their own heavenly mountains, our heavenly mountains are weakening, only your Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain is still flourishing, how can it be destroyed? Earth Sun Palace Master also does not believe it. You still dare to doubt Venerable Master Qin's words? Suluan curled his lips and said. The Golden Sun Sect Master frowned and said, send word that our Golden Sun Sect members in Fire Sun Island must evacuate as soon as possible. Jin Xuanhu said, I would rather believe it than not. An old man from Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain said in a very bad mood, maybe it was Venerable Master Qin who joined hands with your Golden Sun Sect to swindle us? I heard that Grandmaster Qin is very greedy. Jin he laughed loudly and said, you cannot believe it, he is not forcing you to believe it. River Sun Palace Master said, we will leave immediately after the meeting. The hearts of Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's people turned cold. If their heavenly mountain is destroyed, they will be the weakest among the 9 sun sects. I will go and take a look. I will personally go down and take a look at the core. Flame Sun Sect Master said. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei are crafting talismans in a secret room. Xiao Yuemei is using Gemini treasure mirror and Qin Yun is using carving knife to carve talismans. His talismans can be sold very well here, they can be exchanged for a large amount of high-quality Regent Origin stones. High-quality Regent Origin stones are very useful to him because they contain 9 sun energy. He has now discovered that heavenly runes need to absorb a large amount of energy from Regent Origin stones to grow. He is collecting Regent Origin stones not only for cultivation but also to refine heavenly runes. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed by. The meeting has already begun but Qin Yun still has not come out, so they can only continue with the meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss how everyone will work together to construct the Starry Sky Road and then go to Ancient Domain together. Furthermore, they want to verify the authenticity of the blueprint of the Starry Sky Road. Originally there were 9 sun sects, but one of them has been destroyed and now only 8 remain. The 8 9 sun sects of transcending Xianxia region are Golden Sun Sect, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain, River Sun Palace, Earth Sun Palace, Thunder Sun Sect, Heavenly Sun Island, Beast Sun Peak and Purple Sun Valley. These 8 sects have not been in contact with the 9 sun sects of Immortal Desolate for many years. Originally, the 9 sun sects of Immortal Desolate would frequently contact each other and help the weaker sects develop. But later on, only when there is an important matter, the higher level Great Desolate would ask the lower level 9 sun sects to help. Therefore, as time passed, the higher-level Great Desolate lost trust and no longer have any contact with each other. In fact, because the world extermination is approaching, all the 9 sun sects of the higher-level Great Desolate are trying every means possible to get rid of their predicament. They are preparing to go to other places to take refuge. After the meeting ended, Qinyan still did not come out. Other sect masters also decided to go back to gather resources and prepare to go to Xian Domain's 100 Pagoda sect. At that time, they will deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord and then build the Starry Sky Road together. When Qinyan came out, only Golden Sun Sect, River Sun Palace, as well as Medicine King Chu's group are here. As soon as Qinyan entered the reception hall, those people immediately stood up and politely greeted Qinyan. Venerable Master Qin, I was blind before and looked down on you. I hope you can forgive me. Medicine King Chu is the first to walk over and very sincerely apologize. Then he ordered his disciples to bow and apologize to Qinyan. Then River Sun Palace Master and Medicine Master Shui walked over and apologized to Qinyan. Of course, no matter how much they say, it is all empty words. Gifts are the key to show their sincerity. Qinyan received 2 storage pouches. There are 50 King Quality Regent Origin Stones in each pouch. This is 100 King Quality Regent Origin Stones in total. They are very sincere. Therefore, Qinyan accepted their apologies with smile. Because I was too engrossed in crafting talismans, I forgot the time. How is the meeting going? Qinyan asked. We have already decided to leave for Xian Domain. Golden Sun Sect Master said with smile. Venerable Master Qin, how many talismans do you have in total? Especially Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman and 9 Condensation Dao Talisman, they are very useful. River Sun Palace Master walked over and somewhat anxiously said, Venerable Master Qin, can you let us have the 9 Condensation Dao Talisman first? Make an offer. When Qinyan came out, Jin Xuanhu reminded him that River Sun Palace is overflowing with wealth because they can refine longevity jade nectar, so they must ruthlessly ask for an exorbitant price. River Sun Palace Master, 9 Condensation Dao Talisman is very expensive, moreover the process of crafting it is very difficult. Your River Sun Palace has a lot of medicinal ingredients, the number of Dao talismans you need is also very high. How about this, I will use the runes of the 9 Condensation Dao Talisman to make a great formation for you. This way, no matter where you are, you will be able to grow those medicinal ingredients. As for how to trade, we will discuss it in private later. Qinyan said with smile. Seeing the smile on Qinyan's face, Suluan knows what private discussion means. He, Suluan, has already been swindled by Qinyan. Very good. River Sun Palace Master now relaxed a lot, he is already prepared to be swindled by Qinyan. Golden Sun Sect Master said with smile, Venerable Master Qin, we have many younger generation in our sect, we need a lot of Regent Origin Stones. If we have Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman, we will be able to obtain Regent Origin Stones very quickly. 2 best quality Regent Origin Stones for 1 Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman. I don't have many at the moment. If you want a lot, you can place an order in advance. Qinyan said with smile. Here are 1,000 best quality Regent Origin Stones. I will place 500 without any soul contract. I trust you. Golden Sun Sect Master laughed heartily and handed over a storage pouch to Qinyan. Golden Sun Sect is also overflowing with wealth. Suluan is very happy in his heart because the Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman he bought before was 1 best quality Regent Origin Stone, it is a lot cheaper. Venerable Master Qin, I will return to the Crystal Dragon boat first, we will discuss the formation at that time. River Sun Palace Master said and then gave Qinyan an item that will allow him to find the location of the Crystal Dragon boat. Just as River Sun Palace Master is about to leave, Suluan said, Venerable Master Qin, there is no crack on the Heavenly Mountain's inner core. River Sun Palace Master and others stopped their footsteps after hearing this, they want to hear what Qinyan has to say. Xiao Yuemei said, the inner core repaired the crack on its own. Flame Sun Sect Master said with frown, to be honest, I find it very hard to believe that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain has been destroyed without any rhyme or reason. Xiao Yuemei looked at Golden Sun Sect Master and River Sun Palace Master and said again, my guess is that it is not only Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain that has been destroyed, other heavenly mountains will also be destroyed. This is mainly related to the sun that fell. Your heavenly mountain's inner core is the core of some formidable star. Then through a special method, it connects with 9 suns and absorbs the power of 9 suns to maintain its stability. This way, it can continuously provide great amount of 9 suns power for your heavenly mountain to absorb. Now, after a sun fell, the inner core that has survived for countless years by relying on 9 suns has lost its stability. It will collapse and explode at any time. River Sun Palace Master and Golden Sun Sect Master's expression greatly changed hearing this. Now it is their heavenly mountain's turn. They are just like Flame Sun Sect Master, they don't believe that their heavenly mountain will explode. Jin Xuanhu also yelled, "Little great aunt, is this true? Don't scare us. I have many good treasures hidden in Gold Sun Island." Jin he is scared, he hastily sent sound transmission to his friends, telling them to quickly leave Gold Sun Island. Medicine King Chu and his disciples are looking at the sect masters and elders in amazement. They are frantically sending out sound transmission to arrange for people to leave. God Communication Spirit Medicine King Chu pulled Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei out of the reception hall. After arriving at his suite, he ordered his disciples to apologize to Qin Yun again. Then he drove them out of the room. He is worried that they will spout nonsense here. "Miss Xiao, I heard from Jin Xuanhu that you can solve my current problem, is that true?" Medicine King Chu excitedly asked, his expression is filled with expectation as he looked at Xiao Yuemei. "Indeed." Xiao Yuemei faintly smiled and said, "However, to help you draw in 7th tribulation, me and my brother will have to pay a great price." Medicine King Chu chuckled and said, I understand. I will surely give you enough compensation. As long as I can draw in 7th tribulation, even if I die under tribulation thunder, I will be content." Xiao Yuemei glanced at Qin Yun and said again, "Medicine King Chu, what kind of compensation do you plan to give us? What kind of compensation do you plan to give us? What do you want?" Medicine King Chu asked. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei certainly do not lack regent origin stones. Therefore, Medicine King Chu doesn't know what kind of compensation he can give to tempt them. "Medicine King Chu, how did you become immortal?" Qin Yun thought about it and asked. Medicine King Chu has lived for a very long time, this matter is not false. According to rumor, Medicine King Chu can refine immortal and undying pills. The reason why I can become immortal and undying is not because of the effects of the pills I refined, rather I was born this way. You might not believe it, but ever since I have memories, I have been this old. I did not go through anything from an infant to a head full of white hair. It is also possible that I lost that part of my memories. Medicine King Chu is filled with perplexity as he spoke about this matter. Although Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei are amazed, they don't find it strange at all. Qin Yun also had a similar experience, he lost a part of his memories. Medicine King Chu said, "When I began to have memories, I also didn't understand anything, I knew nothing about this world. Later on, after many years, I gradually understood this world and began to cultivate. Later on, I mainly focused on pill refining." Xiao Yuemei said in low voice, "Medicine King Chu, do you have any pills that can quickly increase the cultivation of half-immortals? I don't have them with me because they are very rare. But I have the seeds of those medicinal ingredients, as well as pill recipe and concoction method. I can give them to you." Medicine King Chu finished speaking, then took out a box and said, "They are all inside." Xiao Yuemei opened the box and looked inside. There is a book and a few boxes filled with seeds. Qin Yun asked again, "Medicine King Chu, what is your martial spirit?" Medicine King Chu did not reply immediately, he looked very gloomy. After a while, he let out a long sigh and said, "My martial spirit is called the God Communication Martial Spirit. It allows me to communicate with all kinds of gods. Can you take a picture for me?" Xiao Yuemei hastily took out her mirror and placed it on Medicine King Chu's abdomen. "Miss Xiao, what is the use of doing this?" Medicine King Chu curiously asked. "I will try and see whether or not your martial spirit will affect your 7th tribulation." Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, "Uncle Chu, relax a bit." Medicine King Chu promptly nodded. Although he feels that it is very strange, he did not ask any questions. Xiao Yuemei's eyebrows are slightly creased, her small mirror suddenly started trembling. "Brother, quickly help me." Xiao Yuemei suddenly screamed in fear. Qin hastily stepped forward and yelled, "How can I help? Channel your power into my body." Xiao Yuemei anxiously yelled. Qin promptly channeled Nether Sun power into Xiao Yuemei's body. The fiercely trembling mirror gradually stabilized, but it is still slightly trembling. Medicine King Chu's eyes are now closed. It is as if he is sleeping. Apparently he doesn't know what is happening. Qin feels that this is very strange and asked, "Yuemei, what actually happened? How did it become like this?" "I don't know, that martial spirit is very dreadful. It is the strongest martial spirit I have ever seen." Xiao Yuemei's face is filled with fear. "Just now, I felt that my mirror was almost torn to pieces." Qin looked at Medicine King Chu and lightly yelled, Senior. Medicine King Chu's eyes are still closed. He did not reply. "Then what do we do now?" Qin anxiously asked. "If this goes on, won't you be in danger?" "I don't know, but I can feel that my mirror is cracking." Xiao Yuemei shook her head, bit her lips and said, "We should persevere for a while and see." At this time Ling Yuner said to Qin, "Xiao Yun, that God connection martial spirit is very strange. If my guess is not wrong, that kind of soul body must have been bestowed by God. Medicine King Chu's origin is very strange. Maybe it is greatly related to that God connection martial spirit." Qin knows how serious this matter is. He communicated with God before, that evil God, so he knows that gods are very dreadful. "Sister Yao Feng, me and Yuemei have encountered a big problem." Qin sent sound transmission to Yao Feng. "What's the matter?" Yao Feng's voice is filled with panic and worry. Qin informed Yao Feng about Xiao Yuemei's attempt to duplicate God connection martial spirit. After Yao Feng heard this, she said in great alarm, "It is actually God connection martial spirit. This little girl Yuemei is truly reckless." "Sister Yao Feng, what happened to the God connection martial spirit?" Qin asked. Yao Feng very anxiously said, "People who possess God connection martial spirit are called God slaves. This kind of God slave usually worked for the gods. Moreover, God slaves don't receive any orders, they only work according to their subconscious. And God slaves don't know that they are God slaves. What will happen if Yuemei obtains God connection martial spirit?" Qin is also scared. He did not expect Medicine King Chu to have this kind of status. He immediately recalled that Medicine King Chu frequently performs sacrificial ceremonies. Moreover, they are all sacrificial ceremonies for gods. Medicine King Chu himself doesn't know why he does it, he only feels that it can solve the problem. He can also ask gods to help him solve the problem, but at the same time, he will need to sacrifice many lives to gods. "I don't know what to do. The transcendent martial spirit was meant to communicate with the gods. I also don't know which god his God connection martial spirit communicates with." Yao Feng is pacing back and forth inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul's third pearl. She very much wants to come out and help, but she can't, otherwise she will be sucked into the immortal desolate. "It must be evil god," Qin suddenly said, and then informed Yao Feng about the sacrificial ceremony. "It might not necessarily be evil god. If we want to solve the problem of plants and trees, it is not the work of evil god." Yao Feng suddenly thought of something and said, "Didn't you kill a guy who was possessed by evil god? That guy's devil horn is still with me." "Indeed? What's the use of it?" Qin asked. "I will give you the devil horn. You can use it to try and see whether or not you can draw out evil god and then converse with evil god and make a deal with him. Otherwise you and Yuemei will be harmed by God connection martial spirit, you might even die." Yao Feng said, "I know very little about gods. I only know that gods can only exist in divine desolate, but they often need help from other people of great desolate." Qin took out the devil horn and poured in his power to stimulate the evil power inside. Not long after, Medicine King Chu opened his eyes are completely red, his expression has become malevolent, his entire body is emitting black evil energy. Evil God has indeed appeared, moreover he is possessing Medicine King Chu's body. "Evil God, we meet again," Qin yelled. "Wretched little ant, are you summoning me? I did not come to find you, but you actually came to find me." Evil God said in malevolent voice. "Do you know what we are doing now?" Qin asked. "You want to seize God connection spirit, this is a great taboo." "Ha ha ha. You are dead." Evil God laughed loudly and said. Xiao Yuemei is so shocked that she is speechless. What is happening right now is beyond her understanding. Evil God, we can make a deal. If you help us escape from danger, I will work for you in the Nine Desolate. Qin Yan's brows are creased as he said, of course, I will not do anything that goes against my conscience. What qualifications do you have to work for me? Evil God said with sneer. I have 9 Sun Divine Hammer, 9th Heaven Xian Sparrow and Nether Sun, is this enough? Qin Yan said in cold voice. Oh? You actually obtained 2 9 Sun souls. Evil God said in amazement, there is also Nether Sun? I don't believe it. Qin Yan took out 9 Sun Divine Hammer, released Nether Sun power and said, 9th Heaven Xian Sparrow is in slumber. After Evil God saw 9 Sun Divine Hammer and sensed Nether Sun power, he began to believe Qin Yan. Humph, your 9 Sun Divine Hammer is finished. If the 9 suns continue to fall, your 9th Heaven Xian Sparrow will also die. Evil God groaned, your Nether Sun is pretty good, it has grown up very healthily. These days, finding someone with Nether Sun is like finding a needle in a haystack. Qin Yan cannot help but feel pain in his heart when he thought about 9th Heaven Xian Sparrow's death. So you are willing? Qin Yan asked. Now the problem is that the God Communication Spirit can only be transferred to this little girl. With the God Communication Spirit on your body, I can make you do as I say. Evil God said. Evil God, so long as you help, can you duplicate the God Communication Spirit? Qin Yan asked. I can. But what about you? How can you obtain the God Communication Spirit? If you can solve this problem, I will make a deal with you. Evil God asked again. I'll extract the God Conduit Spirit from this old man's body and then give him another martial spirit. When I extract his God Conduit Spirit, I'm sure it will cause some danger. Can you handle it when the time comes? You are a soul refiner? Evil God is somewhat amazed. Indeed. Qin Yan nodded. All right. Evil God looked at Xiao Yuemei and said again, this little girl also has the God Communication Spirit, then you must be careful in the future. If she is discovered by other gods and is punished, it will not be my responsibility. This is a matter for the future. Qin Yan calmed down, now he urgently needs to deal with the matter at hand. Destruction of Heavenly Mountain Chapter 1039, Destruction of Heavenly Mountain. Qin Yan can only take one step at a time, he wants to get rid of the danger first. Xiao Yuemei is also stunned, she never thought that using a mirror to look at someone's martial spirit would produce an evil god. Medicine King Chu is now in deep sleep, he doesn't know what is happening, he doesn't even know that he has been possessed by Evil God. He also doesn't know how Evil God transferred power to Xiao Yuemei and allowed her to smoothly record the God Communication Spirit in the mirror. Now Xiao Yuemei can also take back the mirror. Although the surface of the mirror is cracked, the injury is not too serious, it will heal very quickly. Qin Yan is now extracting Medicine King Chu's God Communication Spirit. Not long after, Qin Yan smoothly extracted the God Communication Spirit without Medicine King Chu noticing. Since Medicine King Chu wants to refine pills, I will give him a Black Flame Martial Spirit. Qin Yan took out a Soul Sealing Pearl and fused the Black Flame Martial Spirit into Medicine King Chu's body. Quickly fuse with the God Communication Spirit. Evil God said. Qin Yan placed the God Communication Spirit into the Nether Sun and let it fuse with it. After the fusion, Qin Yan's Nether Sun trembled and the Devil Horn released Evil God's evil laughter. Xiao Yuemei has also heard about Evil God, she is now looking at Qin Yan with great worry and said in low voice, brother, that guy won't kill you, right? He won't. Qin Yan said with smile, I am only doing business with him. I am worried that he will make you do bad things. Xiao Yuemei said in somewhat vexation, it is all my fault, if it were not for me, things would not have turned out like this. It doesn't matter, if he wants me to do bad things, I won't do them. Qin Yan said. Evil God said, Qin Yan, when you want to contact me, just use the Devil Horn. I will look for you about the business later. The Devil Horn in Qin Yan's hand suddenly became very small, it now looks like a curved dog's teeth. At this time, Medicine King Chu also woke up. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei did not inform Medicine King Chu about what happened just now. What happened just now? Medicine King Chu's expression is filled with confusion as he looked at Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei. Medicine King Chu, we acted on our own and changed your God communication martial spirit to black flame martial spirit. Only like this can you attract seventh tribulation. Xianxia said. As long as a seventh tribulation half immortal can come down, you can do anything. Medicine King Chu closed his eyes and sensed his new martial spirit. He has lived for a very long time, so he can quickly adapt to this kind of change. Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yun are also waiting for Medicine King Chu to adapt. Less than half an hour passed by, Medicine King Chu opened his eyes and said with a smile on his face, "Very good, I can sense that seventh tribulation is about to arrive." Qin Yun said, "If the seventh tribulation doesn't come, I can still create a flag array to attract the seventh tribulation." "No need for now." Medicine King Chu chuckled and said, "Thank you both. By the way, I haven't paid you yet." Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei also don't know what this Medicine King Chu has, so they can't ask for compensation. Medicine King Chu thought for a bit, then took out a command token and handed it over to Qin Yun. "This is Medicine King Island's command token, so long as you take it, you can go to Medicine King Island. There are many medicinal herbs planted on the Medicine King Island. Although they are not mature yet, they should be ripe soon. I'll give you the entire island right now." Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei nodded and said, "Many thanks Medicine King Chu." Medicine King Chu said with smile, "I should be the one thanking you. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to stay here. I want to break through, I want to become an immortal, I want to go to Immortal Desolate." Qin Yun looked at the command token and said, "Can this command token take me to Medicine King Island?" "Indeed. Venerable Master Qin, the medicinal herbs on the Medicine King Island are enough for you to cross Martial Emperor Realm." "Oh, that's right, Senior, I want to ask you about the Immortal Gate." Qin Yun suddenly asked. "Immortal Gate is mysterious and unfathomable, even I have only seen it more than 10 times in transcending Xianxia region." Speaking of the Immortal Gate, Medicine King Chu sighed and said, "It is basically impossible to go to Immortal Desolate from the Immortal Gate." Qin Yun asked, "Why is it impossible?" Medicine King Chu's expression is filled with fear as he said, "It is very difficult, very dangerous. I have gone in 3 times and every time I was forced back by the formidable power inside. Of course, if Venerable Master Qin has other methods, you can give it a try. Venerable Master Qin, your cultivation is still too low. You should wait until you are a half immortal and then go take a look. Of course, if you go to Ancient Domain, you won't have the chance to experience the Immortal Gate." Qin Yun wants to go to Ancient Domain and also to find the Immortal Gate because he wants to quickly go to Immortal Desolate. Medicine King Chu said with smile, "I will return first, I will prepare to cross tribulation and also familiarize myself with my new martial spirit." He opened the door and saw that his disciples are waiting outside. "We should return. If my 7th tribulation doesn't come, I will also go to Ancient Domain to take a look," Medicine King Chu said. Since Medicine King Chu can sense the 7th tribulation, he is certain that it will come but he doesn't know when it will come. Qin Yun nodded and left with Xiao Yuemei. After they left, they saw River Sun Palace Master and others. Just now, they sent sound transmission to their sect to make arrangements to evacuate. They don't want their sect's heavenly mountain to explode but they trust Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei very much. Therefore, they can only evacuate their sect's people first. Flame Sun Island's people have already left. "Venerable Master Qin, I need to return as soon as possible. We will discuss the matter of letting the medicinal sprouts grow again another day. I will return to River Sun Palace to deal with some matters and then immediately leave for Xian Domain's 100 Pagoda sect," River Sun Palace Master said. "Alright, after I return, if I have time, I will also refine a great formation. I will let you use it as soon as possible," Qin Yun said. "Many thanks to you too for informing us about the Heavenly Mountain's destruction in advance, we are extremely grateful. Rest assured, we will immediately rush to 100 Pagoda sect and deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord," River Sun Palace Master said with smile. "Farewell. Flame Sun Sect Master and Golden Sun Sect Master have already left to deal with their sect's matters. Only Suluan is still here. Venerable Master Qin, I will escort you back to 100 Pagoda sect," Suluan said. "Alright." Qin Yun nodded. Suluan took out his large ship and brought along his people. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei are standing on the bow of the ship, looking at the heavenly mountain spewing flames. Xiao Yuemei said, let's wait for 1 or 2 more days. Suluan is also standing on the bow of the ship, looking at the distant flame sun heavenly mountain. He let out a long sigh and said, our 9 sun sects can only go to Xian Domain and build Starry Sky Road together. Then we can quickly go to Ancient Domain and build a new home. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, Senior Su, don't be sad. After your 9 sun sects go to Ancient Domain, it would be best if you join hands and build a new home together. Suluan nodded and said, I also have the same idea, I am just worried that there will be many disputes. At that time, no one will accept anyone, it will be very troublesome. 100 Pagoda sect has 100 Pagoda masters, but when facing foreign enemies, they are still united. If you go to Ancient Domain and face the threat of foreign enemies, you will surely unite. Qin Yun said. I hope so. Suluan said. Su Xiaoba is also on the ship. He looked at Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain and said with some sadness, is Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain truly finished? I grew up in that place. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, little shameless puppy, you didn't believe me before but now you will believe me very soon. There are many big and small ships in the sea area near Flame Sun Island, they belong to the people on the island. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's formidable elders are using their own ships to carry their disciples and are looking at Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain from the distance. Originally, Suluan could have sent off Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei ahead of time. But Xiao Yuemei wants to stay and see with her own eyes what will happen when Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain explodes. Moreover, she also wants to know whether or not good things will come out of the core. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 days passed by. Flame Sun Island is already completely empty. Even the formidable 6th Tribulation half-immortals don't dare to stay on the island. Flame Sun Sect Master and other elders of Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain are also on Suluan's ship. They are all looking at the trembling Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. Xiao Yuemei said, it won't explode in an instant, there will be some signs. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's people were still holding on to a trace of hope, they were hoping that Xiao Yuemei's prophecy was wrong. But now they can see that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain is shaking and they know that the destruction is about to begin. Suluan loudly shouted, properly control the ship, if the explosion reaches here, we must quickly avoid it. They are now only 20 to 30,000 meters away from Flame Sun Island, they are still very close. Hoo, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain suddenly spewed out a very intense flame. The flame brought along red light and enveloped the entire island in a flash. Although they are very far away, they can still see the raging flame burning on the island. Flame Sun Sect Master raised his head and let out a long sigh, I truly did not expect that this day would truly come. Now many elders arrived one after another and thanked Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yun. At the same time, they also apologized to them. They are incomparably respectful towards Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain has truly exploded, if they did not evacuate in time, they would have suffered great losses. Boom, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain exploded with a burst of light and explosion and turned into countless fragments in an instant. A great amount of fragments flew out, giving rise to a violent and ferocious scorching sea wave that rushed all around. Xiao Yuemei suddenly sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, brother, something good has appeared inside, do you want to go take a look? Qin Yun's heart is stirred as he asked, what good thing is it? Now the wind and waves are very big and very hot. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain exploded, releasing a red energy flame that dyed the sky red. All the ships are moving very fast because there is a hot and steaming sea wave rushing over from the front. Giant waves that were hundreds of meters tall surged forward like ferocious beasts. I don't know, let's go take a look. You have Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, there won't be any problem. I will go with you. Xiao Yuemei said. Qin Yun said to Suluan, Senior Su, I want to go with Yuemei to take a look. I am worried that something dreadful might appear over there. Venerable Master Qin, this is too dangerous. Just as Suluan was about to go, he saw Qin Yun take out Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. There won't be any problem. Qin Yun said, then covered himself and Xiao Yuemei and flew towards Flame Sun Island. Suluan, Flame Sun Sect Master, as well as other sect elders are all emotionally moved seeing Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. Chapter 1040, Evil God Trade Flame Sun Island is now filled with intense flame. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are enveloped by Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, so they are not injured by the flame. The Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet could resist the powerful tribulation lightning. The flames here were at most as powerful as the tribulation lightning, so they could do nothing to the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. "Brother, fly towards the heavenly mountain," Xiao Yuemei yelled. "All right." Qin Yan very carefully flew over. One cannot fly too high in transcending Xianxia region, they can only fly at low altitude. But the flame at low altitude is very intense. Of course, it was very easy for Qin Yan to block it. Very soon, they arrived at the heavenly mountain. There is a huge crater there, the flame below is still surging out. Xiao Yuemei said with frown, "Brother, we should return. Even if we have Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, it won't be easy to go down." Just as Qin Yan is about to return, he suddenly recalled Ninth Heaven Xian Sparrow Yang. He hastily took out a very large flame light ball. Is this the Ninth Heaven Xian Sparrow?" Xiao Yuemei asked in low voice. "Indeed, I will put her in, there should be no problem, right?" Just as Qin Yan finished speaking, the large flame light ball suddenly flew out of his hand and entered the crater. "She entered by herself," Qin Yan said in pleasant surprise. "It seems like the thing below is very helpful to her," Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Not long after, a huge flame whirlpool suddenly appeared at the several kilometer-wide crater. A great amount of flame is unceasingly rushing down. "Yang is devouring the flame," Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei saw this scene from inside the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and guessed that Yang is crazily devouring flame. Qin Yan said, "I hope Yang will wake up soon." Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, "That little duck will have a great change." "Hard to say. That is a divine beast, it will take several 100,000 years for it to fully mature." Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Yang's devouring speed is very fast. Not long after, the flame in the crater gradually weakened and the flame whirlpool's rotation speed also became slower. Naturally, Flame Sun Island is still burning with raging flame. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei can only continue waiting. At this time, Su Luan transmitted sound transmission to inquire about the situation. Qin Yan told Su Luan not to worry and told them to wait a bit longer. Although the core had exploded, the amount of energy released was not too much. They would only blow up the heavenly mountain and burn the entire island. There was still a lot of energy left in the depths of the core. The flames on the fiery Sun Island grew fiercer and fiercer. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei have been waiting on the island for 2 days, but Yang still has not come up. Just as Qin Yan was about to head down to take a look, he suddenly saw a purplish gold beam appear. This was a very small bird, but its entire body was shimmering with powerful purplish golden light. "It's Yang!" Qin Yan shouted. The Ninth Heaven Xian Sparrow had undergone a huge change. Previously, it was a duckling that had just hatched its shell. Now, even though it was the size of a bird, it looked a bit like a phoenix. There were purple and gold feathers on its body, and there were 9 very long tail feathers that flickered with 9-colored light. Qin Yan promptly spread open his palm, Yang landed on his palm and began chirping. "Yang, you are so beautiful, let big sister pet you," Xiao Yuemei said with smile, then gently caressed Yang's beautiful purplish gold feathers. Yang also seems to like Xiao Yuemei very much, she chirped again. "Little Jade Rabbit and little Momo are sleeping, don't wake them up," Qin Yan said with smile. "Let big sister hug you before going back." Xiao Yuemei hugged Yang and very tenderly caressed the purplish gold feathers on her back. She said with smile, "It's so warm, it's so good to touch. You have suddenly become so beautiful, Momo will surely be very happy to see you." Qin Yan said with smile. Yang doesn't seem to be able to speak yet, she chirped again, apparently she is also very happy. Qin Yan placed her inside the first pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Soul and let Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi cut some dragon meat to feed her. "Luckily I prepared a lot of dragon meat, it should be enough for her to eat for a while." Qin Yan said with smile, "Let's go back." "Brother, that evil god said that Yang will die. I am very worried about her." Xiao Yuemei recalled that this adorable little thing will die and suddenly felt very sad. "Sister Kiru said that nothing will happen." We must believe in Sister Kiru. Qin Yan patted Xiao Yuemei's head and said with smile. Then he controlled the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet to fly back. Not long after, they returned to Suluan's large ship. This large ship is very far away from Flame Sun Island, otherwise it would have also been burnt. Qin Yan did not expect that even though Yang Yang has been devouring the energy of the core for the past 2 days, the flames of Flame Sun Island still managed to spread to the sea surface. Raging flames are burning on the sea surface near Flame Sun Island. The temperature of the water is also very high. Sect Master and others are rushing towards River Sun Palace. Now that the heavenly mountain of the 9 sun sects has been destroyed, they want to discuss some matters. It should be the matter of merging. Suluan said, Venerable Master Qin, I will send you back to 100 Pagoda sect first. Alright. Qin Yan is very anxious to return to 100 Pagoda sect. On one hand, he wants to contact Xia Kiru. On the other hand, he wants to see whether or not he can make Kong Feiqing's Gemini Heavenly Rune split into another Gemini Heavenly Rune. Qin Yan and Yao Feng already discussed the matter of Evil God. Yao Feng only said that Evil God will not make Qin Yan do anything too dangerous because it is very difficult for Evil God to find qualified subordinates. They will not be easily killed. These past few days, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei have been staying in their room on the large ship. Xiao Yuemei is fiddling with the God communication spirit while Qin Yan is holding the devil horn and communicating with Evil God. Evil God, I have the God communication spirit. Do I also need to be filial to other gods? Qin Yan asked. You only need to listen to my orders. Other gods will only tempt you to make sacrifices and then agree to help you with some small matter. If you believe them, you will surely go around killing people to make sacrifices. Just trust me. Evil God said with evil grin. Evil God, you must not make me do something utterly devoid of conscience. Qin Yan said. Your soul can be considered pure. A person with such pure soul can listen to my Evil God's orders. I will surely use you for other things. Rest assured, I will not let you do anything that will pollute your pure soul. Evil God finished speaking and suddenly laughed evilly. In the past, the people that the Evil God would possess were all extremely evil. Only then would the Evil God be able to control them and make them stronger. However, there are many such people. Evil God already feels that it is very boring. Now, not to mention that Qin Yan's soul is pure, he also possesses formidable power. This is different from other subordinates of Evil God. Evil God, Yuemei also has the God communication spirit. Will she be alright? Qin Yan asked with some worry. Let's see if she can resist the temptation or not. If she can't resist the temptation and follow those messy gods' orders to make sacrifices and kill a large number of people, then she will be in trouble. Evil God said with sneer, although I am called Evil God, those messy gods are also not good birds. Then what do you want me to do? Qin Yan asked. I am now in Spirit Desolate. This place is about to be exterminated. If you want me to do something, I don't have much time. Extermination is about to reach Spirit Desolate? I wonder when will I arrive in Divine Desolate. I am truly looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Evil God laughed heartily. Qin Yan very much wants to throw away the devil horn because he really hates Evil God's laughter. But he is worried that he will vent his anger on Evil God and cause him and Xiao Yuemei to be retaliated against. Little demon, after you have settled down, if I have something suitable for you to do, I will inform you. During this period of time, properly resist the world extermination heavenly calamity. Don't die in the heavenly calamity. Evil God finished speaking and no longer spoke. Qin Yan stored away the devil horn and felt a bit relieved. At least Evil God will not let him do anything bad. He knocked on Xiao Yuemei's door. Come in. Xiao Yuemei lightly yelled. She is holding a small mirror in her hand. Qin Yan said with smile, Yuemei, is there a reaction from that God communication spirit? Xiao Yuemei nodded and said with smile, there is a guy who calls herself the beauty god. From her voice, it sounds like an old woman. She said that she can make me very beautiful, but I must follow her instructions and make a sacrificial altar. Then I must kill 1,000,000 people and sacrifice them to her. Yuemei, don't act recklessly. Qin Yan said anxiously. Brother, I have this, I won't act recklessly. Xiao Yuemei shook the mirror, the overwhelming righteous martial spirit appeared inside. She said with smile, I won't turn bad, otherwise you will also hate me. Qinyan hugged her and said with smile, if you turn bad, I won't know how to explain it to you Alon. You just need to swindle that scoundrel, don't kill innocent people. Got it. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, then kissed Qinyan's forehead. I am already very beautiful, how beautiful can that beauty god make me? It is not reliable at all. Oh that's right, apart from beauty god, are there any other gods? Qinyan asked. There is also some good luck god, she said that she can make my luck better and also make me sacrifice people. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, brother, you are my good luck god. When I am together with you, good luck comes rolling in. Qinyan pinched her face and said with smile, remember, don't listen to those messy gods, they will only make you kill people. Xiao Yuemei solemnly nodded her head, I will definitely remember. Soon after, she somewhat anxiously said, brother, I am worried that evil god will turn you bad. Evil god just said that he would never taint my pure soul. He said that I am very useful to him. Qinyan said with smile, I am a very good person, evil god also doesn't want me to become bad, ha ha ha. Xiao Yuemei also felt a lot relieved. More than 10 days later, Suluan's large ship is flying in the sky of Xian Domain. Its speed has become a lot faster and it is now flying towards 100 Pagoda Sect. As they are approaching 100 Pagoda Sect, people on the ship heard a burst of evil voice coming from the distance. Chapter 1041, Pure Sun Thunder Sect. Suluan heard Ghost Beast Overlord's voice and said, Venerable Master Qin, you and Miss Xiao return first. We will immediately go investigate the situation of Ghost Beast Remote Lake. When other 9 Sun Sects arrive, we will immediately attack and capture Ghost Beast Overlord. Alright. Qinyan nodded. Ghost Beast Overlord has attacked several times since Qinyan left 100 Pagoda Sect. Luckily 100 Pagoda Sect's barrier formation is very strong and can resist the attacks. Qinyan and Xiao Yuemei left Suluan's ship, passed through 100 Pagoda Sect's barrier formation and returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. Granny Star is not here, she has gone to attend a meeting. At the first floor of Star Traveling Pagoda, Xianxia, who is wearing blue and white clothes, is drinking tea with her legs crossed. She is now wearing light battle attire, making her elegant and graceful appearance appear somewhat heroic and also have a trace of charm. Big Sister Yi. Xiao Yuemei ran over and stroked Xianxia's soft ponytail hair. She said with smile, how come you are so free? Don't you want to go into seclusion? Yuemei, I also want to go into seclusion. But Ghost Beast Overlord has attacked again and again, as the chief disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda, I must prepare for battle at any time. Xianxia faintly sighed, then raised a dessert high in the air. Xiao Yuemei opened her mouth and bit the dessert. She said with charming smile, many thanks Big Sister Yi, who made this? It is so delicious. Big Sister Kong and Yan Yan made it. Xianxia said with gentle smile, did you have any harvest in transcending Xianxia region? Great harvest. Xiao Yuemei said with smile and then looked at Qinyan. Selling talismans made my hands cramp. Qinyan said with mischievous smile, don't worry about Ghost Beast Overlord, when the time comes, 8-9 Sun Sects will come to help. Xianxia stood up in amazement, she doesn't dare to believe this, is this true? 8-9 Sun Sects will come to help. Isn't Ghost Beast Overlord too pitiful? Xiao Yuemei said with smile, my brother is a venerable master, even 9 Sun Sects must show him some respect. Awesome, my man. Xianxia gently smiled and caressed Qinyan's handsome face. Big Sister Yi, aren't you just pretending to be his concubine? My big sister is the main wife, you still have to pass her test. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Yuemei, when the time comes, you must put in some good words for me. Xianxia giggled and said. It is unknown whether she is joking or serious. As she spoke, she fed Xiao Yuemei another piece of pastry. Xiao Yuemei felt that it was very delicious and nodded her head in agreement. Qinyan felt that if Xiao Yuelan knew about this, she would definitely pinch her younger sister ruthlessly. Xiao Yun, Granny Star went to First Pagoda. First Pagoda's Feng Redian invited people from Pure Sun Thunder Sect to help deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. Although Jian family sword cultivators are very strong, Ghost Beast Overlord's overall strength is far beyond our imagination. Xianxia said. Pure Sun Thunder Sect is a big sect in Xian Domain, they are very strong. Jian family people are also unable to exterminate the ghost beast overlord? Qin Yan asked. At most they can only repel the ghost beast overlord, but this is not the way. Feng Retian has good relationship with Pure Sun Thunder sect, so he invited them. Granny Star also said that Pure Sun Thunder sect's price is not low. Yi Yaoshua said. Alright, let's go to Pure Sun Thunder sect now. Qin Yan said. I won't go, I want to play with Sister Tian Tian and also Sister Kong, I want to eat her pastry. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, then entered the Starry Sky teleportation formation and left for Star Picking Pavilion. Let's go. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. He left Star Traveling Pagoda and flew towards First Pagoda with Yi Yaoshue. Xiao Yun, my heavenly rune martial spirit has a bit of a situation, when we return, help me take a look. I can sense that my heavenly rune martial spirit and I have a kind of telepathic connection, blood vein connection, but this feeling is not clear enough, it is still very vague. Yi Yaoshue said. Alright. Qin Yan is slightly startled and nodded. Yi Yaoshua's heavenly rune martial spirit is also the focus of his research. According to his and Ling Yuner speculations, as Yi Yaoshua's cultivation unceasingly increases, her heavenly rune martial spirit will also gradually evolve. If it is like Kong Feiqing's Gemini heavenly rune, it can evolve and form its own spirit, then Qin Yan will know what use Yi Yaoshua's heavenly rune martial spirit has. Not long after, Qin Yan and Yi Yaoshue arrived at the entrance of First Pagoda. The people at the entrance saw Qin Yan and Yi Yaoshue arrive and promptly stopped them. You don't seem to be First Pagoda's people. Yi Yaoshue saw that the guards at the entrance are very unfamiliar and said in cold voice. Pagoda Master Feng has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. Quickly leave, the guards at the entrance said in cold voice. I am Yi Yaoshue. Yi Yaoshue saw that the guard's attitude is very bad and shouted, You are not disciples of my 100 Pagoda sect. What right do you have to stop us from entering? Yi Yaoshue? A heavenly daughter who has become someone's concubine? A guard said with sneer, You can be rude and unreasonable in 100 Pagoda sect, but that doesn't mean we are afraid of you. We are indeed not disciples of 100 Pagoda sect, we also don't care. We are from Pure Sun Thunder sect. Yi Yaoshue, obediently go back and become someone's concubine, why did you come here to join in the fun? Oh that's right, I heard that your man is very awesome, he is some venerable master. TCH, if he was so awesome, your 100 Pagoda sect wouldn't need to ask our Pure Sun Thunder sect to take action. Ha ha ha. Pure Sun Thunder sect's disciples are truly capable, running over from far away to guard the entrance of First Pagoda, what kind of spirit is this? Stupid dogs are only SOSO. Qin Yan faintly smiled. Who are you? Are you insulting us? That middle-aged man from Pure Sun Thunder sect furiously said, We are honored guests invited by Feng Retian. Feng Retian said that if anyone dares to humiliate us, we can attack them at will. I am just ridiculing you, didn't you ridicule us just now? Naturally, if you think that I am humiliating you, you can attack me. Qin Yan said with chuckle. Yi Yaoshue took out a red long saber, stood in front of Qin Yan and said in cold voice, You two dogs, if you have the guts, attack. He is the Pagoda Master of Star Traveling Pagoda, if you dare attack him, I will chop you into pieces. Yi Yaoshue, who looked very delicate and charming just a moment ago, has now become ice-cold and fierce. Her transformation is so fast that it caused those two Pure Sun Thunder sect's disciples to be amazed. Your 100 Pagoda sect is facing imminent disaster, yet you are still so arrogant. You insulted us, we will also not be polite. That middle-aged man thinks that only his Pure Sun Thunder sect can save 100 Pagoda sect, so he is not afraid of Qin Yan and Yi Yaoshue. However, just as he was about to attack, Shenbeijian arrived. Impudent. Shenbeijian's shout shook the two Pure Sun Thunder sect's disciples and caused them to vomit blood and scream miserably. These two disciples are only martial emperors and Shenbeijian is a very valiant sixth tribulation half-immortal. Your 100 Pagoda sect is very good. You clearly need our help, yet you are so disrespectful, just wait for us, that middle-aged man vomited blood. And promptly rushed into 100 Pagoda sect to find Feng Retian. Qin Yan sent sound transmission to Shenbeijian on his way here. Seeing Qin Yan return, Shenbeijian let out a sigh of relief and asked, Pagoda Master Qin, how is the progress? Very smooth, Senior Su's ship is already heading towards the Ghost Beast remote lake to investigate. Qin Yan said with smile, rest assured, the matter of Ghost Beast Overlord will be settled very quickly, we don't even need to take action. Shen Beijian said with smile, this is for the best. So that we don't have to suffer the wrath of Pure Sun Thunder sect. You saw it just now, those two dogs actually dared to be so rude and unreasonable, it is all because of Feng Rishan's indulgence. Yi Yaoxue said in cold voice, Feng Redian wants to borrow the power of Pure Sun Thunder sect to suppress us? Shen Beijian nodded and said, Feng Rishan's relationship with Pure Sun Thunder sect is very good. Now they let Pure Sun Thunder sect's people come here and even let them operate inside 100 Pagoda sect. It is clear that they want to collude with Pure Sun Thunder sect to control 100 Pagoda sect. The matter of constructing Starry Sky Road is very secretive, Feng Redian and Pure Sun Thunder sect don't know about it. They also don't know about the secret transaction between Qin Yun and Nine Sun sects. Therefore, they believe that Qin Yun and Shen Beijian will not be able to deal with Ghost Beast Overlord. If Feng Redian can deal with Ghost Beast Overlord, he will be able to regain his prestige. Pagoda Master Qin, those friends from Jian family are very awesome. They used a lot of effort to repel Ghost Beast Overlord's sneak attacks. Let's go, I will bring you to the conference hall. Shen Beijian said with smile. Yi Yaoxue and Qin Yun followed behind Shen Beijian and arrived at the spacious and luxurious conference hall. There are many Pagoda Masters, Elders, and Chief Disciples of 100 Pagoda sect inside. Then there are Pure Sun Thunder sect's sect master and other people. Pure Sun Thunder sect's sect master's name is Lei Xiaowei. He looks very old, there are many layers of wrinkles on his face, his complexion is dark, his body is very thin and small but lightning is throbbing inside his eyes from time to time. His aura is also very formidable. Lei Xiaowei saw Qin Yun and Yi Yaoxue arrive and said with sneer, Pagoda Master Feng, this must be the influential person of your 100 Pagoda sect, right? Feng Redian groaned and said, it is this guy who has enmity with Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain and Golden Sun sect, causing us to be isolated and helpless, causing us to face the threat of Ghost Beast Overlord. Feng Zhijin is also here, he furiously said, we should kick this guy out, he only knows how to stir up trouble. Just now he bullied two martial brothers of Pure Sun Thunder sect. Quickly kick him out, if it were not for him, our 100 Pagoda sect would not be like this. Shut up. Shen Beijian furiously rebuked, who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak like this to a Pagoda Master? Qin Yun is actually very calm, he looked at the Pagoda Masters and said, I just returned from transcending Xianxia region, I have invited very strong helpers, among them are 9 Sun sects, they will help us deal with Ghost Beast Overlord. Ha ha ha. Who will believe your nonsense? You want to ruin our cooperation with Pure Sun Thunder sect, right? Feng Redian laughed loudly and said. Lei Xiaowei also said with smile, this Pagoda Master Qin is truly fond of telling jokes. Oh, that's right, didn't you say that you want him to take out most of the Regent Origin Stones? Feng Redian promptly said, indeed. He won so many Regent Origin Stones from Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain, now that our 100 Pagoda sect is facing such a great crisis, his responsibility is the greatest. It is all because of him that we cannot obtain the help of Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain and Golden Sun sect. Reinforcements have arrived. Do you really want me to pay? Qin Yun looked at other Pagoda Masters. Other Pagoda Masters of 100 Pagoda sect are just watching from the sidelines. They don't dare to offend Qin Yun, otherwise they won't be able to use Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman anymore. Moreover, Qin Yun is a soul-refining inscription master. Everyone has seen his soul-refining technique with their own eyes, he very easily carved sword totems on Xia Wufeng. If they offend Qin Yun, they can forget about finding him to refine tools in the future. Of course, they also don't want to offend Feng Redian. Although First Pagoda is weak, it is still First Pagoda. Only if Shen Beijian of Divine Sword Pagoda can repel Ghost Beast Overlord can Divine Sword Pagoda become First Pagoda. And now, Ghost Beast Overlord has attacked several times, Shen Beijian can only passively defend, he is completely unable to destroy it. Other Pagoda Masters are also not saying anything, they have a tacit understanding to remain neutral. As long as they remain neutral, Qin Yun won't blame them. After all, this is their current situation. Feng Retian is very angry in his heart. He originally thought that he could summon hundreds of people. I already said that I have already gone to Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain and reached an agreement. They will soon come to deal with Ghost Beast Overlord. Qin Yan looked at Lei Xiaowei and said, Sect Master Lei, you can go back. Many thanks for your good intentions. Feng Retian yelled, don't believe him. If Sect Master Lei goes back and Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain's people don't come, what will we do? Lei Xiaowei looked at the pagoda masters and said with sneer, why don't you dare to say anything? Could it be that you want to entrust the fate of 100 Pagoda sect to a little demon who is not even a half immortal? Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, if you want Pure Sun Thunder sect to help, I have no objection. But if you want me to take out 4,000 high-quality Regent Origin stones, no way. I will not even take out a single Regent Origin stone. Impudent. You are a member of 100 Pagoda sect, you should contribute your strength. Feng Retian yelled, Qin Yan, your star-traveling pagoda has so many people, every year you get several thousand Regent Origin stones, what's wrong with you taking out 4,000 Regent Origin stones? How about we wait a few more days for Flame Sun Heavenly Mountains people to arrive? Qin Yan shook his head and smiled, now it seems like the fate of 100 Pagoda sect is truly in my hands. It seems like only I can take out Regent Origin stones. Since that's the case, why won't you listen to me? Just wait a few more days, just wait a few more days. When the time comes, you will definitely become food in the stomach of the Ghost Beast Overlord. Lei Xiaowei's expression slightly changed, he yelled, quickly make a decision, if you don't give me 8,000 Regent Origin stones, we will leave today. If you invite us again, it will be 16,000 Regent Origin stones. Feng Retian glared at Qin Yan and said in deep voice, Qin Yan, quickly take out 4,000 Regent Origin stones. Give it to me if you want. I earned those Regent Origin stones with great difficulty, why should I give them to you? Qin Yan is also extremely furious, his voice is ice cold. He looked at the pagoda masters and yelled, Pagoda masters who believe in me, when the time comes, not only you won't need to pay a single Regent Origin stone, you won't even need to participate in the battle. We believe Pagoda Master. Qin. Shen Beijian said. Soon after, pagoda masters expressed their stance one after another, saying that they believe in Qin Yan and are willing to wait for a few more days. Feng Rishan's expression is unsightly, he furiously said, are you all rebelling? I am a senior elder of 100 Pagoda sect for many years, you don't believe me and instead believe this little demon who just entered 100 Pagoda sect not long ago. An old man said, Pagoda Master Qin did not ask us to take out our Regent Origin stones, we believe him. And your first pagoda has so many Regent Origin stones yet you want us to take out our share. We are already very poor. An old granny coldly groaned and said, your first pagoda is famous for swindling people, you tricked many disciples to kill Ghost Beast Emperors. On top of that, you only remembered that we are a part of 100 Pagoda sect after encountering this kind of situation. Why didn't you think of us when you had benefits? Indeed. Pagoda Master Qin is a soul-refining inscription master. If he did not expose the secret of Ghost Beast Emperors, we would not have known that we could obtain Regent Origin stones like this. Your first pagoda hid it from us for so long just to monopolize the resources of Ghost Beast Emperors. On top of that, you let people from other sects enter 100 Pagoda sect to show off your strength. Pure Sun Thunder sect's disciples are all extremely arrogant, they are all riding on our heads. These few pagoda masters are all people who have been bullied by First Pagoda before. Now they are not afraid of retaliation because they have Divine Sword Pagoda to help them. Lei Xiaowei said with sneer, I won't hide it from everyone, my Pure Sun Thunder sect is a subordinate sect of 9 Sun sect Thunder Sun sect. We have the power to deal with Ghost Beast Overlord, only we can suppress Ghost Beast Overlord. If you believe Qin Yan's words, it will be too late for regret. He did not even mention the arrogance of his own sect's disciples. Just as he finished speaking, he took out a sound transmission magic tool and received the information inside. Not long after, his expression slightly changed, he laughed loudly and said, everyone, I just heard that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain has exploded. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked and bewildered. Lei Xiaowei looked at Qin Yan and laughed loudly, I am afraid Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will not come. An old man looked at Qin Yan with frown and asked, Pagoda Master Qin, is this true? Indeed. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain has exploded. Qin Yan deeply inhaled and said again, but they have all left Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain, they will arrive very soon. Lei Xiaowei said with sneer, nonsense. If Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain wants to move, how can they move to this place? They will surely find a new place to stay in transcending Xianxia region. Qin Yan, your mouth is full of nonsense, you just don't want to hand over Regent Origin stones. Whether you believe it or not, I will not give you a single Regent Origin stone. Qin Yan finished speaking, then walked towards the door and said, I will leave first. Feng Retian and a few elders hastily rushed over and blocked Qin Yan's way. If you don't hand over 4,000 Regent Origin stones, don't even think about leaving. Our 100 Pagoda sect is facing a crisis and you have so many Regent Origin stones, you must hand over 4,000. Feng Retian said in deep voice. Keep dreaming. Qin Yan furiously said. Shen Beijian also walked over, took out his origin sword and said in cold voice, Feng Retian, you are plundering. Lei Xiaowei said, Pagoda Master Feng, if you need help, my Pure Sun Thunder sect will surely help you. Feng Retian yelled, our 100 Pagoda sect is in deep crisis, these guys are so selfish and not willing to help, they want to destroy our 100 Pagoda sect. Sect Master Lei, quickly help me capture these traitors. The meeting hall immediately became filled with crossbows and swords. Lei Xiaowei laughed loudly and said, Pagoda Master Feng, only you are fit to be sect master of 100 Pagoda sect. He, Shen Beijian, is not fit to be sect master. I only recognize you as sect master of 100 Pagoda sect, Feng Retian. Feng Retian said with smile, many thanks for sect master Lei's appreciation. Rest assured, I will surely help you eradicate the evil traitors of 100 Pagoda sect. The formidable sixth tribulation half-immortals beside Lei Xiaowei are all filled with killing intent. The one who is the most furious is Shen Beijian. Because everyone can see that Feng Retian is colluding with outsiders to force Shen Beijian to step down. At the same time, they want to force Qin Yan to hand over the Regent Origin stones. Do you want to fight? Shen Beijian is holding his origin sword, his threatening sword aura collided with Lei Xiaowei's fierce thunder and lightning aura. It is you who are not cooperating. Feng Retian said in cold voice, Qin Yan hand over 4,000 Regent Origin stones, everyone gather 4,000 Regent Origin stones and Pure Sun Thunder sect will help us eradicate the Ghost Beast Overlord. And I will be the new sect master of 100 Pagoda sect. My first pagoda is still first pagoda. Feng Rishan's words are very clear. They are adamant that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will not come. Moreover, as long as they force Qin Yan to hand over the Regent Origin stones, the rice will be cooked. Qin Yan already sent sound transmission to Su Luan, telling him to come back quickly. If they fight with Lei Xiaowei and others now, there will surely be casualties. Most of the pagoda masters of 100 Pagoda sect don't believe Feng Retian. But Feng Rishan's first pagoda has joined hands with the formidable Pure Sun Thunder sect, so no one dares to say anything. Otherwise, with Pure Sun Thunder sect's current strength, they would surely suffer great losses. 100 Pagoda sect cannot bear great losses because there is still Ghost Beast Overlord outside. Now many pagoda masters are even more furious in their hearts, they hate Feng Retian even more. Because Lei Xiaowei and others were led in by Feng Retian. Shen Beijian is also very angry, he is so angry that the flesh on his face is twitching. If they fight, maybe half of the pagoda masters here will die. Feng Retian laughed loudly and said, you should know what to do now, right? Qin Yan suddenly said, I am willing to pay 4,000 Regent Origin stones. But I have one condition, Lei Xiaowei must prove his strength. We have not seen Lei Xiaowei's strength with our own eyes, why should we believe that they can kill Ghost Beast Overlord? All the pagoda masters nodded repeatedly. Then how do you want me to prove my strength? Lei Xiaowei asked. Your Pure Sun Thunder sect must kill 1,000 Ghost Beast Emperors within 3 days. Qin Yan said. Qin Yan, this kind of thing is impossible, don't continue to cause trouble. Lei Xiaowei said in deep voice, our Pure Yang Thunder sect's Pure Yang Thunder Lightning specializes in killing evil devils, this is something the entire Xian domain knows. There is no need to prove anything. At this time, Qin Yan's sound transmission magic tool responded, Su Luan has returned from the Ghost Beast remote lake. Qin Yan said, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain Senior Su has arrived, they are outside the 100 Pagoda sect's great formation. Feng Retian said with sneer, you want to use this chance to escape? If you return to Star Traveling Pagoda, we won't be able to catch you. Just as Feng Retian finished speaking, a middle-aged man hastily rushed in and yelled, "Pagoda Master, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountains people are outside the barrier, they want to see Pagoda Master Qin." The conference hall immediately became completely silent. Other pagoda masters are secretly happy because Qin Yun is telling the truth. Lei Xiaowei, Feng Retian and others' expression became incomparably unsightly. They hastily sent sound transmission to discuss countermeasures. Return of the ghost tyrant Su Luan arrived with 2/6 tribulation half-immortals. As soon as they entered the conference hall, Feng Retian, Feng Zhijin and Lei Xiaowei immediately welcomed them with smiles on their faces and greeted Su Luan enthusiastically. Everyone looked at them with disdain because just now Lei Xiaowei said that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain has been blown up and he will not come. "Senior Su, welcome to our 100 Pagoda sect. I am the sect master of 100 Pagoda sect, Feng Retian. Last time, it was all because of that bastard Qin Yun's tricks that he won against you and caused you to suffer heavy losses." Feng Rishan's face is filled with hypocritical smile. He glared at Qin Yun and said again, "I hope the friendship between our 100 Pagoda sect and Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will not be affected because of Qin Yun." Lei Xiaowei also hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "I am Lei Xiaowei, the Pure Yang Thunder sect leader, greetings senior." The 9 Sun sects were very powerful to begin with, and they also possessed a large number of martial arts techniques. Therefore, all the sect masters of the Xian domain sects are incomparably respectful towards them. Su Luan's expression is very gloomy. He does not want to bring up the unpleasant matter between him and Qin Yun again. Yet Feng Retian brought it up again. Lei Xiaowei looked at Qin Yun and furiously said, "Qin Yun, quickly apologize to Senior Su and hand over the runes of the mysterious penetration Dao talisman to express your apology." The other pagoda masters began to worry. Because Su Luan's complexion became even more gloomy, making people feel that he is angry. Seeing Su Luan walking towards Qin Yun, Lei Xiaowei and Feng Retian secretly rejoiced. They believe that Su Luan is going to teach Qin Yun a lesson. "Grandmaster Qin, I haven't even reached the Ghost Beast remote lake, but you called me back. What's the matter? What is going on with these people?" Su Luan looked at Feng Retian and Lei Xiaowei and frowned. Hearing Su Luan call Qin Yun Venerable Master Qin, Lei Xiaowei and Feng Retian suspect that they misheard. When they saw how respectful Su Luan is towards Qin Yun, they became even more frightened. The other pagoda masters were dumbstruck too, their hearts filled with astonishment. Not long ago, Qin Yun fought with Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain to the death. Su Luan suffered a great loss and lost several tens of thousands of Regent Origin stones. But not long after, Su Luan's attitude towards Qin Yun has completely changed. Lei Xiaowei's legs trembled as he stared at Feng Retian with wide eyes. Feng Retian is also extremely flustered, he really did not expect that Qin Yun would truly reconcile with Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. Qin Yun slowly said, "Senior Su, this sect master Lei wants to help our 100 Pagoda sect deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. He wants our 100 Pagoda sect to pay 8,000 high-quality Regent Origin stones. And this Pagoda Master Feng thinks that I have too many Regent Origin stones in my hands, so he asked me to pay half, that is, 4,000. Then I said that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will come to help, we don't need to do anything and they won't take our Regent Origin stones. But they said that the Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain exploded and that the Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain doesn't have the strength to eliminate the Ghost Beast Overlord." Lei Xiaowei shivered from head to toe, however, he immediately recalled that the Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain has truly exploded and relaxed a lot. The information he received came from transcending Xianxia region, it is definitely not wrong. After Su Luan heard this, he faintly smiled and said, "Sect Master Lei, how about this, I will pay Venerable Master Qin's 4,000 Regent Origin stones. And your Pure Sun Thunder sect must guarantee that the Ghost Beast Overlord will not attack 100 Pagoda sect again, how about it?" This. Lei Xiaowei is speechless for a while. Indeed, our Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain and Flame Sun Island have been destroyed. With our current strength, we are unable to eliminate the Ghost Beast Overlord. Since your Pure Sun Thunder sect says that 8,000 high-quality Regent Origin stones can solve the problem, then we will hand it over to you. If you can't solve it, you will pay back 10 times, how about it?" Su Luan said. "Senior Su, is Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain really that weak? Lei Xiaowei is very happy in his heart as he asked. Flame Sun Island and Heavenly Mountain have been destroyed, what do you think? Su Luan said in cold voice. Senior Su, our Pure Sun Thunder sect is a subordinate power of Thunder Sun sect. If our Pure Sun Thunder sect can't deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord, we will ask Thunder Sun sect for help. Lei Xiaowei said with smile on his face, you can rest assured about this matter. Is your Pure Sun Thunder sect really that confident? From what I sensed just now, there is a large crack at the bottom of the Ghost Beast remote lake. There are many Ghost Beasts as strong as the Ghost Beast Overlord on the other side of the crack. How many Ghost Beast Overlords can you deal with? Su Luan said with sneer, even if you give me 80,000 Regent Origin Stones, I will not accept it. Our Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain did not accept this task before, we are truly lucky. Lei Xiaowei's forehead is filled with sweat. Fang Rishan's expression also greatly changed. He doesn't dare to speak because Qin Yun and Su Luan's relationship is very good. At this time, another middle-aged man walked in and said to Fang Retian, Pagoda Master Fang, Golden Sun Sect's Jin Jingwei requests an audience. He said he wants to discuss the Ghost Beast Overlord with us. Lei Xiaowei said in low voice, Jin Jingwei? He is Golden Sun Sect Master's grandson. Fang Retian nodded and said, indeed, he was angered by Pagoda Master Shun last time and left. Quickly invite him over. All the Pagoda Masters are amazed because Jin Jingwei's position seems to be higher than Su Luan. After all, Jin Jingwei is Sect Master's grandson. Qin Yun and Su Luan both know that Jin Jingwei is actually a fish in troubled waters. Not long after, Jin Jingwei was invited over, he brought along a few middle-aged men. Lei Xiaowei and Fang Retian saw Jin Jingwei arrive and just as they were about to approach him, they saw Jin Jingwei quickly walk towards Qin Yun and said with smile, greetings big brother Qin. You returned to 100 Pagoda Sect without telling me, I originally wanted to travel together with you. Lei Xiaowei and Fang Retian are once again dumbfounded. This Jin Jingwei's relationship with Qin Yun is actually this good. Golden Sun Sect only sent a brat like you? Su Luan said. They are still settling down. Since I have nothing to do, I came over. Are you discussing how to deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord? Jin Jingwei said with smile. Su Luan pointed at Lei Xiaowei and said, this is Pure Sun Thunder Sect's Sect Master. He said that 8,000 Regent Origin Stones can thoroughly deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. Jin Jingwei looked at Lei Xiaowei and said with smile, so awesome. Then each of us 8-9 Sun Sects will give him 1,000 Regent Origin Stones and let him deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. It will save us a lot of trouble. Everyone can hear from Jin Jingwei's words that the 8-9 Sun Sects want to deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. This caused them to be extremely shocked. Qin Yun went to Transcending Xianxia region and invited so many helpers. These are 8 incomparably formidable powers of Transcending Xianxia region. Lei Xiaowei is sweating profusely because he realized that the Ghost Beast Overlord is not that easy to deal with. Senior Su, what is the situation at the Ghost Beast remote lake? Qin Yun asked. Not very optimistic. We must first eliminate the Ghost Beast Overlord and then fill up the Ghost Beast remote lake. Su Luan said, we must wait for the sect masters of the other sects to come, then we can discuss this matter together. The situation there is much worse than I imagined. Lei Xiaowei and Fang Rishan's complexion turned deathly pale because the helpers Qin Yun invited are not only from Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain, there are also 7 other 9 Sun sects. Shen Beijian said with smile, there is no harm in letting Pure Sun Thunder Sect deal with this terrible matter. Sect Master Lei said that Pure Sun Thunder Sect has the support of Thunder Sun Sect, they will surely be able to deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. Jin Jingwei looked at Lei Xiaowei and said with sneer, Thunder Sun Sect? Thunder Sun Sect's Heavenly Mountain has also exploded, they will have to deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord with their own strength, their losses will be even greater. What? Thunder Sun Sect's Heavenly Mountain. Lei Xiaowei said in shock. 8-9 Sun Sect's Heavenly Mountain have exploded, it is all thanks to Venerable Master Qin and Miss Zhao's warning that we could retreat ahead of time, otherwise our losses would be disastrous. In order to repay Venerable Master Qin, we will surely spare no effort to deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. Su Luan said. Everyone let out a low cry in amazement. 9 Sun Sect's Heavenly Mountain has actually exploded, this is truly astonishing. Now they understand why Qin Yun is so confident that Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will come. 9 sun sects owe him a great favor. Roar. Suddenly a furious roar echoed from outside. Ghost Beast Overlord. Shenbeijian's expression changed as he said, "Didn't this guy just leave?" Lei Xiaowei gritted his teeth and suddenly said, "Venerable Master Qin, Ghost Beast Overlord's matter is so complicated that it is beyond my imagination. Now you are Thunder Sun Sect's benefactor and our Pure Sun Thunder Sect is Thunder Sun Sect's subordinate power. We will surely spare no effort and join hands with everyone to deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. How can he dare to accept Regent Origin Stones now?" He wished he could give Qin Yun some Regent Origin Stones so that Qin Yun doesn't care about what happened just now. Otherwise, if Thunder Yang Sect investigates, a great calamity will befall him. Feng Rudian and Feng Zhijin are so scared that they don't even dare to breathe loudly. Qin Yun has joined hands with 8-9 sun sects, what else can they say? They only want to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's go take a look," Qin Yun said. Feng Rudian immediately took the lead and left First Pagoda with everyone. It is afternoon now, but the sky outside is pitch black. The sky above 100 Pagoda Sect is shrouded by thick black clouds. Ghost Beast Overlord found helpers? Suluan's brows are creased as he looked at the sky. I wonder what grandfather and others are doing. Why are they still not coming? Jin Jingwei is also extremely alarmed and anxious looking at the situation. Ghost Beast Overlord is so savage. What does it have to do with our heavenly mountain being exterminated? 100 Pagoda Sect is temporarily safe. Your great formation is very strong. No need to worry too much. I will immediately go investigate, Suluan said. I will also immediately return to Transcending Xianxia region. Tell them to quickly come over, Jin Jingwei said. Pagoda Master Qin, you have just returned. You should go back and rest first. We will handle this matter. Shenbeijian patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile. All right. Qin Yun nodded, then said to those old men, then I will have to trouble all of you seniors. Soon after, Qin Yun and Yi Yaoshue returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. Refined Heavenly Rune Yi Yaoshue looked at the baleful aura in the sky and said, Xiao Yun, is it possible that the situation at Ghost Beast Remote Lake is related to the falling sun? After a sun fell, many strange things happened, especially at Transcending Xianxia region. All the heavenly mountains exploded. Qin Yun said with frown, there must be some connection. There is a space crack at the bottom of the Ghost Beast Remote Lake. It was originally not big, but now it has become a lot bigger. Different spaces are maintained by 9 suns' power, so it is very difficult to connect them. After a sun fell, the 9 suns' power became very weak and the space binding power weakened. Let's go in, leave this matter to them. I have already done my best. Yi Yaoshue nodded her head. Qin Yun is indeed doing his best to get the help of 8-9 sun sects. Inside the secret room at the top floor of Star Traveling Pagoda, Qin Yun told Yi Yaoshue to release her heavenly rune martial spirit. Yi Yaoshue released a red heavenly rune light ball. It is her heavenly rune martial spirit. This heavenly rune martial spirit has already been reflected in Qin Yun's Gemini treasure mirror. Qin Yun took out the Gemini treasure mirror and compared it with Yi Yaoshue's heavenly rune martial spirit. He said, heavenly rune has not changed much, it has not evolved. However, it has absorbed the characteristics of other martial spirits. Yi Yaoshue nodded and said, indeed, I can sense that this heavenly rune martial spirit can easily fuse with other martial spirits' abilities, especially martial spirits with totems. It seems like your martial spirit still needs to evolve one more step to be able to nurture a spirit soul. Take back your martial spirit. After we deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord, the situation will stabilize and I will go into seclusion again. At that time, we will cultivate together again. I will first stabilize my cultivation during this period of time. Yi Yaoshue revealed a charming smile and said, cultivating together with Qin Yun means that her cultivation will increase greatly. Even if she doesn't break through, she will be able to absorb a lot of energy. Qin Yun also wants to become as strong as possible before entering Ancient Domain. That mysterious and ancient starry sky Ancient Domain is filled with all kinds of dangers. Only by grasping even stronger power will he feel more secure. Qin Yun and Yi Yaoshue used Starry Sky teleportation formation and arrived at Star Picking Pavilion's small star. As soon as they arrived, they saw the absolutely beautiful elf princess Xianxia flapping her pair of beautiful large wings and flying around with Xiao Yuemei. Ayun. Seeing Qin Yun return, Xianxia put down Xiao Yuemei, flew towards Qin Yun and retracted her translucent butterfly wings. Xiao Tian, this little girl Yuemei only thinks about playing all day, you just need to get used to it. Qin Yun pinched Xiao Yuemei's face. Xiao Yuemei held a piece of pastry in her hand and took a bite. She said with a smile, "Brother, what's the situation outside?" Qin Yun briefly explained the situation. After Xianxia finished listening, she rolled her eyes and said in soft voice, "I remember I read about it in an ancient book of star-traveling pagoda. It said that during world extermination, many cruel and savage evil spirits were part of the world extermination power. Star-traveling pagoda's ancient books contain many ancient eras knowledge. From them, Qin Yun learned a lot about sun, moon, and stars. It seems like ghost beasts exist to destroy the world?" Yi Yaoxue became slightly worried. Doesn't that mean ghost beasts are very difficult to stop? That ancient book also said that the ghost beasts were transformed from the living beings that had died in the last era, and they were all gathered in the netherworld. Naturally, this is only the speculation of the senior who wrote the ancient book. Yu Shudian said with smile, "Senior sister, don't worry, with 8-9 sun sects here, even if we can't completely exterminate the ghost beast overlord, we can still resist it for a period of time until the Starry Sky Road is built. If they can't deal with the ghost beast overlord, they can still stabilize the situation. After all, everyone's final goal is to go to ancient domain. If the ancient book is true, then the world extermination power has already spread to Xian domain." Qin Yun pulled Xiao Yuemei's hand and said, "Let's go find Sister Kong." The mature and charming Kong Feiqing is wearing red skirt, her braid is hanging down to her chest. As soon as she saw Qin Yun, her absolutely beautiful face became filled with a charming smile. She said with gentle smile, "Xiao Yun, long time no see. 100 Pagoda sect is so dangerous, I am very worried about you." Kong Feiqing giggled and caressed Qin Yun's handsome face. "Sister Kong, how is your Gemini heavenly rune?" Qin Yun asked with smile. "Very good." Kong Feiqing looked at Xiao Yuemei and said, "Yuemei said before that you want to try and see whether or not you can make my Gemini heavenly rune split again." Qin Yun nodded and said, Come, let's begin now." "Alright, I also want to see." Kong Feiqing said with smile, "That girl Yan Yan is very diligent now, she is cultivating every day, she can't even come out to greet you." "It's fine," Qin Yun said. Star Picking Pavilion is very big, moreover it has a basement. Kong Feiqing has been here for a long time, she is very familiar with the Star Picking Pavilion. She brought Qin Yun to a secret underground room. Kong Feiqing took out a blanket and sat on the ground. "Sister Kong, your Gemini heavenly rune has a spirit, can you communicate with it more often now?" Xiao Yuemei is lying on Kong Feiqing's back, her chin is placed on Kong Feiqing's shoulder as she looked at Kong Feiqing opening a box. After Kong Feiqing opened the box, there is a very big pearl inside. Inside the pearl, there are complex runes interweaving together to form a ball of white light. This is the Gemini heavenly rune. Kong Feiqing said with smile, "I will ask the Gemini heavenly rune now." She closed her eyes and began calmly communicating with the heavenly rune pearl. Xiao Yuemei is still lying on Kong Feiqing's shoulder, her eyes are wide open looking at the heavenly rune pearl. Then she said with smile and low voice, "Brother, Sister Kong is very fragrant, do you want to smell it?" This caused Kong Feiqing to smile and say, "Yuemei, don't mess around, be quiet." Not long after, Kong Feiqing opened her eyes, looked at Qin Yun and said, "Gemini heavenly rune said that it can split again but it needs to absorb a lot of energy. It would be best if it is 9 suns power." "This is no problem." Qin Yun took out a very large beast skin, this is the 9 condensation Dao formation. Xiao Yuemei and Kong Feiqing promptly went over and spread it out. Soon after, Qin Yun took out some high-quality Regent Origin stones and used his mental power to control them. They neatly formed a circle and then landed on the 9 condensation Dao formation. So many high-quality Regent Origin stones. Kong Feiqing's charming eyes flickered as she looked at the Regent Origin stones and said with charming smile, "Xiao Yun, you are becoming more and more awesome. Big Sister Kong, these Regent Origin stones are not even worth mentioning compared to your Gemini heavenly rune." Qin Yin said with smile, you agreed to let Gemini Heavenly Rune split and give it to me. This is priceless, I don't know how to thank you. Kong Feiqing smiled and said, Xiao Yun, if I and Yan Yan did not have your help, we would not be able to live so comfortably. There is no need to say thank you. Soon after, she held the Gemini Heavenly Rune Pearl, entered the 9 condensation Dao formation and sat in the middle. Kong Feiqing is surrounded by high-quality Regent Origin stones. Qin Yin said, I want to open the Great Formation. All right. Kong Feiqing has established a connection with the Gemini Heavenly Rune, so she can communicate with the Gemini Heavenly Rune. After Qin Yin opened the 9 condensation Dao formation, the energy of the Regent Origin stones immediately rushed out and transformed into a beautiful 9-colored spiral that coiled around Kong Feiqing. Big Sister Kong is so beautiful. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. I wonder if these few hundred high-quality Regent Origin stones are enough. Qin Yin said, last time I used Immortal Origins, but that was because the Gemini Heavenly Rune was on the verge of evolution. I only used a little bit of power. This time, the Gemini Heavenly Rune will need to split another one. The energy consumption will be very great. Qin Yin finished speaking and took out another Immortal Origin. The released 9 Sun power will be transformed by the Immortal Origin into very strong 9 Sun Immortal energy and then absorbed by the Gemini Heavenly Rune. This way, they can save a lot of Regent Origin stones. Because Kong Feiqing is sitting in the middle while holding the Gemini Heavenly Rune, she has also benefited greatly. While the Gemini Heavenly Rune is splitting, it is also unceasingly supplying energy to her. The situation is very stable now. Yuemei, you stay here and watch, I will go take care of some other matters. Qin Yin patted her head and then left the secret room. Qin Yin arrived at a high-floor room of star-picking pavilion, took out the immortal graveyard diagram and contacted Xiaqiru. Xiao Yun, is the Starry Sky Road ready? Yuelan and Little Malian contacted me, they are now in Guanghan Palace. Xiaqiru said. Not ready yet. The current situation is very chaotic. Qin Yin told Xiaqiru about the destruction of 9 Sun Sect's Heavenly Mountain, the threat of Ghost Beast Overlord, as well as his transaction with Evil God. Xian Domain is about to be destroyed. Transcending Xianxia region can hold on for a while. Xiaqiru lightly sighed and said, you had no choice but to do business with Evil God, you can only take one step at a time. You can think of a way to remove the soul contract later. Sister Kiru, 9 Sun Divine Hammer can no longer be used. Yang, that 9th Heaven Xian Sparrow has just woken up, I am very worried about her. You said before that nothing will happen to Yang, right? Qin Yin said. She will not die. At most she will be in deep slumber. Xiaqiru said, Xiao Yun, even if you enter Immortal Desolate later, Immortal Desolate will be destroyed not long after. If you don't enter Sacred Desolate in time, you can only wander in the starry sky. Whether it is Immortal Desolate or Sacred Desolate, both have nether sun spirits, you must find them. I will. Qin Yin nodded and asked again, how is Martial Desolate? Has it been destroyed? Cloud Dragon Mountain Range is fine, but many people from Martial Desolate and other places have gathered here. There are more and more ghost beasts in Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, it is very lively here. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yin is very worried about his father because Qin Long has always been in Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, he said he wants to explore some unknown secrets. Go to Ancient Domain in peace and find Nether Sun Spirit. So long as you obtain Nether Sun Spirit, 9 Sun Divine Hammer will be reborn. You must take good care of Yuemei while she is with you. Xiaqiru warned repeatedly. Sister Kiru, when can I go to Immortal Graveyard? Qin Yin asked. Mirror Evolution. Hearing Xiaqiru's words, Qin Yin has some confidence in his heart. He is very clear that his current cultivation is still too low, he cannot go to Immortal Desolate, let alone Sacred Desolate. Sister Kiru, there is an immortal gate in Transcending Xianxia region, can I enter Immortal Desolate from there? Qin Yin asked. You can, but it is very difficult. Only those who were born in Immortal Desolate can easily pass through. Even though you have a past life, you are not a native of Immortal Desolate. Xiaqiru lightly sighed. Do you remember Xian Rujing from before? The one with dual spirit immortal veins, she came from Immortal Desolate, if she can enter Immortal Gate, can I ask her to take me there? Qin Yin recalled Xian Rujing. if Xian Rujing can store him in a storage magic tool and enter Immortal Desolate through Immortal Gate. You can't. Entering Immortal Desolate is not a small matter, you will only bring harm to her. Xiaqiru said, Xiao Yun, if you want to go to Immortal Desolate in a hurry, you can enter through Immortal Gate, but you can't do it now unless your body is strong enough. I will become stronger as soon as possible. Qinyan knows that his immortal devil body still has a lot of room for growth. When the time comes, Sister Yao Feng will help you. After entering Immortal Gate, there will be a passage, Sister Yao Feng can come out at that time. After staying in the passage for a short period of time, she will be sucked into Immortal Desolate. During that time, she should be able to help you pass. Xiaqiru said. Then won't I be separated from Sister Yao Feng at that time? Qinyan is very reluctant to part with her. Xiaqiru heard Qinyan's reluctant tone and giggled, Xiao Yun, you are getting along very well with Sister Yao Feng. She should not hate you that much, right? She is very good to me now. Qinyan said with smile. Yao Feng has obtained 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture and has been studying it inside 9 Sun Divine Soul's third pearl all day long. She is very clear that if she was not cursed by Devil Immortal Great Emperor, she would not have been able to obtain this peerless cultivation method. Alright, I will go into seclusion. You might not be able to contact me during this period of time. Xiaqiru said with smile, Xiao Yun, take care of yourself, take care of Uma. Qinyan stored the immortal graveyard diagram and left the room. It was only a matter of time before he went to the ancient region of the starry sky. The 8-9 Sun sects were definitely more anxious than Qinyan, so he didn't need to worry about the construction of the starry sky road. Qinyan arrived at the underground secret room and saw Xiao Yuemei looking at Kong Feiqing. She took out a small table filled with all kinds of food. Brother, when will Big Sister Kong be able to split the Gemini Heavenly Rune? Xiao Yuemei threw a bright red fruit at Qinyan and asked. I don't know, but it can be split. Qinyan took the fruit, took a bite and said with smile, so sweet. Kong Feiqing is sitting at the center of the 9 condensation Dao formation, holding a heavenly rune pearl in her hand. Her beautiful eyes are closed, she is also cultivating. Only the Gemini Heavenly Rune in Sister Kang's hands can split. Qinyan took out his Gemini treasure mirror and said, the Gemini Heavenly Rune inside my treasure mirror is unable to achieve this. If I need anything in the future, I can only look for Big Sister Kong. Xiao Yuemei said, luckily Big Sister Kong is very generous, she is also very nice. Qinyan doesn't know when he will be able to carve Gemini Heavenly Rune, it is a very complicated thing. Before he can carve Gemini Heavenly Rune, he can only look for Kong Feiqing. Very soon 2 days passed by, Kong Feiqing has finally finished carving. She has used more than 500 high-quality Regent Origin stones. Kong Feiqing has also obtained great advancement by relying on the Gemini Heavenly Rune. She has entered late-stage Martial Emperor realm in one go. There is a white light ball floating beside the Heavenly Rune pearl in her hand, it is the split Gemini Heavenly Rune. Xiao Yun, this is for you. Kong Feiqing said with charming smile. It has been hard on Big Sister Kong. Qinyan walked over, took out a pearl and sealed the Gemini Heavenly Rune inside. Big Sister Kong, your breakthrough is so fast. Xiao Yuemei took out a piece of fruit and placed it next to Kong Feiqing's sexy red lips and said with smile. Kong Feiqing opened her small mouth and bit the fruit. She said with smile, this is all thanks to Xiao Yun, without his Regent Origin stones, I would not have been able to break through so fast. Qinyan said, I am temporarily unable to carve Gemini Heavenly Rune. If I need it later, I can only look for Big Sister Kong. Kong Feiqing said, Xiao Yun, if the Gemini Heavenly Rune wants to split a third time, it will require even more energy. At that time, it will not only be 500 Regent Origin stones, it might even require 1,000. If I really need it, 1,000 is nothing. Qinyan said with smile, it seems like the Gemini Heavenly Rune can only split once every time it evolves. If you need it, you can look for Big Sister anytime. Kong Feiqing sweetly smiled, then gently caressed Qinyan's handsome face and said with smile, I will go see if Yan Yan has come out of seclusion or not, I will give her some pointers in cultivation. After Kong Feiqing left, Xiao Yuemei looked at the pearl in Qinyan's hand and said, Brother, Big Sister Kong must have found a unique cultivation path, that is why she is so fast. Indeed, this is also not a bad thing. Clearly her cultivation path is related to the Gemini heavenly rune. Xianxia nodded and said, Yume, let's begin now. Xianxia said before that he wants to try whether or not he can refine the Gemini heavenly rune into Xiao Yume's mirror. Xiao Yume's mirror is an extremely special martial spirit. Therefore, when refining it, it cannot be done like refining tools. Luckily Xianxia has soul refining technique. He understands the characteristics of spirits and knows how to deal with all kinds of difficulties during refining. After Xiao Yume took out her mirror, she somewhat excitedly said, I will have the Gemini treasure mirror very soon. Xianxia said with smile, Yume, did my past life help you refine this mirror? No. Xiao Yume curled her lips and said, your past life was much worse than this one. Really? Xianxia suddenly feels very happy because he doesn't want to be like his past life. Of course. Wait until you become an immortal king again, you will be even more awesome than your past life. At that time, Sister Bing Xing and the others will be completely captivated by you again. Xiao Yume said with charming smile. I can make them lose their sense of north now. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Shameless. Xiao Yume lightly smiled. Xianxia took out the Gemini heavenly rune, took a deep breath and said with solemn expression, Yume, it is time to begin. There might be some risk. Xiao Yume's charming little face is not showing any trace of fear. She said in a relaxed manner, it's fine, I believe you. All right. Xianxia's expression is grave as he took out the Gemini heavenly rune from the pearl. Xiao Yume also cooperated with Xianxia and transformed her mirror into spirit body. After the small mirror turned into spirit body, the Gemini heavenly rune fused with it and wrapped it up in a ball of white light. Xianxia immediately used the method recorded in soul refining technique and combined it with his formidable mental power to control the Gemini heavenly rune and brand it on the mirror martial spirit. Xiao Yume is now very nervous, she is looking at the mirror martial spirit in her hand. Suddenly, the white light ball slightly trembled and flickered from time to time. I wonder what is happening. Xianxia's expression slightly changed as he said, Yume, do you feel anything now? I don't know, but I can feel that my mirror is very stable. Xiao Yume's expression is also at a loss as she lightly shook her head. Xianxia closed his eyes and released even stronger mental power to probe the situation. Not long after, he discovered that the mirror martial spirit is releasing a kind of power to stop the Gemini heavenly rune from fusing with it. There is a rejection situation, it is very thorny. Xianxia said with frown, Yume, can you control the mirror to devour the Gemini heavenly rune? Xiao Yume shook her head and mumbled, the Gemini heavenly rune doesn't listen to me. My mirror doesn't like the Gemini heavenly rune and the Gemini heavenly rune also doesn't like my mirror, but I like the Gemini heavenly rune very much. This is troublesome. Xianxia increased his mental power to control the Gemini heavenly rune but it didn't succeed. Xiao Yun, go find Yi Yaoxue. Her heavenly rune has fusion power. Ling Yuner suddenly said. Xianxia hastily took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to Yi Yaoxue. Not long after, Yi Yaoxue arrived at the door of the secret room. Hearing the knocking sound, Xianxia opened the door and let Yi Yaoxue in. After Yi Yaoxue arrived, she saw a very large white light ball in Xiao Yume's hand. That is the Gemini heavenly rune? Yi Yaoxue said in amazement. She has been together with Kong Feiqing for the past few days, so she knows about the Gemini heavenly rune. Both Kong Feiqing and Yi Yaoxue have heavenly runes. Only the way they have them is somewhat different. Kong Feiqing's heavenly rune is very mature, moreover it has spiritual wisdom. Yi Yaoxue's heavenly rune is in a state of growth, it is still in spirit body state. It is a split of Big Sister King's Gemini heavenly rune. Xianxia said, I wanted to fuse this Gemini heavenly rune with Yume's mirror martial spirit but it didn't work because they are mutually rejecting each other. Senior sister, your heavenly rune's power seems to be able to fuse all kind of rare and strange things, right? I will give it a try. Yi Yaoxue knows that Xianxia is a soul-refining master who often fiddles with things in secret. She just did not expect that he would dare to mess around with Xiao Yume. She lightly inhaled a mouthful of air and a red light ball overflowed from her chest. This is her mysterious heavenly rune martial spirit. Xiao Yun, you are truly reckless. You don't know anything about this kind of situation yet you dared to try it on Yume's body. What would you do if a problem occurred? Yi Yaoshue reproachfully looked at Qin Yun. Big sister Yi, it is my fault, I asked my brother to do it. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, thank you for your concern, you are also my big sister from now on. Little girl, don't mess around like this next time. Yi Yaoshue lightly smiled, then controlled her heavenly rune martial spirit to wrap up the white light ball. Not long after, Xiao Yuemei yelled in pleasant surprise, there is a reaction, my mirror and Gemini heavenly rune have fused. Create a soul on my own. Qin Yun laughed foolishly a few times and then nodded. Even with Yi Yaoshue's help, the speed of fusion is very slow. Moreover, Yi Yaoshue's consumption is also very large. Qin Yun placed his hand on her abdomen and began channeling energy into her Tao core. Yi Yaoshue also used Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to fuse her energy with Qin Yun's, allowing her heavenly rune martial spirit to release even stronger energy. Yi Yaoshue curiously asked, if Gemini heavenly rune is fused with Yuemei's mirror, will there be any other changes? Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yun shook their heads because they are not sure what will happen. Yi Yaoshue is speechless, she lightly groaned and said, you two are really something, you don't even know this yet you still dare to try. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, Sister Yi, we are also very curious. Alright, it's good that you're fine now. Yi Yaoshue said, Yuemei, your mirror martial spirit is also very miraculous. Martial spirits that are reflected in it can be recorded and used by you. This is equivalent to having many kinds of martial spirits. That's right, but this is not a good thing. This will cause me to be at a loss as to what martial spirit to use. I have too many martial spirits. Xiao Yuemei sighed. You have so many martial spirits to use, many people are very envious of you, yet you still look down on them. Yi Yaoshue cannot help but laugh. I also have my own troubles. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, that's why I often eat, I won't feel annoyed. With Yi Yaoshue's help, the Gemini heavenly rune gradually fused with Xiao Yuemei's mirror martial spirit. After a day, he finally succeeded. Yi Yaoshue is also very tired. After she finished, she quickly left the secret room and went back to rest. Brother, what's next? Xiao Yuemei waved her mirror and said with smile, Big Sister Yi is truly awesome, if not for her help, I don't know how we would have succeeded. Next, I want to carve some runes on your mirror martial spirit. The main ones are the star and moon runes. Qin Yun said, this is to allow your mirror to steadily project runes and totem runes. Alright. Xiao Yuemei handed over the mirror to Qin Yun and said with smile, I will go out for a while, I want to play with Sister Dreaming Pig. After staying here for a few days, she was a little bored. She threw away her mirror and ran out to play. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. Then, he began carving runes. At this moment, he also told this matter to Yao Fang. He had mentioned this to Yao Fang before. Yao Fang was also very concerned about this matter and asked him to report the situation to her. Sister Yao Fang, why don't you see Yuemei? You care about her so much, she must also care about you. Qin Yun said. My current appearance. I still don't want to see her, I just want to know that she is doing well. Yao Fang said. She and Yuelan are doing very well now, you don't have to worry. Qin Yun said. This way I can research 9 Sun World Extermination scripture in peace. Yao Fang faintly sighed and said, Qin Yun, if there is any progress, let me know. Qin Yun continued carving runes. He is using the Gemini treasure mirror to determine what runes to carve. He tossed and turned for several hours and finally finished. He sent sound transmission to Xiao Yuemei, telling her to come back. Xiao Yuemei is humming a small tune, her hands are stroking her ponytails. She ran over and said with smile, Brother, did you succeed? I carved a set of fire Tao runes on your mirror. Give it a try and see whether or not you can carve the Tao runes on the talisman paper. Qin Yun said. I want to become an inscription master. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. Then she held the handle of the white mirror, pointed it towards a talisman paper and did as Qin Yun said. Xiao Yuemei has been using Qin Yun's Gemini treasure mirror before, so she is very familiar with it now. Not long after, her mirror released light and projected a set of runes on the talisman paper. Success! Ha ha ha! Xiao Yuemei very happily laughed, jumped over to Qin Yun's side and hugged him. Qin Yun. laughed, then took out his Gemini treasure mirror, handed it over to her and said, "There are many sets of runes carved inside my Gemini treasure mirror. Take them out and project them on your mirror." "All right." Xiao Yuemei took the Gemini treasure mirror and said again, "Brother, do you think my mirror can directly condense the recorded spirit bodies?" Qin Yan said with frown, "Your mirror has recorded all kinds of spirit bodies. If you want to condense them, you will need to pour in formidable spirit power. For example, when crafting talismans, you will need to pour in blood spirit power." He finished speaking and took out a spirit sealing pearl. "There is a star spirit sealed inside, it was captured by you Shudian. Come, absorb the power of this star spirit and pour it into your mirror. Then condense a more ordinary martial spirit." Qin Yan said. "I will give it a try." Xiao Yuemei also became very serious. She held the spirit sealing pearl in one hand and the mirror in the other, then began absorbing the power of the star spirit. Not long after, Qin Yan saw her mirror release a purplish gold light. "Purple gold martial spirit? Didn't I tell you to make a more ordinary one?" Qin Yan said in amazement. "More than ordinary," Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. Qin Yan looked at the spirit sealing pearl in her hand and saw the power of the star spirit frantically entering her body. He cannot help but become excited. Xiao Yuemei has truly succeeded, she can condense a martial spirit on her own. Not long after, she successfully condensed a purple gold flame martial spirit. "Yuemei, you are too heaven-defying, you must be careful during tribulation." Qin Yan very happily pinched her cheeks. "Brother, what kind of martial spirit do you want now? I will immediately condense one for you." Xiao Yuemei said with smile, "This is all thanks to your contribution. I told you, you are much more awesome than your past life. I don't want any martial spirit for now. I want inscription spirit." The smile on Qin Yan's face suddenly disappeared. Xiao Yuemei's expression became grave hearing this. She said, "Brother, do you want it now? I will immediately condense it." "Don't." Qin Yan promptly stopped her and solemnly warned, "Yuemei, without my permission, you must not condense inscription spirit, divine ability martial spirit, as well as some spirit bodies that consume a great amount of spirit power." N. Xiao Yuemei also heavily nodded her head, "I will definitely keep it in mind. Yuemei, refining inscription spirit will bring down tribulation thunder. Moreover, it might affect your tribulation in the future. If the two of us refine it together, we can share the punishment, otherwise you will have to bear it alone, it will be very dangerous." Qin Yan gently caressed her face and said with solemn expression, "I know, I will only condense martial spirit." Xiao Yuemei hugged Qin Yan and said with gentle smile, "Brother, I also don't want to die, otherwise I won't be able to see you again." "Don't say these things. Wait until you become an immortal, you won't need to go through tribulation, you will be able to do whatever you want." Qin Yan laughed and lightly patted Xiao Yuemei's back. "Then I will start recording runes." Xiao Yuemei took out the Gemini treasure mirror and her own mirror and looked at each other. After runes appear on the Gemini treasure mirror, they will be recorded by her own mirror. This way, Qin Yan won't need to carve runes on her mirror. While Xiao Yuemei is recording runes, Qin Yan released the ninth heaven Xian sparrow. "Yang Yang!" Xiao Yuemei lightly yelled with smile. Yang Yang also yelled and began flying around Xiao Yuemei, dragging 9 long 9-colored tail feathers behind her. "It is very beautiful." "Brother, why did you let Yang Yang come out?" Xiao Yuemei curiously asked. Just as she finished speaking, Qin Yan took out a very large beast horn. This is an immortal king beast horn given to him by City Master Morong. Originally, he wanted Yao Feng and Bing Xing to help him smelt it, but Bing Xing has gone to Immortal Desolate and Immortal Weapon Palace is no longer here, he can only do it himself. "Yang Yang, you should be able to smelt this beast horn, right?" Qin Yan asked. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Yang shot out a 9-colored flame from her mouth and attacked the large beast horn. This underground secret room is originally very gloomy and cold, but now it has become as hot as a smelting furnace. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei have very high tolerance towards flame, but now they are unable to endure Yang Yang's dreadful flame. "Yang Yang, quickly stop!" Qin Yan promptly shouted at the 9th heaven Xian sparrow. Yang Yang is also very obedient and immediately stopped. "So awesome!" Xiao Yuemei yelled in shock. Qin Yin hastily placed Yang Yang into the 9-Sun Divine Soul's third pearl along with the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron and handed it over to Yao Feng. Although Yao Feng's flame is very strong, it is still very difficult to smelt an immortal king beast horn on its own. Sister Yao Feng, help me take a small piece of the immortal king beast horn and then let Yang Yang smelt it. Qin Yin sent sound transmission to Yao Feng. Alright. What about Yueme's mirror? Yao Feng asked. Yueme's mirror is very awesome. Qin Yin informed Yao Feng about the mirror. After Yao Feng heard, she warned Qin Yin repeatedly not to let Xiao Yueme condense a powerful soul body on her own because it will draw down very strong tribulation thunder. Qin Yin took out the Golden Sun Brilliant Heaven Hammer. This is the immortal hammer he won from Jin Xuanhu. Although Jin Xuanhu lost 2 immortal hammers, he is completely convinced of his loss. He did not want to take them back, he only said that he will be able to refine even stronger hammers in the future. Brother, do you want to refine tools? Xiao Yueme asked. I want to refine a saber, do you want one? Qin Yin asked. No, I don't want to trouble you again. Xiao Yueme shook her head and said. What are you talking about? Why are you being so polite with me? Qin Yin said with smile, then took out many multicolored materials and threw them into the furnace. These are 6-colored crystal beast bones, they were given to him by Jin Xuanhu. Although they are not many, they are enough for him to refine very good embryos. Brother, do you want to refine king tools? Xiao Yueme curiously asked. King tools are very awesome. Most inscription masters can only transform king-grade Dao tools into king tools after many years. Long Life Jade Nectar Chapter 1047, Long Life Jade Nectar Brother, if you don't have king runes, you can evolve them. Use existing Dao runes or Xianxia star runes and evolve them. Xiao Yueme said with smile, you did this in your past life. Although Xiao Yueme doesn't know how to refine tools, she is very knowledgeable in this aspect. After all, if she wants to deceive people, she must have the relevant knowledge. This will take a lot of time. Wait until I have time, I will definitely give it a try. Qin Yin also has this kind of thought. He obtained many star runes from Star Traveling Pagoda, they are more or less the same as what he obtained from Inscription Gate. Although Star Traveling Pagoda and Inscription Gate's star runes have the same effect, they have been researched and created from different lines of thought. This gave Qin Yin great inspiration, he can combine the 2 lines of thought and evolve star runes one step further. Making runes evolve is a skill that inscription masters must master. Only by doing this can they obtain even more high-level runes. However, many outstanding inscription masters are unable to do this. Inscription masters spend a lot of time on other aspects, they also need to cultivate and increase their cultivation. If they make runes evolve, they won't have time to do other things. So long as inscription masters can obtain even more high-level runes, they won't need to research rune evolution. Yueme, there are still not many runes carved in my treasure mirror. Wait until I get more, then you can record them and craft many talismans yourself. Qin Yin said. Now I can be considered half an inscription master. Xiao Yueme very happily said with smile. Qin Yin let Yang Yang come out, sprayed a few mouthfuls of flame on the smelting furnace, then let her and Yao Feng smelt the beast horn. Qin Yin is smelting 6-color beast bones in the smelting furnace, Yao Feng is smelting the immortal king beast horn together with Yang Yang. Yao Feng is only chipping off a small piece of beast horn, it is only the size of a fist but it requires a very long time to smelt. Yang Yang's flame is really awesome. She just sprayed a few mouthfuls of flame and she can quickly smelt 6-color beast bones. Qin Yin looked at the situation inside the smelting furnace and exclaimed in admiration. Yang Yang is a 9th heaven Xian sparrow, a young divine beast, of course she is awesome. Xiao Yueme said with smile, she is still too young now, when she grows up, who knows how awesome she will be. Yang Yang's 9-colored flames were indeed terrifying, but she also ate a lot and was very picky about her food. She only liked dragon meat, Qin Yin did not know how long the dragon in his hand could last. At this time, he was also anxious about Yang Yang's food. In just a short moment, Qin Yin took out 6 different colored crystal beast bones from the furnace. Then, he used the Golden Sun Brilliant Heaven Hammer and began forging with the 6-style forging dragon. Xiao Yueme is watching from the side, she said with smile, the materials have been burned by Xianxia's flame, it seems like forging has become much easier. Qin Yan's face is filled with joy, he nodded and said, indeed so. Not only will forging be easier, the quality will also become better. Xianxia's flame is really special, it's much better than my nether sun flame. Xiaoyun, your nether sun fire is also not bad. It's just that your cultivation is too low, so it didn't show. Ling Yin'er said. It only took Qin Yun half a day to finish forging the 6-colored crystal bone and turned it into a light golden material. Now he is only waiting for the beast horn bone. While waiting, Qin Yun also began carving runes on his Gemini treasure mirror. 3 days passed by and Xianxia finally finished smelting the beast horn bone. I am still not in my best condition, that's why I am so slow. Yao Feng said, Xianxia consumed a lot of energy this time, she will have to eat a lot of dragon meat. I wonder if there are dragons in ancient domain. Xianxia can eat so much, the dragon meat I have won't be enough for her to eat for long. Qin Yun took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and took out the beast horn bone. As soon as he took out the beast horn bone, the underground secret room became incomparably hot and stuffy. So hot. Qin Yun said with frown, if I use ordinary forging hammer, I won't be able to forge this beast horn bone. He took out a Dao artifact grade hammer and hit the beast horn bone that was burning red hot. The hammer was instantly scrapped. This beast horn has been burned by 9-colored flame for 3 days and 3 nights. You should just use a mortal hammer. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Qin Yun is very careful when using Golden Sun Brilliant Heaven Hammer. If sparks from the beast horn bone splashes on him, it will be very painful, it will even burn a big hole in his body. There are many impurities inside the beast horn bone, I will have to refine it and make it even purer. Qin Yun used 6-style forging dragon and began forging. The beast horn bone is still very hot, he doesn't dare to fuse the 6-colored crystal beast bone with it, otherwise it will be burnt to a crisp. After Qin Yun refined the beast horn bone for 2 days, the beast horn bone is still very hot and it has also shrunk by a bit. I should be able to fuse the crystal beast bone now. After Qin Yun heated the crystal beast bone until it is red hot, he stacked it with the beast horn bone. Then he added the dragon bone and repeatedly folded and forged it. After many times of folding, many natural runes appeared on the surface of the material. The entire material has turned into a strange grayish-white color. After tossing and turning for several days, Qin Yun finally forged a long saber. It looks very ordinary, there is nothing fancy about it. Its shape is very ordinary and plain, there is nothing special about it. It is not that Qin Yun doesn't want to make a new shape, it is just that it is too difficult. After cooling down, the beast horn bone is very sturdy. If he wants to make a good shape, he will have to repeatedly burn it, it is very troublesome. My current strength is limited, as long as the weapon is sturdy and sharp enough, it is fine. As for the shape, wait until I get more dragon meat. Qin Yun wants to save some dragon meat, if he lets Xianxia spit fire, she will feel hungry. Brother, what rune are you planning to carve? Xiao Yuemei asked, she has been watching from the side for the past few days. I won't carve because I can't carve it. Qin Yun said with bitter smile. He now knows that his mental resonance Xian pen can no longer carve runes on better materials. Ah. Are you going to use it like this? Xiao Yuemei is somewhat amazed. I will use it like this for the time being. I can easily pour in very strong energy, it is enough for the time being. Qin Yun is holding the saber hilt and pouring in martial emperor energy. After adding heavenly might Dao technique power, the saber is still very stable. Xiao Yuemei also wants to go into seclusion because her mirror has changed, she wants to cultivate for a while. Qin Yun left Star Picking Pavilion and returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. I now have close to 2,000 best quality Regent Origin stones, 100 King quality Regent Origin stones, 2,000 to 3,000 high quality Regent Origin stones, it should be enough for me to cultivate to late stage Martial Emperor, right? Qin Yun came out of his room and received Shinbeijian's sound transmission. 8 big shots of 9 sun sects have arrived at Divine Sword Pagoda. Qin Yun immediately left for Divine Sword Pagoda's conference hall. Qin Yun had never seen a few of the 8 big shots. These sect masters are very familiar with him, they are now gathered together to sign the soul contract. Only by signing the soul contract will Qin Yun be willing to hand over the core part of the Starry Sky Road. After signing the soul contract, Qin Yun handed over the entire blueprint. 9 Sun Sect's people are now completely relieved. They immediately arranged for their people to leave for Ghost Beast Remote Lake. The situation at Ghost Beast Remote Lake is becoming more and more serious. After some investigation, they discovered that there are many ghost beasts as strong as Ghost Beast Overlord inside. 9 Sun Sects promised to help 100 Pagoda Sect, so Qin Yun is not worried about this matter. Venerable Master Qin, we agreed before to discuss the matter of the formation. River Sun Palace Master has a very young appearance and very scholarly appearance. He said to Qin Yun with smile. Qin Yun asked Shinbeijian to arrange a small secret room for him to discuss the formation with River Sun Palace Master. Venerable Master Qin, tell me the reward first. If I can afford it, I will pay you in advance. River Sun Palace Master very straightforwardly said. River Sun Palace Master, I want the formula of longevity jade nectar, as well as the required medicinal ingredients and 500 king quality regent origin stones. Qin Yun said, this is also the reward he wants. This? River Sun Palace. Master's expression suddenly became grave, he is pondering with frown. Venerable Master Qin, I can promise you. But you cannot make this matter public, you can also not steal our business. I want to guarantee that the longevity jade nectar will be exclusively sold by our River Sun Palace. River Sun Palace Master said after careful consideration. No problem. I will not make it public. Qin Yun said with smile. Longevity jade nectar's medicinal ingredients are all immortal medicines. Even if you go to Immortal Desolate, they will be very popular. You can sell them privately but you cannot sell them publicly. You can also not say that they are longevity jade nectar. River Sun Palace Master said again. Qin Yun also took out a 9 condensation Dao formation, spread it on the ground and said, River Sun Palace Master, this is 9 condensation Dao formation, not only it can condense the power of 9 suns, it can also quickly release the energy inside Regent Origin stones. He finished speaking and placed a Regent Origin stone on the formation. After the formation was activated, the energy inside the Regent Origin stone frantically rushed out. River Sun Palace Master is immediately dumbstruck. He exclaimed in admiration and said, this is much more awesome than our formation. Place it inside the space where you plant medicinal ingredients, it will allow your medicinal sprouts to be reborn. Moreover, you can also arrange for disciples to cultivate inside. Of course, the prerequisite is that there are enough Regent Origin stones. Qin Yun said with smile, if you are satisfied, let's proceed with the transaction. River Sun Palace Master took out many withered medicinal sprouts and placed them on the formation. After these medicinal sprouts absorbed the rich 9 suns power, they began to gradually recover their vitality. It can also place immortal origins, there are many rare star and moon runes carved inside the formation, it is very awesome. Qin Yun said again. Alright, I am very satisfied. River Sun Palace Master took out a very large crystal box and said, inside are the seeds of the medicinal ingredients required for longevity jade nectar, there are a total of 5 kinds of medicinal ingredients. Then he took out 6 small cauldrons, a large cauldron and a booklet and said, put these 5 kinds of medicinal ingredients into the cauldrons will absorb energy and refine the medicinal ingredients into medicinal powder or medicinal liquid. Pagoda of 9 condensation. The longevity dew was very precious. Otherwise the River Sun Palace would not have been so respected by the other 9 Sun Sects. In the eyes of the other 9 Sun Sects, the River Sun Palace was rather arrogant, but in the 9 Sun Sects, it had a very high status. Qin Yun does not need the longevity jade nectar now, but he will definitely need it in the future. The higher one's cultivation is, the more longevity jade nectar they will need. The details are recorded in this book. River Sun Palace Master took out a storage pouch with 500 king quality Regent Origin stones inside. Qin Yun took the storage bag and nodded. Then he signed a soul contract with River Sun Palace Master. River Sun Palace Master, did you use Crystal Dragon Boat to come here? Qin Yun asked with smile. All of our River Sun Palace disciples are currently on the Crystal Dragon Boat. If it wasn't for Grandmaster Qin and Lady Zhao's warning, we would have suffered great losses. River Sun Palace Master faintly smiled and said, "Fortunately, we are going to Ancient Domain soon. Even if River Sun Palace is destroyed, it doesn't matter." "Oh, that's right, you have been in Transcending Xianxia region for so many years, how much do you know about it?" Qin Yan will also go to Ancient Domain, but he plans to return to Transcending Xianxia region later. "I don't know much, because Transcending Xianxia region is very big, moreover, there are many big regions that are extremely dangerous. The location of our Nine Suns sect is very close to the Spirit Desolate Xian region. As for the Transcending Xianxia region, we have never been there. Although some of the older generation went there to investigate, they never returned." River Sun Palace Master's expression revealed fear when he mentioned Transcending Xianxia region. In short, Transcending Xianxia region is very mysterious and dreadful. Qin Yan said with a frown, "In other words, the region you are in is relatively safe?" River Sun Palace Master nodded and said, "There are many places in Transcending Xianxia region that are unfathomably deep and filled with all kinds of dangers. There should be other powerful beings in the depths of Transcending Xianxia region. Many of the legends about Transcending Xianxia region are true. Venerable Master Qin, is there anything in the Transcending Xianxia region that you miss?" Qin Yan shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm just curious. This is also my first time going to Transcending Xianxia region. I feel that Transcending Xianxia region is very mysterious and I really want to explore it. The Starry Sky Road should be open for a while after it's finished. We have also discussed that when the time comes, we will open the Starry Sky Road to outsiders. If anyone wants to enter Ancient Domain through the Starry Sky Road, they must give us Regent Origin Stones." River Sun Palace Master said. "That's not a bad idea. We can recoup our investment." Qin Yan opened the door and said, "River Sun Palace Master, you should be able to deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord, right? There won't be any problems. Don't worry." River Sun Palace Master walked out of the small hall and said with smile, "I will go back now, my Crystal Dragon boat is not far from 100 Pagoda sect. If Venerable Master Qin has time, you can come and take a stroll." River Sun Palace Master left the Divine Sword Pagoda after completing the transaction. Shinbeijian was also very busy at the moment. Although the Nine Suns sect could deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord, he could not stay idle and would participate from time to time. Qin Yan is now completely relieved. Because ever since Nine Sun sects left to deal with Ghost Beast Overlord, the evil energy around 100 Pagoda sect has decreased by a lot. The ghost beasts that came out of the Ghost Beast Remote Lake were also suppressed. After Qin Yan returned to Star Picking Pavilion, he directly entered a secret room. He gave his 9 condensation Dao formation to River Sun Palace Master. Now he wants to refine a new one to release the energy inside the Regent Origin Stones. That 9 condensation Dao formation is very old, I have been wanting to change it for a long time. Qin Yan took out many materials and began thinking about how to refine it. This time, I won't refine a formation, I will refine a magic tool. He thought for a bit, took out some paper and began drawing on it. Not long after, he finished drawing a 7-storied pagoda. After Qin Yan decided what he wants to refine, he began smelting the materials. Then he called out Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi to help him smelt the materials. Qin Yan needs many materials to refine the pagoda, but he only has 2 furnaces. Some materials need to be smelted separately. With Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi's help, Qin Yan can concentrate on forging other materials. After forging one type of material, they will smelt another type. This way the process is very fast. Some materials need to be repeatedly burned and then forged. This process is very complicated. This kind of magic tool requires many materials. What is it used for? Zi Qingqing asked curiously as she picked up a strange green stone from the furnace and placed it on Qin Yan's forging table. Qin Yan rubbed her somewhat round and absolutely beautiful face and said with smile, "This pagoda can replace the 9 condensation Dao formation. I only need to place the Regent Origin Stone inside the pagoda and it will release the energy of the Regent Origin Stone under my control. There are 7 floors inside, each floor has a storage space inside, it can store many materials." Shui Tianzi gently smiled, "Little brother Yun, whatever you refine, you are very awesome. Sister Yaofeng said that your past life was also like this." While talking and laughing, she arrived beside Qin Yun and gently wiped the sweat on his face. She is very considerate. You must learn many things from Sister Yao Feng, it will be very beneficial for you in the future. Qin Yan said with smile. Sister Yao Feng is also very good to us. Zi Qingqing nodded with smile, it can be seen that they are getting along very well inside the pagoda. Qin Yan continued forging materials, more than 10 days later, the embryo is finished. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also returned to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Next, Qin Yan began carving runes. This is a very tedious matter. This small pagoda uses many peculiar materials, for example space materials, it is used the most. Moreover, it uses a kind of material that can change size at will because this small pagoda can become very big. Later, I can also enter this pagoda to cultivate, or directly cultivate outside the pagoda, it will be very convenient. Qin Yan is also filled with expectation as he began carving runes. He has many star and moon runes, he can confirm that the effect of this pagoda is the same as he imagined. The most difficult to carve is the 9 condensation sun rune. Because this is a very complicated magic tool, Qin Yan cannot directly use Gemini treasure mirror to project 9 condensation sun rune. Gemini treasure mirror can only be used when crafting talismans or refining small and medium-sized formations. It took more than 10 days to carve runes. After Qin Yan finished, he began testing the effect of the pagoda. He placed all the high-quality Regent Origin stones he has on the first floor. Best quality Regent Origin stones are placed on the second floor, King quality Regent Origin stones are placed on the third floor. Fourth and fifth floor are used to plant medicinal ingredients. Sixth floor is used to plant immortal origins. And seventh floor is a suite, it has a room, a cultivation room, a living room, a bathroom and so on. He placed the pagoda on the table, then with a thought, he entered the cultivation room on the 7th floor. The cultivation room is very spacious, it can accommodate dozens of people without any problem. He can directly absorb energy from Regent Origin stones here. If he wants to absorb high-quality Regent Origin stones from the first floor, he can open the 9 condensation Dao formation. If he needs a lot of energy, he can directly open the first, second and third floor and absorb high-quality, best quality and king quality Regent Origin stones. All the strange materials I collected over the years have been used up. Qin Yan lied down on the floor of the cultivation room and said with smile, this magic tool can also evolve in the future. When he was refining, he added many dragon bones, so the surface is very firm. Let's call it 9 condensation pagoda. Qin Yan left through the small pagoda and said with very satisfied smile. After leaving the star-picking pavilion, he arrived outside and released the small pagoda. He controlled it to become bigger. After the 9 condensation pagoda became big, it looks like a grayish-black pagoda. Although it is not very beautiful, it is very firm. Qin Yan took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent message to Yi Yaoxue and Hong Mengshu, telling them to come cultivate together. Yi Yaoxue has been waiting for Qin Yan all along, so after receiving his message, she immediately went to meet up with him. Hong Mengshu is also the same, she came together with Yi Yaoxue. They have been inside the star-picking pavilion all along, now that they came out, they saw the 9 condensation pagoda. Xiaoyun, did you build this? Yi Yaoxue asked in amazement. I did. Qin Yan mischievously laughed, then controlled the 9 condensation pagoda to become small and let it fall on his hand. This kind of magic tool is very useful, especially when going out. Hong Mengshu said in admiration. Qin Yan threw the 9 condensation pagoda and it became more than 30 meters tall. Let's go in. Qin Yan pulled them and flew to the 7th floor through the window. Why do you want to cultivate in here? Can't we cultivate in the star-picking pavilion? Yi Yaoxue was brought into the cultivation room by Qin Yan. She looked all around and said, the room you made is a bit simple and crude. It is made with very hard materials, I am too lazy to make it more refined, I will just make do with it. Qin Yan secretly controlled the first floor 9 condensation Dao formation and sent energy into the cultivation room. In a flash, the cultivation room became filled with rich energy. After sensing the energy inside, Hong Mengshu and Yi Yaoxue are very amazed, they immediately realized the use of this pagoda. Qin Yan said with smile, there are many Regent Origin stones on the lower floor. This way, I can absorb as much energy as I need. Truly refreshing. Hong Mengshu said with smile, quickly let Sister Qingqing and Sister Tianzi come out. Qin Yan also let out Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, he wants to cultivate together with them. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Hong Mengshu cultivated together with Yi Yaoshua last time, it caused their martial spirits to mutate, it is very beneficial to them. This time, we should be able to reach peak martial emperor. Hong Mengshu said, Senior Sister Yi and Brother Yun, you two absorb a lot of energy every time but breakthrough is very slow. So long as we cross martial emperor realm and become half-immortals, we won't need to rely on regent origin stones anymore. Yi Yaoshua also wants to quickly become half-immortal. If she enters ancient domain, the stronger she becomes, the better. Qin Yan said, let's begin. This time Yi Yaoshua is still the one leading the energy circulation. Evil Storm, Chapter 1049, Evil Storm. Qin Yan has absorbed a lot of energy but his cultivation has been increasing very slowly. The main reason is because his body is absorbing a lot of energy while cultivating. Moreover, Nether Sun also needs to absorb a lot of energy to break through. Because she has heavenly rune martial spirit, her Tao core is extraordinary, so she needs to absorb a lot of energy to break through. Before Qin Yan entered seclusion, he contacted Granny Star and asked her about the situation outside. 9 Sun Sects people are actively participating in the fight against Ghost Beast Overlord. 100 Pagoda Sect is now very safe. Because Ghost Beast Overlord has not approached for many days. As for the current situation, Qin Yan is also not very clear. After Xiao Yuemei came out of seclusion in Star Picking Pavilion, she found out that Qin Yan is cultivating and did not disturb him. Instead, she went to buy talisman papers to craft Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman. Her small mirror has recorded Qin Yan's Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability Martial Spirit, so she can use it. She is not crafting Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman for herself, rather she is crafting it for Qin Yan. At the same time, she wants to satisfy the craving of an inscription master. Xiao Yuemei is crafting talismans inside Star Traveling Pagoda when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. She hastily stored her tools and ran downstairs. A large group of people has arrived outside Star Traveling Pagoda's entrance. Xiao Yuemei saw 2 very familiar figures among them, one is Su Xiaoba and the other is Su Luan. Apart from them, everyone else is very unfamiliar but they are very strong. Among them is a white-clothed old woman standing beside Su Xiaoba. Her entire body is releasing threatening half-immortal power, her expression is also somewhat ice-cold. Su Xiaoba crossed his arms over his chest and yelled, Little girl, call your brother out. My brother is in seclusion. Little shameless puppy, why are you looking for him? Xiao Yuemei lightly groaned and said. Little girl, you dare to curse my grandson? That old woman flew into a rage and wanted to rush over. Su Luan immediately shouted, Lu Jiao, don't act recklessly. That old woman is called Lu Jiao, she is very strong, she seems to be a bit stronger than Su Luan. She calls herself Su Xiaoba's grandmother, that means she is Su Luan's wife. Xiao Yuemei hastily returned to the Star Traveling Pagoda and delicately groaned and said, he bet with me twice and lost both times. But he did not fulfill the terms of the bet, if he is not a little shameless dog, then what is he? This is 100 Pagoda Sect, she is not afraid of Lu Jiao acting recklessly. Xiaoba, is that so? Lu Jiao looked at Su Xiaoba and asked. That is true but she used some tricks to defeat me. Su Xiaoba's expression is filled with unwillingness as he said, she wants me to call her great aunt, I am not willing. Su Luan said in low voice, Jiao, don't provoke Venerable Master Qin. We were able to enter the ancient domain because of him. Lu Jiao glared at Su Luan and said, I did not provoke him, I just want him to fight Xiaoba again. Xiaoba lost and is very unconvinced. Don't you want to convince him wholeheartedly? My brother said that he will refine a puppet to fight this little shameless dog. Xiao Yuemei said. Little girl, you are not allowed to insult my grandson again. Lu Jiao furiously said. There are a few half-immortals behind her, they are her helpers. Xiao Yuemei can also see that Lu Jiao is not from Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain, she is a big boss of a sect in transcending Xianxia region. He lost a few bets with me and did not call me great aunt. He is acting shamelessly, he deserves to be scolded by me. Of course, if he doesn't want to be scolded by me, then give me 10 king quality regent origin stones and we will write it off, how about it? Xiao Yuemei thought about it and said. Alright. Lu Jiao is very principled. She took out 10 king-quality regent origin stones and threw them towards Xiao Yuemei. After Xiao Yuemei received them, she said with smile, Su Xiaoba, my brother is in seclusion, it is not convenient for him to come out. As soon as he comes out, I will immediately notify you. Su Xiaoba is very unreconciled as he said, little girl, how about this, you fight me in place of your brother. Xiao Yuemei has been in seclusion for about a month. Because her mirror has obtained Gemini Heavenly Rune, her cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds. Now she is also a martial emperor. I don't know how to fight. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, how about we compete in speed? I am very afraid of death, so I can run very fast. If you lose to me, you just have to call me Grandaunt, just once. Su Xiaoba thought about it, he feels that he is a peak martial emperor and Xiao Yuemei is at most an initial stage martial emperor. No matter what, it is impossible for her to be faster than him. Alright, if you lose, you will call me grandfather, what do you think? Su Xiaoba also agreed. Many people don't know whether to laugh or cry, this bet between these two is truly child's play. If you act shamelessly, I will call you little shameless dog the next time I see you. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said. Alright. Su Xiaoba feels that this is a competition of strength, he will surely win. If he loses, it means that his skill is not up to par. Granny Star is also here, she is somewhat worried that Xiao Yuemei will lose. Everyone is very clear about Su Xiaoba's strength, even though he lost to Qin Yun, his strength is still very dreadful. Especially his astonishing destructive power, as well as his body's recovery power, it is still fresh in everyone's memory. Lu Jiao said, how about this, you run east from here, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain ship will stop there. Whoever reaches the bow of the ship first will be the winner. Alright. Xiao Yuemei walked out of the star-traveling pagoda and looked towards east. 1, 2, 3, begin. Lu Jiao loudly said. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiaoba disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yuemei cursed in low voice and immediately chased after him. Su Xiaoba's speed is indeed very fast, Xiao Yuemei is lagging behind by a lot. Lu Jiao, Su Luan and Granny Star are chasing after him. Haha. This time Xiaoba will win for sure. Lu Jiao very happily said with smile, her eyes are filled with doting love. Xiao Yuemei is flying in the sky, originally she was lagging behind but now she suddenly rushed to the front. Every once in a while, she would be able to jump a great distance. What is going on with this little girl? Lu Jiao cannot help but cry out in alarm. Granny Star and Su Luan are also incomparably amazed. That is space power. This little girl has space martial spirit? She just passed through space but she can't do it continuously, she needs to wait for a period of time. Su Luan yelled from behind in alarm. It must be known that Xiao Yuemei's mirror has recorded all kinds of rare and strange martial spirits that she can use. Xiao Yuemei frequently uses space martial spirit, so she is very proficient in it. Not long after, Xiao Yuemei caught up and overtook Su Xiaoba in a short while. Su Xiaoba loudly cursed, he is already using his fastest speed but he is still not as fast as Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, this baby is still too tender, he wants to compete with big sister? Dream on. She is now leading by a large margin, Su Xiaoba can only chase after her with great difficulty. Xiao Yuemei has the memories of her past life, moreover, she was a crafty old fox in her past life. A reckless person like Su Xiaoba is not her match at all. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain ship is right ahead. Xiao Yuemei flew out of 100 Pagoda Sec's exit and landed on the bow of the ship. Su Xiaoba's speed is also very fast, he arrived in a short while but he lost. I won. Xiao Yuemei very happily smiled and said, quickly call me Great Aunt. Just once, I will call you Great Aunt. Su Xiaoba curled his lips and yelled, Great Aunt. Xiao Yuemei very happily giggled. Lu Jiao patted Su Xiaoba's head and comforted him, Xiaoba, this little girl has space martial spirit, she did not use her true speed to defeat you. You don't need to be discouraged, you are still the fastest among martial emperors. Xiao Yuemei suddenly said with frown, seniors, can you sense a kind of energy filled with evil energy? Su Luan immediately began to earnestly sense because Xiao Yuemei predicted that the heavenly mountain would explode. No. Su Luan promptly shook his head. Xiao Yuemei closed her eyes and began using time martial spirit's power to predict the future. I have a bad premonition, we must quickly enter the barrier. Xiao Yuemei yelled and hastily entered the barrier. Our ship is here, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Su Xiaoba said. They are still standing on the bow of the ship. Granny Star and Xiao Yuemei have already entered the barrier of 100 Pagoda sect. You guys also come in. Xiao Yuemei yelled. We won't enter, what is there to be afraid of? In the spirit desolate Xian domain, apart from the 9 sun sects, who can be our opponent? Lu Jiao very disdainfully said. Just as she finished speaking, a large amount of black astral wind suddenly rushed over from the distant sky. The ship floating in the air was also shaken by the wind. Su Luan and Lu Jiao's expression greatly changed when they sensed the incomparably evil energy. Everyone enter the cabin and activate the formation. Su Luan yelled. Lu Jiao really did not expect that Xiao Yuemei would be able to sense this dreadful energy. A white energy barrier appeared outside the ship. 100 Pagoda sect's barrier sensed the formidable energy attack and immediately closed all the entrances and exits. Now the barrier of 100 Pagoda sect is letting out a burst of whistling sound. This is also a kind of warning sound. What is that? Granny Star saw the black storm and red thunder rushing over and yelled in alarm. Is this world extermination heavenly calamity? It shouldn't be. World extermination heavenly calamity can't be this evil, right? Granny Star, we should quickly return to Star Traveling Pagoda. Xiao Yuemei said. Boom boom boom, Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain ship has been enveloped by the berserk black astral wind. The barrier of the ship has been bombarded by all kinds of red thunder, issuing very dreadful sound. The evil storm suddenly arrived and bombarded the barrier of 100 Pagoda sect. The higher-ups of 100 Pagoda sect are also alarmed. Shenbeijian is standing at the top of his pagoda. He took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to all the sect masters of the 9 sun sects. Then he summoned all the half-immortals of the various pagoda sections. These are truly troubled times. Shenbeijian let out a long sigh. Evil calamity descends. Xiao Yuemei and Granny Star are looking at the sky from the top of Star Traveling Pagoda. Now the sky looks like doomsday has arrived. It is enveloped by dense black evil energy and dreadful red thunder and lightning are dropping down unceasingly. Granny Star, what exactly is going on? Xiao Yuemei is deeply worried and said in low voice, will this affect the construction of the Starry Sky Road? Granny Star shook her head and said, I also don't know, wait for the sect masters of the 9 sun sects to come. They are formidable 9 sun sects, they will surely have a way to deal with this. Yu Shedian arrived at the top of Star Traveling Pagoda through Starry Sky teleportation formation. She saw the strange scene in the sky and said with frown, this is caused by world extermination heavenly disaster. It is very normal for this kind of scene to appear before world extermination. Sister Tian, what exactly is going on? Xiao Yuemei hastily grabbed Yu Shutian's little hand seeing her arrive. Yu Shutian's expression is grave as she said, I also read about it in ancient books. The reason why this evil calamity appeared is because too many living beings have died in Devil Desolate, Martial Desolate and Devil Beast Desolate. They have accumulated too much evil energy, causing many dead living beings to come back to life. Spirit Desolate Ordinary Realm is also affected by the world extermination power. In other words, it won't be long before a large number of evil beings come back to life. Xiao Yuemei cannot help but shiver. She looked at the black evil mist in the sky and muttered, doesn't that mean that it will be very dangerous outside? Yu Shedian nodded and said, indeed. According to ancient records, this evil calamity is mainly formed in Devil Desolate. Devil Desolate has gathered a large amount of evil energy and resentment, giving birth to a large number of dreadful evil devil beings. Devil Desolate also has many formidable Devil Dao sects. As for the devils of the Devil Dao sects, they did not flee when the power of world extermination arrived. If they come back to life, their power will surely be very dreadful. Granny Star asked, doesn't that mean that many devil people and devil monsters will come here? That should be the case, it won't be long before they arrive. Those devil cultivators and devil monsters have absorbed the evil energy of a large amount of departed spirits. If we are exposed outside for too long without any defensive measures, we will also turn into evil devils. Yu Shedian said, 9 sun sects should know about this. The large ship outside 100 Pagoda Sex Barrier has already left, it is unknown where it is flying to. Many people from the Nine Suns Sex were dealing with the ghostly beasts at the Ghost Beast Remote Lake. Granny Star said, I will immediately report this matter to Pagoda Master Shin. After Granny Star left, Yu Shedian asked Xiao Yuemei, is Ayun still in seclusion? Xiao Yuemei nodded, and, I wonder when he will come out. Are you looking for him? Yes. I remember he said that after going to Ancient Domain, he will return to transcending Xianxia region. Yu Shedian said. Indeed, he wants to find Immortal Gate. Xiao Yuemei also knows that Qin Yin wants to go to Immortal Desolate urgently. The Starry Sky Road cannot exist forever. After we go to Ancient Domain, the Starry Sky Road built in Spirit Desolate Xian Domain will most likely be destroyed. If Ayun wants to return, he will need to build a Starry Sky teleportation formation in transcending Xianxia region ahead of time. Yu Shedian said, Yuemei, you can also see the current situation, right? It will not be long before Xian Domain is destroyed. Sister Tian, what are your plans after going to Ancient Domain? Xiao Yuemei asked. I don't know, in short, I will become stronger first. With formidable strength, it will be very easy to do anything. Yu Shedian laughed, Yuemei, what about you? I want to follow my brother. Xiao Yuemei leaned on the railing at the top of the pagoda and said in soft voice, I want to travel with him. In her past life, she often followed Qin Yin everywhere to deceive people. Yu Shedian said, Yuemei, how about you advise your brother not to go to transcending Xianxia region? He can also cross 7th half Immortal Tribulation in Ancient Domain. At that time, he can also go to Immortal Desolate. Xiao Yuemei said, Ancient Domain is in the Starry Sky. If he crosses 7th half Immortal Tribulation in Ancient Domain, will he also appear in Immortal Desolate? Of course not, there are different space in Star Field. Spirit Desolate has Spirit Desolate Star Field space and Immortal Desolate has Immortal Desolate Star Field space. Although they are connected together, there is a natural barrier that prevents people from crossing. Yu Shedian said. Xiao Yuemei also knows about this. She looked at the sky and said, for example, we can see the moon, but if we want to fly up, we will be blocked. Because the area where the moon is located belongs to Immortal Desolate Star Field space. Yu Shedian said with smile, indeed, if we cross half Immortal Tribulation in Ancient Domain, we will be sucked into Immortal Desolate Star Field space. The area where the sun is located belongs to Divine Desolate Star Field space. Only by going to Divine Desolate can we fly to the sun. Sister Tian, we might have to separate in the future. When the time comes, how will I find you in the boundless Star Sea? Xiao Yuemei is very reluctant to part with Yu Shedian. She gloomily pouted and shook Yu Shutian's hand. Yu Shedian gently smiled, gently caressed Xiao Yuemei's cheek and said with faint sigh, Yuemei, I am also reluctant to part with you. I am reluctant to part with Mengshu and the others. I am reluctant to part with my good friends. However, I must find the answer. I want to know where I came from, who my parents are, why I am in Spirit Desolate. I believe that we will meet again in the future. Xiao Yuemei nodded, then held hands with Yu Shedian and looked outside. Now the barrier is completely open, it is being maintained by many immortal origins. Although it is emitting bursts of sound from time to time, it is very stable. The evil storm has not stopped, instead it is becoming stronger and stronger. 100 Pagoda Sex disciples are all panic-stricken. Because the activity outside is truly too great. Dense evil aura blotted out the sky and sun. Even though it is broad daylight now, the 8 suns in the sky have been completely blocked out. Dense clouds filled with evil aura collided in the sky and released red lightning, causing the earth to be filled with blood. Roar, 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 suddenly a burst of roar came from the sky. Quickly look. Xiao Yuemei pointed at the sky and yelled. It's Lizard Evil Dragon. Yu Shedian yelled in alarm. Under the illumination of the red lightning, a large number of several 100-meter long and over 1,000-meter long Lizard Evil Dragon are flapping their wings and crazily attacking the barrier. 100 Pagoda Sex Barrier is very strong, but now that it is being attacked by so many formidable giant beasts, it caused people to feel extreme fear. Granny Star has also returned. Quickly enter the pagoda. I am worried that the barrier will be breached. Granny Star yelled. What? 100 Pagoda Sex Barrier is very strong. Yu Shedian said in amazement. All pagoda masters are holding a meeting just now. They have already prepared for the worst. All disciples should return to their own pagoda. It will be safer inside the pagoda. Granny Star said. Every pagoda's barrier has been tested for a very long time. Even the weakest pagoda can withstand the attacks of 6 tribulation half-immortals. Some of them can even launch a counterattack. Xiao Yuemei and Yu Shedian hastily left the top of the pagoda and entered the pagoda. From the window, they can see that there are many giant beasts flying in the sky. They are unceasingly attacking the barrier. Some of them are badly battered and bleeding, but they don't seem to have any intention of stopping. Have these things gone mad? Xiao Yuemei said, if this goes on, it will be even more difficult to build the Starry Sky Road in Xian Domain. Indeed. Only by building the Starry Sky Road in Xian Domain can we reach Ancient Domain. Yu Shedian let out a long sigh. Let's see if 9 Sun Sects can do anything. Granny Star said, 9 Sun Sects people have already returned to their ships. Xiao Yuemei said, if 100 Pagoda Sects barrier is breached, then won't Ghost Beast Overlord be able to come over? Granny Star did not speak. Ghost Beast Overlord is also a great threat. World extermination, heavenly calamity is coming. It is destined to come. Yu Shedian looked outside the window with frown. Now we must build the Starry Sky Road as soon as possible. Pagoda Master Shen said that he will find a way to let other 9 Sun Sects enter our 100 Pagoda Sects barrier and then build the Starry Sky Road inside our 100 Pagoda Sect. Now let's see how long 100 Pagoda Sects barrier can last. Granny Star said. 100 Pagoda Sects. 100 pagodas are located in a large mountainous region. The barrier they created is also very large. Jian family and people from ordinary realm of spirit desolate, even though they are inside, they don't feel crowded at all. Within Xian Domain, only 100 Pagoda Sect has such a large barrier. 9 suns have lost 1 sun, the suppression of evil power is insufficient. Even in immortal desolate, evil spirits and devils will gradually increase. If we don't want to be affected, we can only go to Starry Sky. Yu Shedian said. Qin Yan is now on a small star in the Starry Sky. He doesn't know the crisis 100 Pagoda Sect is facing. 1 month later, Qin Yan and Yi Yaoxue finally broke through. Yi Yaoxue has smoothly become peak Martial Emperor and Qin Yan is only mid-stage Martial Emperor. Finally, Hong Mengshu, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi have also become peak Martial Emperors. The next stage of tribulation is about to begin. Although Yi Yaoxue has broken through, she has not woken up yet. Her red heavenly rune martial spirit has become bigger. Let's go out and let her cultivate in peace. Qin Yan left 9 condensation pagoda with his women. Before leaving, Qin Yan looked at the consumed Regent Origin stones. Thousands of high-quality Regent Origin stones have been used up. Luckily he still has 2,000 best quality Regent Origin stones and several hundred king quality Regent Origin stones. Qin Yan just came out of 9 condensation pagoda. He did not see Xiao Yuemei outside, instead he saw Yu Shedian. Seeing Qin Yan come out, Yu Shedian hastily walked over and yelled, Ayun, something big has happened. What big matter? Qin Yan is very engrossed in his cultivation, so he doesn't know what is happening outside. Spirit desolate Xian Domain is filled with formidable evil spirits and devils. And the Ghost Beast Overlord is even more savage. Yu Shedian said. I have only been in seclusion for a month, how did it become like this? I will immediately go to Star Traveling Pagoda to take a look. Qin Yan said. Righteous energy. Qin Yan hastily walked towards the Starry Sky teleportation formation and left for 100 Pagoda Sect. He followed behind Yu Shedian and arrived at Star Traveling Pagoda. He saw Xiao Yuemei and Granny Star anxiously pacing back and forth. Brother, you finally came out of seclusion, the situation outside is very bad. When Xiao Yuemei saw Qin Yan, she walked forward and pulled Qin Yan's hand. She said worriedly, the people from the 9 Sun Sects are trapped outside. Why don't they hide inside transcending Xianxia region? Qin Yan asked. If they leave, 100 Pagoda Sects barrier will be breached very quickly. Xiao Yuemei said with sigh, they still can't deal with the Ghost Beast Overlord. If 100 Pagoda Sect is exterminated, they won't be able to fulfill their contract. Qin Yan thought for a bit and said, Yuemei, here are 9 star spirits, use them to condense 9 overwhelming righteous martial spirits. Then wait here for my return. He hastily left Star Traveling Pagoda and arrived at the edge of the barrier. Granny Star also followed after him. Shinbeijian learned that Qin Yin came out of seclusion and hastily rushed over. Old Feitian, Pagoda Master Murong and others are trapped outside. They are asking me whether or not there is a way to bring them into 100 Pagoda sect. Shinbeijian said. 100 Pagoda City and Heaven's Pride City are also very strong. What is the situation now? Qin Yin asked. They have all been exterminated. Many people are fleeing to transcending Xianxia region. Spirit Desolate Xian domain is doomed to be exterminated. I just did not expect that so many evil spirits would appear before the world extermination heavenly calamity. Shinbeijian said with sigh. Qin Yin flew towards the large ship ahead. It is River Sun Palace Master's ship. It is Crystal Dragon boat. They are now outside, using the weapons on the large ship to defend against those crazily attacking formidable evil spirits and evil spirits. Heaven and earth are pitch black, covered by dense black evil fog. It is impossible to see the sun. Within the darkness, countless evil spirits are blotting out the sky and covering the earth. They are besieging 100 Pagoda sect and those large ships. Those large ships belong to 9 sun sects. They are very formidable. They released protective barrier that can resist the ferocious attacks of evil spirits and evil spirits. After Qin Yin arrived, he can clearly see how dreadful those evil spirits and evil spirits are. Although the people from the 9 Suns sect were very strong, they could not withstand the attacks of countless powerful evil beings. Shinbeijian said, in the first few days, they were still able to kill the evil spirits and devils in the vicinity. But later on, there were too many of them. I don't know how long it will take to kill them, so they all hid inside the ship. Now, they are also trying to think of a way to get in. 100 Pagoda sect's barrier cannot be opened, otherwise the evil spirits and devils outside will rush in. It will be very dangerous. In this way, it would be very difficult for the 9 Sun sects to enter. Qin Yin also received Qingyu's sound transmission. He is currently on Suluan's ship. Old Feitian and City Master Murong are also there. Pagoda Master Qin, do you have any method? Shinbeijian asked. Yes, but I can't do it quickly. Let them hold on for a while longer. Qin Yin looked up at the sky. The gigantic beasts that were hundreds of meters long and over 1,000 meters long were constantly smashing into the barrier. The impact caused rumbling sounds that were incomparably frightening. Every time they saw this scene, 100 Pagoda sects people became very worried that the barrier would not be able to hold on. Soon after, Qin Yin discussed with River Sun Palace Master and Golden Sun Sect Master. They said that they can hold on for a few more days. If they can't do anything, they can only arrange for a group of people to hide in transcending Xianxia region. Qin Yin is now waiting for Xiaoyuemei. As long as she can condense enough overwhelming righteous martial spirits, they will be able to refine magic tools that can expel evil spirits. Pagoda Master Qin, inside transcending Xianxia region, there are many other powerful sects other than the 9 Sun sects. Although their overall strength is not as good as the 9 Sun sects, they are not too bad. These powerful sects also want to enter ancient domain. Shinbeijian said, this matter was told to me by the people of the 9 Sun sects. After the Starry Sky Road is finished, we can let them come, but we will need to take back some benefits. Qin Yin said. I also have the same idea. Shinbeijian looked at the sky and said with sigh, our 100 Pagoda sects barrier should be able to hold on for a while. If the 9 Sun sects can come in, with their help, our barrier will be even more stable. After Xiaoyuemei's cultivation broke through, her mirror has become a lot stronger and the speed at which she can condense her spirit body has become even faster. Brother, you should return to Star Traveling Pagoda, I should be almost done. Xiaoyuemei said. Qin Yin immediately rushed back. After returning to Star Traveling Pagoda, Xiaoyuemei saw Qin Yin and immediately handed over 9 soul-sealing pearls to him. Qin Yin hastily brought her into a secret room and began refining things. A few days passed by, there are now 9 pearls floating in front of Qin Yin. He hastily refined them using light runes and overwhelming righteous martial spirit. Moreover, he also fused a very small amount of immortal origins inside. Those immortal origins are what Qin Yin asked Shinbeijian for. Yuemei, take one. If you are besieged by evil spirits, take it out and you will be safe. Qin Yan handed over the pearl to Xiao Yuemei and said again, "You can make the pearl very big." "Thank you, brother." Xiao Yuemei nodded. Qin Yan took the other 8 pearls and brought Xiao Yuemei towards the direction where the large ships are gathered. Outside the barrier, those large ships are flying back and forth, using the formidable barrier released by the large ships to ram the evil beasts in the vicinity. After Qin Yan arrived, he took out the 8 pearls, formed a large ring and erected it beside the barrier. Xiao Yuemei also took out the pearl Qin Yan gave her. Now there are 9 pearls. 9 large white pearls are releasing intense white light. They revolved around each other and formed a large white ring gate. Originally the surroundings were very dark, but after the white light appeared, all the evil energy in the surroundings was blown away. All the evil spirits and devils within the radius of several hundred li don't dare to approach after being illuminated by the white light. Even those evil spirits and devils who are not afraid of death, after approaching, their energy weakened and they fell to the ground. Shenbeijian and many pagoda masters of 100 Pagoda sect are looking at this scene in amazement. Venerable Master Qin's move is truly extraordinary. River Sun Palace Master said with smile. The half-immortals of the 9 Sun sects are also very happy because they will be able to enter 100 Pagoda sect very soon. Pagoda Master Shen, open the barrier. Evil spirits and devils won't dare to approach. Qin Yan said. Soon after, he contacted the big shots of the 9 Sun sects and ordered them to guard the entrance. If any evil spirits or devils approach, they will immediately attack and kill them. Shenbeijian and a few old men used a pearl to open a hole in the barrier. The hole is very big, it is enough for the large ships to enter. When the large ships enter, they also pass through the large ring formed by 9 overwhelming righteous pearls. This way, if evil spirits or devils want to enter, they will be illuminated by intense light. Not long after, all the large ships entered 100 Pagoda sect. Shenbeijian also hastily closed the barrier. Qin Yan shrunk the 9 pearls and handed over one of them to Xiao Yuemei. Pagoda Master Shen, now you will arrange the construction of the Starry Sky Road. Qin Yan said. After 9 Sun sects people arrived, they hastily greeted Qin Yan and repeatedly praised his skill. After Qin Yan greeted them with smile, he let them and 100 Pagoda sects inscription masters discuss the construction of the Starry Sky Road. After Qin Yan returned to Star Traveling Pagoda, Su Luan also followed him. Apart from Su Luan, there are also Su Xiaoba and Lu Jiao. On the way, Qin Yan learned from Xiao Yuemei that Lu Jiao is Su Luan's wife, but she is not from Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain. Venerable Master Qin, I also saw your skill earlier. If it were not for you, we would not even know how to enter this place. Lu Jiao said. Qin Yan took out 5 pearls and handed them over to Granny Star. He asked her to send them to the sky and drive away the evil spirits and devils that are attacking the barrier. Granny Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. Qin Yan said with smile. Su Xiaoba very much wants to fight with Qin Yan again, but he did not say anything because he knows that Qin Yan's position is very high now. He can only obediently watch from the side. There are other sects in transcending Xianxia region who want to enter, but under the current situation, it will not be easy for them to enter. I hope Venerable Master Qin can help us. Lu Jiao said. This pearl can be big or small. Place it on a large ship and illuminate the entire ship. That way, the ship will be able to come and go safely. Qin Yan handed over a pearl to Lu Jiao and said again, when you return, we will also welcome you like before. All right. Lu Jiao nodded and very happily grabbed the pearl. After we return, we will surely return this pearl to Venerable Master Qin. Many thanks Venerable Master Qin. Su Luan said with smile. You are welcome. Qin Yan nodded and then sent off Su Luan and Lu Jiao. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, that Su Xiaoba is still thinking of fighting you. He just doesn't want to fight him, he is worried to death. Qin Yan shook his head and said with smile, Yuemei, go find some overwhelming righteous martial spirits, we will need to refine more of those pearls. Brother, those pearls are very useful, those people from 9 Sun sects saw them just now, they will surely want one of them. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. Is it very difficult for you to refine overwhelming righteous martial spirits? Qin Yan asked. Not at all, it will be very fast. Xiao Yuemei still has some star spirits, she can continue to refine more. Qin Yan also went to refine more pearls. After Xiao Yuemei finishes refining overwhelming righteous martial spirits, she will immediately refine more overwhelming righteous pearls. 9 sun sects have been passed down for many years, they have abundant resources in their hands. Only by joining hands will they be able to quickly build a stable starry sky road. Qin Yin is very anxious to go to ancient domain, so he can only join hands with them. Now he is very worried that after the starry sky road is finished, 100 pagoda sects barrier will not be able to withstand it. So he wants to refine more overwhelming righteous pearls just in case. More than 10 days passed by, Xianxia came out of the 9 condensation pagoda. She has become peak martial emperor, now she is even more confident. Yashua's past Qin Yin stored away the 9 condensation pagoda. Now he has refined several tens of evil repelling pearls using overwhelming righteous martial spirit. He gave one to Xianxia. Xianxia left star-picking pavilion and arrived at 100 pagoda sect. Seeing the situation outside, she cannot help but jump in fright. Although she heard Xiao Yuemei's description, seeing it with her own eyes, she realized how dreadful it is. The entire 100 pagoda sect is surrounded by all kinds of formidable evil spirits and devils. The most dreadful are those super huge beasts, they are unceasingly colliding with the barrier, causing people to worry that the barrier will be destroyed. Luckily there are a few evil repelling pearls flying in the sky, they can reduce the impact of the huge beasts. Those things outside are not ghost beast emperors, even if we kill them, we won't have any great harvest. Xiao Yuemei is at the top of the pagoda looking at a huge bat that is falling down. The pitch-black bat looks like a mountain as it directly smashed down. Luckily there is a barrier blocking it, otherwise the bat would have exploded with black evil blood that would have rained down like rain. These things came from Devil Desolate. Lan Chen rubbed his bald head and said with smile, "When my cultivation is almost done, it will be better to go to Starry Sky, there are not that many dreadful evil spirits and devils there." Qin Yin said with smile, "There are many bandits in Starry Sky. I met them before. It is easier to deal with than those evil spirits and devils. Wait until I go to Ancient Domain, if I don't meet my expectations, I will wander around in Starry Sky." Lan Chen said. "Old Lan, you have Star Totem, it will be very easy for you to roam around in Starry Sky." Qin Yin said. "Maybe." Lan Chen said with smile, "I studied in Star Traveling Pagoda for so long, didn't I do it to roam around in Starry Sky?" Qin Yin suddenly took out a sound transmission magic tool and said, "Senior Su and the others have returned. Suluan is already outside the barrier." Qin Yin contacted Shinbeijian and others and then flew towards the direction of Suluan's large ship. Shinbeijian also knows about this matter, so he brought some people to open the barrier. Just like before, Qin Yin used the pearls to open the barrier, preventing the evil spirits and devils outside from entering. After Suluan flew the large ship into 100 Pagoda sect, Shinbeijian immediately closed the barrier. The ship continued to fly towards a relatively spacious area. Shinbeijian went to greet them. As for Qin Yin, he stayed on the top floor of Star Picking Pavilion. He was currently researching the Starry Sky teleportation formation. He wanted to make a Starry Sky teleportation formation so that he could teleport back from the ancient domain. The 9 sun sects would need another month to finish building the Starry Sky path. This is already very fast, only because 100 Pagoda sect is being attacked by a great number of evil spirits and devils, people feel that it is very slow. Time was also rather tight for Qin Yin. Because he wants to make a Starry Sky teleportation formation as soon as possible so that he can safely return from ancient domain. Therefore, he spent the past few days in the Zhaixing Pavilion reading up on all kinds of knowledge. After studying it for a few days, he started to make a teleportation circle. What he refined was an array disc. He used special materials to refine a large disc. Then, he carved all sorts of runes on the large disc and then placed energy inside. Even if I successfully refine it, it can only be used once. Qin Yin borrowed many materials and began refining the large disc. The process of refining the large disc was not too difficult because the materials were relatively easy to process. The most difficult part is carving runes later on. Starry Sky teleportation formation requires a great number of star runes and space runes. Qin Yin has all of these runes but he needs to carve them in many groups. Luckily he has Star Lord Inscription Spirit, it allows him to control star runes very easily. Star totem also needs. This kind of ancient starry sky teleportation formation is very difficult to refine. Qinyan feels that it is very difficult even with Star Lord inscription spirit, let alone other people. More than 20 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Qinyan also received notice that the Starry Sky Road will be finished in a few days. Qinyan's Starry Sky teleportation array is almost complete. He has made a total of 2. One was placed in the Xian domain, and the other could only be used in the ancient domain. Yi Yaoxue found out that Qinyan came out of the secret room and very happily came to find him. Xiao Yuemei and Yu Shudian arrived together. Xiao Yun, I found my parents. They are second tribulation half-immortals, they are very strong. Yi Yaoxue very happily said with smile. Qinyan asked in amazement, how did your parents suddenly appear? Where did they come from? Yu Shudian said with smile, senior sister Ye's parents are very good, they even gave us many precious gifts. Xiao Yuemei also nodded and said, brother, they also said that they want to see you. Qinyan looked at Yi Yaoxue and said with smile, senior sister, although there are rumors outside saying that you are my little wife, you and I both know that it is all false. Please clearly explain this matter to your parents. Yi Yaoxue giggled and said, Xiao Yun, my parents have always been in transcending Xianxia region. It was my master who brought me to 100 Pagoda sect. It is mainly because my master feels that I am not suitable to stay in transcending Xianxia region. However, I am certain that my parents and I are related by blood. Medicine King Chu used a secret method to verify this for me. Medicine King Chu came with 9 Sun sex people, he did not go through tribulation. Senior sister, wait until I finish my work here, I will go see them. Qinyan said with smile. Yi Yaoxue and the others also know that Qinyan is very busy, they found out that Qinyan came out and immediately came to inform him. Alright, then I will return to Star Traveling Pagoda, they are now together with Senior Su. Yi Yaoxue said with smile. She has been separated from her family since she was a child, now that she has found her parents, she is very happy. Yu Shudian and Hong Mengshu continued to stay in Star Picking Pavilion to read some books. Only Xiao Yuemei is still in Qinyan's living room. Yuemei, what is the matter with senior sister's parents? Qinyan asked. They came back with Lu Jiao and Senior Su. Xiao Yuemei said with frown, big sister Ye's parents are very good people. Qinyan said, this matter is not that simple. Senior sister Yi has heavenly rune martial spirit, she was brought to 100 Pagoda sect by her master and has always been a secret, even senior sister Yi herself doesn't know about it. Xiao Yuemei also feels that there is something fishy hearing Qinyan's words. She said, there is nothing wrong with big sister Ye's parents, the only thing that is strange is that they are a bit too enthusiastic. Hearing your words, I feel that it is very strange. I hope they won't harm senior sister. Qinyan let out a long sigh, senior sister is reunited with her parents, she must be very happy. But it is best to secretly warn her to be careful. Yi Yaoxue's heavenly rune martial spirit is not a small matter, it has almost evolved into a spirit. Brother, I will go pay attention and see if I can discover anything. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. But you must have some sense of propriety. Qinyan said with smile. After Xiao Yuemei left, Qinyan hastily entered the secret room and took out a small pagoda. Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong are imprisoned inside the small pagoda. Pagoda Master Yang, Elder Zhang, have you been well? Qinyan sent sound transmission to the 2 inside the pagoda. Well, my ass. You little bastard, what kind of benefits did you give Su Luan to make him sell us out? Yang Chongtian loudly cursed. Qinyan, quickly release us. Otherwise, even if we become ghosts, we will not let you off. Zhang Rong furiously yelled. You truly don't know how blessed you are. Qinyan chuckled and said, do you know that world extermination calamity has already arrived? Qinyan informed Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong about the situation outside. After listening, they no longer said anything. Now they know why Su Luan sold them out, it is because of mysterious penetration Dao Talisman and Starry Sky Road. Qinyan, what do you want to do to release us? If you kill us, you will only be venting your anger, you won't get any benefits. Yang Chongtian thought about it and felt that it is better to survive first. He and Zhang Rong are people who are about to cross 7th half-immortal tribulation, if they don't try, they won't be reconciled. Don't think I don't know that you sent assassins to kill me. Just based on this, there is nothing to talk about between you and me. Qin Yun said. But you are not dead. If you kill us, you will only obtain our corpses and vent your anger, there will not be any benefits. And we still have many good things in our hands. Zhang Rong said. I will first ask you a question. You are elders of First Pagoda, how much do you know about Xianxia and her master? Qin Yun asked. Regarding the matter of Xianxia and her master, no one knows it better than us. We can tell you, but you must first release us. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing. Yang Chongtian said with sneer. I will not release you unless I am stronger than you. Qin Yun said with smile. Ha ha ha. Then don't even think about knowing anything about Xianxia and her master. Yang Chongtian laughed loudly and said. Qin Yun placed the small pagoda into the third pearl of the nine-sun divine soul and handed it over to Yao Feng. Yao Feng released Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong but did not attack them. Instead, she released her formidable immortal king aura to scare them. Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong immediately recognized that this is the power of a formidable immortal and they are scared half to death. After scaring them, Yao Feng locked them inside the small pagoda. Qin Yun took out the small pagoda and said, Two seniors, you can speak now. You. Who was that person just now? Yang Chongtian asked in fear. You don't need to know who he is. You only need to know that he is a formidable immortal. If you don't want to speak, I will let him use some secret technique to dig out your memories bit by bit from your soul. The process will be very painful. Qin Yun said with evil smile. I will tell you. Yang Chongtian is thoroughly terrified, he and Zhang Rong are very scared by Yao Feng. Chapter 1053 Forced Marriage. Yang Chongtian, Zhang Rong, you two can rest assured, if I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Qin Yun said with sneer. Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong's heart trembled again. After seeing Yao Feng's formidable strength, they now regret provoking Qin Yun. I will now tell you everything I know about Xianxia. Yang Chongtian calmed down and said, when Xianxia was still a baby, she was brought to 100 Pagoda sect by an old woman. That old woman is called Huafian, she is a fifth tribulation half-immortal. When she came to 100 Pagoda sect, she was seriously injured. At that time, me and old Zhang healed her. In order to thank us, she told us the secret of Ghost Beast Emperors, moreover, she taught us the secret method to open Ghost Beast Emperor's essence stone. Qin Yun coldly groaned and said, then why did you hide this from senior sister Yi? This is our mistake. We were greedy, we did not want to share this secret with others. Yang Chongtian hastily said. Then why didn't senior sister Yi know about this? Qin Yun doubtfully asked, since senior sister Yi is Huafian's disciple, she should also know about the secret of Ghost Beast Emperors. Zhang Rong replied, Huafian is indeed Xianxia's master but she did not tell Xianxia much about her origin. She died when Xianxia was 10 years old. Did Huafian leave behind any important words before she died? Qin Yun thought that Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong would know many things but it seems like they do not know much. Huafian warned us many times that if someone called Yi Quangtian or Hua Fengqing came to find Xianxia, we must not let them see her. Later on, when Xianxia was 15 years old, someone indeed came to find her. Yang Chongtian hastily said. Hearing the names Yi Quangtian and Hua Fengqing, Qin Yun's heart is moved because he suspects that these are the names of Xianxia's parents. Who came to find senior sister Yi? Qin Yun asked. It was an old man, he said he was sent by Yi Quangtian and Hua Fengqing. That old man said that he came from transcending Xianxia region Jishui sect, a very powerful sect. Since he wanted to take Xianxia away, we secretly killed him. Yang Chongtian said. Yang Chongtian, Zhang Rong. If Yi Quangtian and Hua Fengqing are senior sister Yi's parents, what do you think of this matter? Moreover, senior sister Yi has already recognized her parents. Qin Yun asked. Although Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong have been defeated, they are still old foxes who have lived for many years, they certainly have their own opinions about this matter. Qin Yun, if this is truly the case, then Huafian is not Xianxia's master but her grandmother. Huafian took Xianxia away from transcending Xianxia region while injured, moreover she concealed Xianxia's origin, it must be because Xianxia is very important, she must be hiding some secret on her body. Yang Chongtian said after thinking for a while. Zhang Rong also said, it is also possible that her parents want to do something detrimental to her. She is indeed a rare super genius, she must be hiding some secrets on her body. Yi Yashua's greatest secret is her heavenly rune martial spirit. According to Yao Feng, Xie Qiru, and Xiao Yuemei, even in Immortal Desolate, heavenly rune is very precious, let alone heavenly rune martial spirit. Now, senior sister Yi has reunited with her parents. Qin Yin suddenly feels that this matter is very thorny. He informed Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong about the situation outside. Qin Yin, it is possible that Yi Yashua's parents are only on the surface. Because they want to go to Ancient Domain through 100 Pagoda Sect. My guess is that after they go to Ancient Domain, they will surely make a move. You can warn Yi Yashua. Yang Chongtian said. Alright, I will arrange for senior sister Yi to talk with you. Qin Yin stored the pagoda and placed an immortal origin inside for Zhang Rong and Yang Chongtian to absorb. Qin Yin took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to Xiao Yuemei, asking for the names of Yi Yashua's parents. Sure enough, Yi Yashua's father is called Yi Guangtian and her mother is called Hua Fengqing. They are elders of transcending Xianxia region's Yixue sect. Yixue sect is a formidable sect with dozens of sixth tribulation half-immortals. Their overall strength is on par with 100 Pagoda sect. Brother, big sister Ye's parents want to meet you. Xiao Yuemei sent sound transmission to Qin Yin and asked, are you coming or not? I won't go for now. Can you bring senior sister Yi back? I have an important matter to discuss with her. Qin Yin is holding a sound transmission magic tool in his hand, his expression is somewhat grave. Alright. Xiao Yuemei said. There are a few devil-repelling pearls floating in the sky, they can reduce the impact of evil beasts but 100 Pagoda sect is just too big, they can't take care of everything. Therefore, 100 Pagoda sect's barrier is very dangerous. Not long after, Yi Yashua returned with Xiao Yuemei. Yi Yashua entered Qin Yin's secret room and grumbled, Xiao Yun, why don't you go see my parents? Senior sister, have you told your parents about your heavenly rune martial spirit? Qin Yin's expression is very solemn as he asked. Yi Yashua shook her head. Xiao Yuemei is also at the side, she knows that Qin Yin is very concerned about Yi Yashua, so he is suspecting her parents. Qin Yin took out the small pagoda that imprisoned Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong and yelled, Yang Chongtian, Zhang Rong, you can speak now. Yashua. Yang Chongtian yelled. Yi Yashua is somewhat amazed, she did not expect that Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong would fall into Qin Yin's hands. Soon after, Yang Chongtian and Zhang Rong told Yi Yashua about what happened back then. Yi Yashua sank into silence after hearing this. She bit her lips, looked at Qin Yin and then looked at Xiao Yuemei. Senior sister, you are not stupid. I won't say too much about the matter between you and your parents, I only hope that you will be careful. Qin Yin patted Yi Yashua's shoulder and said. Then he let out a long sigh and said, I also don't know when I will be able to meet my parents again. Xiao Yun, many thanks for your concern. I will be vigilant. Yi Yashua said in low voice, her heart is in complete chaos. Originally, it was a very happy thing for her to reunite with her parents. I am sorry, I made you sad. Qin Yin said. It's no problem, actually. I asked my master back then and she never mentioned anything about my parents. I guessed a few things. Yi Yashua lightly sighed. Alright, I will go with you to meet them now. Qin Yin said with smile. But. Xiao Yun, you must be careful, don't talk about those things in front of him. Yi Yashua nodded. I understand. Qin Yin laughed. Yi Yashua's parents are on Suluan's ship. Qin Yin is not worried, after all Suluan is there. On the way, he saw the Starry Sky Road, it is a very large broken bridge. After opening the Starry Sky Road, the entrance to Ancient Domain is at the broken bridge. This kind of teleportation method is very ancient, the ancient garden from before also used the same method. But this kind of teleportation method is very powerful, Qin Yin used this kind of teleportation bridge to reach the moon. Suluan's ship stopped at a spacious and empty area of 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yin followed Yi Yashua to a reception room. As soon as he arrived, he saw a handsome and tall middle-aged man as well as a beautiful married woman wearing white skirt. These two are Xianxia's parents. Especially that beautiful married woman, she looks very similar to Xianxia. Youngster Qin Yun greets uncle and aunt. Qin Yun is also very polite as he greeted them. Su Luan, Lu Jiao, and others are smiling from the side. Venerable Master Qin's elegant demeanor is truly worthy of your reputation, Yi Quantian said with straightforward smile. Venerable Master Qin, I am indebted to you for thinking so highly of Xiaoshui. Please take good care of her in the future. Hua Fengqing lightly smiled. Uncle, auntie, senior sister Yi and I are actually just friends. We pretended to be lovers to deceive Yang Chongtian and the others. Now that Yang Chongtian and the others have fallen apart, there is no need to act anymore. I came here especially to explain this matter, Qin Yan said with smile. There are many people in the reception room. There are Su Luan's friends, Yi Shui's ex-people and also a large group of young heroes. Hearing Qin Yan's words, they all burst into commotion. Venerable Master Qin, could it be that you don't like Xiaoshui? Yi Quantian's expression showed slight anger as he asked. Daddy, Xiao Yun and I are only friends. I was indeed pretending to be with him before. I already told you before, Yi Yaoxue promptly said. That won't do. Even if it is like this, your reputation will be affected. How will you be able to get married in the future? Hua Fengqing lightly groaned and said. That is also daughter's fault. Yi Yaoxue curled her lips and said, it has nothing to do with Xiao Yun. Don't blame him. Venerable Master Qin, this matter is not a small matter, because I thought that you and Xiaoshui were truly husband and wife. I planned to hold a big wedding after arriving at Ancient Domain. I have already invited many people. How about we go inside and properly discuss this matter? Yi Quantian said. Qin Yan nodded and said, all right. Xiao Yun. Yi Yaoxue wanted to say something but stopped. Then she sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, telling him to be careful. Qin Yun is not afraid. At worst he can just send out Zhang Rong and Yang Chongtian. They are more than enough to deal with Yi Quantian. When Yi Quantian entered, Qin Yan saw Hua Fengqing signaling to Yi Quantian with her eyes. Su Luan and the others are outsiders. It is not good for them to say anything about this matter. They can only arrange a place for them to discuss. There are tables and chairs inside the secret room. After Qin Yan sat down, he said with smile, Uncle, I have already explained the matter between me and senior sister Yi very clearly. Indeed. But now everyone thinks that Xiaoshui is your little wife. No matter how you explain, everyone thinks that you and Xiaoshui are having an affair. Xiaoshui's reputation cannot be restored. You must marry her and hold a big wedding. Yi Quantian said in cold voice. What if I don't agree? Qin Yan asked. Each has his own agenda. Qin Yan knows what Yi Quantian is plotting after hearing this. He meant that no matter what, he wanted something from Qin Yan. Yi Quantian has Yi Yaoxue as his protective talisman, so he is not afraid of Qin Yan's revenge. If I marry senior sister Yi, do I have to give you some betrothal gifts? Qin Yan faintly smiled. He can see through Yi Quantian's thoughts with just a glance. He is not angry, instead he wants to see Yi Quantian's true goal. Grandmaster Qin, you really are a smart man. Xiaoshui is so outstanding, she is also worthy to be your woman. As far as I know, you have many wives and concubines by your side, so marrying Xiaoshui wouldn't be a big deal, right? Yi Quantian laughed. Who told you that I have many wives and concubines by my side? Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. I do have many female friends around me, but that doesn't mean they are all my women. Yi Quantian said with smile, Venerable Master Qin, you and I are both men, very capable men. It was normal for him to have more women around him. So, I don't care how many women you have, as long as you marry Xiaoshui and give us some benefits. That's not a problem. But I have to discuss this matter with my first wife. Qin Yan was too lazy to explain anything and said. Who's your first wife? Is it that little girl with 2 bundles of hair or that Xiaotian? Yi Quantian asked. My first wife is not here, she is now an immortal desolate. Wait until I go to Immortal Desolate, I will discuss it with her. Qin Yan said with smile. It seems that you don't want to marry Xiaoshui, right? Yi Quantian immediately became furious. He grabbed Qin Yan's collar and said in cold voice, "If you don't want to marry her, then compensate her." "I didn't say that I won't marry him. I just said that I have to get the approval of my first wife. I can't do anything about it. I am an honest man who is afraid of my wife. If she doesn't nod her head and I marry Senior Sister Yi, then they will fight frequently in the future." Qin Yan is as calm as before, he said with smile. "You said your first wife is in the immortal desolate, who are you lying to? Don't tell me she crossed seventh half immortal tribulation?" Yi Quantian said with sneer. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the people from Spirit Desolate Ordinary Realm. My first wife is truly someone who crossed seventh tribulation. Back then she followed me to exterminate a place called Wei Long Manor and coincidentally attracted seventh half immortal tribulation. Many people saw it." He is talking about Lan Suyao, the woman with powerful sacred pupil. Yi Quantian let go of Qin Yan and said in cold voice, "All right then, we can postpone the wedding but you can't give us less benefits." He is also somewhat afraid of Qin Yan because the women beside Qin Yan have actually crossed seventh tribulation. He also knows that Qin Yan is acquainted with many formidable sixth tribulation half-immortals like Su Luan, River Sun Palace Master, Golden Sun Sect Master, as well as Medicine King Chu whose name has shaken the entire transcending Xianxia region. If he angered Qin Yan, he would be rather afraid. Qin Yan also expected that Yi Quantian wouldn't dare. Just as he guessed, Yi Quantian and Hua Fengqing only want to use Xianxia to fish up some benefits from him. "What benefits do you want?" asked Qin Yan. "Mysterious penetration Dao talisman runes," Yi Quantian said. "Mysterious penetration Dao talisman is so precious, I can't give it to you. You should also know that Senior Su suffered disastrous losses in order to obtain the mysterious penetration Dao talisman from me. In the end, he was still unable to obtain it." Qin Yan shook his head. "We want the mysterious penetration Dao talisman. Xiao Shui is worth this price," Yi Quantian yelled. Qin Yan already knew that Yi Quantian wants to sell his daughter for a good price. "How about this, we invite Senior Sister Yi in and let her participate in this matter. After all, she is the person involved, we should let her know how much she has been sold," Qin Yan said with smile and then sat down on a chair. He is already used to this kind of matter, he is very experienced in dealing with it. Although he has a smile on his face, he is very angry in his heart. Yi Yaoxue was raised by her maternal grandmother, she has no relationship with this husband and wife. Now that Yi Yaoxue is reunited with this husband and wife, they are very intimate with her. This way, they can haggle with Qin Yan. This kind of matter should be discussed by us men. Marriage is an important matter, parents should decide. Yi Quantian sat down and said, "Mysterious penetration Dao talisman's runes are very important to us. So long as you give us the runes, Xiao Shui will be yours from now on. No matter what you do to her, we will not interfere." Qin Yan hates this kind of people very much. He thought for a bit and said again, "I can give you the mysterious penetration Dao talisman but I cannot give it to you for free. But I can't give them for free, I want 10,000 high-quality Regent Origin stones. Don't think it's too much." Su Luan lost several tens of thousands of high-quality Regent Origin stones to snatch this rune. Qin Yan saw that Yi Quantian is about to speak and hastily interrupted him, "You have a chance to buy this rune, you must seize it. If it was Senior Su, forget about 10,000, even if it was 100,000, he would be willing." Yi Quantian pondered with frown. He took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to Yi Shuesek's sect master to discuss this matter. Yi Quantian can't afford 10,000 Regent Origin stones, he must use all the resources of his sect. After a while, he said, "We can agree to give it to you. But you must keep this matter a secret, you must not tell anyone, not even Xiao Shui. We will also sign a soul contract to prevent you from divulging this matter." Qin Yan said with smile, "That's exactly what I want, it is indeed inconvenient to divulge this matter. If Senior Su knows about this, he will definitely scold me. We will sign the soul contract first, then wait for our sect master to arrive, then we will conclude the final transaction," Yi Quantian said. Soon after, they signed the soul contract, causing Yi Quantian to smile in relief. Their Yi Shui sect is very good at breaking Ghost Beast Emperor Essence stones but their technique is far inferior to Qin Yan's mysterious penetration Dao talisman. Now that they have obtained the runes of mysterious penetration Dao talisman, they will be able to obtain a great amount of regent origin stones in the future. After Qin Yan and Yi Quantian finished their transaction, they left the secret room. Yi Yaoxue is in the living room. She is very worried about Qin Yan. She saw Qin Yan and Yi Quantian come out and promptly walked over. Yi Quantian laughed loudly and said, "Grandmaster Qin and I were chatting very happily, we were very congenial and almost forgot the time, I made everyone wait for a long time." Qin Yan also nodded and laughed, he did not say anything. Yi Yaoxue felt a lot more relieved, but she still sent sound transmission to Qin Yan to ask what they discussed. Qin Yan did not say anything, after all they signed the soul contract. Xiao Yuemei is also very curious, she promptly sent sound transmission to ask. Qin Yan did not tell them about the transaction, he only told them that Yi Quantian is not a good person. Seeing Yi Quantian laughing so happily, Hua Fengqing realized that they have profited greatly from Qin Yan. Su Luan and other old men can also see some clues. They are all old ginger, how can they not see that Yi Quantian and Hua Fengqing are trying to sell off their daughter? They also know that Yi Quantian must have profited greatly, that's why he is laughing so happily. "Elder Yi, when will Venerable Master Qin and Miss Ye's wedding be held?" an old man asked. Venerable Master Qin said that his first wife has already crossed seventh tribulation and is an immortal desolate. He must get his first wife's approval before the wedding. Yi Quantian chuckled and said, "He is afraid of his wife, I understand." Su Luan said in amazement, "Venerable Master Qin is truly outstanding, his wife is actually an immortal of immortal desolate." Qin Yan faintly smiled and did not say anything. All the half-immortals present here are also repeatedly exclaiming in admiration. If anyone else said this, they would not believe it. But they believed Qin Yan because Ng Qingyu also boasted about Qin Yan's achievements before. To be able to cross seventh tribulation and be Qin Yan's wife, she must be very young. Such talent is indeed very awesome. Yi Yaoxue also feels that this is very strange, she looked at Xiao Yuemei. She knows that Xiao Yuemei's big sister is Qin Yan's only wife, but she is not an immortal. Xiao Yuemei only stuck out her tongue, she also knows that Qin Yan is swindling people. Qin Yan continued chatting with the half-immortals here. He mainly wants to understand the matters of transcending Xianxia region and immortal sex. At the same time, he also wants to wait for Yi Shuesek's sect master to arrive. Less than half an hour later, Qin Yan said that he wants to take Yi Quantian on a stroll. Then the two of them left Su Luan's ship. Qin Yan followed behind Yi Quantian and left Su Luan's ship. He saw a withered black-robed old man. The old man handed over a storage pouch to Qin Yan and said, 10,000 regent origin stones are inside. Where are your things? Qin Yan took out a beast skin and said, the complete set of runes for mysterious penetration Dao talisman. The old man somewhat excitedly took the beast skin and said, you won't dare to play any tricks, you have signed soul contract. Ha ha. Ha, alright, the deal is done, goodbye. Qin Yan finished speaking and flew back to Su Luan's ship. Then he brought Xiao Yuemei back. Yi Yaoxue feels that something is amiss, she pretended to cultivate in peace for a few days and followed Qin Yan back. Qin Yan did not say anything on the way. Yi Yaoxue and Xiao Yuemei kept asking him what exactly happened. After returning to Star Traveling Pagoda, Qin Yan brought the two of them to a room and told Zi Qingqing to come out. Before signing the soul contract, Qin Yan informed Zi Qingqing about the matter so that she could inform Yi Yaoxue. So long as Qin Yan does not personally inform others about the matter after signing the soul contract, it will not be considered as violating the soul contract. Zi Qingqing informed Yi Yaoxue as well as Xiao Yuemei, who was very curious about this matter. Qin Yan, on the other hand, was leisurely drinking tea in the small hall outside the room. After Yi Yaoxue heard Zi Qingqing's report, she angrily slapped the wall and said, truly repulsive. You want to sell me like a commodity? Xiao Yun is really something, how can you sell such precious runes? Moreover, it is only 10,000 high-quality regent origin stones. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, big sister Yi, don't be angry. You should know their true colors now, right? Senior sister Yi lightly sighed and said, no matter what, they are my birth parents. Why are my parents so despicable? It is also my fault for making Xiao Yun suffer such a great loss. Star path completed. Why do you say that? Yi Yaoxue is somewhat confused. In short, the people of the Night Snow sect are unable to produce the real mysterious penetration Dao talisman. Xiao Yuemei charmingly smiled, pulled Yi Yaoshua's lily-white hand and said, "Big sister Yi, your father sold you to my brother, you are now my brother's woman. But your brother doesn't like me." Yi Yaoshua lightly angrily said, "That guy did not give me any face at all, he actually exposed the matter of me acting with him in front of everyone, causing everyone to think that he dislikes me." Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, "Who told you to act shamelessly when you lost to him? Now you regret it, right?" Zi Qingqing giggled and said, "I'm going back." She opened the door and arrived beside Qin Yun. Qin Yun rubbed her face and then she returned to the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. "Xiao Yun, I'm sorry. I was overwhelmed with happiness. I will definitely pay attention to them in the future. I have also been sold to you, I have nothing to do with them," Yi Yaoshua said in low voice. Xiao Yuemei charmingly smiled and said, "My brother did not lose out. After all, this is a great beauty. If he doesn't want you, I want you. I will go find Boss Xia." Qin Yin shook his head and smiled, then left Star Traveling Pagoda. Everyone thought that as long as they obtained the runic patterns of the Profound Penetration Dao Talisman, they would be able to create the real Profound Penetration Dao Talisman. In fact, this was a grave mistake. The core of the Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman was the power of the Mysterious Penetration Divine Art. Divine ability martial souls were usually unique. Only Xiao Yuemei could replicate it with a mirror. Xiao Yuelan's mysterious martial spirit can also imitate all kinds of energy. Therefore, Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan released the power of the Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability martial spirit. Other than that, only Qin Yun could release it. As for the people of the Night Snow Gate, only by grasping the power of the Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability could they create the true Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman. When Qin Yin signed the contract, he only said that he would provide the runes needed to craft the Mysterious Penetration Dao Talisman. He did not say anything else, so it can't be considered as violating the contract. On the first floor of the Divine Sword Pagoda, there was a very spacious training field. Xia Wufeng and Morong Tianjia are fighting inside the barrier of the training grounds. Jian Nanhu, Jian Meng, Jian Lang, Morong Changwu, and Morong Yue are all here. Especially Jian Nanhu and the others, they all worship Xia Wufeng very much. Because they were both sword cultivators, Xia Wufeng was extremely terrifying. Morong Darren said with smile, "If Boss Xia becomes peak martial emperor, his strength will be even more terrifying." Jian Nanhu sighed and said, "I am a disciple of the Jian family, but in terms of sword Dao cultivation, I am far inferior to Boss Xia." Mu Rongjun laughed and said, "When I was traveling with Boss Xia, he was far inferior to me. The reason why he can become so strong now is also because of his hard work." "Brother Ren, so you're actually this powerful?" Jian Nanhu looked at Morong Darren in surprise. Morong Changwu and Morong Yue are also amazed. They all knew that Morong Darren, Xia Wufeng and Qin Yun were sworn brothers. Qin Yun and Xia Wufeng are inconceivably powerful. Their strength is obvious to all. However, no one had ever seen Morong Darren's strength before. They didn't even know what martial spirit he had. Of course. Back then, me, Boss Xia, little brother Yun and old third Huo were all super geniuses whose names shook a region. Naturally, the most capable one was little brother Yun, the soul refining inscription master. He was our all-purpose equipment warehouse. Morong Darren recalled and said, "Although I was ranked second among the brothers, I was the main attacker. My strength was also the strongest." Morong Changwu said with expression of envy, "Brother Ren, I did not expect that not only are you handsome, your strength is also so great." Morong Darren laughed in self-mockery, "Because I was too handsome, I encountered some problems later on that caused my strength to regress. Luckily little brother Yun and Boss Xia are very hardworking, otherwise we brothers would not be able to meet here." Jian Meng curiously asked, "Brother Ren, why did your strength regress because you were handsome?" "It's not a big deal. It's all a matter of love. I was too handsome and was fancied by the granddaughter of a formidable sixth tribulation half-immortal. But what kind of person am I, Morong Darren? I attach great importance to love, I would rather die than submit. Finally I was captured and locked up for a period of time. Morong Darren let out a long sigh and said, "Finally, that woman saw that she could not obtain my heart and asked her grandfather to let me go." Morong Changwu sighed in admiration and said, "Brother Ren, it turns out that you are also a person who is infatuated with love." Morong Yue said with smile, "Brother Ren, on this point, Venerable Master Qin cannot compare to you." Jian Nanhu patted Morong Darren's shoulder and said with smile, as expected of a kindred spirit, "If we want to become strong, we shouldn't mess around with love. Loneliness is my brother, loneliness is my lover. Ha ha ha. Why would a strong person want a woman? If they waste their energy on women, how can they become strong?" Morong Darren said with smile, "Great minds think alike. Of course, don't look at how dissolute little brother Yun is, he actually has a lot of troubles on his mind, otherwise he would have already become a half-immortal. Of course, he is tied down by women." Jian Nanhu said, Jian Nanhu, in order to become strong, I am destined to be alone for the rest of my life, I don't want women." Morong Chanwu said with smile, "Ahu, your awareness is very high." Jian Meng suddenly said, "Qin Yun has arrived. It seems like he arrived very early." Morong Darren's expression slightly changed, he was bragging very much just now, he promptly looked all around. Sure enough, he saw Qin Yun is at a corner, looking at Xia Wufeng and Morong Xianxia fighting inside the barrier. Morong Darren said with smile, "Old brother Yun, you truly come and go like a ghost." Qin Yun said with smile, "Second brother. Morong, long time no see, you actually became so infatuated with love?" Back then, Morong Darren was always thinking about those senior sisters and teachers, relying on his mouth that can break the heavens, he went everywhere to flirt with flowers and grass. Qin Yun walked over and said, "In a few days, the Starry Sky Road will be finished. When we go to Ancient Domain, it will be hard to say what will happen there." Grandfather also said that. Morong Yue nodded and said, "When the time comes, we will be doubly careful." Xia Wufeng and Morong Tianjia stopped fighting seeing Qin Yun arrive. "Boss Xia, I want to talk to you alone," Qin Yun said. "All right." Xia Wufeng wiped his sweat and nodded. Xia Wufeng brought Qin Yun to a room. Qin Yun took out a box and handed it over to Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng took it and asked, "What is this thing?" "If you put Regent Origin stones inside, they will release energy very quickly. This is much better than 9 condensation Dao talisman," Qin Yun said with smile. "Old brother Yun, are you not going to enter Ancient Domain with us?" Xia Wufeng thought of something and hastily asked. "Of course I will. But after I enter, I have my own matters to take care of. Moreover, I want to return to transcending Xianxia region later, so I don't know when we can meet again. Maybe we will all be immortals of immortal desolate at that time." Qin Yun sighed with deep emotion. "I am your big brother, I have never helped you. On the other hand, you have helped me a lot." Xia Wufeng said with some guilt. "Boss Xia, if you did not save me back then, I would not be here today." Qin Yun looked at Xia Wufeng's arm and said with smile, "You really don't want to let your arm grow back?" Xia Wufeng laughed and said, "When people fight me, they always think that my broken arm is full of flaws, that is why I always cheat many people. After losing my arm for so many years, I am already used to it. Moreover, this is also a kind of mental cultivation for me. There will be many unpredictable things in Ancient Domain. Boss Xia, it would be best if you follow Pagoda Master Shen closely. Also, be on guard against 9 Sun sects and other sects of transcending Xianxia region," Qin Yun said. "Oh? Why is that?" "Transcending Xianxia region's people seem to be very good-natured. Moreover, they respect you very much," Xia Wufeng said with frown. "They respect me, but it is only on the surface. Among those old guys, there are less than 10 who truly respect me. Everyone else is plotting against me." Qin Yun said with smile, "Therefore, once I go to Ancient Domain, it is very likely that they will bite back at me or attack 100 Pagoda sect. Pagoda Master also said the same thing to me before." Xia Wufeng said with sigh, "It is truly hard to fathom a person's heart. Just get used to it." Qin Yun said, "Old Third Hua is truly desperate, he has been in seclusion all this time, it is very difficult to see him. So long as we are alive, we will meet again." Xia Wufeng patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, "Take care of yourself." Xianxia nodded and then left the Divine Sword Pagoda. He returned to Star Picking Pavilion and placed a Starry Sky teleportation formation here. Once he arrives at Ancient Domain, he can teleport from Ancient Domain to Star Traveling Pagoda and then teleport from Star Picking Pavilion to Star Traveling Pagoda. If everything goes smoothly, he can even go back and forth to Ancient Domain. But only if everything goes smoothly. Xianxia doesn't dare to guarantee that there will be no problem with such a long-distance teleportation, he has never tried it before. Next few days, Xianxia stayed inside Star Traveling Pagoda, waiting for the Starry Sky Road to be finished. Xianxia also used seclusion as an excuse and did not go out. On the contrary, Yi Guangtian came a few times to ask about the mysterious penetration Dao talisman they crafted but can't use it. Xianxia did not go to see Yi Guangtian because he has already obtained 10,000 Regent Origin Stones. 100 Pagoda Sect's barrier has been reinforced and can continue to hold for a period of time. Finally, the Starry Sky Road has been completed inside the barrier of 100 Pagoda Sect, which is surrounded by large number of giant beasts. After the Starry Sky Road opened, 9 Sun Sect's people informed everyone and went in first. 100 Pagoda Sect's people also boarded their pagoda's large ship and flew towards the Starry Sky Road at the end of the broken bridge. These past few days, everyone has been very scared in their hearts, they were worried that the barrier wouldn't be able to hold on. Now that the Starry Sky Road has been opened, everyone is rushing to enter. 9 Sun Sects already collected a great amount of toll fee from other sects in transcending Xianxia region. 100 Pagoda Sect also obtained a great amount of toll fee. Qin Yun, Granny Star and others are sitting on Shinbeijian's large ship. Star Traveling Pagoda only has a few dozen people. Starry Sky Road is one way, after entering, there is no way to return. Qin Yun is inside the cabin, even though his eyes are closed, he can still feel the moment he crosses space. After entering Ancient Domain, the large ship began fiercely shaking, it seems like it has hit something. Boom boom boom, wave after wave of tyrannical energy suddenly vibrated and arrived. Holy Sect Shinbeijian and others hastily went out to understand the situation to avoid being affected. Qin Yun came out of his cabin and saw that many large ships have already landed on the ground. There are all kinds of tall green mountains all around, there is a very large sun in the sky, as well as several tens of large stars that can be seen. In the distance, there are wreckage of several large ships. Many Sixth Tribulation half-immortals attacked each other and destroyed their ships. At this time, Suluan sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, Venerable Master Qin, rest assured, my Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain will protect your 100 Pagoda Sect. Soon after, River Sun Palace and Golden Sun Sect's people also sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, saying that they will not let other transcending Xianxia region sects attack 100 Pagoda Sect. Their ships can also be seen flying over to join hands with 100 Pagoda Sect's ships. Earlier, the 8-9 Sun sects had already reached an agreement that they would join forces after arriving at the Ancient Domain. Qin Yun is now a lot more relaxed, he was indeed worried that they would be besieged by those sects from transcending Xianxia region. There are many sects in transcending Xianxia region, they have been in transcending Xianxia region for so many years, it is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. There are even some sects that have a blood feud with each other. They did not attack 100 Pagoda Sect before because they were worried that they would not be able to enter the Starry Sky Road. Now that they have arrived at Ancient Domain, they can no longer bear it and started fighting one after another. Those 8-9 Sun sects also did not try to stop them. They also want to see transcending Xianxia region sects fight to the death. Otherwise, if so many sects of transcending Xianxia region joined hands, they would be a very powerful force that could threaten the 9 Sun sects. Yu Shedian is standing beside Qin Yun, looking at all kinds of stars in the sky. She is the Star Fairy Princess, she is very curious about all kinds of stars. Now she has also discovered something. Xiao Tian, what is it? Yi Yaoxue asked in low voice. Those stars in the sky are not originally there. Yu Shedian said. There are more than 10 moon-sized stars in the sky, they have all kinds of colors, some of them even change color. This kind of phenomenon has never been seen in 9 suns before. These stars are very close to the ground, that is why they look so big. Yu Shedian said again, it feels like there is some kind of power controlling these stars. Suddenly, a large group of experts flew out of the 9 Sun Sect's ships. An incomparably powerful aura instantly spread out. All the people from the sects were terrified, because that was the hidden power of the Nine Sun sects, a group of extremely terrifying sixth tribulation half-immortals. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Many powerful people are approaching. Xinbeijian, Jian family's 7 sword-old ancestors, as well as a large group of sword cultivators summoned their origin swords and released extremely dreadful sword power. Ancient region has a long history, there must be many powerful sections. At this time, these local powerful forces were rushing over. In order to not be suppressed by the local forces, they had to unite. Xianxia was unable to intervene in such matters. All he could do was watch quietly. The imposing aura rushing over from all direction is far stronger than the aura of 9 Sun sects and 100 Pagoda sect. In just a short while, 9 Sun sect's side has been suppressed. Everyone could clearly sense that there were 7 different auras. Although his aura was strong, he didn't seem to have any hostility. We are the 7 great holy sects of ancient domain. We welcome everyone who has successfully escaped from the 9 desolate. A crisp and clear voice reverberated through the sky. Everyone who can come here must be the outstanding talents of Spirit Desolate. There is no harm in joining our 7 great holy sects. Our 7 great holy sects are the strongest human faction in ancient domain. We have come here to invite you to join our 7 great holy sects. If you want to directly enter our sects, you must first reach the cultivation requirement. For women, the lowest cultivation is peak martial king, for men, peak martial emperor. If you meet the cultivation requirement, you won't need to take the test, you can freely choose to join our 7 great holy sects. Everyone from Spirit Desolate heard these words and began to ponder over it. Many people feel that if a local power was willing to accept them, it would be a pretty good thing. After all, ancient domain has many ancient martial arts inheritance. If they join these ancient domain's formidable powers, they will be able to learn a lot of knowledge. Those who don't meet the requirement can choose to take the test or leave, the voice said again. Soon after, golden mist floated over from all direction. A large group of people arrived from all direction on clouds and mist, surrounding the heaven and earth. It seems like these 7 great holy sects want to force people to join them. Xianxia looked all around and discovered that there is a place that is not surrounded. He can leave from there. Those who don't meet the requirement can leave from there. At this time, a half-immortal flew towards the exit but was beaten back. River Sun Palace Master said in clear voice, "Must I join you?" "Indeed. This is beneficial to both of us." An old man said from far away, "Ancient domain's situation is far more complicated than you can imagine. Only by joining us will you be safe here. Our 7 great holy sects each have their own merits. Later we will send people to give you a brief introduction of each great holy sect so that you can understand us and then choose which great holy sect to join," a woman said. River Sun Palace Master sent sound transmission to other sect masters. After discussing, he said, "All right. We are willing to cooperate. We also hope that you won't treat us like slaves. So long as you join our sect, we will be fellow sect members," an old man said with smile. Xiao Yuemei said to Xianxia in low voice, "Brother, I also want to join a great holy sect. I don't want to wander around with you for now." Xianxia pinched her face and said with smile, "You fickle little girl, all right, I believe that you will definitely be able to take care of yourself." Yi Yaoshua said, "Xiaoyun, are you leaving?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Senior sister, take care of yourself properly, I am leaving." After speaking, Xianxia put on a mask and flew towards a direction where there is no one blocking. When he flew over, he also saw that there were many people from the holy sects flying around in all directions, tightly blocking off the surroundings. If a 9 Sun sect's half-immortal wants to fly away, he will surely be discovered. Xianxia is flying towards that direction but he is also being watched. Great holy sects people used their tools to determine that Xianxia is not a peak martial emperor and let him leave. Xianxia only bid farewell to Xinbeijian and others before leaving. Su Luan and others don't know about this. Xianxia went to find Su Luan and asked for 20,000 high-quality Regent Origin stones. Flame Sun Heavenly Mountain doesn't have much money, so they didn't give all the Regent Origin stones to Xianxia in one go. Xianxia is the first person to leave. There are many people who don't meet the requirements to directly enter the Great Holy Sect but they all chose to stay and take the assessment. Their strength is very low in this place and they are not familiar with the ancient domain. If they directly leave, it will be very dangerous. A middle-aged man guarding the exit looked at Qin Yan's back and said with sneer, "That guy is only a mid-stage martial emperor, yet he dares to recklessly rush in here. When the time comes, he won't even know how he died." Mid-stage martial emperor, if his skill is not bad, he can also become our outer sect disciple. He actually left just like that. He is truly not afraid of death. Indeed, our great holy sects are orthodox famous sects. Could it be that he thinks that we will eat people? Some great holy sects people shook their heads and laughed. Qin Yan is also very curious about great holy sects, but he has more important things to do. He must find the Nether Sun Spirit, so he is in a hurry to leave. He also knows that there are many dangers in this ancient domain, but he is not afraid at all. Qin Yan is flying above a large mountain range. He is flying along a large river below. After he is far away from those people, he arrived at the waist of a mountain, entered a mountain crack and took out the immortal graveyard diagram. "Sister Kiru, I have arrived at the ancient domain. Tell me the location of the Nether Sun Spirit." Qin Yan said. "What is the situation in the ancient domain? Are there any other hidden dangers?" Xiakiru asked. "I don't know much about the ancient domain." Qin Yan informed Xiakiru about the great holy sects. "Alright, you must be very careful, the situation in the ancient domain is very bad. I will use the immortal graveyard diagram to sense the location of the Nether Sun Spirit." Xiakiru said. Not long after, Qin Yan found the direction of the immortal graveyard diagram. He flew to the sky and flew towards the direction of the immortal graveyard diagram. He discovered that there is a huge black celestial body in the sky. This black celestial body is a lot bigger than the moon in Spirit Desolate. Moreover, its surface is emitting black gas. Could it be on that black celestial body? Qin Yan stored away the immortal graveyard diagram and looked at the huge black celestial body. In the sky of the ancient domain, there are dozens of celestial bodies that do not move, only the sun moves. Therefore, that huge black celestial body is also guiding Qin Yan. Qin Yan is flying in the sky. It is very quiet along the way. There is no 9 sun power here, only very dense star power. He did not hide his aura mainly because it is very peaceful all around. 2 hours later, Qin Yan has been flying for a very long time. Just as he is about to rest, the ground suddenly trembled. He looked at the ground and saw a large mountain forest below suddenly collapse. A huge golden tortoise drilled out of the ground. After the golden tortoise drilled out, its body flickered with golden light and then turned into a huge golden light ball. Qin Yan has seen incomparably huge sea beasts in transcending Xianxia region. And now there are such huge beasts on the continent. This caused Qin Yan to be very amazed. This huge beast is hiding on the ground. With one flip, it caused several hundred mountains to collapse. The golden light ball wrapped around the huge tortoise gradually became smaller and smaller until it became a very small ball. It transformed into a human. Qin Yan said in his heart. Sure enough, a short and small old man with a golden tortoise shell on his back appeared below. Hello, the old man flew in front of Qin Yan. Chapter 1057, Golden Turtle Great Immortal. Qin Yan jumped in fright when he saw how big the golden turtle is. But now, this so-called golden turtle Great Immortal in human form is just SOSO. Moreover, he is carrying a turtle shell on his back. It is very comical. Golden Turtle Great Immortal? What the hell is this? I have never heard of you. Qin Yan probed the Golden Turtle Great Immortal's strength and found it very funny. This Golden Turtle Great Immortal is not even a half immortal, yet he calls himself a Great Immortal. Ignorant brat, your grandfather, I, Golden Turtle Great Immortal, am an ancient era's beast emperor whose name shakes the surrounding 10,000 li. You don't even recognize me? Golden Turtle Great Immortal furiously said, do you know fear now? What is there to be afraid of? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I am in a hurry, I won't talk nonsense with you. Goodbye. Qin Yan finished speaking and began flying towards the black star. Although Golden Turtle Great Immortal is a 10,000-year-old turtle, his speed is not slow at all. He arrived in front of Qin Yan in a flash. The golden turtle shell on his back suddenly flew out. Qin Yan saw golden light flickering in the sky and sensed that something is covering him. He is surrounded by golden light all around him. Ha ha ha. Golden Turtle Great Immortal howled in laughter. You want to run after meeting me? Dream on. So it was Golden Turtle Great Immortal who made his turtle shell fly out and cover Xianxia inside. Boom, the huge turtle shell smashed on the ground, causing the earth to fiercely shake. Xianxia also saw Golden Turtle Great Immortal inside the turtle shell. Old turtle, I don't have time to deal with you. Xianxia finished speaking, his eyes emitted white light. He used his sacred eye to look at the inside of the turtle shell and then turned his body into white light. He arrived in a flash and unleashed mysterious penetration divine ability. What caused him to be shocked is that mysterious penetration divine ability is unable to bring him out. Golden Turtle Great Immortal is somewhat amazed. His old eyes flickered with radiance as he laughed loudly and said, "Human brat, you are quite strong. I actually misjudged you." Xianxia is very anxious to fly towards the black star, but now that he is blocked, he can only stop and fight. There is no enmity between us, why are you blocking me? Xianxia helplessly sighed. He doesn't want to fight. Not only is it a waste of time, it also consumes his energy. It's your fault that you don't know me. As long as the people in the vicinity saw me, they would respectfully call me Golden Turtle Great Immortal. But you are so rude to me, it is your fault. Golden Turtle Great Immortal laughed loudly and said. Xianxia felt very uncomfortable being trapped in the tortoise shell. He took out the saber refined from beast horn bone. He temporarily named this saber the Ninth Heaven Mystic King Saber. This saber was equivalent to a monarch weapon, and it was refined by the Ninth Heaven Sparrow. Golden Turtle Great Immortal said with sneer, "You want to fight me? From the looks of it, you should have just advanced to Martial Emperor. You actually want to fight me? You should know that I am a peak Martial Emperor and I have lived for many years. Forget about you, even 10 peak Martial Emperors would not dare to attack me. You have lived for so long, yet you are still peak Martial Emperor. Just based on this, I can tell that you're a fake. A guy like you who doesn't even dare to cross the half-immortal tribulation, what's there to be afraid of?" Xianxia waved the saber. He has refined this saber but has never used it before. Now he finally has the opportunity to test it out. "You. What did you just say?" Golden Turtle Great Immortal immediately shouted. He is so angry that he is blowing his beard. This old man has never been spoken to like this before. "I said that you are a fake, a coward who doesn't dare to cross the half-immortal tribulation." Xianxia laughed, but there is nothing strange about this. After all, you are just an old turtle who hides in his shell. Wretched brat, I will pinch you to death. Golden Turtle Great Immortal flew into a rage. He ferociously rushed towards Xianxia. His withered old hand's fingernails flickered with cold light, they are very sharp and pointed as he tried to grab Xianxia's face. Xianxia is not far from Golden Turtle Great Immortal. He thought that Golden Turtle Great Immortal's speed would not be very fast, he did not expect that his attack would be even faster than Su Xiaoba's. This guy's speed is not much slower than Su Xiaoba's. Could it be that ancient domain's peak martial emperors are this strong? Xianxia is secretly alarmed. He used passing shadow extinction breath step and dodged the attack. If he was an initial stage martial emperor, he would not have dared to dodge because his speed was not high enough. Even if he dodged the first attack, he would not be able to dodge the second. But now he is a mid-stage martial emperor, his speed has increased a lot compared to before. After dodging the Golden Turtle Great Immortal's sinister and swift claw, he also quickly brandished his saber. Golden Turtle Great Immortal did not expect that a mid-stage martial emperor human like Xianxia would be so fast. Not only did he easily dodge his attack, he even hacked his saber at an inconceivable speed. Although Xianxia's saber is half finished, it has been refined with a bit of Immortal King Beast Horn, so it is very sturdy. It can absorb very strong energy and maintain stability. This saber hack contains Xianxia's formidable martial emperor Xian power as well as the power of Heavenly Might Dao technique. Heavenly Might Vast and Mighty, Xianxia directly used the formidable Heavenly Might Dao technique. Although he has only comprehended first layer, Heavenly Might Vast and Mighty has greatly amplified his power. Boom, a golden turtle shell shield suddenly appeared in Golden Turtle Great Immortal's hand and blocked Xianxia's ferocious saber. A loud sound reverberated inside the turtle shell. Berserk Heavenly Might aura shook all directions, it is as vast and mighty as a dragon. The ferocious aura is like overturning rivers and churning seas, it is whistling and surging violently. Although Golden Turtle Great Immortal blocked the saber, the turtle shell in his hand has been shattered and his blood and chi churned inside his body. This little demon, how can he be so dreadful? Golden Turtle Great Immortal is extremely shocked. While he is startled, Qin Yan has already arrived and hacked down with his saber. Qin Yan's saber is stronger than the previous one, however, he did not manage to hack down smoothly. Because the turtle shell suddenly trembled and flickered with golden light. Hoo! Qin Yan sensed a burst of tyrannical beast power rushing towards him. He can only withdraw his power. In the blink of an eye, he was shaken away by the turtle shell. The Golden Turtle Great Immortal put away his strongest turtle shell. The turtle shell shielding Golden Turtle Great Immortal's hand is flickering with golden light. Moreover, a burst of tyrannical might is flowing on its surface. Little demon, you dare to be so savage in front of your grandpa turtle. You must be tired of living. Golden Turtle Great Immortal's confidence increased a lot after storing his turtle shell and he furiously rebuked. Qin Yan held his saber with one hand and moved forward in a flash. His speed has already reached the limit. Golden Turtle Great Immortal only saw a flash before his eyes and then a burst of tyrannical power arrived with terrifying aura. Boom, Qin Yan's saber fell, the earth trembled and screeched. Everything within a radius of several hundred li instantly split open. Rocks and soil rushed up from the ground and turned into a mud fountain. It is a very spectacular scene. Golden Turtle Great Immortal is extremely shocked in his heart. Although he blocked Qin Yan's saber, he still felt an incomparably great pressure and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yan's saber landed on the turtle shell and he was sent flying. His hand holding the saber is slightly numb and painful. This old turtle shell is really motherfucker hard. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. He tightly held the ninth heaven mysterious king saber and prepared to attack again. But at this time, Golden Turtle Great Immortal suddenly yelled, "Little friend, we don't get to know each other without fighting. There is no enmity between us, there is no need to fight to the death. Let's just forget about it. Forget about it." Qin Yan loudly roared and rushed over. Qin Yan also said the same thing earlier, but Golden Turtle Great Immortal relied on his high cultivation and did not want to let Qin Yan go. Seeing Qin Yan attack, Golden Turtle Great Immortal's fear is written all over his old face. "Big brother, spare me. This lowly one knows his mistake." Golden Turtle Great Immortal knelt down on the ground with a thud and kowtowed towards Qin Yan. His forehead is on the ground and his whole body is shivering. "You are truly a turtle hiding in its shell." Qin Yan coldly groaned and said, "With your cowardly appearance, don't even think about crossing half a mortal tribulation in your entire life. Big brother is right, please spare this lowly one." Golden Turtle Great Immortal begged, "Let me off this time. It is all because my old eyes are blurry, I misjudged you." Qin Yan took out a black pill, handed it over and said, "Eat this pill and I will spare you." Golden Turtle Great Immortal looked at the swarthy black pill and cannot help but shiver from head to toe. "Big brother, what is this?" "Relax, it is not poisonous. If I wanted to kill you, I would not waste my precious poison pill on you, I can easily kill you with a few saber strikes," Qin Yan said with sneer. Golden Turtle Great Immortal doesn't dare to say anything, he took the pill and swallowed it. After he swallowed it, the pill quickly melted and no longer has any other effect. "Big brother, what is the effect of that pill?" Golden Turtle Great Immortal asked in fear. "That pill is very mystical, every year you will suffer so much pain that you would rather die than live. Only I have the antidote. If you don't listen to me, don't even think about obtaining the antidote. Every year you will suffer for a few days," Qin Yan said with good-natured smile. Golden Turtle Great Immortal wants to cry but has no tears, he knows that he is completely under Qin Yan's control. "From now on, you are my old servant. You can call me young master." Qin Yan helped Golden Turtle Great Immortal up and said with smile, "Young master, I have been asleep for many years, I am now very hungry. Can you allow me to go find some food?" Golden Turtle Great Immortal has accepted his fate and said, "You said you want to eat me, are you serious?" Qin Yan said with smile. No, young master, you are too small, you are not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth." Golden Turtle Great Immortal said with bitter smile, My body is very big, I need to eat a lot of things, especially since I have been asleep for so many years. Golden Turtle Great Immortal cursed his bad luck in his heart. He feels that if he is full, he will be able to defeat Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not expect that Golden Turtle Great Immortal would fight on an empty stomach. He finds it very funny. Acting cool in front of me will get you struck by lightning, Qin Yun said with smile in his heart. Young master, there is a 10,000-year-old wild boar over there. It is very strong, I hope young master can help it. Golden Turtle Great Immortal said. Alright, let's go take a look. I have just broken through and this saber has also just been refined, I will give it a try. Qin Yun waved the saber in his hand. Golden Turtle Great Immortal became even more depressed, he did not expect to run into this kind of human. It's over there, I will bring young master over. Golden Turtle Great Immortal yelled while pointing. Just as they were about to go over, Qin Yun suddenly yelled, some people are approaching. Who will kill who? Qin Yun said with frown, hunters? Are they very strong? Golden Turtle Great Immortal did not say anything, he pulled Qin Yun and rushed towards the distance. Just now, when they were fighting here, they caused a huge commotion. Especially Golden Turtle Great Immortal, he released a very strong aura of a fierce beast. Of course they are very strong. They had a full set of good equipment and powerful strength. They are all from large sects and aristocratic families. Golden Turtle Great Immortal's voice is filled with fear. Qin Yun secretly looked at this old turtle. Just now he was flaunting his strength in front of him, he did not expect him to be such a coward. I am also a human. I will tell them that you are my old slave. We don't need to run anymore. Qin Yun said. Not good. They will kill you. You should know that I am a beast emperor, I have several king quality regent origin stones inside my body. If they kill you and me, each of them will get a king quality regent origin stone. Golden Turtle Great Immortal said in grave voice. Sure enough, those people had been chasing after him. Old turtle, do you really have several king quality regent origin stones inside your body? Qin Yun asked in amazement. Young master, you don't know? Golden Turtle Great Immortal asked in amazement. This is common knowledge in ancient domain. A peak martial emperor like Golden Turtle Great Immortal in human transformation has several king-grade regent origin stones in his body. I don't know. Qin Yun said with smile, relax, even if I knew, I would not have killed you. It is just a few king-quality regent origin stones. Young master, you. Golden Turtle Great Immortal is speechless in amazement. A few king-quality regent origin stones is actually nothing? Qin Yun has several hundred king-quality regent origin stones in his hands. The reason why he let Golden Turtle Great Immortal go is to find a guide to help him understand ancient domain. Fierce beasts ahead, you won't be able to run away. Ha ha ha. A loud laughter came from behind. So. Qin Yun, who was madly running, looked back and saw several tens of shining arrows shooting towards them. These arrows are very long and very thick. They are not shooting towards them, rather they are shooting towards their surroundings. They are setting up a formation. Is it an arrow formation? It is very rare. Qin Yun said. Golden Turtle Immortal's face immediately turned ashen. He muttered in despair, we are done for. It was an arrow formation. Their equipment is more complete than I expected, and they are also very good. The arrows landed in all directions and quickly formed a large formation that surrounded Qin Yun and Golden Turtle Immortal, trapping them inside. Boom! Old Turtle Immortal smashed the barrier with all his might but was bounced back. He sat on the ground, his face full of despair. Qin Yun was very calm as he looked at the few people flying towards him. There were a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, all dressed in white and holding golden red bows in their hands. Everyone, I am a human. This is the old servant I just took in, he is an old turtle. Qin Yun shouted. We know you're human. But do you think we will believe that old turtle is your old slave? Your cultivation is not high, so how did you take down this old servant? Moreover, there seemed to be traces of your battle at that place earlier. A man with a thin and pointy face sneered. Exactly. I think you were caught by that old tortoise. The round-faced man laughed and said, "A human who became a slave of a fierce beast must have signed a contract. You are also hopeless. Let us end your unfortunate life. Big brother, we can't kill innocent people." A round-faced woman suddenly said. "She can't be considered very beautiful, but she has 2 dimples. Her eyes under her curved eyebrows are very beautiful. Little sister, we are in the wilderness, if we kill him, then we kill him. Moreover, a human who was forced to sign a contract by a fierce beast is no different from a dead person," the round-faced man said. "Indeed. Junior sister, you are so kind-hearted, you are not suited to be a hunter," another woman said with sneer. "This woman is very beautiful, she is much more beautiful than the round-faced woman. Although she is wearing white clothes, the style of her clothes is very beautiful. She has also specially made her hair into a bun and is wearing some shining accessories. This is a woman who loves to dress up very much. Moreover, she is also very beautiful. After meticulously dressing up, she became even more beautiful and charming. Compared to her, the round-faced woman looks like a country bumpkin." Xianxia can also see that the round-faced woman feels inferior in front of the beautiful woman. "Senior sister Wang is right. Little sister, you just watch from the side," the round-faced man said with wretched smile as he looked at senior sister Wang. However, just as those hunters were talking, Xianxia suddenly pulled out a long arrow from the arrow formation. The great formation has been broken in a short while. This kind of trash thing is also called well-equipped and outstanding? Xianxia secretly despised them and casually threw away the arrow. Golden Turtle Old Immortal is so scared that he sat down on the ground, waiting for death in despair. But then he saw Xianxia throw an arrow at him and he screamed in fright. Those hunters originally wanted to attack, but the round-faced woman stopped them, causing them to endlessly argue over this issue. Golden Turtle Old Immortal's screams also attracted their attention. "Your great formation has been broken." Xianxia yelled, "I am not a slave of a fierce beast. It's up to you to believe it or not." Those young hunters are all stunned. Their arrow formation was actually broken by someone just like that. Who is Xianxia? He is a venerable master, inscription master. A trifling small formation cannot do anything to him. The round-faced man hastily pulled his bow and aimed it at Xianxia. But his little sister hastily flew over and blocked. "Big brother, you are not allowed to kill him. You should have seen it, that fierce beast slave is so scared, but that young master is not afraid at all. Gu Qiufei, are you crazy? Those are king quality regent origin stones." That beautiful senior sister Wang shouted in anger, "If it were not for you, we would have already succeeded." Xianxia took out the 9th heaven mysterious king saber. Golden Turtle Old Immortal is secretly apprehensive, he did not expect Xianxia to attack. "Young master, they are disciples of holy sects, subordinate sects." Golden Turtle Old Immortal said in low voice, "Holy sects, subordinate sects are divided into 3 ranks. They are wearing white clothes, they are from high-rank subordinate sects." Holy sects, subordinate sects? Xianxia did not expect this. "Indeed. You don't know?" Golden Turtle Old Immortal is amazed in his heart. He pulled Xianxia and said in low voice, "We should run. Don't provoke the disciples of holy sects, subordinate sects." Xianxia thought about it and decided to leave. After all, Gu Qiufei is a very good person among those people. "Gu Qiufei, you little girl, are you in heat? You want to save that guy because he is so handsome? It's no wonder, after all you are ranked 8th from the bottom in your sect, no man is pursuing you. Now that you see a handsome guy in trouble, your heart is rippling with love," that beautiful senior sister Wang said with sneer. "Little sister, quickly get out of the way," that round-faced man yelled. That thin-faced man also said with sneer, "Junior sister Gu, you are a peak martial emperor, that guy is merely a mid-stage martial emperor. But it is not strange, who told you to have no one pursuing you? It is normal for you to give in to someone with low cultivation." That beautiful senior sister Wang said, "Gu Qiufei, we can let you keep that guy. But we must kill that old turtle." Gu Qiufei is indeed not very beautiful, but her face is round and has 2 dimples, she looks very cute. Moreover, she is very kind-hearted. Therefore, in Xianxia's mind, Gu Qiufei is much more outstanding than that beautiful senior sister Wang. Gu Qiufei's face turned completely red, she is so embarrassed that she can't even raise her head. Don't you want king quality regent origin stones? I have some here. Let's see if you have the ability to take them. Xianxia took out a few king quality regent origin stones and made them float in the air. Seeing Xianxia take out a few king quality regent origin stones, senior sister Wang and the others are amazed. If you want my king quality regent origin stones, then come and kill me. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, let's see if you have the ability or not. You. Which sect are you from? Take out your jade pendant. That round-faced man is slightly startled and yelled. No comment. Xianxia said. Big brother, senior sister, senior brother, he can easily break the formation, take out a few king quality regent origin stones, he also has a ferocious beast slave, his origin must be extraordinary. Gu Qiufei said in low voice, when we came out, Master repeatedly warned us not to create enmity with people and not to kill innocent people. If you don't listen, I will definitely report to Master. They discussed for a while and decided to give up on the old turtle. The round-faced man flew down to collect the arrows. Xianxia brought along the shivering golden turtle old immortal and arrived beside Gu Qiufei. He said with smile, Gu Qiufei, Miss Gu, many thanks for saving me. I am very grateful, this is for you. Xianxia handed over a king quality regent origin stone to Gu Qiufei. That beautiful senior sister Wang's eyes turned red with jealousy. She is clearly very beautiful, but Xianxia did not even spare her a glance. Many thanks, young master, I appreciate your good intention. Gu Qiufei spoke with red face and then flew away. In the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared. Seeing Gu Qiufei flying away, that beautiful senior sister Wang said, she doesn't want it, I want it. She reached out her hand to snatch it. Xianxia hastily took it back and said with smile, why should I give it to you? Because of my arrows, the thin-faced man held with laughter and said, kill him. In the midst of their conversation, arrows flew over from all directions. After Gu Qiufei left, they no longer have any misgivings and attacked Xianxia and Golden Turtle Old Immortal without any prior agreement. Golden Turtle Old Immortal thought that he would be fine, but now he is completely scared out of his wits. Xianxia waved his hand and released Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet to cover him and Golden Turtle Old Immortal. Then he yelled, let's see who will be killed. The arrows coming from all direction have all been blocked by Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. Just now, Xianxia secretly released a few throwing knife talisman tools and hid them on the ground. They are all Dao tool level throwing knife talisman tools. Now they suddenly flew out of the ground and attacked the three hunters. Golden Turtle Old Immortal's old eyes are wide open, the scene before his eyes causes him to find it hard to believe. Especially that incomparably formidable Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. It actually blocked the beast extermination arrow that caused all beasts to tremble in fear. The three hunters were also shocked to the extreme. Nether Sun Star Xianxia and Old Turtle are standing inside the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. They are looking at the arrows exploding on the transparent goblet wall. Originally these arrows could be recycled and used again, but after hitting the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, they all shattered into pieces. Although senior sister Wang and the other two are amazed in their hearts, they are still attacking ferociously. They believe that they can break through the goblet and snatch it. Especially senior sister Wang, she took out a sword, approached the goblet and stabbed it towards the goblet. Seeing this, Xianxia promptly sent out a palm attack. When senior sister Wang's sword stabbed the goblet wall, Xianxia sent out vibration power through the goblet wall. A buzzing sound echoed. The tip of senior sister Wang's sword has been shattered, causing her to scream in fright. She was also sent flying dozens of meters. Let's go, the thin-faced man suddenly shouted. At this time, a throwing knife suddenly flew towards the thin-faced man's head. The thin-faced man is a peak martial emperor, his vigilance is very high. He sensed something flying towards him and promptly dodged sideways. He dodged the throwing knife by a hair's breadth. But the throwing knife is a talisman tool, when it passed by the thin-faced man, it suddenly exploded. Boom, that thin-faced man's flesh and blood splattered all over the place, but he did not die. Seeing this scene, the round-faced man and senior sister Wang's complexion turned deathly pale in fright. Especially the round-faced man, he took out a talisman and then disappeared without a trace. It is a spatial talisman that can allow one to quickly escape. Seeing the thin-faced man's miserable state, Senior Sister Wang is scared out of her wits. She also took out a talisman to escape. However, 2 throwing knives have already arrived. Boom boom, 2 loud explosions resounded, setting off a large flame wave. That beautiful Senior Sister Wang turned into ashes along with the raging flame. Qin Yan removed the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and took out the Lion King Cannon. The lion head on the Lion King Cannon's muzzle let out a furious roar and shot out a golden light ball. Roar, boom, after the lion roar, a burst of violent explosion landed on the thin-faced man's body. Along with a fierce wave of air, the injured thin-faced man was also blown into ashes. Golden Turtle Immortal widened his eyes in shock. He witnessed the entire process and found it hard to believe what he was seeing. Young Master. Golden Turtle Old Immortal's voice was trembling. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground. He was truly terrified. One ran away. Qin Yan walked towards the place where the round-faced man was and sensed a spatial fluctuation. Golden Turtle Old Immortal shivered with cold, kneeling on the ground, not daring to say anything. That was because he recalled how he had attacked Qin Yan previously. It was truly courting death. Thankfully, he had knelt down and begged for mercy in time. Otherwise, not even dregs would have been left. Old Jin, get up. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. I killed them all, don't be afraid. Young Master, they are the disciples of the subordinate sects of holy sects. Golden Turtle Immortal said while trembling. Qin Yan said with smile, they are just disciples of subordinate sections. Even if they are disciples of holy sects, I am not afraid. Golden Turtle Old Immortal is very curious about Qin Yan's background. Even many outstanding hunters don't have such equipment. However, Qin Yan doesn't know much about common sense. Young Master, we should quickly leave. Just now one ran away. If he goes back and calls for reinforcements, a large group of people from that sect will surely come. Golden Turtle Old Immortal said with some apprehension. Old Jin, aren't you a very famous and formidable beast emperor in this region? Qin Yan said with smile. Young Master, I was just bragging. Honestly speaking, wild beast emperors like us who don't have a fixed residence are the most afraid of hunter teams. Golden Turtle Old Immortal said with bitter smile, we should quickly leave. Qin Yan looked at the black star in the distant sky, pointed at it and asked, Old Jin, can we go to that star? Young Master, who exactly are you? Could it be that you came from a distant star field? Golden Turtle Old Immortal suddenly thought of this possibility and asked. I guess so. I just arrived here, I don't know much about this place. That black star is the place I want to go. Qin Yan nodded. Ancient domain has existed for many years, it is not strange for people from other star fields to come here. So that's how it is, no wonder young master doesn't know much about ancient domain. Old Turtle now understands why he has not been killed yet, it is because Qin Yan wants to know more about ancient domain from him. I want to go to that star. Qin Yan said, he feels that the Nether Sun Spirit is on that black star. That place is the territory of Nether Sect. It is also the biggest and strongest of the 49 stars in the sky, it is called Nether Sun Star. It is very difficult to go up there, it is filled with danger, normally people go through teleportation formation on the ground. But only Nether Sect disciples can go there, Old Turtle said in low voice, young master, if you want to go up there, you will have to become a disciple of Nether Sect. Nether Sect? Is it a faction of ancient domain? Qin Yan is even more certain that the Nether Sun Spirit is on that Nether Sun Star. Old Turtle nodded and said, indeed. There are a total of 3 factions in the ancient domain. 7 great holy sects form one faction, they form Holy Assembly. Moreover, they have Holy Palace in every major city. They are the strongest of the 3 factions. Second faction is Dark Assembly, it is led by Nether Sect, they are mainly a group of factions that are enemies of holy sects. Third faction is our Demon Beast faction, it is called Demon Beast Alliance, it is formed by all kinds of Demon Beast tribes. Qin Yan said with smile, Old Gold, did you not join a Demon Beast tribe? Old Turtle shook his head and said with sigh, I am too old, no one wants to accept me. Is Dark Assembly an evil devil sect? Qin Yan asked, this name doesn't sound good no matter how I hear it. No, Dark Assembly's purpose is to expose the darkness of ancient domain. Holy sects give people a very good impression in ancient domain, and Dark Assembly is the enemy of holy sects. Therefore, as time passes, Dark Assembly gives people the impression that it is a heinous and unforgivable evil devil sect, Old Turtle said. Are there any channels to join Nether sect in every major city? Xianxia asked again. If there is, he can directly find a city to join and quickly go to Nether Star. So long as he goes to Nether Star, he will be even closer to the Nether Sun Spirit. None. It is very difficult to join Nether sect. You need to recruit people from inside. Old Turtle shook his head and said, because there were people from holy sects who infiltrated Nether sect and caused a lot of trouble. Then Dark Assembly led by Nether sect fought with Holy Assembly. Ancient domain really has many trivial matters. Xianxia cannot help but smile. Young master, it will be very difficult to go to Nether Sun Star. If you want to go there, you need to think about it carefully, Old Turtle said. Alright, then bring me to a nearby city. Xianxia nodded. Young master, we should leave this place first. Let me go find some food, Old Turtle said with some embarrassment. Xianxia took out a large piece of dragon meat, placed it on the ground and said, you eat this first. Old Turtle's eyes shone when he saw the bright and dazzling dragon meat. Without saying anything, he took out a large turtle shell and stored the dragon meat inside. I can absorb the energy inside like this. Thank you, young master, Old Turtle said with smile. Do you know what kind of meat it is? Xianxia asked. I don't, but I know that it is very good beast meat, Old Turtle said with mischievous smile. It is dragon meat. Are there any dragons here? Xianxia said with smile. What? That is dragon meat? Old Turtle shouted in fright. What is it? Xianxia doubtfully asked. Young master, dragons are the strongest existences here. Old Turtle pointed at the huge sun in the sky and said with trembling voice, dragon race lives inside that sun. Holy sects and dragon race have very good relationship. Moreover, the Demon Beast Alliance also listens to the Dragon Clan. How is dragon race's reputation in ancient domain? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at the sun. Ancient domain's sun is different from 9 desolate great lands' 9 suns. 9 desolate great lands' sun can release very strong energy, people can absorb it and become even stronger. Ancient domain's sun can only emit heat, it is not as miraculous as 9 desolate great lands' 9 suns. Dragon race, it is hard to say. In short, dragon race is very rude and unreasonable. When I was young, I saw a dragon massacring a city and eating all the people inside. At that time, the holy palace in that city was also destroyed. However, the sacred palace declared that this matter was done by the Dark Assembly. Old Turtle said in low voice, I never dared to mention this matter to others because it is very disrespectful to talk about the dragon race behind their backs. Xianxia is secretly happy, he was worried about Yang Yang's food, he did not expect that there would be a dragon here. He said with smile, Old Gold, not only are you talking about dragon race, you are also eating dragon meat. This will boost your courage. Old Turtle immediately looked all around, he is worried that other beasts will hear him. If the matter of him eating dragon meat is spread out, Holy Assembly and Demon Beast Alliance will surely hunt him down. Young master, were the dragons in the place you came from very weak? Old Turtle asked in low voice. They were very strong, but I managed to kill a few of them. Xianxia proudly said with smile, I have many dragon bones here, how about you eat one? This. We can talk about it later. Old Turtle's courage has also become a bit bigger. Although he is very worried that dragon race would take revenge on him, dragon meat is indeed very good. Xianxia followed the Old Turtle to a nearby city. Old Turtle took off his turtle shell and Xianxia gave him a talisman to hide his beast aura so that hunters can't sense him. Although this old turtle is very timid and afraid of death, it is also because of this that he has lived for so many years. 2 days later, Xianxia and Old Turtle arrived at Crimson Spirit City. This is a very large city. There is a holy palace inside the city. As long as there is a holy palace, there will be Nether Sects forces secretly competing with it. Just as Xianxia and Old Turtle entered the city, they saw many stalls set up at the city gate. The people of these stalls are handing out leaflets to passers-by. These are the disciples of various sects, Old Turtle said with smile. But suddenly he saw 2 familiar faces. One of them is Gu Qiufei, who has two small dimples, the other is her big brother, the round-faced man who ran very fast earlier. They are handing out leaflets to passers-by. It's them, let's go greet them. Qin Yan said with smile. In trust, Qin Yan is not afraid at all, he walked over with smile. Friend, this is the treatment our Scarlet Flame sect gives to our disciples, take a look. The round-faced man handed over a piece of paper to a middle-aged man. Give me one. Qin Yan said. Immediately. The round-faced man looked at Qin Yan. Seeing Qin Yan smiling, the round-faced man's legs immediately shivered, his face is full of sweat. Young master, it's you. Gu Qiufei lightly yelled in amazement, her round face cannot help but turn red. Although Qin Yan is wearing ordinary clothes, he is very handsome and tall. His face is filled with warm smile, causing Gu Qiufei to feel very shy. She slightly lowered her head, not daring to look straight at him. The round-faced man was also a man who had seen the wind and waves. After calming down, he smiled and said, Brother, I am Gu Qiufei. We didn't get to know each other after a fight. It can be said that we are fated to meet again. Brother Gu, your little sister is truly a kind-hearted person. You must take good care of her from now on, don't let others bully her. Qin Yan said with smile. I know. Gu Qiufei laughed, then looked at Old Turtle and asked, Old Mister, is it really alright to directly enter the city? Gu Qiufei is also looking at this scene with some bafflement. She did not expect her big brother to have such good relationship with Qin Yan. Old Turtle is also very amazed, it seems like Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei have a very good relationship. No problem. Qin Yan looked at Old Turtle and said again, Brother Gu, you brother and sister's cultivation is not low, you are both peak martial emperors and hunters, why did you do this kind of errand? Because senior sister Wang and senior brother Li were killed by fierce beasts while me and big brother managed to return alive. We were punished by the sect and became outer sect odd job workers. Gu Qiufei's eyes turned red as she spoke about this matter. Senior sister Wang and senior brother Li were killed by Qin Yan. But Gu Qiufei did not say anything, instead he said that they were killed by fierce beasts. If he speaks the truth, Gu Qiufei might be implicated. Actually, we are not Scarlet Flame sect's disciples anymore, we are just odd job workers. Gu Qiufei said with smile, Brother, you can rest assured. We won't go looking for trouble. This Gu Qiufei has clearly admitted defeat. He also knows that provoking Qin Yan is very irrational, he might as well conceal this matter. Young master, will you also join our Scarlet Flame school? Gu Qiufei asked in low voice. Little sister, this brother must be from a famous sect. Gu Qiufei looked at Qin Yan with smile and asked, Oh that's right brother, how should I address you? My surname is Qin. Qin Yan said. Brother Qin, how about this, after I close up my stall, I will treat you to a meal in the restaurant opposite. Gu Qiufei said with a smile. Sure. Qin Yan thought for a moment and nodded. Old Turtle is somewhat worried because this is Scarlet Flame sect's territory and Qin Yan killed 2 Scarlet Flame sect's disciples before. Good. Gu Qiufei laughed happily. In the evening, the sky darkened. Gu Qiufei and Gu Qiufei also packed up their stall, they did not manage to recruit anyone today. The Scarlet Flame sect was only a medium-sized sect, so it was not very attractive. Moreover, this city is originally within the Scarlet Flame sect's sphere of influence, many people are very familiar with it. Gu Qiufei and Gu Qiufei's mission is to recruit people who have just entered the city. If their aptitude is good, they will be recruited by those sects and have to pay a fee. Scarlet Flame sect collected a great amount of money and then ignored it. So this is also a business. The hotel near the city gate is also not low grade. Gu Qiufei is very generous, he directly asked for a very luxurious private room. Old Turtle is very worried that Gu Qiufei is playing tricks, so he is very worried. Gu Qiufei is sincerely inviting Qin Yan to drink, he even ordered many dishes and wine. Qin Yan also learned that Gu Qiufei is very unwilling to be demoted to outer sect odd job worker. He originally wanted to leave Scarlet Flame sect but when he entered the sect, he paid a great amount of entrance fee and did not even get anything from Scarlet Flame sect. If he just leaves like this, he will be very unwilling. Therefore, Gu Xiong has no other choice but to stay with his little sister as odd job workers and see if they can find an opportunity to become inner sect disciples again. Gu Qiufei is only eating food and drinking fruit juice, she doesn't dare to say anything. It is also because senior sister Wang said that when she saw Qin Yun's handsome face, her heart rippled with love. This caused her to feel very embarrassed in front of Qin Yun. In the private room, Gu Qiuxiong is drinking and complaining about Scarlet Flame sect to Qin Yun at the same time. We brother and sister realized that we were tricked after we entered Scarlet Flame sect. Although we are peak martial emperors, the competition inside Scarlet Flame sect is very big. Without background and luck, we would just be idling around, we would not be able to obtain any benefits. Gu Qiuxiong poured a cup of wine for Qin Yun and said again, we brother and sister had no other choice but to form a hunting team with other people. Old Turtle asked, young Master Gu, did you enter Scarlet Flame sect without going through assessment? I heard that you have to go through an assessment to join those sects. As long as each person pays 100 King quality Regent Origin stones, they can become inner sect disciples of Scarlet Flame sect. Gu Qiuxiong said with sigh, that is why there are many disciples of aristocratic families in Scarlet Flame sect. You brother and sister paid 200? Qin Yun is somewhat amazed, he did not expect that King quality Regent Origin stones would be so useful in ancient domain. What makes him feel strange is that King quality Regent Origin stones contain 9 suns power. However, ancient domain does not have 9 suns, so why does King quality Regent Origin stones contain 9 suns power? He has been very suspicious about this matter. Moreover, Ghost Beast Emperors that come out from Ghost Beast Remote Lake can also produce Regent Origin stones. Of course, he has not seen ancient domain's Regent Origin stones. Gu Qiuxiong said with bitter smile, we are now outer sect workers. We have let down our family. Brother Qin, I have a presumptuous request. He suddenly looked at Qin Yun, his expression is filled with sincerity as he said, you must help me. Qin Yun doesn't know what Gu Qiuxiong wants to do, he said, if I can do it, I will surely help. Gu Qiuxiong said, help me take good care of my little sister and bring her away from Crimson Spirit City. Gu Qiufei, who has been silent all this time, raised her head and looked at her big brother in amazement. She lightly yelled, big brother, Qin Yun asked with frown, then brother Gu, what do you want to do? My family will send people over after a period of time. My little sister and I wasted 200 King quality Regent Origin stones, they will surely take us back and punish us. We cannot go back. I want to go out and wander the world by myself but my little sister is not suited for that kind of life. Gu Qiuxiong said. Brother Qin, I can see that you are very good to my little sister, I trust you. I hope that you can promise me. Qin Yun thought about it, he looked at the somewhat shy Gu Qiufei, hesitated a bit and said, all right. Many thanks brother Qin. Gu Qiuxiong's expression is filled with happiness as he promptly toasted Qin Yun. Big brother, this will be very troublesome for young Master Qin. Gu Qiufei said in very low voice. Little sister, brother Qin will surely take good care of you. Wait until you cross half a mortal tribulation and return to the Gu family, they won't say anything. Gu Qiuxiong patted Gu Qiufei's shoulder and said with smile, little sister, big brother will surely have great accomplishments in the future. At that time, he will have the face to return to the Gu family. Qin Yun looked at old Jean and said, old Jean, you should follow brother Gu to wander the world, it will be very beneficial for you. Old Turtle ate Qin Yun's poison pill and it flares up every year. Now that Qin Yun has arranged for him, it is very difficult for him. Old Jean, don't worry. Qin Yun said with smile, rest assured, follow brother Gu. Then every year. Old Turtle said in low voice. I am just teasing you. Qin Yun said with smile. Actually there is no poison pill at all, he is just deliberately scaring Old Turtle. Old Turtle cursed Qin Yun in his heart, then nodded and said, young Master Gu, I hope you can give me many pointers when the time comes. Old Jean, it will be even better if you accompany me. Gu Qiuxiong said with smile. Just don't kill me on the way, Old Turtle curled his lips and said. Rest assured, that won't happen. Gu Qiuxiong feels that roaming the world with a ferocious beast will be a very good thing. Soon after, Gu Qiuxiong paid the bill and left the city with Old Turtle. Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei left together. Gu Qiufei looked at her big brother leaving. Thinking about how he is her only relative, she cannot help but feel melancholy. Her eyes turned red. Xiao Fei, we should also go. Qin saw that Gu Qiufei is very sad, so he took out little Jade Rabbit and handed it over to her. He said with smile, Xiao Fei, I promised your brother that I would take care of you. How about you help me take care of this rabbit? Gu Qiufei saw that the rabbit is so small and cute and hastily took it. She tenderly caressed the rabbit and her mood immediately became a lot better. Young Master Qin, I will surely take good care of this rabbit. Gu Qiufei faintly smiled at Qin Yun, revealing her two sweet dimples. Qin Yun has already obtained a map from Gu Qiuxiong. He wants to go to a bigger city to help Gu Qiufei settle down. Then he will think of a way to infiltrate Nether sect. What little Jade Rabbit ate was some of the moon essence condensed by MOMO. Later on, it was mixed with other things. Qin Yun gave a jar to Gu Qiufei and told her to feed little Jade Rabbit from time to time. Gu Qiufei hugged little Jade Rabbit and left Crimson Spirit City with Qin Yun. It is already night after they left the city. He looked at the Nether Sun Star in the distance. It is not possible to see the pitch-black Nether Sun Star at night. However, from time to time red lightning flashes on the surface of the Nether Sun Star. This kind of strange phenomenon is one of the special night scenery of Ancient Domain. Gu Qiufei said in low voice, Young Master Qin, little Jade Rabbit is asleep, I will return her to you. Wait until she wakes up, then I will let her come out to play with you. Qin Yun laughed, took back little Jade Rabbit and placed her inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Young Master Qin, where are you going? Although I don't go out to gain experience, I read a lot of books and understand many things. Gu Qiufei said in low voice. I want to go to a relatively big city, I want to join Nether sect. Qin Yun is not vigilant towards a pure and kind-hearted woman like Gu Qiufei. Ancient Central City Young Master Qin, it is very difficult to enter the Nether sect. If an outsider wants to enter the Nether sect, they must be at least a peak martial emperor. Moreover, the duration of the assessment is very long. Gu Qiufei felt that she was somewhat rude just now, so she lowered her head and said in a low voice. Qin Yun pulled her hand and said with smile, Xiao Fei, you don't need to be afraid of me. Just treat me as your big brother. You can also call me big brother. Don't mind what senior sister Wang said, and don't be envious of her beauty. You are not bad yourself. You are more beautiful than many girls. You have to be confident and brave to be yourself. Gu Qiufei nodded her head, she summoned her courage and said in a loud voice, Big brother, I will work hard, I will do my best, I will make myself stronger. Qin Yun happily smiled and said, then bring big brother to a big city and help me join Nether sect. How about it? Gu Qiufei bit her lips and said with unswerving determination, Big brother, I also want to join Nether sect. After speaking, she pulled Qin Yun towards the Nether Sun Star. Xiao Fei, you just said that in order to enter the Nether sect, one must go through a very long trial, what is going on? Qin Yun doubtfully asked. Big brother, don't you know about this? Gu Qiufei feels that this is very strange because this is common knowledge. I only heard old Jin say that Nether sect doesn't accept outsiders, they need to recruit disciples of Nether sect. Qin Yun said with smile, truth be told, I came from another star field, I don't know much about Ancient Domain. So big brother came from the void outside. Gu Qiufei's eyes are wide open, she is very amazed. Qin Yun said with a smile. Big brother, as long as you have strength and ability, it is not difficult to enter the Nether sect. The Nether sect has a special test, which is the Tribulation Transcendence. Gu Qiufei said, after the peak martial emperors are lured by the inner disciples, they will have to wait for their half-immortal tribulation to come. During the half-immortal tribulation, you can't use magic treasures to resist it. You can only rely on your own strength to resist the tribulation. As long as you can cross it and become a half-immortal, you will be a disciple of Nether sect. Qin Yun said, but I am only mid-stage martial emperor. It will take a long time to reach the peak. Gu Qiufei thought for a bit and said, Big brother, let's go to Middle Ancient City first. We can become Nether sect's workers there, we can help Nether sect with some odd jobs, we can interact with Nether sect's disciples. That way, we'll be able to learn more about the Nether sect. Alright. You know these things better than old Jean. Qin Yan said with smile. Old Jean is a berserk beast. He usually doesn't dare to enter the city. What he knows is just hearsay. It's not very accurate. Gu Qiufei said, I once wanted to enter Nether sect, so I know a lot about this matter. It's just that I didn't have the courage to try before. Xiaofei, it's good that you have this kind of ambition. Qin Yan is somewhat surprised and praised. Big brother, did you travel through the void alone? Gu Qiufei is a lot more relaxed now, she is not as reserved as before. You can say so. Qin Yan nodded. You are really brave. You are only a middle-stage martial emperor but you dared to cross the void alone. The endless universe is dark and lonely, just thinking about drifting alone in the universe makes me scared. Gu Qiufei said in admiration. Qin Yan pulled Gu Qiufei and rushed towards the Middle Ancient City. While running, Gu Qiufei told Qin Yan about Middle Ancient City. Middle Ancient City is a very strange and complicated city. This city was jointly built by Dark Assembly, Divine Sacred Assembly and Demon Beast Alliance. Anyone can enter. These three forces are also restraining and fighting each other inside, so it's very lively inside the city. The Dark Assembly, the Holy Assembly, and the Demon Beast Alliance have many forces of various sizes under them, and they often fight with each other. That's why many outstanding geniuses are injured or even killed in the fights. As such, all the forces in the Middle Ancient City are recruiting talents. Qin Yan now understands the reason why Gu Qiufei wants to go to Middle Ancient City. It is because there will be many opportunities to show off. At that time, as long as they can attract the attention of those major factions, they will be recruited. Xiaofei, how much do you know about Nether sect? Qin Yan asked. Nether sect is very mysterious. The main reason is that Nether sect is located on the Nether Sun Star. The Nether Sun Star is protected by several natural barriers. It is very difficult for outsiders to enter. Gu Qiufei looked at the Nether Sun Star that is flickering with red lightning from time to time and said with great yearning, if we are talking about individual factions, then Nether sect is the strongest faction. What about Dragon Race? Is Dragon Race inferior to Nether sect? Qin Yan also inquired about Dragon Race. Dragon Race is inferior to Nether sect. Dragon Race and 7 great holy sects have joined hands to suppress Nether sect, but if they fight, both sides will suffer great losses. As for the internal affairs of Nether sect, I don't know. Nether sect's disciples have signed a contract that forbids them from divulging the internal affairs of Nether sect. Gu Qiufei said. So that's how it is. Qin Yan now has a general understanding of Dragon Race's strength. He decided to kill a few dragons to feed them to the 9th heaven Xian Sparrow. Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei traveled through the night and finally arrived at Middle Ancient City during the day. Middle Ancient City is very big, it can accommodate more than 100 million people. The buildings inside are not very densely packed, there are many large and small villas. There is a great formation inside that can absorb the power of the stars in the sky. Middle Ancient City's city wall is very long. If we fly along the city wall, we will need to fly for 2 days. Gu Qiufei's eyes are filled with excitement as she looked at the majestic and ancient city gate. She has been longing to visit this ancient city for a very long time but never had the opportunity to do so. Actually, it is because of Qin Yan's encouragement that she plucked up her courage and decided to do what she wanted to do. What do we need to enter the city? Qin Yan asked. We need star coins. Gu Qiufei took out several round crystal coins and said, these are star coins. Golden ones are made by holy sects and black ones are made by Dark Assembly. Qin Yan took one and looked at it. He doesn't sense any energy inside, it is made of ordinary crystal but there are some special runes inside. The entrance fee is 10,000 star coins. Gu Qiufei said. I don't have star coins. Qin Yan said with embarrassed smile. I have. I just happen to have 20,000. Gu Qiufei said with smile, Big brother, I will bring you in. I owe you, I will repay you later. Qin Yan said with smile. I call you big brother, don't bicker about this. Gu Qiufei pulled Qin Yan towards the city gate. Gu Qiufei took out all her star coins, made 2 entry passes and then brought Qin Yan into the city. Big brother, we should go to work first. I have read books written by other people. After entering the city, they would first find a job and find a place to stay. Big brother, unless it is absolutely necessary, don't sell king quality regent origin stones. Gu Qiufei said to Qin Yin in low voice. Why? Qin Yin wants to sell a few king quality regent origin stones in exchange for star coins. Because only regular banks buy regent origin stones, moreover, the price is very low. Gu Qiufei knows that Qin Yin has king quality regent origin stones, so she warned him repeatedly. I understand. Qin Yin nodded. Gu Qiufei brought Qin Yin to the streets to see if there are any notices posted on the doors of the shops. Although she is very shy before, she knows how to rely on herself. She often goes to find jobs to earn star coins. Otherwise, she would not be able to save up 20,000 star coins. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiao Yun, this little girl's heart is very strong. She has been preparing to go out and roam the world, now that you have encouraged her, she is not afraid of anything. Xiao Fei is such a girl, she has not met the right person before, her big brother is also too cowardly. Qin Yin said with smile. Gu Qiufei found a job posting shop and asked around. She went to more than 10 shops but she is not satisfied with the pay, so she rejected all of them. Qin Yin discovered that when Gu Qiufei is looking for jobs, she is looking for dark assembly shops. Most of the shops here are run by people from sections. For example, dark assembly shops have dark assembly's emblem on their door. In the middle of the black flag, there is a red lightning, it is very easy to recognize. Gu Qiufei and Qin Yin walked for more than half a day and finally found a satisfactory job. It is a job in a college. This college is located in a small mountain village. It is also a very large college. This college is very special, there is no Dark Assembly's flag on it. It is said that Dark Assembly, Holy Assembly, and Demon Beast Alliance founded this college together. The job Gu Qiufei found is to work in a grocery store inside the college as a shopping guide. Big brother, this kind of job is not hard at all. You just need to stand there and remember the name of the goods. When someone asks, you just introduce the goods. After we earn enough star coins, we will leave. 5,000 per month is not a small amount, moreover, we will have a place to stay. Gu Qiufei said. Qin Yin doesn't have any objection because he doesn't know how to enter Nether sect. He can only listen to Gu Qiufei's arrangement. She is also well prepared in this aspect. Gu Qiufei and Qin Yin followed an old man to the grocery store inside the college. Only after they arrived did they realize that the goods sold here are not ordinary. They are all second-hand magic tools and weapons. Qin Yin cannot help but feel very happy because this is his field of expertise. This way, he will be able to understand the market price of magic tools here. The second-hand magic tools in this grocery store are recycled from the hands of the disciples of influential families and then refurbished and sold. Two little friends, I am the shopkeeper of this store, Yi Bing. The owner of this store rarely comes here, I am in charge of the business here. You two follow me and remember the names of the magic tools, a white-clothed old man said with kind smile on his face. Qin Yin and Gu Qiufei followed behind Yi Bing and introduced themselves. At this time, a group of young people wearing luxurious clothes entered the store. Great Ancient College, Chapter 1062. Shopkeeper Yi quickly looked towards the door, and then hurriedly walked over in a somewhat flustered manner. The red-clothed man saw Shopkeeper Yi's panic-stricken expression and said with sneer, Shopkeeper Yi, this is an old shop. You actually dare to take out this kind of trash to fool people. Do you not want to open your shop anymore? What is the problem with this sword? Shopkeeper Yi looked at the blue sword in the man's hand and asked. This sword belongs to your shop, right? The red-clothed man said. Our shop sold it 5 days ago, it is called Sublime Blue Sword, it is a top-quality Dao tool. Shopkeeper Yi said with frown, although this sword is second-hand, its quality is very good, it has never been damaged before. The red-clothed man's expression became fierce as he furiously said, You are swindling people. I took it back and used it for a few days and found out that it cannot circulate energy smoothly. When I tried to pour energy into it, I felt a kind of blockage. If you don't believe me, give it a try. Shopkeeper Yi took the sword and secretly tested it. He said with frown, there is indeed a problem. But it is impossible. When I sold it, there was no problem at all. The red-clothed man said in cold voice, not even a few days after I went back and used it, there was a problem. I want a refund. Moreover, this is a fake. If it is a fake, I will compensate you 10 times. This is what you promised. Xianxia walked over, used Extinction Spirit Eye to look at the sword and discovered a very big problem. First of all, there are very fine cracks on the inside of the sword. Moreover, these cracks seem to have just formed and they contain very weak energy aura. This sword has been damaged by someone recently. The red-cloaked man's companions also started shouting one after another, demanding a refund and compensation of 10 times the original price. At this time, a white-clothed man who is wearing proper clothes and looks very scholarly walked over and said, I am a Dao inscription master. Although I can only refine mid-quality Dao tools, I can see that the runes inside this sword are very damaged. You just repaired the runes and sold it. You even said that this sword has never been damaged. Brother Lin only discovered this when he was exchanging pointers. If he encountered this kind of problem while fighting fierce beasts, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. It is very likely that he would lose his life. The red-clothed man said, Shopkeeper Yi, a Dao inscription master has appraised this sword, there is no mistake. You are swindling people, I almost died because of you, quickly compensate me. This. Please wait for our inscription master to arrive first. Shopkeeper Yi took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to their inscription master. Your inscription master is surely on your side, it is useless even if he comes, the red-clothed man said. The red-clothed man also agreed. Shopkeeper Yi was troubled because he had never encountered such a problem before. Xianxia suddenly said, this sword was damaged in the last 2 days. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? The red-robed man immediately rebuked. Qin. After Shopkeeper Yi calmed down, he also felt that there was something fishy about this matter. He coldly looked at the red-clothed man and the others. This sword is a king-grade Dao artifact, and there are king-grade Dao patterns inside. Because it is a second-hand item, it is sold as a top-grade Dao artifact. This sword is a king-grade Dao tool, it has king-grade Dao runes inside. Since it is a second-hand item, it is sold as a best-quality Dao tool. You are talking nonsense. The red-cloaked man furiously said, you are saying that my sword was damaged because I fought with others? Bullshit. Shopkeeper Yi said in cold voice, there is no problem with our goods. Our shop has been open for so long and never encountered such a thing. I really did not expect that someone would dare to swindle us. Xianxia can also see that this Shopkeeper Yi is a newcomer, otherwise he would not be so nervous. After being reminded by Xianxia, Shopkeeper Yi realized that the sword was damaged by the red-clothed man and now he wants to return it. We have a Dao inscription master who appraised it, the red-clothed man said in loud voice and then looked at the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man nodded, then took out a jade token to prove that he is a mid-level Dao inscription master. Xianxia cannot help but laugh, this sword is a king-grade Dao tool. How can a mid-level Dao inscription master have the qualifications to appraise it? You don't meddle in other people's business, the red-clothed man glared at Xianxia. Shopkeeper Yi suddenly felt that Xianxia is very experienced, he is secretly amazed and said, what Xiaoqin said is correct, a mid-level Dao inscription master does not have the qualifications to appraise this sword. This sublime blue sword is a king-grade Dao tool, if you want a convincing result, you must have a king inscription master appraise it. Even a king-grade Dao inscription master is not enough, only a king-grade inscription master can appraise it. This is the rule of the trade. The red-clothed man and his companions cannot help but curse in their hearts. Because they thought that since Shopkeeper Yi is a newcomer, they can casually scare him and force him to compensate. They did not expect that Xianxia's few words would calm Shopkeeper Yi down. Alright, just wait for us, I will immediately go find a king inscription master to appraise it. The red-clothed man furiously groaned and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Shopkeeper Yi coldly laughed, you want to swindle me and run away like this? Shopkeeper Yi recalled how he was almost swindled earlier, he is very angry in his heart. Now he released his formidable half-immortal aura. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Yi, you are indeed a half-immortal but you are just a worker. Do you have any idea who we are? We are all students nurtured by Holy Assembly. The families behind us are all subsidiary powers of Holy Assembly, the red-clothed man laughed loudly and said. You want to swindle me, you are insulting me. Even if I have to stake my old life, I will not let you leave like this. Shopkeeper Yi is very angry, he just took over this job and now someone is trying to take advantage of him. If he doesn't kill the chicken to warn the monkey, later on there will be even more youngsters who will do this. The matter is becoming bigger and bigger, many people nearby the shop came over to watch the commotion. The red-clothed man also did not expect that Shopkeeper Yi would have the guts to want to perish together with them. You just wait, I will immediately call a king inscription master of Holy Assembly to appraise the sword. There must be something wrong with the thing you are selling. The red-clothed man took out a sound transmission magic tool and is about to send a message. But Qin Yan said, no need to shout. Just sign a soul contract, you only need to promise that you are not the one who damaged the sword, there won't be so much trouble. Shopkeeper Yi chuckled and said, that's right, I will sign a soul contract with you. If you did not damage the sword, the one who will die will be me. If you damaged the sword, the one who will die will be you. Do you dare to sign a soul contract? The red-clothed man glared at Qin Yan. He knows that Qin Yan is a salesman, so he memorized Qin Yan's face in his heart. I am not sure if I damaged it or not, the red-clothed man is in a difficult situation. His companions also don't dare to say anything. Because they all know that the sword was damaged by the red-clothed man himself. You are not sure, so you came to cause trouble for me? This will gravely affect the reputation of this shop, what do you think we should do? Shopkeeper Ye's voice is filled with killing intent. It is true that I am a powerless old man, but the boss of this shop is not someone to be trifled with. Then what do you want? The red-clothed man's forehead is filled with sweat, he is very worried that Shopkeeper Yi will kill them all. Tell me the truth and leave behind the sword, Shopkeeper Yi said in cold voice. The red-clothed man looked at his companions, gritted his teeth and said, I, Lin Qinglong, indeed used the sublime blue sword to fight with other people before and then a problem occurred. I was confused for a moment and thought that the sublime blue sword had a problem, so I came here to cause trouble. I hope Shopkeeper Yi can forgive me. Qin Yan secretly shook his head, he really did not expect that Lin Qinglong would shrink back like this. Shopkeeper Yi said in cold voice, quickly scram. If there is a next time, I will not be polite anymore. Lin Qinglong gritted his teeth, glared at Qin Yan and then left the shop with his companions. With just this bit of ability, he actually dares to scare people. Shopkeeper Yi laughed, looked at Qin Yan and said, Xiao Qin, it is all thanks to your warning just now, otherwise I might have been scared by him. Rest assured, nothing will happen to you brother and sister here. This is Great Ancient College, their holy assembly does not have the final say. He placed the sublime blue sword on the counter and said with sigh, such a good sword, it was actually damaged just like that. Gu Qiufei also feels that it is a great pity, she is looking at the beautiful sublime blue sword with fixed eyes. The weapon she used before was only a low-grade Dao tool. She had wanted a good weapon for a long time. Qin Yan said, this sword was damaged by a half-immortal. Formidable thunder and lightning power poured into the sword, causing fine cracks to appear on the sword, causing runes to be unable to connect together and the energy pouring into the sword is not smooth. Shopkeeper Yi is slightly startled, he carefully inspected the sublime blue sword and said in low voice, Xiao Qin, how did you find out? I am a high-grade Dao inscription master, yet I cannot appraise it in a short time. Shopkeeper Yi, if I can repair this sword, how much reward will you give me? Qin Yan said with smile. This sword is worth 8 million star coins, if you can repair it, I will give you 5 million star coins. But can you really do it? Shopkeeper Yi immediately used his formidable mental power to probe the sword and indeed sensed a trace of formidable thunder and lightning aura. He is even more amazed because from beginning to end, Qin Yan has not touched the sublime blue sword at all but he can clearly see how it is damaged. Big brother, are you also an inscription master? Gu Qiufei asked in amazement. I guess so. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiao Qin, you are truly a very secretive person. How about this, if you can repair it, you don't need to be a salesperson anymore, you can just be in charge of repairing magic tools. Shopkeeper Yi handed over the sublime blue sword to Qin Yan with smile. Shopkeeper Yi, I am willing to stay and help you repair magic tools. But I have one condition, I want Xiao Fei and me to become students of Great Ancient College. Qin Yan took the sublime blue sword, vigorously held the sword and released black nether sun flame. After the inside of the sword was softened by the heat, it began to heal. Then Qin Yan used his formidable blood spirit power to repair it, and the runes inside the sword began to connect together. It is repaired. Qin Yan handed over the sublime blue sword to Shopkeeper Yi, who was stunned. Shopkeeper Yi held the sword hilt and poured energy into it, causing the sword to flicker with blue light. Secluded Phoenix Pavilion. Shopkeeper Yi's eyes shone as he looked at Qin Yan with chuckle. He knows that he has picked up a treasure because he managed to recruit such a young inscription master. Shopkeeper Yi, I don't want the reward for repairing this sword. Think of a way to let us become students of Great Ancient College's Dark Assembly. Qin Yan said. He believes that Great Ancient College is a good channel to enter Nether Sect. So long as they perform well, they might be able to enter Nether Sect. Shopkeeper Yi thought for a bit and said, "All right, I will report this matter to the boss." "Thank you, Shopkeeper Yi," Qin Yan said with smile. "As for the specifics, we will have to wait for boss to come." Shopkeeper Yi carefully inspected the sword and asked, "Can this sword be sold again?" "Of course. But the material used in this sword is not good enough, so it is very fragile when facing powerful half-immortals or magic tools of the same level," Qin Yan said. "Then we will wait for boss to come. If the matter is settled, you brother and sister will become students of Great Ancient College. You won't need to work as salespeople." Shopkeeper Yi nodded with smile and asked, "Xiao Qin, who did you learn inscription technique from?" "I learned it by myself," Qin Yan said. Shopkeeper Yi's expression is filled with disbelief, but he did not continue asking. Soon after, he brought Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei to the second floor of the shop. There are 2 rooms and a small hall here. This is their temporary residence. Seeing how formidable Shopkeeper Yi is, Gu Qiufei became very excited and said, "Big brother, you are really awesome. I really did not expect you to be an inscription master. Xiao Fei, after you enter the college, you must properly study," Qin Yan said with smile. I will surely do my best." Gu Qiufei nodded with a sweet smile on her face. "Xiao Fei, how much do you know about Great Ancient College?" Qin Yan suddenly became very curious about the college and asked, "Can I enter Nether Sect from this college?" Nether Sect and other powerful sects often come here to pick good disciples. Moreover, some of them are the children or grandchildren of Nether Sect's disciples. Great Ancient College is very special. It is jointly built by many factions. It allows the young disciples of 3 factions to exchange pointers with each other and understand each other. It is very difficult to become a student of the Great Ancient College, especially without an acquaintance. No matter how many star coins you have, you will not be able to enter. I heard that the tuition fee for a year is over 100 million star coins. It's really expensive. He and Gu Qiufei worked in the shop and each of them only got 5,000 star coins per month. Gu Qiufei also said that when she was working in Red Spirit City, her salary was only about 1,000 yuan per month. Only when she went to a big city would her salary be higher. Of course, Gu Qiufei is a peak martial emperor. Her strength is also pretty good. Becoming a hunter is the fastest way to earn star coins. "How much is a king quality Regent Origin stone worth?" Qin Yan asked. The ancient domain's star coins are controlled by a few big powers. They are the ones in charge of producing star coins. It seems like they have secretly agreed on how much they can produce each year. Qin Yan suspects that the Darkness Assembly and Holy Assembly must have reached some kind of compromise in secret. If I were to sell it at the bank, it would be 5 million star coins each. If I were to buy it, it would be 20 to 30 million star coins each. I have never bought one. Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to buy one. Gu Qiufei lightly sighed. "My family spent a lot of king quality Regent Origin stones for me and my brother, but now it has become like this. Your family must be very rich," Qin Yan said. "Our Gu family has more than 10 sixth tribulation half-immortals. They often go out to hunt fierce beasts and have accumulated many king quality Regent Origin stones. But we have been expelled from Scarlet Flame Sect. We will surely be punished," Gu Qiufei said. Qin Yan very much wants to take out a king quality Regent Origin stone to see if there is anything special about it. "Xiao Fei, what do you want king quality Regent Origin stones for? Doesn't your ancient domain cultivate by absorbing star power?" Qin Yan is very curious about this matter. Star power is too singular, it is not strong enough. And inside Regent Origin stones, there are 9 kinds of even stronger energy. Of course, most people can only absorb 4 or 5 because they don't have many spirit veins. I have 7 spirit veins inside my body. Gu Qiufei said. Qin Yan is secretly apprehensive. There are many people in ancient domain who have spirit veins. Gu Qiufei, who has 7 spirit veins, is just a small character in ancient domain. If she was in spirit desolate, she would be considered a rare genius. Are there many people who have 9 spirit veins? Qin Yan asked. Not too many, those who have 9 spirit veins are the disciples of the major powers. Then there are 8 spirit veins, 7 spirit veins like me, although there are not many, there are still quite a few. If I don't have any outstanding points, I won't be valued highly. I have 7 spirit veins but I don't have any strong points, so I am very mediocre. Gu Qiufei said with some sadness. Xiaofei, what did you originally want to do? Qin Yan asked with smile. I wanted to become a pill master, but I don't have fire attribute martial spirit. My martial spirit is Black Earth martial spirit. I thought that I would be able to master some consummate skill of using fire in Scarlet Flame sect, but I didn't learn anything. Gu Qiufei said with sigh. Earth martial spirit is also very good, it can be used to grow medicinal plants. Qin Yan said. I like to grow flowers and plants. Gu Qiufei suddenly proudly smiled and said, when I was in Scarlet Flame sect, I planted many beautiful flowers. Xiaofei, wait until we become students of Great Ancient College, I will think of a way to let you have fire martial spirit. Qin Yan thought about it and said with smile. Ah. That is something only soul refining masters can do. It is very expensive to hire a soul refining master, moreover we need to buy a fire martial spirit. Even our Gu family can't afford it. Gu Qiufei shook her head and said, Big brother, don't worry about me. You helped me enter Great Ancient College, I am very grateful to you. Qin Yan did not expect that soul refining masters would be so rare in ancient domain. Suddenly shopkeeper Yi entered the small hall and said in low voice, Xiao Qin, Xiaofei, boss has sent someone. Qin Yan said with frown, didn't boss personally come? Shopkeeper Yi said, boss is too busy, he didn't have time to come, so he sent someone. That person is also a student, his name is Lu Hanchen. Looking at shopkeeper Ye's expression, Qin Yan can guess that the person who was sent here is not a friendly person. It seems like your boss is not very interested in this matter, it is truly regretful. Qin Yan shook his head. Gu Qiufei is also very disappointed, she thought that she would be able to enter Great Ancient College very soon. At this time a golden-cloaked man walked in, sized up Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei and said, I have been sent by Boss Zhao, just call me Uncle Lu. Shopkeeper Yi said that you can repair magic tools, right? Qin Yan nodded and said, indeed. You stay in our shop and repair magic tools for 100 years, then Boss Zhao will agree to your request. Lu Hanchen's tone is filled with arrogance and disdain towards Qin Yan. Then forget it. Qin Yan said. What do you want? Lu Hanchen said in cold voice. Immediately help us become students of Great Ancient College and pay the tuition fee. I will have extra time to help you repair magic tools in your shop. Qin Yan said. Ha ha ha. Lu Hanchen burst into laughter, you ignorant thing, you should know that to enter Great Ancient College, you have to spend several hundred king-quality Regent Origin stones. On top of that, you also need a recommendation from an acquaintance. Qin Yan said, indeed, it is very regretful that we can no longer cooperate. Qin Yan also doesn't want to talk anymore because this Lu Hanchen is not here to talk. If you can't cooperate, then scram. Shameless lowlife. Lu Hanchen said with sneer. Big brother, let's go. Gu Qiufei very angrily pulled Qin Yan and walked out of the shop. Qin Yan was pulled away by Gu Qiufei. He really did not expect that a student of Dark Assembly would have this kind of character. Shopkeeper Yi is not blind, he hastily chased after them and handed over a letter to Qin Yan and said, Xiao Qin, there is a shop called Secluded Phoenix Pavilion here, go there and try your luck. I have friends there. This is the market of Great Ancient College, there are many shops here. Those who can open shops here are all very influential people. Gu Qiufei pulled Qin Yun and searched for about half an hour before arriving at the secluded Phoenix Pavilion. The secluded Phoenix Pavilion is very big and its location is also very good. It is at the corner of the market. There are many shops here and they are all 7 floors tall. This shop is very big. I wonder if they will accept us or not. Gu Qiufei said in low voice. After Gu Qiufei entered the shop with Qin Yun, she saw a fat middle-aged woman. "Two sirs, what do you need?" the fat middle-aged woman said with smile. Her voice is very loud and clear. "Big sister, we are here to look for work. This is shopkeeper Ye's recommendation letter," Gu Qiufei said in sweet voice. She has a smile on her face as she handed over the letter. The fat middle-aged woman took the letter and said, "It is indeed shopkeeper Ye's letter. He said that you brother and sister are very difficult and very serious, so he wants you to work here." After Qin Yun arrived, he looked at the shop and saw that it is also a shop selling magic tools. The secluded Phoenix Pavilion was different from the shops managed by shopkeeper Yi. The magic treasures here were all very ancient. Gu Qiufei nodded. "We are very hard-working. I hope that big sister will accept us." At this time, Lu Hanchen and a few other young masters arrived. After he saw Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei, he said with sneer, "Oh, you two were kicked out of Boss Zhao's shop by me and now you are here to look for work. Young Master Lu, with your status, how did you come into contact with these lowly people?" a black-clothed man curiously asked. Cloudstar Sword. There are also many people in secluded Phoenix Pavilion. It can be seen that this shop is very lively. Even Lu Hanchen has come here. At this time, many people in this shop burst into laughter. Hearing Lu Hanchen's words, everyone burst into laughter and looked at Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei. Gu Qiufei is very angry because these people are making fun of Qin Yun, but she knows that Qin Yun has the qualifications to ask for such a price. "Sister Peng, you should recognize these two, they might be swindlers." Lu Hanchen looked at the fat middle-aged woman and said. "They only know how to repair Dao tools and yet they demand such a high price. Don't you know how difficult it is to enter Great Ancient College? Even we can't enter just because we say we want to. If lowly people like you can enter Great Ancient College, wouldn't it lower the standard of the college?" A blue-clothed man looked at Qin Yun and said with sneer. "Maybe they don't know how awesome Great Ancient College is? Ignorant guys, they can only do some rough work. That little girl is younger sister but her cultivation is higher than big brother's. That big brother of hers is truly a trash." Lu Hanchen and his group are chatting and laughing while walking inside. Gu Qiufei doesn't feel anything, after all she is already used to it. But she feels very wronged for Qin Yun. Qin Yun is just calmly looking at Lu Hanchen walking towards the counter and did not say anything. He is not going to lower himself to the level of this kind of person. "Big sister, I have let you see a joke," Gu Qiufei said in low voice. "Little sister, can your big brother truly repair magic tools?" Sister Peng looked at Qin Yun with smile. Gu Qiufei nodded, "Indeed." Sister Peng said with smile, "Xiao Qin, can you repair ancient magic tools?" After hearing this, Lu Hanchen laughed loudly and said, "The runes of ancient magic tools are very rare. Forget about him, even king inscription masters who have researched ancient runes don't even dare to say that they can repair them." Qin Yun said, "It depends on what kind of ancient magic tools they are. I am indeed not certain that I can repair all of them." If Momo was not asleep, he would have dared to say that he could repair all of them. Hearing Qin Yun admit that he can repair ancient magic tools, many people's gaze turned towards him. Lu Hanchen hastily walked over with his friends, then said with loud laughter, "Everyone, quickly come and take a look. This young man actually dares to say that he can repair ancient magic tools." Qin Yun said indifferently, "I only said that it depends on what kind of ancient magic treasure it is." Lu Hanchen said with sneer, "Then what kind of ancient magic tool can you repair?" Many people gathered around as well. "As long as it's an ancient magic tool with damaged star rune, it's no problem," Qin Yun said. He has mastered many star runes. Furthermore, he has the Star Lord inscription spirit. He is confident that he can repair damaged star runes. This caused everyone to roar with laughter. Gu Qiufei puffed up her cheeks and glared at Lu Hanchen. If it was before, she would never dare to glare at someone like this. But now, she was very angry for Qin Yun. She even had the urge to beat him up. Lu Hanchen said with smile. Everyone listened to this guy's boasting. Ha ha ha. Among ancient magic tools, damaged star runes are the most difficult to repair. Because the star runes carved on ancient magic tools are ancient star runes, very few people have mastered them. Many people here are very interested in ancient magic tools, so they are very knowledgeable about ancient magic tools. Sister Peng thought for a bit and said, Xiaoqin, I have an ancient sword with damaged star runes here. Take a look and see if you can repair it. As she spoke, she took out a rusty sword and placed it on the counter. Seeing this sword, an old man cried out in alarm, this is a King-grade Dao sword, Cloud Star sword. It was exhibited before, it is not for sale. Lu Hanchen cannot help but burst into laughter. Sister Peng, you are bullying people too much. Even King inscription masters are unable to repair this Cloud Star sword. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for him by taking it out? You are truly evil. Sister Peng cannot help but laugh. It seems like she is deliberately making things difficult for Qin Yun. Many people are watching from the side, waiting to see Qin Yun make a fool of himself. Big brother, let's go. Gu Qiufei gently pulled Qin Yun's hand. She now feels that everyone here is filled with malice. If Qin Yun was not here, she would have thought that everyone here is filled with evil intentions. Qin Yun did not leave, he used Extinction Spirit Eye to observe the Cloud Star sword. He discovered that there are 19 damaged star runes on the sword. What amazed him is that the most important moon rune of the Cloud Star sword is completely blurred. That is the most important part of the sword. Don't even think about leaving. Didn't you just say that you can repair magic tools with damaged star runes? Lu Hanchen blocked in front of Gu Qiufei. Xiaoqin, boasting is not good. Even if shopkeeper Yi introduced you here, if you are swindlers, I will not accept you. Sister Peng shook her head and smiled. She stored the Cloud Star sword and said, you can leave. Everyone laughed, they all know that the Cloud Star sword has been here for a very long time but it has not been repaired. Qin Yun suddenly said, I can repair it. But I will not repair it for free, I want some reward. Lu Hanchen said with sneer, my guess is that you will demand an exorbitant price and make Sister Peng unable to promise you the reward. Sister Peng, if I can repair the Cloud Star sword, will you help us enter Great Ancient College? Qin Yun has not even looked at Lu Hanchen from beginning to end. This caused Lu Hanchen to feel like he is going crazy. I am sorry, I can't do it. Young Master Lu also said that it is very difficult to enter Great Ancient College. With my status, I can't help you. Sister Peng shook her head and said with smile, Xiaoqin, don't talk big, change your bad habit, be a good child. Enough, you have caused enough trouble, quickly leave, my secluded Phoenix Pavilion still needs to do business. At this time, a few middle-aged men arrived and drove Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei out. After Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei were pushed to the door, Qin Yun said, there are 19 damaged star runes on the Cloud Star sword, one of them is even blurred moon rune. The main rune of the sword is not star rune, it is moon rune. Don't talk nonsense, quickly scram. Lu Hanchen coldly groaned. Big brother, let's go. Let's go somewhere else, don't pay attention to them. Gu Qiufei comforted Qin Yun and said in low voice, Big brother, I believe in your strength, it is they who have eyes but fail to see. At the counter of the secluded Phoenix Pavilion, just as everyone is about to disperse, a black-clothed woman suddenly walked down from the stairs and shouted in ice-cold voice, who was the one who spoke just now? Everyone saw the black-clothed woman and immediately became startled. Sister Peng hastily walked over, lowered her head and said, Madame Yufeng, it was someone who came to cause trouble. Lu Hanchen also said, Teacher Yufeng, it was a shameless swindler who came here to cause trouble. Should I call him in and teach him a lesson? Swindler? Quickly call him in. The black-clothed woman said in cold voice. Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei heard the black-clothed woman's words from outside. Soon after, a few middle-aged men appeared and told them to go in. After they entered, they also saw the woman called Yufeng. Yufeng is wearing a black long skirt, her long hair draped over her shoulders. She has a pair of red phoenix eyes that are filled with ice-cold expression. Moreover, there is black eyeshadow around her eyes. There is also a black feather mark on her forehead. What attracted Qin Yun's attention the most is that there is a black lightning mark on her left cheek. It seems to be the mark of Nether sect. She is a disciple of a very powerful faction of Dark Assembly. Teacher Yufeng, it is this guy who is trying to swindle people. Lu Hanchen pointed at Qin Yun and said, student will smash his mouth, let's see if he dares to spout nonsense again. Yufeng looked at Sister Peng and said, take out the Cloud Star Sword. Sister Peng hastily did as she was told, she is very afraid of Yufeng. Repeat what you just said. Yufeng is standing on the stairs, looking at Qin Yun from above, she is filled with majesty. You should have already heard me, I don't want to repeat myself. Qin Yun indifferently said. Brat, are you courting death? Lu Hanchen shouted in low voice and raised his palm to attack. Lu Hanchen, this is my territory. If I want to beat someone up, it will not be your turn. Yufeng's brows are slightly frowning as she looked at Lu Hanchen. Teacher Yufeng is right. I just want to teach this guy a lesson for speaking so rudely to you. Lu Hanchen promptly bowed his head and said. No one dares to speak, they are just waiting for Qin Yun to be taught a lesson by Yufeng. Everyone knows that Yufeng is temperamental, Qin Yun only dared to provoke her because he is too ignorant. Yufeng looked at Qin Yun and asked with cold expression, can you repair this Cloud Star Sword? I can. Qin Yun also looked at Yufeng's ice-cold and beautiful face. He has seen many beauties like Yufeng. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul are even more beautiful than Yufeng. Everyone here admires Qin Yun's courage, he actually dares to look straight at Yufeng. Repair it for me to see. Yufeng said. I can repair it but you must make us students of Great Ancient College. Qin Yun said. Brat, you are too ignorant. Even if this Cloud Star Sword is repaired, its value is very limited. It is not even worth 1 degree, let alone 2. Lu Hanchen cursed in low voice. Only an idiot would think that this sword has no value. Qin Yun said with cold smile, this sword is not a weapon. Yufeng's ice-cold eyes suddenly flashed with amazement, indeed, this is not a weapon. Everyone is secretly amazed, they find this hard to believe. Sister Peng and Lu Hanchen's heart trembled because they never knew about this. Then tell me, if this is not a weapon, what is it? Yufeng asked, I know it is not a weapon but I don't know what it is. You know. Qin Yun said with smile. Tell me and if you can repair this Cloud Star Sword, I will help you brother and sister obtain 2 degrees. But you will have to pay the tuition fees yourself. Yufeng said. Teacher Yufeng, don't agree. These 2 are lowly people, if they enter our college, won't they drag down our status? Moreover, if you bring them into the college, it will be recorded in your file, it will be a stain on your record. Lu Hanchen hastily advised. Other students also nodded in agreement. It must be known that they have gone through innumerable trials and tribulations to become students of Great Ancient College. Yet Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei can enter as they please, it is very unfair to them. If he can repair this Cloud Star Sword, with his talent and inscription, he can become a student of Great Ancient College. Blood Phoenix Nether Spear. Everyone in the secluded Phoenix Pavilion is looking at Qin Yun, waiting for his reply. Qin Yun said, I am not sure what it is. Give me the sword, I want to carefully look at it. Yufeng threw the Cloud Star Sword to Qin Yun, then looked at Gu Qiufei and said, Little girl, what is your cultivation? What kind of martial spirit do you have? How many spirit veins do you have? After I understand, I will arrange for you to enter the college. Lu Hanchen said in a very bad mood, Teacher Yufeng, wait until that brat finishes repairing the Cloud Star Sword. Although this little girl is a peak martial emperor, she looks very ordinary. Do you really want to arrange for her to enter the Great Ancient College? Yufeng looked at Qin Yun and said, if he finishes repairing the Cloud Star Sword, I will agree to his request. I will keep my word. Lu Hanchen and other students are secretly hoping that Qin Yun won't be able to repair the sword. What do you think? Yufeng asked. I still need to confirm it. Qin Yun can see that the runes inside the sword are not used for battle. Therefore, the sword is not a weapon, it has some other use. As for what use it has, Qin Yun is not sure. He wants to observe the star runes inside the Cloud Star Sword and make a judgment. He is not familiar with the star runes and moon runes inside the Cloud Star Sword. However, he has mastered many star and moon runes. Even if he is not familiar with them, he can analyze and speculate based on the runes he has mastered. Qin Yun is now comparing the runes in his mind, so it will take him a very long time. Lu Hanchen said in low voice, this guy, it is obvious that he is putting on an act. Teacher Yufeng, don't be deceived by him. Yufeng said in cold voice, Lu Hanchen, do you think that I am more stupid than you? That's not it. Lu Hanchen hastily said, Teacher Yufeng, everyone knows that you care a lot about the Cloud Star Sword. As long as someone wants to repair it, you will appear. That is why I am so suspicious. Yufeng looked at Sister Peng and asked, Sister Peng, why didn't you inform me that someone came to repair the Cloud Star Sword? If I did not hear it, I would have missed it. Sister Peng is also very flustered. She hastily explained the situation to Yufeng and then glared at Lu Hanchen. If it was not for Lu Hanchen's constant nagging, she would not have such prejudice against Qin Yun. Little girl, did your brother really repair magic tools? Yufeng looked at Gu Qiufei and asked. My big brother repaired a sublime blue sword before. It's with shopkeeper Yi. Gu Qiufei nodded, then glared at Lu Hanchen and said, after he drove us away, shopkeeper Yi introduced us to this place. That sublime blue sword wasn't damaged in the first place. At the very least, it looked fine on the surface. That brat just held the sword with both hands and repaired it. He must have done it by accident. Lu Hanchen said with sneer, who can repair magic tools so easily? Sister Peng also asked, Senior Yufeng, can he really repair the sublime blue sword? Yufeng is also pondering, then she shook her head and said, if the runes inside the sword are damaged, it will not be easy to repair. Lu Hanchen said with smile, indeed. That's why I don't believe him. Look at him, he can't even tell me what the Cloud Star Sword is, he can only pretend. Qin Yun withdrew his mental power from the Cloud Star Sword and said, this is a key. Hearing this, Yufeng's expression slightly changed. Her ice-cold eyes are filled with shock. She gently floated down from the stairs and arrived beside Qin Yun. Seeing Yufeng's reaction, she realized that Qin Yun was right. Lu Hanchen's expression became somewhat unsightly as he said, he must have guessed correctly. Can you repair it? Yufeng asked. I can. Qin Yun said in a resolute and decisive manner. His face is filled with confidence. All right, then repair it now. I have promised you, I will definitely do it. Yufeng said. Sign a soul contract with me, a death contract. Qin Yun said in a dull voice. Everyone burst into an uproar, fear appeared on their faces. Many people hastily retreated. They are worried that Yufeng will attack in rage. Lu Hanchen is also stunned, he took a few steps back and furiously said, you don't trust teacher Yufeng? You actually want to sign a soul contract with her? Who do you think you are? You ignorant fool, don't you know that Yufeng is a disciple of Nether sect? Moreover, she is a true disciple of Nether sect. Qin Yun said in cold voice, in this place, apart from my little sister, I don't trust anyone. Madam Yufeng, do you want me to capture him? An old man walked over and asked. Everyone feels that this is very strange. Dark Assembly's people are already kneeling and licking Yufeng's boots, yet this brat is actually trying to take advantage of her. Yufeng's eyes flickered with cold light as she looked at Qin Yun. She really did not expect that Qin Yun would actually want to sign a soul contract with her, moreover a death contract. If she doesn't fulfill the contract, she will die. If you don't agree, then forget it. Xiao Fei, let's go. Qin Yun pulled Gu Qiufei to leave. Wait, I agree. But if you damage the Cloud Star Sword, you will have to stay in secluded Phoenix Pavilion for 500 years. Yufeng said. Fine. Qin Yun said. Everyone exclaimed in admiration, Yufeng actually signed a soul contract with a nobody. Yufeng's status and position are very high, she is also a second tribulation half-immortal. Even old men with higher cultivation than her have to show her some respect. Moreover, her status and position is very trustworthy, so she rarely signs soul contracts with other people. Because signing a soul contract usually means that there is no trust between people. There has never been anyone who doesn't trust Yufeng, Qin Yun is the only one. Lu Hanchen said in low voice, brat, you are done for. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant. You bastard, why are you so annoying? My big brother doesn't even want to talk to you, why are you always targeting him? Gu Qiufei lightly groaned and said. Lu Hanchen became even angrier. He wanted to curse back, but Yufeng glared at him and he did not continue to speak. After they signed the soul contract, Lu Hanchen said with sneer, "This arrogant great master, why don't you show off your skill here? Show us how you can repair magic tools with bare hands. Let us ignorant and inexperienced country bumpkins experience your marvelous skill." Indeed. You can repair Lan Sublime Sword with bare hands, you can also easily repair Cloud Star Sword. Repair it here and let us see. A group of people jeered and jeered. Qin Yin indifferently glanced at these people, then tightly held the Cloud Star Sword, closed his eyes and poured his formidable blood spirit power into the sword. He possesses the Star Lord and Moon Lady inscription spirit. The blood spirit power he grasps also has a special power that allows damaged star runes and moon runes to have a certain self-recovery ability. Moreover, with his understanding of star and moon runes, it is very easy for him to repair damaged star and moon runes. Qin Yan's mental power is very formidable, moreover, it is nether moon mental power. It is a mental power that is very friendly to star and moon runes. Not long after, Qin Yan repaired nearly 20 damaged star runes inside the sword. Those extremely fuzzy moon runes are the most damaged ones. This is a very big test for him. Fortunately, he has nether moon mental power and moon totem. Through Moon Lady inscription spirit, he can comprehend a set of moon runes from these fuzzy and damaged moon runes. This is a very profound realm. Originally, there are many moon runes that are modified from moon totem. Since Qin Yan has mastered Moon Totem and Moon Lady inscription spirit, he doesn't need Mo's help to repair damaged moon runes. Yufeng signaled Sister Peng with her eyes to close the door. She is also worried that something else might happen. Lu Hanchen's expression is filled with disbelief, he is waiting to see Qin Yan make a fool of himself. He believes that no one can repair a magic tool like this. Gu Qiufei is not worried at all, she is very confident in Qin Yan. Yufeng is very calm, she is calmly looking at Qin Yan, she is not even blinking her eyes. Half an hour passed by and Qin Yan opened his eyes. Everyone immediately became spirited and looked at the Cloud Star Sword in Qin Yan's hand. What caused everyone to be shocked is that the rusty Cloud Star Sword in Qin Yan's hand has many cracks on it. Damaged. Lu Hanchen laughed loudly and said, "Bastard, you have failed. You will become a slave for 500 years. Everyone has very happy smile on their faces. If Qin Yan can successfully repair the sword and enter Great Ancient College, it will be a great blow to them. My Cloud Star Sword is damaged, are you all very happy?" Yufeng's expression is incomparably gloomy, causing the cheerful atmosphere in the secluded Phoenix Pavilion to become cold and filled with killing intent. Gu Qiufei very angrily looked at Lu Hanchen and shouted, "Why are you cursing people? You are the bastard. How did my big brother offend you? How can someone like you curse people so casually? Are all the students in the Great Ancient College like you? Little girl, do you believe that I won't strip you naked and ck you to death?" Lu Hanchen said with evil smile, "Ha ha ha. A girl with ordinary appearance like you, I am already thinking highly of you. Wait until your brother becomes a slave here, you will become my slave. Ha ha ha." Qin Yan's expression sank, his eyes filled with killing intent as he said in cold voice, "Shut up." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Hanchen in the blink of an eye. Qin Yan pointed 2 fingers at Lu Hanchen's chest with lightning-like speed. Boom, piercing mountain and splitting earth finger power shot out a black lightning bolt that pierced through Lu Hanchen's chest and created a bowl-sized hole. Lu Hanchen was sent flying and crashed into a wall, he vomited blood and let out a miserable shriek. Everyone in the hall is completely dumbstruck. Even Yufeng's pupils shrunk in shock. What is even more inconceivable is that Qin Yan, a mid-stage martial emperor, actually managed to force Lu Hanchen, a peak martial emperor, to kneel in one move. A half-immortal old man reacted the fastest, he immediately rushed over. Yufeng said in cold voice, "Let me." A spear flickering with red light suddenly appeared in her hand. The tip of the spear looks like a phoenix beak carved from a blood-colored crystal. It looks very powerful. When the spear stabbed towards Qin Yan, it let out a burst of dreadful phoenix cry. The sharp and dreadful sound wave penetrated everyone's heart. "It is the King Tool Blood Phoenix Nether Spear," Sister Peng yelled in shock. You dare fight in my territory and even damaged my Cloud Star Sword. I will not forgive you. Yufeng furiously shouted. She is a second tribulation half-immortal, she is the strongest person in the secluded Phoenix Pavilion. Seeing her attack, everyone knows that Qin Yun is dead for sure. Qin Yun firmly held the Cloud Star Sword in his hand and hacked at the red spear tip. Rumble, a loud sound echoed through the hall, shaking all the tables and chairs in the hall and causing them to break into pieces. What is even more shocking is that the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear's tip has actually been destroyed. And the Cloud Star Sword in Qin Yan's hand is flickering with golden light. Tyrannical Yufeng, who is in a state of rage, cannot help but feel amazed when she saw Qin Yan's Cloud Star Sword flickering with light. Everyone is completely dumbstruck, they are completely scared by the scene before them. Qin Yan actually dared to exchange blows with Yufeng. Although he vomited blood, it doesn't look serious. And the king tool in Yufeng's hand has been destroyed. Everyone knows that Yufeng has used the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear for many years, it is also her favorite weapon. But now it has been destroyed by Qin Yun. Naturally, the Cloud Star Sword in Qin Yun's hand is also very dreadful. It can actually allow a mid-stage martial emperor to block the attack of a second tribulation half-immortal. Lu Hanchen, who was sent flying by Qin Yun, did not die, there is only a bowl-sized hole in his chest. He is completely scared silly, he is sitting on the ground paralyzed looking at Qin Yun and Yufeng. The Cloud Star Sword is not damaged. According to the contract, you must help us brother and sister become students of Great Ancient College. Qin Yun took a deep breath and said. Teacher Yufeng, he hit me, we cannot let this matter go. Lu Hanchen said in low voice, he also destroyed your Blood Phoenix Nether Spear. Give me the Cloud Star Sword. Yufeng calmed down after a long time and said in cold voice. Qin Yan handed over the Cloud Star Sword to Yufeng. Yufeng looked at it and said in cold voice, you have indeed repaired the Cloud Star Sword. Qin Yan looked at Lu Hanchen and said again, you also saw it, he was the one who spoke rudely to Xiaofei first. I only taught him a lesson, otherwise I would have already killed him. You. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me? Lu Hanchen shouted in anger. Qin Yan abruptly raised his two fingers and pointed at Lu Hanchen. It is another piercing mountain-splitting earth finger. But this time, Yufeng managed to break through the dreadful power. Hoo, a burst of gale blew all the people in the hall, causing them to sway unsteadily. The first floor of the secluded Phoenix Pavilion has become chaotic. Gu Qiufei's heart is jumping in fright. She is holding Qin Yan's arm, she is very worried. Everyone is wondering whether they should admire Qin Yun for acting so atrociously in Yufeng's territory or not. They all felt that the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear was destroyed because the Cloud Star Sword was too powerful. No matter how strong the Cloud Star Sword is, Qin Yun doesn't have enough power to block Yufeng's attack, let alone destroy her Blood Phoenix Nether Spear. Yufeng was very clear about this. Therefore, she was very surprised by Qin Yun's strength. Madam Yufeng. I will go take care of him, an old man said in low voice. I have signed a soul contract with him, so long as he can repair the Cloud Star Sword, I will treat him with courtesy. Yufeng coldly looked at the old man and said, do you want me to violate the contract? That's a death pact. Qin Yan looked at Yufeng and coldly said, get out of my way. Yufeng saw the resolute killing intent in Qin Yan's eyes and is secretly alarmed. She said in cold voice, I can't let him die here. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble too. As long as you stop, I'll pretend nothing happened just now. Can you guarantee that this won't leak out? Can you guarantee that he won't take revenge on me? I can guarantee that. Yufeng took out a large black helmet and said, they won't leak out what happened today. She handed over the helmet to Sister Peng and said, put it on. Sister Peng is filled with doubt in her heart. Just as she put on the helmet, she fainted on the ground. This will make her lose her memory. Yufeng looked at everyone and said in cold voice, all of you put on this helmet. If you don't want to wear it, sign a death pact with me and promise not to leak out what happened here. Soul contract talisman is very expensive, some people are not willing to part with it, so they can only wear the helmet. More than half of them chose to lose their memory, some signed a soul contract with Yufeng and promised not to leak out what happened here. Teacher Yufeng, he hit me. Don't tell me I should just let it go like this? Lu Hanchen pointed at his chest and shouted while crying, "Look, there is a hole in my chest." Lu Hanchen, even if he does it to you, you can only endure. Yu Feng's voice is filled with bone-piercing coldness. Everyone's body trembled in fright. Qin Yan slightly frowned, he feels somewhat disgusted. Lu Hanchen also took out a soul contract talisman, clenched his teeth and hatefully signed a soul contract with Yu Feng and promised not to cause trouble for Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei in the future. Lu Hanchen, don't hold a grudge in your heart, you should know that you almost died just now. Yu Feng said with sneer. Teacher Yu Feng, is this guy really worth it? Lu Hanchen looked at Qin Yan and said in low voice. A few old men are now helping him heal his injuries. This sword is very important to us. We have not been able to repair it for many years, but he managed to repair it in a short time. What do you think? Yu Feng coldly groaned and said, You short-sighted bastard, don't even think about entering Nether sect in this lifetime. After Yu Feng finished dealing with the matters here, she looked at Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei and said, Follow me. Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei arrived at a living room on the 6th floor. Gu Qiufei now feels a lot more relieved. She now admires Qin Yan even more. Even though so many things have happened, Qin Yan is still very calm. Qin Yan has always dealt with 6th tribulation half-immortals, Yu Feng is just a 2nd tribulation half-immortal, he is not afraid of her at all. Are you not afraid of death? Yu Feng took out a jug and poured fruit juice for Qin Yan. You can't kill me. Qin Yan said with faint smile. Yu Feng disapprovingly said with sneer, Don't be too confident, you are just a mid-stage martial emperor. Qin Yan did not say anything. If he used Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, he would have been able to block Yu Feng's attack. Most of the runes inside the sword are dark runes. You can repair them so quickly, could it be that you have mastered those runes? Yu Feng asked. Of course not. You don't need to ask me how I repaired it. The reason this sword can destroy your Blood Phoenix Nether Spear is not because the sword itself is very strong, it is because of the combination of runes. Qin Yan said. Yu Feng looked at the Cloud Star sword in her hand, slightly frowned and asked again, Can this Cloud Star sword be used as a weapon? No. If it is damaged, it will be gone. This is just a key, there are some runes inside the sword that have a head but no tail. Only by inserting it into something can it be combined with other runes. Qin Yan said. What exactly is your background? Yu Feng asked, her ice-cold eyes are filled with curiosity. I came from the void outside. Qin Yan looked at Gu Qiufei and said again, I met Xiaofei after I came here. She has acknowledged me as her big brother, she can be considered my sworn sister. Void outside? Yu Feng is somewhat amazed, but she did not continue asking. Because the void outside is very big, it is indescribably big. Even if Qin Yan tells her where he came from, she won't be able to understand. What are your names? I will arrange for you to enter Great Ancient College as soon as possible. Yu Feng asked. Qin Yan. Qin Yan said. Gu Qiufei. Yu Feng arrived beside Gu Qiufei, gently stroked the dimples on her face. Her voice suddenly became very gentle as she asked, Xiaofei, what is your martial spirit? I have Black Earth martial spirit, 7 Sun spirit veins. Gu Qiufei said. Black Earth martial spirit, 7 Sun spirit veins, your aptitude is not bad. Yu Feng nodded and said, however, it is neither good nor bad. Earth martial spirit is not a very good martial spirit. If Xiaofei has a fire martial spirit, can you arrange for her to study pill refining? Qin Yan asked. How can I find a soul refining master for help? If you can pay a soul refining master, I can help you find a good one. Xiaofei indeed needs a better martial spirit. Yu Feng said. Gu Qiufei said in low voice, Big brother, let's forget about it. I will be very satisfied if I can enter Great Ancient College. Yu Feng said, Xiaofei, your aptitude is not bad in Great Ancient College, it is even better than many children of aristocratic families. I can refine a fire martial spirit for her. Qin Yan slowly said. You are a soul refining master? Yu Feng asked in shock. I guess so. Can you arrange for her to study pill refining? Qin Yan said indifferently. Gu Qiufei is completely dumbfounded, her intelligent eyes are wide open as she looked at Qin Yan. She knows that Qin Yun is an inscription master, but she really did not expect him to be a soul-refining master. Yufeng looked at Qin Yun without saying anything. Someone like Qin Yun is definitely a super genius. She remained silent for a long time and then said, "No problem, I will arrange for her. There is an old granny in Great Ancient College who likes this kind of obedient and quiet students. But the premise is that Xiao Fei has a fire martial spirit. Arrange a secret room for me, I will immediately refine Xiao Fei's soul." Qin Yun said. Don't you need to rest?" Yufeng said in amazement. Just now, Qin Yun was shaken by her to the point of vomiting blood, and he even repaired the Cloud Star Sword. Now he wants to refine Xiao Fei's soul without resting. "No need, let's start now." Qin Yun pulled Gu Qiufei's hand and said with smile, "Xiao Fei, you will soon have a fire martial spirit. Big brother, you are so awesome." Gu Qiufei's face bloomed with smile, her eyes are filled with adoration. "Follow me." Yufeng brought Qin Yun to a very spacious secret room. Qin Yun let Gu Qiufei lie down on a bed and then took out a black fire attribute star spirit. "This is a star spirit, moreover it is black. Where did you get it?" Yufeng asked in amazement. "It is very hard to find. This star spirit was obtained by Yu Shutian, she even obtained a lot of them. I picked it up from the void outside." Qin Yun said with smile. "How can it be so easy to pick it up?" Yufeng yelled in disbelief. "It can indeed be said that Yu Shutian picked it up. Do you want to watch from the side?" Qin Yun asked. Yufeng has no intention of evading because she wants to see with her own eyes whether or not Qin Yun can truly refine souls. Someone who understands runes and can also refine souls, this is a soul-refining inscription master. Qin Yun also discovered that all the inscription masters here are rather weak. Yufeng is a half-immortal, yet she has a trash king tool in her hand. This is enough to make a big fuss out of nothing. Previously, the old golden tortoise had encountered a group of hunters equipped with equipment and had been scared witless. And Yufeng's blood phoenix nether spear and the equipment of those hunters are nothing but trash in Qin Yun's eyes. King weapon termination steel, Xiao Fei, if you feel uncomfortable later, don't resist, try to relax yourself. Qin Yun laughed and caressed her face. Yufeng can also see that Qin Yun is very concerned about Gu Qiufei. Gu Qiufei is not very beautiful, her face is round, she also does not know how to dress up, but she is very pure and kind. Yufeng has been in the Great Ancient College for a long time, but she has rarely seen a girl like Gu Qiufei. Of course, in terms of appearance, most of the female students in the Great Ancient College are more attractive than Gu Qiufei. Qin Yun is wearing ordinary clothes, but he has a handsome and resolute face. His strength is not weak and he is also a soul-refining inscription master. A man like him is actually so interested in Gu Qiufei, this not very beautiful silly girl. Yufeng noticed this and secretly praised Qin Yun in her heart. Most of the youths in the Great Ancient College judge people based on appearance or strength and status. After Qin Yun transferred the star spirits inside the soul-sealing pearl into Gu Qiufei's body, her body overflowed with a burst of scorching hot aura. "Big brother, I can feel that I can release flame." Gu Qiufei excitedly shouted, her face is filled with happiness. "Xiao Fei, relax, I want to continue carving runes." Qin Yun said with smile. "You can carve runes? Can you really do that?" Yufeng asked in amazement. "Of course," Qin Yun said. Yufeng is very surprised that Qin Yun can quickly refine the fire martial spirit into Gu Qiufei's body. This was because she knew that it took a long time for a soul refiner to complete refining a soul. Finally, Qin Yun carved tree totem on Gu Qiufei's earth martial spirit. As for the Martian martial soul, it was engraved with the star totem and the fire totem. It only took him 2 hours to do so. "Done." Qin Yun said with smile, "Xiao Fei, you will surely become a formidable pill master in the future. Big brother, I will definitely work hard. I will not let you down. You have helped me with your heart, I can only repay you with my own effort." Gu Qiufei said gratefully, her eyes became moist. N. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. Yufeng asked, "Qin Yun, do you accept work?" Qin Yun looked at Yufeng and asked with smile, "What kind of work?" "Tool refining, soul refining." Yufeng said. "For whom?" asked Qin Yun. To help me, of course. Yufeng groaned, you broke my Blood Phoenix Nether Spear and I can't use my Cloud Star Sword. You have to help me refine a new weapon. Your Blood Phoenix Nether Spear from before is simply too trashy. You can't blame me. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Trash? It was refined by the 7th-ranked King Inscription Master of our Nether sect. Moreover, I maintain it every year. If it wasn't for that Cloud Star Sword being too powerful, you wouldn't have been able to destroy my Blood Phoenix Nether Spear. Yufeng said in a very unconvinced manner, I have used the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear in hundreds of battles, it has never been damaged this badly. What other king armaments do you have? I can use a Dao tool to destroy your king tool, do you believe me? Qin Yan said. I. Yufeng wanted to say that she doesn't believe it but she doesn't dare to because she already believes it from the bottom of her heart. I can help. You refine the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear but as for the reward, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Qin Yan's eyes are filled with contempt as he said with a smile. Can't afford it? How much are you asking for? Yufeng is very angry that someone is looking down on her like this. 2 billion star coins. Qin Yan said. Too expensive. Yufeng said in cold voice. Gu Qiufei is also secretly apprehensive because Qin Yan's asking price is very high. 2 billion star coins is a very high price. Teacher Yufeng, it is because you helped us enter the great ancient college that I am giving you preferential price. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother to refine it for them. Qin Yan is sitting on one knee, drinking fruit juice. He said with chuckle, you got this opportunity, it is very good. Then how strong can you guarantee that the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear will be? Yufeng thought carefully and said, you must guarantee that your new Blood Phoenix Nether Spear is worth 2 billion star coins. How strong do you want it to be? Qin Yan asked. There is a King Tool Termination Steel in the Great Ancient College. I will be satisfied if I attack it with a King Tool and the King Tool is not damaged. Yufeng said. Did your previous Blood Phoenix Nether Spear reach that level? Qin Yan asked. The King Inscription Master who refined the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear did not allow me to test it, so I don't know. In fact, very few people test King Tools. Yufeng also knows that her previous Blood Phoenix Nether Spear did not reach that level. How much is your Blood Phoenix Nether Spear worth? Qin Yan suddenly became very curious. Yufeng hesitated for a bit and said, 3 billion star coins. Qin Yan cannot help but burst into laughter, that trash is actually worth 3 billion star coins? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yufeng's ice-cold jade-like face immediately turned red because she has clearly been swindled. I only need 2 billion star coins to refine it for you and you still think it is too expensive? Teacher Yufeng, you are so dishonest. Qin Yan shook his head and said with smile, I want to raise the price, I want 3 billion star coins. You. If your Blood Phoenix Nether Spear is stronger than mine, I will give you 3 billion star coins. Yufeng groaned. I want to see that King Tool Termination Monument. Is it convenient now? Qin Yan asked. Of course it is convenient. I am the ace teacher of Great Ancient College, even if I destroy that monument, nobody will dare to say anything. Let's go. Yufeng very domineeringly said. It is now very late at night. Yufeng took out a flying boat and brought Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei to the campus of Great Ancient College. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter but Yufeng's influence is very great, so she can bring Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei inside. Teacher Yufeng, you are a disciple of Nether sect and your position is not low. Do you think I am suitable to enter Nether sect? Qin Yan is sitting on the boat and looking at the large and small buildings below. The center of Great Ancient College is very big. Of course you are suitable, however you will need to go through the assessment first. Wait until you go through tribulation, I will recommend you to enter Nether sect. Yufeng's eyes flickered with happiness as she said with faint smile, you want to enter Nether sect? You still want to wait for me to go through tribulation? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Of course. No one is an exception. Yufeng said. Even my identity as a soul-refining inscription master is not an exception? Qin Yan shook his head and said, Teacher Yufeng, it seems like your position in Nether sect is also very ordinary. Bullshit. This old lady is Nether Sect's holy maiden. Do you know what that means? You don't know fart. Yufeng furiously glared at Qin Yun and shouted. Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei are secretly startled, they did not expect Yufeng to have such a boorish side. Qin Yun looked at Gu Qiufei because he doesn't know what Nether Sect's holy maiden means. Big brother, Nether Sect's holy maidens and holy sects all have holy maidens and holy sons. These holy maidens and holy sons are the future elders or sect masters of those sects. Gu Qiufei said. My Nether Sect only has 3 holy maidens and 5 holy sons. I will most likely become the sect master of Nether Sect in the future, yet you still dare to say that my position is ordinary? Yufeng arrogantly said. She has had enough of Qin Yun's arrogance today. She has never met someone who doesn't give her face like this since she was born. Qin Yun's expression is very calm after hearing this, he is not surprised at all. Seeing Qin Yun's disapproving expression, Yufeng really wants to slap him a few times but she doesn't dare to do so because she needs Qin Yun's help. Hey, I am Nether Sect's holy maiden, don't tell me you are not surprised? Yufeng said in cold voice. Oh? Qin Yun laughed, I don't think there is anything amazing about it. The holy maiden's equipment is just a pile of trash, clearly her position is just SOSO. Yufeng cursed in low voice, brat, are you looking down on me? Qin Yun said with smile, no, I am looking down on the entire Nether Sect. Clearly they are just SOSO, yet they still have so many broken rules. Even with my talent, I cannot enter as an exception. I despise this broken Nether Sect from the bottom of my heart. You can say this kind of thing in front of me, if you say it in front of other Nether Sect disciples, you deserve to be beaten to death. Yufeng angrily took a deep breath. Other Nether Sect disciples won't be able to beat me to death. Qin Yun very confidently said with smile, even you, holy maiden, won't be able to beat me to death. One day, I will show you how awesome this old lady is. Yufeng coldly groaned and said. Soon after, she controlled the boat to land on the plaza below. At night, those big stars in the sky don't have any light, they are all very dark. However, they can still produce a bit of light to illuminate the ancient domain. Qin Yun saw the King Tool termination steel, it is 10 meters tall, its entire body is grayish-black and there are many scratches on its surface. This is the King Tool termination steel. What kind of King Tool do you have? Take it out and give it a try. Don't blame me if it breaks. Qin Yun took out his 9th heaven mysterious King's saber, handed it over to Yufeng and said, Teacher Yufeng, what do you think of my saber? Yufeng took a look and said with frown, what kind of broken toy is this? Not to mention there are no runes on the surface, it is also very ugly and ordinary. Have you seen my Blood Phoenix Nether Spear? It is so beautiful. There is also the Cloud Star Sword, it is also very good looking. Those are just ornaments, they are all useless. Use my saber to chop this King Tool termination steel. Qin Yun said. Yufeng said with frown, Qin Yun, don't play with me. Is this kind of broken toy really reliable? Qin Yun pulled Gu Qiufei back and said with smile, Teacher Yufeng, if my saber breaks, I will refine a new Blood Phoenix Nether Spear for free. Yufeng said with sneer, you said it yourself. If you act shamelessly, I will strip you naked, hang you at the college gate and whip you for 3 days and 3 nights. Quickly go and test my saber. Qin Yun has already retreated to the back. Yufeng firmly held the saber hilt and poured in her half-immortal power. She used a lot of her power to break Qin Yun's saber. After retreating a few steps, she rushed towards the King Tool termination steel and vigorously chopped down with her saber. Boom, the 9th heaven mysterious King's saber landed on the King Tool termination steel and produced a loud explosion. Sparks flew out and a large amount of crushed stones flew all around. The entire college was alarmed, the King Tool termination steel also shattered into many pieces. And the entire plaza cracked and collapsed. Suspicious clouds in plaza before leaving, Qin Yun took out a few talismans that can conceal their aura. Not long after, Yufeng brought Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei away from the center of Great Ancient College and arrived at the roof of Secluded Phoenix Pavilion. Secluded Phoenix Pavilion is very far from the center of Great Ancient College but they can still hear the commotion coming from it. Here you go. Yufeng is extremely shocked in her heart as she returned the 9th heaven mysterious King's saber to Qin Yun. Gu Qiufei somewhat anxiously said, Teacher Yufeng, what is the situation in the plaza? Will you be blamed? Yufeng indeed panicked a moment ago, but now she has calmed down. She also saw Qin Yan's disdainful expression. Qin Yan said with smile, Teacher Yufeng, didn't you just say that even if the King Tool Termination Monument was destroyed, there would be no problem? Then why did you run so fast just now? That's because not only did I destroy the King Tool Termination Monument, I also destroyed the entire plaza. Who would have thought that your saber would be so dreadful? Yufeng lightly groaned and said. But in her heart, she is convinced that Qin Yan's weapon is very dreadful. If a King Tool slashed the King Tool Termination Monument, it would already be very amazing if it was not damaged at all. And not only Qin Yan's ninth heaven mysterious King Saber was not damaged, it even destroyed the King Tool Termination Monument. The base of the King Tool Termination Monument is connected to the bottom of the plaza. It can absorb most of the energy and pour it into the ground. And after the King Tool Termination Monument was destroyed, the energy inside the ground began to ferociously scatter everywhere. That is why the plaza was destroyed. Qin Yan said with smile. Yufeng looked at Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei, placed her hands on their shoulders and warned with grave expression, don't speak of this matter to anyone. Gu Qiufei said in low voice, Teacher Yufeng, your aura must be lingering in the plaza, it can't be concealed. I will not admit it even if I die. Yufeng said. Rest assured, I just threw out a few talismans that can mix up all the aura in the plaza and then clean it up. Even if the aura is not completely cleaned up, it will still be very chaotic. It will be very hard to find out that you did it. Qin Yan said with smile. You are quite proficient in this kind of thing, do you do it often? Yufeng also felt relieved and said, I have seen your king tools. Previously, we also agreed that if I give you 3 billion star coins, you will help me reforge the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear. I will say it first. The Blood Phoenix Nether Spear that I reforged for you is definitely not as good as my saber. But I guarantee that I will definitely be able to pass the King Tool Termination Monument's test. Qin Yan laughed, now that the King Tool Termination Monument has been destroyed, there is no way to take the test in the future. You guys go rest first. Tomorrow morning, I'll go check out the situation, and then I'll bring you into the academy. Yufeng is still very worried, after all, she was the one who destroyed the Great Ancient Plaza. If she is found out, she will definitely be scolded. The Great Ancient College is not run by the Nether sect, the Holy Assembly also has a part in it. She cursed Qin Yan in her heart because from the beginning until the end, it was Qin Yan who instigated her to attack the King Weapon Termination Tablet with her life on the line. Thinking of this, she wanted to lift Qin Yan up and give him a good beating. He had deliberately tricked her. Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei returned to their room to rest. The outside is very lively. The Great Ancient College is divided into inner and outer regions. The outer region is the market of the college. The shops in the market are run by the relatives and acquaintances of the college's upper echelons. They are mainly used to earn star coins. The inner region is where the students and teachers live, as well as the teaching area. It is very spacious inside, it looks like a large manor. At this time, the Great Ancient College's inner and outer regions are under martial law. No one is allowed to leave the Great Ancient College's main gate. Qin Yan is sleeping very soundly. Gu Qiufei is very worried about Yufeng. She is leaning on the window and looking at the street outside. There were many guards running all over the streets, and there were also many guards flying about in the air. They were all holding scouting equipment in their hands, trying to find clues through auras. Dawn arrived, Qin Yan walked out of his room and saw Yufeng and Gu Qiufei chatting outside. How is the situation? Did they find you? Qin Yan asked with smile. Even if they know I did it, they won't dare to cause trouble for me. Yufeng very confidently said, I am Nether Sect's holy maiden, even if they had 10 times more guts, they wouldn't dare to come. Don't pretend in front of me. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. He saw with his own eyes how scared Yufeng was last night. When can you start helping me refine tools? Yufeng also wants to have a very powerful weapon. Wait until we become students of the Great Ancient College. Qin Yan is not worried at all. I will take you there today. I will arrange for Xiaofei to go to a pill refining class. What about you? What class do you want to go to? Qin Yan has never thought about this question before. He asked, "What class do you think I should go to? With your foundation, what kind of student are you? Become a teacher. Which teacher can teach you?" Yu Feng said. Qin Yan feels that he has nothing to learn, he only wants to understand the runes and martial arts of the ancient domain. Gu Qiufei laughed and said, "Teacher Yu Feng, can you arrange for him to become a teacher?" Yu Feng thought for a bit and said, "This. I can take him to give it a try. But even if he becomes a teacher, his position will be very low. Whatever, a teacher's authority is higher than that of a student's, right?" Qin Yan asked. "That is true, it is just that you are a little teacher, you will be bullied very much. Many students come from prestigious families, their parents and ancestors are very powerful. Therefore, these little brats are very arrogant in front of little teachers like you who have no status. And you can't control them." Yu Feng said. "Teacher Yu Feng, can you deal with those brat students?" Qin Yan asked. "Humph. Those who dare to behave atrociously in front of me, the grass on their graves is already several meters tall." Yu Feng coldly groaned and said. "How about this? I will say that I am your cousin, those brat students won't bully me." Qin Yan said. "Everyone here knows that I don't have a cousin. You can't pretend to be my cousin." Yu Feng waved her hand and said, "Don't think of pretending to be my relative, many of my relatives are well known by name. Yu Feng's relatives are all famous people, it is indeed not easy to pretend to be them. How about this, you say that I am your boyfriend, they won't dare to bully me. This way, it will be much more convenient for me to stay in the college." Qin Yan said again. Yu Feng immediately burst into laughter, "Then you will die even faster. You are just a middle-stage martial emperor, yet you want to be my boyfriend? Aren't you afraid that my pursuers will kill you?" Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "Teacher Yu Feng, you can't even protect your boyfriend? You are really useless." "What did you say?" Yu Feng furiously slammed the table and furiously said, "This old lady's boyfriend doesn't need protection. I am only pretending to be your boyfriend, this way I can avoid being bullied." Qin Yan laughed, "You are so overbearing, it is very normal for you to find a pretty boyfriend. You are a spineless guy, are you willing to pretend to be a pretty boy?" Yu Feng gnashed her teeth in anger, "Having a boyfriend like you will only make me lose face. Don't even think of pretending to be my boyfriend, otherwise the first person to kill you will be my father." "Why does your father want to kill me?" Qin Yan asked. "He will not tolerate my man being so weak. That will only make him lose face." Yu Feng very unhappily said, "If you had a daughter, would you be willing to let her be with such a weak man? I am a soul-refining inscription master." "How am I weak?" Qin Yan said in a very bad mood. "That won't do. In ancient domain, cultivation and strength are very important. Let's not talk about these things, since you are so capable, you don't need my protection, you can also tame those naughty students." Yu Feng said. Qin Yan thought about it and said, "All right. I want to teach inscription, that should be fine, right?" Yu Feng said, "You don't have inscription grade jade card, don't even think about it." "Oh, that's right, you better not expose the runes you have mastered. You have no backer, if you expose the runes or soul-refining technique you have mastered, they will surely think of a way to rob you." Qin Yan sighed, "All right, just arrange it for me. There is one good thing about being a teacher, you don't need to pay tuition fees. Xiaofei wants to learn pill refining, the tuition fee is very high, moreover she also needs to pay a lot of materials and so on, you better save some star coins." Yu Feng took out a card and said, "I will now transfer 200 million star coins to you, it will be the deposit for refining king tools, 1 billion deposit." Qin Yan said, his expression is showing that there is no room for negotiation. "Humph, 1 billion it is." Yu Feng said. "I don't have a star coin card." Qin Yan looked at Gu Qiufei and said, "Xiaofei has one. Transfer it to her first." Yu Feng placed her star coin card on top of Gu Qiufei's card and transferred 1 billion star coins to Qin Yan. "Let's go, we will enter the inner region of the college." Yu Feng can't wait to quickly make arrangements for Qin Yan. She really can't stand Qin Yan's attitude towards her. She is a holy maiden, dark assembly's people want to kneel down and lick her whenever they see her. And this Qin Yun, not only does he not respect her enough, he is also haggling over every little thing, always wanting to take advantage of her, even swindling her into destroying the plaza and King Tool Termination Monument. Yu Feng brought along Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei. Just as they arrived at the gate of secluded Phoenix Pavilion, they saw a large middle-aged man walking over with a group of guards. After seeing Yu Feng, these people immediately bowed and saluted her. Lady Yu Feng, this humble one is the captain of the 9th Great Ancient Dark Elite Team, Gu Qiaofeng. Someone saw your small flying ship enter the inner region. The captain did not finish speaking, but he saw Yu Feng's expression become gloomy and did not dare to continue. Are you suspecting me of destroying the Great Ancient Plaza? Yu Feng furiously shouted and lifted Gu Qiaofeng up with one hand. This lowly one doesn't dare. I just came to ask whether or not you saw any suspicious people. Gu Qiaofeng said in panic. Yu Feng put him down and said in cold voice, later on, you better speak clearly, otherwise you won't even know how you died. Yes. Gu Qiaofeng promptly nodded. I did not see any suspicious people, maybe it was Holy Assembly's people or even Demon Beast Alliance's beasts. Do we Dark Assembly's people look like people who would do such a thing? If it were me, I would definitely do it openly if I wanted to destroy that square. Only those sanctimonious, despicable, and shameless people of Holy Assembly would do this kind of thing and then frame our Dark Assembly. Yu Feng coldly groaned and said. Tower of Learning. Yu Feng's expression is filled with arrogance as she glanced at Qin Yun and said, now you know how awesome I am. Qin Yun smiled without a word. Yu Feng took out her flying boat and brought Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei into the inner region of Great Ancient College. This time, they couldn't just casually enter. They had to go through the gate leading to the inner area. A barrier had already been activated in the sky. Moreover, they had to be inspected when they entered through the main gate. The main reason was that there were people at the gate, holding some tools to compare their auras. Yu Feng was very nervous when she was being inspected, but she managed to smoothly pass the inspection. She was secretly amazed by Qin Yun's talismans. They had successfully concealed her energy aura or she would have been discovered. Not long after, Yu Feng brought Qin Yun and Gu Qiufei to a 7-storied pagoda. After Yu Feng arrived, she took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent a message. A benevolent old granny quickly opened the door and came out. After seeing Yu Feng, she said with smile, Xiao Feng, long time no see. Why don't you come to see me more often? Granny Moo, I am very busy. Yu Feng looked at Gu Qiufei and said, this is the little girl I told you about before, she is very obedient, don't bully her. Granny Moo smiled and said, how could I bully her? When I was teaching you, I was often bullied by you. Qin Yun said, Teacher Yu Feng, you are actually so fierce, you even bully such a good grandmother. Yu Feng glared at him. Granny Moo said, Xiao Feng, why are your eyes painted black? This is personality, you don't understand. Yu Feng said, Granny Feng, I am leaving. I will come to see you again next time. Take good care of Xiao Fei, she has a very troublesome big brother. Yu Feng looked at Qin Yun and said, it is this brat. Qin Yun said to Gu Qiufei, Xiao Fei, you must properly learn from Granny Feng, you must be a bit more serious and communicate with her more. Gu Qiufei obediently nodded her head and said, Big brother, I will definitely study hard and refine pills for you to eat. Granny Moo said with a face full of affection, what a good little girl, and so sensible. It's hard to meet such an easygoing student these days. I will definitely take good care of you and teach you like my granddaughter. Thank you Granny Moo. Gu Qiufei is also very happy while holding Granny Moo's hand. Granny Moo stroked Gu Qiufei's head, then looked at Qin Yun and said with smile, little big brother, do you want to become Xiao Feng's student? Yu Feng immediately shouted, I don't want this kind of student. If Qin Yun were to be her student, he would definitely go crazy because she really couldn't do anything to Qin Yun. No, I also want to be a teacher. She is not worthy to be my teacher. Qin Yun looked at Yu Feng and said with smile. What did you say? Am I that bad? I was one of the top 10 teachers last year. Yu Feng furiously shouted. That's because they are afraid of you, that's why they gave you a spot. Qin Yun chuckled. Humph. Yu Feng grabbed Qin Yun's wrist and said, I will take you to become a teacher, you will know how difficult it is to become one of the top 10 teachers. Yufeng threw Qin onto the boat and quickly flew away. Granny Mu said with smile, that girl Xiaofeng has finally met her match. Gu Qiufei also nodded with smile. There are many pavilions and gardens inside the great ancient college. Qin can only see the Dark Assembly School District. There are also Holy Assembly and Demon Beast Alliance's school districts, they are even bigger. Demon Beast Alliance's school district is the biggest, there is a very big lake for water demon beasts to live in. Dark Assembly School District is the smallest. Qin looked at the nether sun star in the distance and said with sigh, I really want to go there and take a look. Teacher Yufeng, can you take me there? If possible, I will refine a good set of equipment for you. I also want to take you there, but those who are not disciples of Nether Sect cannot use the teleportation formation. I am powerless. Wait until I become the sect master of Nether Sect, I will make an exception and take you there. Yufeng said, first refine a set of equipment for me, after I become the sect master, I will surely fulfill my promise. How long will that take? Qin rolled his eyes. You are now mid-stage Martial Emperor, won't it take you a long time to become peak Martial Emperor? Moreover, you still have to prepare to cross tribulation. You will have to cross tribulation to become a disciple of Nether Sect. I will surely become the sect master before you. Yufeng very confidently said, it will take me at most 1,000 years. 1,000 years? I would have already become an immortal. Qin curled his lips and said, relax, I will surely cross tribulation very quickly. Yufeng's expression is filled with disbelief. She lightly groaned in disdain, pointed at a kilometer-tall pagoda and said, that is the great ancient college's Institute Pagoda. Many teachers and outstanding students live there. I will take you there to register, so long as you pass the teacher assessment, you will become a teacher. So troublesome. Qin very suspiciously looked at Yufeng and asked, are you really Nether Sect's holy maiden? Why don't you have any authority? I thought I could easily become a teacher by relying on my relationship with you. You want to become a teacher of Great Ancient College? That requires the approval of 3 major powers of Great Ancient College, I alone have no say. Yufeng is very angry facing Qin's suspicions, you don't understand anything, you only know how to randomly question me. That Institute Pagoda is the center of Dark, Holy, and Demon Beast school districts. Teachers and outstanding students live there. The higher the floor, the more outstanding the person is. Yufeng handed over a letter to Qin and said, this is my introduction letter. I will only say that you are a friend of my friend's friend's disciple. This way, people won't suspect our relationship. Qin took the letter and said with frown, so what if they suspect? I am worried that people will let their imagination run wild and think that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. When we arrive at the entrance of the Institute Pagoda, I will throw you down and you can go in by yourself. Yufeng said. Oh, that's right, you signed a contract with me saying that I will protect you and make you my student. Now it needs to be changed. Soon after, she signed a new contract with Qin. After signing the contract, Qin was kicked off the boat. As soon as he left the boat, Yufeng controlled the boat and flew away at the fastest speed possible. She is afraid that people will know that they are very close. What a strange woman. Qin walked into the hall of the first floor with the introduction letter in his hand. There are many counters on the first floor. Qin quickly saw a sign on one of the counters, Teacher Assessment Registration Point. He walked over, handed over the introduction letter to the woman and said, I am here to register for teacher assessment. Name and cultivation? The woman asked. Qin, mid-stage Martial Emperor. Qin said. Mid-stage Martial Emperor? Most of our students are late-stage and peak-stage Martial Emperors. With your cultivation, you can only teach children, the woman said with frown. Introduction letter, Yufeng gave it to me. Qin opened the introduction letter. After the woman read it carefully a few times, she said in amazement, all right, if you can pass the assessment, there will be no problem. You will have to pay 100 million star coins, registration fee, assessment materials, and if you fail, we will refund 80 million star coins, 100 million star coins? Qin cursed Yufeng in his heart. She actually did not tell him about this beforehand, it is clear that she is trying to swindle him. You don't have it? Didn't teacher Yufeng tell you? The woman doubtfully asked. Of course she told me. She said that I will put it on her tab first and then I will look for her later. You can also see, I am just a mid-stage martial emperor, how can I have 100 million? Qin Yan said with smile, with you Feng vouching for me, what are you worried about? Alright, if we can't catch up to the amount, we will cancel your teacher qualification and blacklist you. The woman nodded, then took out a card and handed it over to Qin Yun, telling him to drip blood on it. Take this card to the 5th floor, you will know how to take the assessment, the woman pointed at the stairs. Many thanks little sister. Qin Yun laughed and then quickly walked towards the stairs. The woman lightly smiled, a mid-stage martial emperor wants to be a teacher? This is surely Teacher Yufeng's prank, this brat will surely be tormented to death. Teacher Yufeng really knows how to play. Qin Yun arrived at the 5th floor. This is a very spacious hall, there are many middle-aged and old men here. Although there are some young people here, there are very few of them. After Qin Yun arrived, he also took the card and stood there like everyone else. After a long time, the assessment began. Now there are more than 300 people. If you want to become a teacher of Great Ancient College, you must have a certain level of ability to guide students. This assessment will test your ability in all aspects, an old man shouted from the front of the hall, everyone, please follow me to the 6th floor. The old man walked in the front while everyone followed behind him. There is an empty hall on the 6th floor, it can accommodate several thousand people. The old man yelled, those who think their cultivation is the lowest, come to my side. Everyone looked at each other in dismay because the cultivation of the people who came to be teachers is not low. Qin Yan discovered that all the people here are half-immortals. There are also some young people here who are first tribulation half-immortals but none of them walked up. Qin Yan feels that the person with the lowest cultivation is none other than him, so he walked up. Young man, what is your cultivation? The old man looked at Qin Yan and doubtfully asked, from your aura, you are only martial emperor. Senior has good eyesight, I am mid-stage martial emperor. Qin Yan said. Everyone is slightly stunned. A martial emperor wants to be a teacher, moreover a mid-stage martial emperor. Soon after, everyone burst into laughter. Qin Yan knew that this would be the result. Before he came, he did not know that all the teachers have such high cultivation. The old man yelled, you are not allowed to laugh. Only those with high cultivation can become teachers, they also don't have to be old. Chapter 1070, Most Handsome Male Teacher. Someone said, high cultivation, strong strength, old age, it means that he is more outstanding in all aspects compared to youngsters with low cultivation. His cultivation is so low, if he becomes a teacher, he will mislead the students. The old man said with smile, you all don't know, many teachers are not necessarily super geniuses but under their guidance, many people can surpass teachers. A teacher's duty is to guide students to avoid detours and make them cultivate properly. As long as they guide students well, they will be able to understand and become a good teacher. Qin Yan secretly praised the old man in his heart and said with smile, well said senior. I also think so, May. I know senior's honored name? Shui Wuya, the old man said with smile, little friend has a very good mentality, you actually have the courage to take the assessment. Qin Yan said with smile, Senior Shui, when will the assessment begin? Shui Wuya said, the first round of assessment has already begun. It is to test your honesty, you are very honest, so you have passed the first round. Everyone became very dissatisfied and clamored. Qin Yan is very happy in his heart, he did not expect that he would pass the first round like this. Shui Wuya looked at Qin Yan's card and said with smile, Qin Yan, you are the only one who has passed the first round, everyone else will have to continue. You just need to watch from the side. Everyone cursed Qin Yan's mischievous smile in their hearts, he actually passed the first round so easily. Wait a moment, I will give each of you a piece of paper. Write down the good deeds you have done on the paper. Shui Wuya took out a large stack of paper and handed it over to Qin Yan. He said, I will trouble you to distribute it, everyone will get one. Qin Yan took the stack of paper and began distributing it. Many people looked at him with disdain, saying that he is just a lucky bastard. While distributing the papers, Qin Yan discovered that they are not ordinary papers, they have runes carved on them. After you get the paper, you can start writing. Finish writing in an incense stick worth of time. Shui Wuya yelled. Many people immediately began writing down the good deeds they have done. Xianxia is also very curious. He secretly looked at the content written by a few people. All of them are bragging. One person said that he saved several 100,000 people. Another said that he took care of a group of dying old people. They are all pretty much the same. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Shui Wuya chuckled and said, "Everyone, please drip your blood on the paper and pour your mental power into it. If what you've written is true, your paper will have other reactions." Everyone immediately obeyed. Xianxia knew that there was something fishy about the papers. And now, it was indeed so. Many people dripped their blood into their mental power. But not long after, some people's paper started burning. Xianxia immediately felt very surprised because he stared at the person who wrote that he had saved hundreds of thousands of lives. The paper in his hand did not burn. There were more than 50 people who had their papers burned. Their faces were filled with shock, and their faces were filled with doubt. Did that guy really save hundreds of thousands of people? That guy looked so wretched and even said that I was lucky. How could he be such a good person? Xianxia also began to doubt life. Shui Wuya chuckled and said, "Those who did not burn the paper, who is willing to talk about their good deeds?" Me. A middle-aged man happily raised his hand and shouted. That middle-aged man was the wretched middle-aged man that Xianxia paid close attention to. That wretched middle-aged man cleared his throat and said in loud voice, "I once killed an evil dragon and saved hundreds of thousands of people. They were all very grateful to me. Although I was injured because of this, one of the people I saved was the grandson of an alchemist, so I was saved very quickly. Many people wanted to marry their daughters to me, but I am a very devoted person. I only love my 7 martial sisters who grew up with me, so I rejected them all." "Brother, you are boasting too much." Xianxia secretly shook his head. Others also burst into laughter filled with disbelief. Shui Wuya also laughed and said again, "Who else wants to talk about their good deeds?" An old man looked at the paper in his hand and said with grave expression, "When I went out to hunt beasts, I met a middle-aged man who was going through tribulation. He was struck by tribulation thunder and was injured all over. But I did not have any fear when facing tribulation thunder. I bravely rushed forward and blocked the tribulation thunder and helped him cross tribulation." At this time, many people are striving to be the first to talk about their good deeds. Shui Wuya waved his hand and said with smile, "Let me tell you. Everything that burned on that piece of paper was real. The one that didn't burn is fake. Didn't I tell you? If what you wrote is real, there will be a reaction. If your paper has no reaction, then what you wrote is fake." Those dozens of people who were doubting their life also started cheering. And other 200 people are cursing this old fox in their hearts. His schemes are so deep. Especially that vulgar-looking middle-aged man, he is so embarrassed that he wants to find a hole to hide in. "You have not passed the test of honesty, you can go home." Shui Wuya shook his head and said with smile. Xianxia can also see that this test is not only about honesty, it is also about kindness. These people have never done any good deeds, so they can only brag. This old man Shui's scheme is very brilliant, I must be a bit careful. Xianxia looked at Shui Wuya's smiling face and secretly raised his guard. Everyone is also on guard against Shui Wuya's crafty scheme. Shui Wuya waved his hand, golden light appeared and 50 people walked out of the golden light. Xianxia can see with a glance that these are 50 puppets, they are refined to look like real people, they are all tall and strong men. Shui Wuya said, "Each of you will get one of these students. These students don't know any martial skills, you must teach them martial skills within an hour. Moreover, you must teach them how to use their formidable internal power." "Old Shui, the energy inside these people is very strong, do they truly not know any martial skills?" someone curiously asked. They don't know any." Shui Wuya nodded. Who exactly are they? Why do they look so stupid?" an old man asked. "They are all puppets. They don't seem to have high intelligence, but they can remember our movements and words." Xianxia said. Shui Wuya looked at Xianxia in amazement and said, "You can actually tell that they are puppets?" Xianxia already knows that these people have very ordinary inscription level. "I can tell with one look." Xianxia said. "Very awesome." Shui Wuya chuckled and said, "Then let's begin. You just need to tell these puppets what to do. they will remember and do as you say. Shui Wuya flipped an hourglass and began counting down. After Qin Yun chose a puppet, he began to communicate with it. He guided the puppet to learn martial skills. First, it learned Qinggong, then it learned fist techniques. These puppets look stupid, but their memory is very good, they learn very quickly. Qin Yun is also secretly amazed at the puppets' crafting technique. It seems like they have very strong learning ability. Very soon, 1 hour passed by. Shui Wuya yelled, 50 puppets, divide into 5 groups, each group has 10 puppets. Then each group will have a battle royale, each group will have only one winner. The 6th floor is very big, it is enough to hold a battle royale. The groups were split up by Shui Wuya. Before this, everyone placed their assessment cards on the puppet's body. In the end, they would be able to determine who had guided the puppet. The first group's chaotic battle began. It was a complete mess, and the battle ended very quickly. The owner of the puppet that won was an old man. Second, third and fourth groups are also the same, all the puppets who won are old men. From this, it can be seen that older people are more powerful. Qin Yun's puppet is from the 5th group. After the battle began, Qin Yun's puppet began moving around the edge of the stage with very fast footwork, avoiding the attacks of other puppets. Other 9 puppets are engaged in battle royale. 1 or 2 of them tried to attack Qin Yun's puppet, but they were all sent flying and then bitterly beaten. Go! Qin Yun yelled. That puppet saw that it is about time, it flew over and punched the heads of other puppets, each punch exploding a puppet's head. Seeing this, Shui Wuya's heart is dripping blood. Everyone is also dumbstruck, they find it very hard to understand how Qin Yun's puppets can fight so well, it is as if they have been through hundreds of battles. Shui Wuya is also looking at Qin Yun in shock, he also doesn't understand what is going on. Not long after, the 5th group's battle royale also ended. Other 9 puppets have their heads exploded, only Qin Yun's puppet is still standing. 5th group, Qin Yun has obtained the qualification to teach. Shui Wuya yelled. He is cursing Qin Yun in his heart. Other people only taught puppets how to fight, they did not teach them martial skills. Qin Yun taught them simple martial skills, that is why they are so strong. The main reason is because he knows how to communicate with puppets. I was recommended by Dark Assembly. Qin Yun said. The other 4 are from Holy Assembly, you are the only teacher from Dark Assembly. Shui Wuya nodded and said, this is your teacher qualification token. After receiving the token, Qin Yun asked, then what do I need to do? Go to Dark Assembly's study pagoda and let the people there arrange things for you. Dark Assembly has its own rules, go there and someone will guide you. Shui Wuya said. The assessment is considered easy for Qin Yun. After obtaining the token, he happily ran out of the Institute pagoda. Not long after he left, he saw Yufeng's small boat and immediately ran over. Did you pass? Yufeng asked. Of course I passed. Is it very difficult? Quickly take me to Dark Assembly, I will be the most handsome male teacher in Dark Assembly. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. You truly passed? Yufeng finds this hard to believe. What? You think I won't be able to pass? You let me take the teacher assessment just to swindle me, right? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, don't think I can't see through it. I don't have that kind of idea. Oh, that's right, I remember that you have to pay 100 million star coins. Your star coins are with Xiao Fei, how did you pass? Yufeng said with a very natural expression. Go astray, Yufeng groaned and quickly entered the college study pagoda. She went to settle the bill for Qin Yun and quickly came out. After she boarded the boat, she saw Shui Wuya walking out, second headmaster Shui. Yufeng yelled. Xiao Feng, how many times have I told you not to call me second headmaster Shui, just call me headmaster Shui. Second Shui, it sounds so unpleasant. Shui Wuya said with chuckle. Who told you not to be the headmaster? I am leaving. Yufeng said. Seeing Qin Yun on Qin Yun's boat, Shui Wuya asked in amazement, did you recommend this little brother to be a teacher? Do you have a good relationship with him? Hearing Shui Wuya's question, Yufeng hastily explained, I am not familiar with him, he is my friend's disciple's friend. He knelt down and begged me for a few days to recommend him to become a teacher. I felt that it was just a recommendation letter, so I helped him along the way. Oh. This little brother is quite good, he will have no problem becoming a teacher. I hope you can guide him well in the future. Shui Wuya said with smile. Headmaster Shui, can I stay in this building? Qin Yan asked while pointing at the college study pagoda. Not for the time being. You will have to solve the problem of accommodation yourself. Our great ancient college's inner district is very big, there are many places where you can build a house. Go to the Dark Assembly School District and ask around. Shui Wuya said. So stingy. I paid 100 million star coins. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Brat, you destroyed 9 of my puppets. Shui Wuya felt very pained thinking about this matter. Qin Yan did not say anything, he feels that those puppets are not worth anything. I am leaving, I will bring him back to the Dark Assembly. Yufeng finished speaking and controlled the boat to fly away. Qin Yan said, I really did not expect that old man to be the second headmaster. What kind of assembly is he? Dark Assembly or Holy Assembly? Neither, I don't know where he came from. In short, since ancient times, all the headmasters of the great ancient college did not belong to any of the 3 assemblies. They also frequently mediate the conflicts between the 3 assemblies. What is the deal with those puppets? Yufeng asked. That is the matter of the assessment, don't you know? Qin Yan told Yufeng about the puppet. Yufeng's expression slightly changed after hearing this. You bastard, how can you not know when to hold back? Those puppets were very expensive. One of them cost 20 million star dollars. 9 puppets were killed, that's nearly 200 million. That kind of trash costs 200 million star coins? Qin Yan suddenly felt that star coins were too easy to earn. What else? Don't tell me you also know how to refine puppets? Yufeng asked in disbelief. Puppets are something that an inscription master must master, right? Qin Yan curled his lips. What's so strange about me knowing how to refine puppets? Puppet refinement requires totem runes, you have mastered totem runes? Yufeng is very amazed. Qin Yan did not expect that ancient domains' totems and runes would be so rare. The ancient region, which had been passed down for several epochs, was much more backward than he had imagined. Qin Yan, is the place you were at very developed with inscription? What kind of place is that? Yufeng asked after thinking about this point. That place has been destroyed, let's not talk about it. Naturally, my inscription Dao is also very strong in my hometown. I really did not expect that your ancient domain would be even more backward than my hometown. Qin Yan said with smile. That's because good runes and materials are controlled by very few people. Although there are many inscription masters, the inheritance they obtained is not the most orthodox and the runes they control are not enough. Yufeng said with sigh, even though I am a holy maiden, I still have to lower my voice when facing nether sex inscription masters. Does your nether sex inscription masters really have very strong inscription techniques? If that's really the case, then the blood phoenix nether spear they refined for you is too perfunctory. That thing can't be used at all. Qin Yan said with a look of contempt, that broken thing can actually be considered a king tool? But most king tools are like this. I have not been swindled. Yufeng said in a very bad mood, you just made me pay 100 million star coins, I will put it on your head. After you refine the blood phoenix nether spear for me, I will pay you 9 billion. Can't you be a bit more generous? Are you giving it to me for free? You want to haggle with me over this small amount of star coins? Qin Yan waved his hand. It is not a small amount of star coins, it is 100 million star coins. It takes me half a year to earn that much. The one who should be generous is you. Can't you just give me a good king tool? Yufeng looked at him with disdain. Why should I give it to you? Who are you to me? Qin Yan laughed, forget it, quickly let me become a teacher. I want to show outstanding performance so that Nether sect will make an exception and accept me as a disciple. Dream on. When I become the sect master, you will not even be a disciple of Nether sect. Yufeng glared at Qin Yan and said with sneer. Not long after, Yufeng brought Qin Yan to a large black building that is dozens of floors tall. Qin Yan followed Yufeng to the first floor, passed through a large hall and arrived at A. Study room filled with books. Inside the study room, there is an old man whose beard is almost touching the ground. This is our institute's president. He is also the administrator of the institute. Just call him President Su. Yufeng pushed Qin Yin inside and said in low voice, if there is anything you don't understand, ask him. Yufeng finished speaking and walked away with quick steps. Qin Yin took out his token and walked towards President Su, who was standing next to a bookshelf reading a book. President Su is a short and small old man. He is wearing neat and tidy gray clothes. His white beard is very long, almost touching the ground. His eyes are half open. He is unblinkingly reading the contents of an ancient book. Greetings, President Su. I am Qin Yin, a new teacher who just passed the exam. Qin Yin handed over his token. New teacher. President Su did not even look at Qin Yin and asked, why do you want to become a teacher? Because I want to become a disciple of Nether sect. I want to become a teacher and teach good students to gain the approval of Nether sect. Qin Yin thought for a bit and answered truthfully. He suddenly realized that he should be a student. The reason why he became a teacher is because Yufeng said a few words to him and he became hot-headed and decided to become a teacher. Now he discovered that it is very difficult to have a good performance as a teacher in a short period of time. That wretched woman Yufeng, she led me astray. Qin Yin cursed in his heart. Good, your goal is far and lofty. President Su's voice is filled with mockery, mid-stage martial emperor, yet you want to become a teacher and then become a disciple of Nether sect. How can youngsters these days be so impetuous? Qin Yin knew that this would happen. He suddenly feels that Xue Wuya is a very good person. He is much better than President Su. I passed Headmaster Xue's exam. I am now qualified to become a teacher. Qin Yin said again. Alright, I will let you lead a class. If your class achieves good results within half a year, I will recommend you to Nether sect. President Su is still reading his book. He is not even looking at Qin Yin. This, Teacher Yufeng already promised to recommend me to Nether sect, but I feel that it will take too long. After all, I still have to pass the exam. I wonder if I can become a disciple of Nether sect as an exception? Qin Yin curiously asked. Hearing Qin Yin mention Yufeng, President Su abruptly looked over and said with sneer, so you were brought in by Yufeng. Don't you know that Yufeng is my #1 enemy? Qin Yin is startled in his heart and loudly cursed Yufeng. She always brags about how awesome she is as a holy maiden. Yet she actually has enemies in Dark Assembly. This? Qin Yin is speechless. Yufeng cut off my beard. My current beard is fake. President Su's expression immediately became filled with anger. He glared at Qin Yin and asked, what exactly is your relationship with Yufeng? Hostile relationship. That woman tricked me into becoming a teacher and made me walk on a path of no return. Qin Yin let out a long sigh and said, that woman deliberately tricked me just because I accidentally touched her. She made me spend 100 million star coins to take the exam. Luckily my luck was good and I smoothly passed. President Su said with sneer, don't lie. If you had touched her, you would have already been killed. However, the fact that you were made a teacher by her was indeed her doing you a disservice. That is not wrong. But I can also see that your relationship with her is not bad. Alright, I am her friend's disciple's friend. Qin Yin helplessly said. This is for you. Open your own class, recruit your own students and teach them. Half of the tuition fees will be yours and the other half will be given to our Dark Assembly. President Su took out a golden rectangular nameplate and handed it over to Qin Yin. Hang it on the door of your classroom. Where is my classroom? Qin Yin took the nameplate. It reads 900, it should be the 900th class. There is a large open space behind this tall building. Pick a piece of land and build your own class. Where do I recruit students? Qin Yin asked again. Go ahead. If you can't recruit 5 students within 10 days, you will be kicked out of the Great Ancient College, President Su said with sinister smile. Qin Yin took the nameplate and walked out of the study room. He arrived at the Dark Assembly's main hall and saw his name on the teacher list on the wall. He is ranked last, 900th. Yufeng is ranked 3rd. Not far from the Dark Assembly's list, there is also the Great Ancient College's top 10 teacher list. Although Yufeng is ranked last, it is still very awesome for her to be on that list. Doesn't that mean I am at the bottom of the entire Great Ancient College? Xianxia looked at his nameplate and wondered how he can increase his rank. Those who are ranked at the top must be the elite disciples of the three unions. Xianxia walked out of the dark assemblies building and went around to the back of the building. He saw many large and small courtyards here. He can't even see the end of them. It looks like a huge city with many disorderly courtyards. Those houses were all classrooms built by the teachers themselves. If I rank high enough, maybe I can become a disciple of the Nether sect. Xianxia is filled with fighting spirit after thinking about this. So long as I can go to the Nether Sun Star, I will not be far from obtaining the Nether Sun Spirit. After obtaining the Nether Sun Spirit, I will return to the transcending Xianxia region and then go to the Immortal Desolate. Yufeng has always been nearby. Seeing Xianxia arrive at the back of the building, she hastily walked over and pulled him to the side. She asked, "How is it? That President Su whose beard you cut is very important to me. He wants me to teach a class. I am worried about where to recruit students." Xianxia said. Enrollment begins. Xianxia very unhappily complained to Yufeng, "It is all your fault, you led me step by step into a pit. You knew that the great ancient college's waters are deep, so why didn't you warn me? You did it on purpose." Yufeng is a bit happy, even though she is still as ice cold as before. Her eyes are filled with happiness as she said, "We are even. Since it's already like this, I have nothing to complain about. I can only roll up my sleeves and do it." Xianxia was immediately filled with fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with determination as he looked into the distance. Yufeng was tricked by Xianxia into destroying the great ancient square, causing her to be deeply worried all day long. She had been brooding over this matter. Now that she had swindled Xianxia, it could be said that she had gotten back at him. "Xianxia, it's best if you don't mention my name in the future. It's not that I don't want you to mention it, it's because you understand." Yufeng coughed dryly and said, "All right, you should think about how to recruit 5 students." Xianxia was almost eaten by President Su when he mentioned Yufeng. He really did not expect that the iceberg like Yufeng would be such a mischievous person, cutting other people's beard for no reason. "Why did you cut off President Su's beard?" Xianxia could not help but be curious. "Even if you killed your father, it's nothing more than this, right? I just didn't like it, so I cut it." Yufeng said, "Tomorrow, a large number of new students will arrive, you should think of a way to recruit them. I still have things to do. Goodbye." Yufeng ran away and disappeared without a trace. She is also too embarrassed to ask Xianxia to refine a weapon for her because Xianxia is facing a very big problem. Isn't it just recruiting 5 students? What's so difficult about it? Xianxia disapproved and smiled proudly. "You actually said that I'm finished? You're looking down on me, Grandmaster Qin." Xianxia walked towards the building complex in front of him, looking for a suitable place to build his classroom. After he went in and walked around, he found that there was no ideal location. The good places had all been chosen by others. The rest were either very small or in poor locations, blocked by some tall buildings nearby. "Let's talk about it after we recruit students." Xianxia stood beside a lake. This lake should have been the best, but there was no place left. They couldn't build anything on top of the lake either, because it would affect the beauty of the entire lake. Xianxia could only give up when he failed to find a good place. His plan was to recruit 5 students and then discuss it with those 5 students. This way, he wouldn't be blamed in the future. Xianxia went to apply for a star coin card and came to a garden. He found a pavilion to sit down and began to rest. The next day, he went to the Dark Institute's building. In the wide plaza at the entrance of the building, many teachers had set up tables with all sorts of information on them. They were all introducing the teachers, and many of the teachers were waiting to start recruiting students. If a teacher were to recruit a student and charge 100 million star coins as a tuition fee, he would be able to earn 50 million star coins. If he could recruit 10 of them, that would be 500 million. To a teacher who didn't have any skills, this was a huge profit. As soon as Xianxia arrived, he also saw Yufeng. Her table is the biggest. It cannot even be considered a table, it is more like a martial stage. Moreover, there are all kinds of flags around the martial stage. It is very imposing. There were quite a few large reception platforms here as well. They were all outstanding teachers who recruited students based on their own abilities. Yufeng is very famous and she is also a female teacher. Although she is a bit fierce, she is very pleasing to the eyes. This is also the first thing many male students think about. Just as Qin Yun was about to go over, Yu Feng hastily sent him sound transmission. Don't come over, quickly set up a stall to recruit students. It would be best if you make it flashy and dazzling to attract people's attention. Oh, that's right, don't use my banner by any means, otherwise you will attract a lot of trouble. Qin Yun did not go over, he is also thinking about how to attract people. He casually found a place and took out a table. His specialty is spirit inscription refining, but he can't expose it or it will cause a lot of disturbance. He will have to wait until he is familiar with ancient domain and master a certain amount of power. At this time, he heard many teachers discussing something. Teacher Yu Feng's tuition fee has increased to 300 million. And she is only giving Dark Institute 50 million. This is too profitable. This time, the teachers in the top 10 will definitely earn the most. There is nothing we can do about it, they are all great teachers, they are the ones who choose their students. And for us, it is already very good that students come to us. If teacher Yu Feng can recruit 20 students this time, she will earn several billion. So profitable. A group of people whispered in envy while looking at Yu Feng's dazzling martial stage. Qin Yun also secretly despised Yu Feng, she is so rich yet she is so stingy. He cursed in his heart, she likes black so much, she even painted her eyes black, it seems like she also knows that she is a black crow. More and more people are arriving in the plaza, many students are arriving. At this time, someone said, I heard that our Dark Institute has a new teacher, moreover, he is a mid-stage martial emperor. Is this true? I only heard that the nameplate of class 900 has been issued. A mid-stage martial emperor teacher is actually teaching a class? Haha. You don't know, it is President Su who is doing this on purpose. He wants this lucky guy to quickly get the hell out of here. If he can't recruit 5 students in 10 days, he will be kicked out. Headmaster Shui is really something. There are hundreds of teachers and most of them are half immortals, why did he let a martial emperor pass? That guy is really lucky. Oh, that's right, where is that lucky guy? Let's go take a look. Qin Yun hastily yelled, I know where he is. Those few middle-aged men hastily walked over and said with smile, where is he? Let's go take a look at his pathetic appearance. Qin Yun grinned and said, I am that lucky bastard. Although my cultivation is not high, I am more handsome than all of you, you can't deny this point, right? You. One middle-aged man became angry, but seeing Qin Yun's handsome face, he became speechless. What's the use of being handsome? With your cultivation, no one wants you as a student, yet you want to be a teacher? Indeed, you should have some self-awareness, quickly get the hell out of here. Qin Yun crossed his legs, sat there and said with smile, let's talk about it in 10 days. Even trash like you can't get the hell out of here, why should I? I.O. What an arrogant guy. Just because you passed the assessment and became a teacher, you can be so arrogant? A middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves in anger, it seems like he wants to fight. Hit me if you have the guts. Qin Yun said with smile, if you hit me, the one who will get the hell out of here is you. You. You better be careful. That middle-aged man doesn't dare to hit Qin Yun, he can only shrink back and leave. Other teachers also left one after another, they want to recruit new students. Although there are many teachers in Dark Assembly, only 200 to 300 students have come to recruit new students. It is said that there are 900 classes but many of them are empty. Either the teacher ran away, the teacher died or the students ran away. That President Su had given Qin Yun a class 900 nameplate on purpose. Generally speaking, when people hear the name class 900, they will immediately run away. Many students have entered the plaza, many of them were brought by their family elders. The place where Qin Yun is sitting is very far from the plaza's entrance. Behind him is a forest, no one is walking here. His position is also the most remote. Suddenly, someone walked out of the forest. One person said with wretched smile, I wonder how many junior sisters will come this time. Young Master Liu, why are our teachers not recruiting new students? Not enough quota. Our class has not made any contribution, so the Dark Assembly won't let us expand. Lu Hanchen shook his head and sighed, it is all because those guys are too useless. They are just idling around all day, occupying the latrine pit but not taking a shit. If they scram, our class will have many junior sisters. Hearing Lu Hanshen's voice, Qin Yan turned his head and asked, how many students can your class recruit? Ah! Lu Hanshen screamed in fright. He knew that there is a teacher who is recruiting students, but he did not expect it to be Qin Yan. You. Lu Hanshen pointed at Qin Yan, his hand is trembling, it is as if he has seen a ghost. Young Master Lu. What is wrong? Those few youths beside Lu Hanshen are very amazed to see him like this. Lu Hanshen knows that Qin Yan is very powerful, this is his nightmare. He also knows that Yufeng has promised to make Qin Yan a student of Great Ancient College. But now Qin Yan does not look like a student, he looks more like a teacher. Seeing Qin Yan's face, Lu Hanshen subconsciously touched his chest. He still feels a kind of indescribable pain. Not long ago, Qin Yan's finger poked a big hole in his chest. Are you a teacher? Young Master Lu took a few deep breaths, calmed down and asked. Indeed. My name is Qin Yan, I am a new teacher. Qin Yan said with smile. Qin Yan? Ha ha ha. It is that mid-stage martial emperor teacher. I heard you are going to teach a class. You are just a lucky bastard, you are going to be kicked out soon. It seems like your mood is very good, a red-clothed youth said with loud laughter. Pa, Lu Hanshen slapped the red-clothed youth's buttocks and yelled, idiot, quickly shut up. Young Master Lu, why did you hit me? The red-clothed youth covered his buttocks and said in a very wronged manner. I told you to shut up, did you hear me? Idiot, do you want to die? Lu Hanshen cursed in low voice. The other youths also reacted, they know that Lu Hanshen is very afraid of Qin Yan. They realized that Qin Yan has a very high position in Great Ancient College. Qin Yan said with smile, Young Master Lu, how many students can your class recruit? Lu Hanshen immediately said respectfully, Teacher Qin, my class can only recruit 100 students at most. Qin Yan can only recruit 5 students, compared to others, it is indeed very few. The few youths beside Lu Hanshen are all stunned. They are very clear about Lu Hanshen's status. But now he is being so humble and respectful towards a mid-stage martial emperor, this is completely different from the Lu Hanshen they know. All of you scram. Also, don't talk nonsense or I will cut off your tongues. Lu Hanshen sternly said to those youths. Who is the most handsome? Since Lu Hanshen signed a soul contract, he won't dare to have any disloyal thoughts towards Qin Yan and Gu Qiufei. Therefore, Qin Yan is very relaxed now. Young Master Lu, it seems like you have a very high status. What is the background of your father and grandfather? Qin Yan very curiously asked with smile. My father is one of the 5 vice presidents of Dark Institute. My grandfather is one of the 10 strongest experts of Dark Institute. Lu Hanshen is very proud of his background. Oh? Then do you still hate me? Qin Yan asked with smile. I don't dare. It was all my fault before, I was ignorant and stupid. I have let down Teacher Qin, I have let down little sister Gu. No, big sister Gu. After Lu Hanshen returned, he carefully thought about it and realized that Qin Yan's dreadful inscription technique is very rare. He also wants to report this matter to his father and grandfather so that they can rope in Qin Yan, but he signed a soul contract with Yufeng, he can't reveal what happened that day, including the fact that Qin Yan is an inscription master. Lu Hanshen believes that Yufeng deliberately made them keep this matter a secret because she is worried that Qin Yan will be roped in by other people. Qin Yan has also realized this point. Young Master Lu, to tell you the truth, Teacher Yufeng and I have some enmity, she tricked me into becoming a teacher. If I can't recruit 5 students within 10 days, I will get the hell out of here. Qin Yan said in low voice, think of a way to recruit 5 students for me. Ah. Teacher Qin, so you were recruited by Teacher Yufeng to become a teacher. Lu Hanshen finds it very strange that Qin Yan did not want to be a student but instead ran over to become a teacher. He is very clear that with Qin Yan's strength, he would be the most dazzling student. Teacher Yufeng said that being a teacher can earn star coins but being a student requires a lot of star coins. I was deceived by the benefits, so I believed her nonsense. Qin Yan said with sigh. Teacher Qin, you are a mid-stage martial emperor, yet you managed to pass teacher's assessment, that is very awesome. Lu Hanchen cupped his fists in admiration and said again, President Su also wants you to get the hell out of here. I can help you, but I can only do it secretly. I cannot let President Su know about it. You must not let President Su know about this. Why does President Su want me to scram? Qin Yun was puzzled. Am I really that bad? What a joke. Teacher Qin, how could you be weak? It's all because of them looking down on me. Lu Hanchen said with somewhat embarrassed smile. He was also like this before. Young Master Lu, I'll be counting on you. Qin Yun said with a smile, when I have time, I'll help you refine a weapon. I'll sell it to you at a suitable price. Mr. Qin, you must remember this. I will start to save up star coins. When the time comes, I will give Teacher Qin a good price. Lu Hanchen very happily said, I will think of a way to help you recruit a few students. I will do my best to recruit 5 students. Actually, it will be very difficult because many people don't trust you. Qin Yun nodded, do your best. Lu Hanchen also hastily left. Qin Yun doesn't know what method he is going to use. Ling Yuner said, Little Yun, most of the students here are from aristocratic families. They rely on their family's resources to grow up very quickly. But many of them don't want to endure hardships to stabilize their foundation. Even though their cultivation is high, many of them are weak. Qin Yun also agreed. Lu Hanchen is one such trash. A peak martial emperor was poked half to death by Qin Yun's finger. There are also many among them who don't have enough understanding of martial arts, causing their cultivation to be high but their strength to be low. If you can guide these youngsters, they will surely become very strong. Ling Yuner said again. Qin Yun has a martial Dao heart, he can comprehend heavenly might Dao technique by himself. Just this point alone shows that he has very high comprehension of martial arts. It must be known that both Xie Qiru and Yao Feng are unable to comprehend heavenly might Dao technique. While Qin Yun is waiting for Lu Hanchen, a short-haired young girl suddenly arrived. This young girl's skin is very white, she is wearing a red skirt. She is very short and has a very cute and tender little face that makes one want to pinch it. The young girl's watery eyes are wide open as she looked at Qin Yun. Little girl, I am a teacher, do you want to join my class? Qin Yun asked. The young girl shook her head and said in low voice, I want to join teacher Lu Chaoshuai's class. Lu Chaoshui? What a shameless name. Qin Yun suddenly feels that this name is very familiar. He thought about it and realized that this is the 9th-ranked teacher of Dark Institute. He is also the 2nd-ranked teacher of Dark Institute. He accepted you as his student? Qin Yun asked in amazement. He doesn't want me. The young girl shook her head, her eyes suddenly turned red and flickered with tears. Little girl, don't be sad. You can join my class. Qin Yun said with smile, oh that's right, am I more handsome or is teacher Lu Chaoshui more handsome? The young girl earnestly looked at Qin Yun's handsome face, thought for a bit and said, You are a bit more handsome than teacher Lu Chaoshui but your cultivation is low. Teacher Lu Chaoshui is a 3rd tribulation half-immortal, he is also the 2nd-ranked teacher of Dark Institute. He has 700 students in his class. What about you? Fuck. Qin Yun cursed in his heart, then said with smile, I am a new teacher. If I have enough time, I will surely be more awesome than that Lu Chaoshui. The young girl wrinkled her nose and lightly groaned, bullshit. Qin Yun said, then little girl, why did you come here? The young girl said in low voice, because I saw that you are very handsome, so I came to take a look. I did not expect that you are the legendary dog's hit teacher. Qin Yun is stunned for a long time, he almost jumped up. Dog's hit teacher? Who gave me this name? He really wants to destroy the entire plaza to prove that he is not Dog's Hit. They said that you became a teacher because of Dog's Hit luck. That's why they called you Dog's Hit luck teacher but felt that it was not smooth, so they directly called you Dog's Hit teacher. It is more smooth. The young girl finished speaking, her tears turned into laughter, a brilliant smile appeared on her face. Fuck their grandpa. Qin Yun feels that his dignity has been damaged by 10,000 points. This kind of flowery name is very unpleasant to hear. After Qin Yun calmed down, he realized that if he wants to get rid of this flowery name, he must prove it with strength. He said in low voice, little girl, how much star coins did your family give you to come here? 100 million star coins. They told me to find a random teacher to pass the time, then they told me to find a powerful and influential young master to become a concubine or something. Speaking up to here, the young girl very sadly pouted, but I want to become teacher Lu Xiaoshuai's student. He is very handsome, but he wants 350 million star coins. I can't afford it, moreover my aptitude is not good, I only have 6 spirit vein. My cultivation is also not high, I am only late-stage martial emperor. The lower the cultivation, the more tuition fee I need. Lu Xiaoshuai's class monitor said that I need 500 million star coins to become his student. The young girl's face is filled with sadness, she looked at Qin Yan with tearful eyes. Qin Yan said, I am more handsome than Lu Xiaoshuai and I only need 100 million star coins. I also have a gift for you, how about you become my student? Come to my class and give me 100 million star coins, I will return 50 million star coins to you. In any case, you are here to pass the time, it doesn't matter who you follow, I will only take 50 million star coins from you. Really? You will only take 100 million star coins, give 50 million star coins to Dark Institute and give the rest to me, won't you be earning star coins? The young girl's tearful eyes flickered with light hearing this. She said again, you will return 50 million star coins to me, can you keep it a secret? Absolutely. Qin Yan said with grin, you can enter my class. Greetings Teacher Qin. The young girl became very happy thinking about the 50 million star coins she will receive. She bowed to Qin Yan and sweetly yelled, I am Shui Weiwei. Qin Yan also made a star coin card yesterday. He received 50 million star coins from Shui Weiwei and told her to drip her blood on his teacher's medallion. Then he quickly made a jade medallion and gave it to Shui Weiwei. This way, Shui Weiwei will be his student. Teacher, what about the gift? Shui Weiwei sweetly smiled and said. Here, your gift. Qin Yan took out a king quality regent origin stone and handed it over. Ah. It is a king quality regent origin stone. Many thanks teacher. You are so handsome. You are much better than teacher Lu Xiaoshuai. Although he is handsome, he is very arrogant and not amiable at all. Teacher Qin is the best. Shui Weiwei very happily thanked Qin Yan. Little girl, your mouth is very sweet. How about this, you go and recruit students for me, I will give you a high-quality regent origin stone for every student you recruit. When you recruit students, you can tell them that I have a small gift for them. Qin Yan said with smile. Shui Weiwei is very happy hearing this. After all, she is just a 13-year-old girl. Now, not only she has become a student of Great Ancient College, she has also obtained 50 million star coins and a king-quality regent origin stone. She feels that with this wealth, she will become stronger in the future and she will no longer need to be a concubine of a young master. All right. I will go immediately. Shui Weiwei hastily left. Now that Qin Yan has recruited a student, he feels a lot more relieved. Shui Weiwei entered the plaza and began recruiting people everywhere. This caused many people to realize that this dog-shit teacher Qin Yan has managed to swindle a student, moreover it is a naive little girl. Many people secretly shook their heads, they feel that Shui Weiwei has been swindled. Shui Weiwei now feels that it is very difficult because Qin Yan is not well received and is being called a dog-shit teacher. But Shui Weiwei feels that Qin Yan is very good. Not only did he return her 5,000 star coins, he is also very good to her and even gave her a gift. Qin Yan is sitting at his booth and waiting. At noon, he suddenly saw Shui Weiwei returning along with a few people. They are all youngsters, they have very fierce expression, it is clear that they are here to cause trouble. Shui Weiwei's expression is filled with worry. She hastily ran over and hid behind Qin Yan. Surname Qin, you say that you are more handsome than our teacher Lu? Are you courting death? A black-clothed man walked over, pointed at Qin Yan and furiously cursed, quickly announced that teacher Lu is the most handsome. Domineering Weiwei Qin Yan finds it very funny that Lu Xiaoshuai's students are here to cause trouble. Weiwei, tell me, between me and Lu Xiaoshuai, who do you think is better looking? Qin Yan is not the least bit afraid of Lu Xiaoshuai's students. He asked Shui Weiwei with calm smile on his face. Of course teacher Qin is better looking. Teacher Lu Xiaoshuai's face is very ugly all day long, it is becoming uglier and uglier. Shui Weiwei summoned her courage and said, could it be that I cannot speak the truth? Lu Chaoshui is too tyrannical, I was truly blind before, I actually worshipped him. Shui Weiwei is very angry because she thinks that Qin Yun is better looking, but now Lu Chaoshui's students are questioning her and even threatened her. Wretched girl, do you believe that I won't kill you? That black-clothed student pointed at Shui Weiwei and roared like a fiend. Although Shui Weiwei looks like a weak girl, she is not someone who is easy to deal with. She immediately replied, so what if I am courting death? If you have the guts, come and kill me. Then she suddenly screamed, murder. Murder. Lu Chaoshui's students want to kill a weak girl like me and even humiliate me. Everyone quickly come and reason with me. Lu Chaoshui's students are barbaric and inhumane. They are worse than beasts. Qin Yun was also given a fright. He never expected that the little girl, who was on the brink of tears, would actually be so skilled. Many people immediately rushed over and began criticizing those students. Those few men's expression is very unsightly, they did not expect that this little girl would dare to shout like this. Shui Weiwei unceasingly shouted and screamed. She has great resentment towards Lu Chaoshui in her heart. She used to worship Lu Chaoshui very much, but she discovered that Lu Chaoshui is completely heartless and indifferent towards a small character like her. It is mainly because she is poor. But Qin Yun is different, not only is he very handsome, he is also very good to her and even gave her a large amount of star coins. Therefore, she immediately regarded Qin Yun as her idol. Now that Lu Chaoshui's students have come to cause trouble, Shui Weiwei is ready to throw caution to the wind and counterattack. Ling Yun'er said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, this little girl is a promising talent, you must properly nurture her. Qin Yun cannot help but laugh. Shui Weiwei's voice is very loud and sharp. This might be her talent. In short, everyone in the plaza knows that Lu Chaoshui's student wants to take advantage of a young girl and even wants to kill her. This was a very bad influence. Yu Feng also saw it from the distance, she quickly learned about it through her students. She never thought that Qin Yun would actually be able to recruit a student, and one who seemed to be very impressive. Lu Chaoshui hurriedly led a group of students over. Lu Chaoshui was indeed a handsome man, but his face was very cold, as if he had facial paralysis, so emotionless. He was dressed in armor and looked very divine. There was also a long sword at his waist. After arriving, the students all had a trace of fear on their faces. What's going on? Lu Chaoshui coldly shouted at those students. Teacher. This little girl said that Qin Yun looks better than you. When we heard that, we felt angry, so we came over. The black-clothed student's face was covered in sweat. Lu Chaoshui naturally knows that Qin Yun is a dogshit teacher. He looked at Qin Yun's handsome and resolute face with a smile on it and cannot help but feel startled in his heart. He now admits that Qin Yun has a very handsome face, it seems like Qin Yun is a cut above him. The smile on Qin Yun's face adds a lot of points. This is also the reason why Shui Weiwei thinks that Qin Yun looks better than Lu Chaoshui. Shui Weiwei delicately yelled, they said they want to kill me. A blue-clothed man hastily yelled, I did not say that, it was Senior Wang, then he pointed at the black-clothed man. Teacher Lu Chaoshui, how can your students be so trash? You are a great teacher. Bah! Shui Weiwei furiously yelled. Everyone secretly admired Shui Weiwei's courage, she actually dared to talk to Lu Chaoshui like this. Lu Chaoshui's expression became very gloomy. He looked at Senior Wang and said in cold voice, quickly apologize to this young lady. Those students hastily bowed and apologized to Shui Weiwei. They are extremely hateful in their hearts. Shui Weiwei placed her hands on her waist and very haughtily groaned, a bunch of useless things. Only know how to bully weak women. Scram. Lu Chaoshui looked at Qin Yun and said with cold smile, Teacher Qin, congratulations on accepting such an outstanding student. But, with your standard, you will only ruin her future. Qin Yun said with smile, Teacher Lu, what do you think I should do to not ruin her future? Lu Chaoshui can now see that Shui Weiwei is a very good seedling, she is very outstanding in terms of courage. He said, of course I will transfer her to my class. I will properly teach her, only I can unearth her potential. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun suddenly burst into loud laughter. You. What are you laughing at? Lu Chaoshui said in deep voice. Qin looked at Shui Weiwei and said, Weiwei, did you hear? Teacher Lu Xiaoshui wants to invite you to his class. He is one of the top 10 teachers of Great Ancient College. Do you want to go or not? Fuck his grandpa. Shui Weiwei placed her hands on her waist and yelled, I wanted to go to his class but he dislikes me for being poor and lacking in talent, so he didn't accept me. What a snob. The corner of Lu Xiaoshui's eyes twitched, incomparable anger rushed up in his heart. He really wants to slap this little girl and turn her into a pancake. Everyone began whispering to each other in low voice. Lu Xiaoshui rejected Shui Weiwei just now and now he wants to invite her back. This is very funny. Lu Xiaoshui has also lost a lot of face, everyone feels that he is not sincere. You did not put me in your eyes just now. Teacher Qin is the best. Shui Weiwei lightly groaned and said. Your teacher Qin is just a mid-stage martial emperor, his cultivation is lower than yours. Yet you also think he is the best? Humph, truly ridiculous. Lu Xiaoshui said with sneer, little girl, you will regret it in less than half a year. I am giving you a chance to enter my class for free but you are not willing? Truly stupid. A student said, little girl, you can enter our class for free, you entered our class for free. Every year, your tuition is free. Do you know what that means? This is equivalent to picking up hundreds of millions of star coins every year. You idiot. Indeed, quickly join teacher Lu Xiaoshui's class. Silly girl, don't be angry and ruin your future, a middle-aged woman yelled. Joining Lu Xiaoshui's class for free, what an honor, a young man said with envy written all over his face. Silly girl, this teacher Qin's strength is truly not worthy of praise. Becoming his student is simply a waste of your life. That dog shit teacher Qin, if he can't even get 5 students, his class will be finished. At that time, it will be too late for you to regret. Lu Xiaoshui's face is brimming with arrogance because everyone thinks that becoming his student is the best. Many female students were also chattering and shouting at the side. Many people are trying to persuade Shui Weiwei to join Lu Xiaoshui's class. Don't look at how young Shui Weiwei is, she is very sensible. She knows that Lu Xiaoshui is doing this to embarrass Qin Yun and also to make Shui Weiwei yield and redeem her face. Shui Weiwei was given the cold shoulder by Lu Xiaoshui before, she is filled with loathing towards Lu Xiaoshui. Especially Lu Xiaoshui's students, each and every one of them are scoundrels. Therefore, no matter what, she will not join Lu Xiaoshui's class. Moreover, she sympathizes with Qin Yun. She feels that Qin Yun is a very good person and if he doesn't have 5 students, he will be very miserable. Therefore, she wants to stay and help him. All of you shut up. I am not a spineless dog. If you think that Lu Xiaoshui is so good, why don't you kneel down and call him father? Shui Weiwei furiously yelled, Lu Xiaoshui's scoundrel students are enough to show that he is also a scoundrel. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If I join their class, I will be bullied to death. Shui Weiwei's sharp voice resounded throughout the entire plaza. Lu Xiaoshui is so angry that his heart is dripping blood. He tightly clenched his fists, he really wants to spit out a mouthful of anger to kill Shui Weiwei. After Yufeng heard this, she walked over and said, then how about joining my class? It's free. Qin Yan very much wants to throw the table at Yufeng. She clearly knows that it is very difficult for him to recruit students, yet she still wants to steal his business. No, I will follow teacher Qin. Shui Weiwei very decisively said without any hesitation. You have no future with him. Yufeng is not looking at Qin Yun, she is looking at Shui Weiwei and said. Qin Yun can no longer sit, he stood up and said, how about this? We will compete. Shui Weiwei is my new student and you have also just accepted a new student. We will each have 1 hour to give pointers and see whose student is the most formidable. The loser will have to pay 200 million star coins, how about it? Qin Yan looked at Yufeng and Lu Xiaoshui and said, who will go first? Yufeng is still thinking because she knows that Qin Yun is very strong. While she is thinking, Lu Xiaoshui said with sneer, I will go first. What kind of competition? How will we compete? Qin Yan looked at Shui Weiwei and said, arm wrestling. What? You want this little girl to arm wrestle with us? A very tall student loudly laughed and said, I am a peak martial emperor and this little girl is just a late-stage martial emperor. Even two of her are not my match. Since you are so confident, how about you call Wei Wei great aunt if you lose? Qin Yan said with smile. Shui Weiwei somewhat anxiously pulled Qin Yan's clothes because she feels that she is not a match for this large man. Arm wrestling is a test of one's strength and also the strength of one's body. Let's do it. The large man bravely said, Teacher Lu, let me, Gao Kai, go up, I will surely win. Lu Chaoshui nodded and said, Gao Kai, you go up. It is just arm wrestling, there is no need for you to give pointers. With your strength, you will surely be able to defeat that little girl. Qin Yan used Extinction Spirit Eye to look at Gao Kai's martial spirit. It is Purple Gold Flame martial spirit. As for Shui Weiwei's martial spirit, it is a Red Water martial spirit. It belongs to the category of variant martial spirits. Teacher, do I really believe it? Shui Weiwei asked in low voice. Personally taking the stage, Shui Weiwei sensed Qin Yan's divine ability power and is very amazed in her heart. Although her cultivation is higher than Qin Yan's by a bit, the water divine ability power Qin Yan is transferring into her body is very formidable. Qin Yan's divine ability power is very gentle. Moreover, under his control, it is very docile inside Shui Weiwei's body. On top of that, Shui Weiwei also has a water martial spirit and cultivates water attribute power, so she can stabilize this formidable water divine ability power. Qin Yan sent sound transmission to Shui Weiwei. Weiwei, control this power and suppress the opponent. Shui Weiwei is very happy in her heart, she wants to immediately give it a try. Qin Yan did not immediately start, instead he told Shui Weiwei to control the water divine ability power and circulate it inside her body. Shui Weiwei did as Qin Yan said and began controlling the water divine ability power to circulate inside her body. This way, she will become more familiar with the water divine ability power and will be able to use it even more smoothly. After Qin Yan let go of Shui Weiwei's wrist, he pretended to whisper in Shui Weiwei's ear, making people think that he is giving her some pointers. Yufeng also wants to accept a domineering little girl like Shui Weiwei, but she can see that Shui Weiwei is determined to follow Qin Yan. Hey, can you guys do it? Gao Kai very impatiently yelled. Didn't you say 2 hours? Not even half an hour has passed, why are you so anxious? Shui Weiwei lightly groaned and said. She is now very confident because Qin Yan's water divine ability power is very strong. Qin Yan is now telling her how to use the water divine ability power to suppress Gao Kai. Gao Kai only has a fire martial spirit and can only use flame power. If Shui Weiwei can use the water divine ability power properly, she can easily suppress Gao Kai's flame power. Many people are watching from the sidelines, many of them are elders who brought their juniors here to choose their teachers. They are very much looking forward to the result. That little girl is only late-stage martial emperor. Moreover, her martial spirit doesn't look very strong and her aura is also very weak. No matter how she is taught, her power cannot compare to peak martial emperors. Looking at their appearance, they must be pretending. No matter how formidable that mid-stage martial emperor's teacher is, he will absolutely not allow that little girl to win. Mr. Qin is just a lucky bastard who passed the test and became a teacher. How powerful can he be? We just have to wait and see. If that lass loses, she will have to pay 200 million star coins to the other party. Lu Chaoshui watched from the side. He was also a little impatient, but he could only endure it. He really couldn't understand what was so good about a simple arm wrestle. Qin Yan was an expert at this. He could make people cry for their parents at any moment. After half an hour, Qin Yan saw that Shui Weiwei has more or less mastered the water divine ability and said, "Let's begin." Yufeng took out a very solid square stone, placed it on the ground and said, "Let's do it here. I'll be the judge." Gao Kai, you are already 30 years old, right? That little girl is only 13 years old, don't lose. A young man laughed. How is that possible? Gao Kai laughed. Qin Yan is secretly apprehensive, this 30-year-old Gao is already a peak martial emperor, he is indeed a very young genius. But having high cultivation does not mean that one is very strong. Some people are still very weak. Shui Weiwei walked over to the side of the stone and extended her delicate lily-white hand. Her palm is also overflowing with water vapor. You have a water martial spirit. I have a fire martial spirit but you are too weak, you won't be able to restrain me. Gao Kai said with smile. Gao Kai also extended his hand, wanting to pinch Shui Weiwei's lily-white hand but discovered that his hand has been blocked by water vapor. Now Shui Weiwei's hand looks like a glove condensed from water vapor. She lightly groaned and said, "Don't even think about touching my hand, you will only dirty me. Wretched girl, don't be so cocky. I will make you cry and call me grandfather." Gao Kai immediately became furious and said in cold voice. "Begin." Yu Feng shouted. Everyone's gazes immediately focused on Shui Weiwei and Gao Kai's hands. They all calmed down and calmly watched. As soon as the match began, Gao Kai let out a loud roar. He wanted to use all his strength to disperse the water vapor and make Shui Weiwei scream. However, after he used his strength, he did not succeed. Furthermore, he sensed that there was a very strange water power seeping into his body through his palm. Gao Kai's expression greatly changed. He immediately used his body's power to press down Shui Weiwei's hand. Sensing that Gao Kai's martial emperor Xian power has been extinguished, Shui Weiwei secretly rejoiced in her heart. She poured even stronger water divine ability power into Gao Kai's body. Gao Kai's body was originally steaming hot, his fire martial spirit was burning and releasing intense power. But now it has been extinguished by Shui Weiwei's water divine ability power. Gao Kai suddenly became flustered and loudly shouted. Lu Chaoshuai's face is filled with shock seeing this scene. Yu Feng also knows that this is the result of Qin Yan's guidance. It must be known that Shui Weiwei did not have much confidence before. But now Shui Weiwei is able to compete with Gao Kai. This result is beyond everyone's expectation. Those who thought that Shui Weiwei would lose are now feeling very embarrassed. Gao Kai is gritting his teeth, his eyes are wide open, his face is completely red and he is constantly shouting in low voice. He used all his power but his hand was still pressed down by Shui Weiwei's delicate hand. Bang, the back of Gao Kai's hand vigorously hit the stone floor and let out a burst of muffled sound. I won. I won. After winning, Shui Weiwei very happily laughed, ha ha ha. Lu Chaoshuai's student is truly trash, a 30-year-old peak martial emperor, he can't even win against a 13-year-old little girl like me. Everyone burst into commotion and cried out in alarm, they don't dare to believe this is true. That little girl Shui Weiwei has truly won. Lu Chaoshuai's expression is very gloomy. He looked at Gao Kai and asked in deep voice, how did you lose? That little girl can release a very strong water power, causing my fire power to be completely suppressed. Gao Kai gnashed his teeth as he looked at Shui Weiwei and Qin Yan. So it was a restraining method. I was too careless. That little girl's water power is also very strong. Lu Chaoshuai looked at Qin Yan and said in low voice, don't be too proud, this is not the result of your guidance, you are just taking advantage of the situation. Everyone knows that water restrains fire. Everyone immediately nodded, they all agreed with Lu Chaoshuai's words. Qin Yan said with smile, but I won, hand over 200 million star coins. Humph. I will give it to you. Lu Chaoshuai very unhappily walked over and handed over 200 million star coins. Shui Weiwei said, now it is proven that Teacher Qin is truly awesome. Gao Kai has suffered a great blow. Although everyone knows that he lost because water restrains fire, they are still looking at him with disdain. Quickly call Weiwei great aunt. Qin Yan said with smile. You. Gao Kai really wants to curse. You are a dignified man, yet you want to act shamelessly? Shui Weiwei's face is filled with ridicule. Everyone finds this situation very funny, Gao Kai's loss is very unsightly. Gao Kai wants to kill himself because no matter what, he has lost a lot of face today. He is also very regretful that he dared to compete with Shui Weiwei. Great aunt. Gao Kai firmly clenched his fists and loudly shouted. Then he turned around and ran away, he doesn't have the face to stay here. Everyone burst into laughter. Shui Weiwei's smile is very sweet, she now idolizes Qin Yan even more. Lu Chaoshuai looked at Yu Feng and said, Teacher Yu Feng, does your new student not want to compete with Teacher Qin's student? Yu Feng knows that Qin Yan is very strange, she doesn't want to suffer such a loss. I don't want to compete, Teacher Qin is indeed very brilliant. Moreover, he is more handsome than you, don't deny it. Yu Feng said with sneer, your students are really something, not only are they weak in cultivation, they are also blind. Teacher Qin is clearly more handsome than you, he can hang you up by several streets but they don't admit it. They even want Teacher Qin to publicly admit that you are the most handsome. Truly fucking disgusting. Yu Feng, how dare you? Lu Chaoshui furiously shouted. Qin Yan is also cursing Yu Feng in his heart for bringing hatred to him. Lu Chaoshui doesn't dare to act out against Yu Feng because she is nether sex holy maiden. Teacher Qin, you casually gave Shui Weiwei some pointers and she won against Gao Kai. As a teacher, you are even more awesome. Do you dare to personally go up and compete with my new student? Lu Chaoshui yelled. He is filled with belly full of anger, if he doesn't win today, he will lose a lot of face. After all, there are many people watching. Qin Yan shook his head, I won't compete. You don't even want to bet 200 million? Lu Chaoshui said with sneer, you are truly as timid as a mouse. Even a little girl like Shui Weiwei dares to go up and compete, you don't. As a teacher, even if I win against a student, it will not be glorious. Qin Yan said with sigh, although I am only a mid-stage martial emperor, I am a teacher, it means that I have the ability to teach students. If you want me to personally compete, aren't you forcing me to bully my students? Don't pretend, I know you are scared. Lu Chaoshui said with sneer, if you don't dare, then you don't dare. Don't try to make it sound so nice. Shui Weiwei's eyes shifted as she said, Lu Chaoshui, how about this, if your student loses to Teacher Qin, it will show that Teacher Qin is a qualified teacher. Then you transfer the student's tuition fee to Teacher Qin, how about it? Lu Chaoshui said with smile, fine. But if Teacher Qin loses, you will join my class? What do you think? Alright, it's settled. Shui Weiwei readily agreed. She then said to Qin Yan in low voice, Teacher, you must win, otherwise I will leave you. Qin Yan patted her head and said with smile, little girl, I will surely win. Yu Feng feels that Qin Yan will lose this time because Lu Chaoshui is prepared this time. His student will surely be even more formidable. Lu Chaoshui said to a short-haired man behind him, Bai Kuang, you go up this time. If you can't win, you will have to follow him. 3 students, everyone saw Bai Kuang walk over and cannot help but be amazed. By family disciples? So young yet full of white hair. Moreover, there are white marks on his face, clearly he is a Bai family disciple. The Bai clan's disciples are all very mysterious and powerful. I heard that their martial spirits are very special. After awakening their martial spirits, they have totem runes. Moreover, they also have a mortal body. Everyone exclaimed in admiration again and again when they saw Bai Kuang walk out. Yu Feng slightly frowned and said in low groan, Lu Chaoshui, how did you recruit Bai family disciples? Lu Chaoshui proudly smiled, this is how awesome I am. Yu Feng, the disciples you recruited this time are definitely not as good as mine. Ha ha ha. Qin Yan extended his hand and placed it on the stone. Bai Kuang also extended his hand. His eyes suddenly turned white and no longer have any black pupils, it is very scary. Qin Yan touched Bai Kuang's hand and sensed a very violent power. This teacher Qin will not be so lucky this time. The Bai family's disciples are all very violent and powerful. It is very difficult for a mid-stage martial emperor to win against a peak martial emperor. Lu Chaoshui glanced at Yu Feng and signaled her to start. Yu Feng yelled, begin. Bai Kuang immediately shouted. A violent power rushed out of his body, giving rise to a gale that rushed all around. Qin Yan also sensed a very violent power rushing into his arm. This power is a lot weaker than Su Xiaoba. Qin Yan is someone who can defeat Su Xiaoba. Qin Yan promptly released Nether Sun's power to break down the violent power. Soon after, Yuna released super gravity and rushed towards Qin Yan's arm. Qin Yan's arm shook and released a super gravity that rushed towards Bai Kuang's palm. Boom, Qin Yan's hand vigorously pressed down and in a flash, Bai Kuang's hand smashed into the stone, causing it to explode and crack. I won. Qin Yan said with smile, it looks like he is very relaxed. Bai Kuang is completely stunned, he looked at his trembling hand in disbelief. He actually lost to a mid-stage martial emperor. Lu Chaoshui is even more shocked, his mouth is wide open. Bai Kuang is the best student he has recruited in the last few years but now he is losing to someone else. Everyone present is also shocked to the point of being tongue-tied because Qin Yun's victory was just too sudden. Originally, Bai Kuang's power was very powerful and berserk. He released a terrifying berserk energy wave. However, Qin Yun flipped his hand and pressed down Bai Kuang's hand, reversing the situation in the blink of an eye. Bai Kuang, what happened just now? Lu Chaoshui anxiously asked after recovering from his shock. I don't know, his power suddenly became very strong, my power seems to have disappeared. Bai Kuang came back to his senses and his face was filled with confusion. I won. Qin Yun said, we agreed just now. Bai Kuang wants to be my student. Lu Chaoshui gritted his teeth and said, fine, just you wait. He could only swallow his hatred and transfer Bai Kuang to Qin Yun. He also transferred 350 million star coins to Qin Yun. That was Bai Kuang's tuition fee. Shui Weiwei said with charming smile, who doesn't accept teacher Qin now? You are the dog *T teachers. Lu Chaoshui has suffered 2 defeats in a row, he no longer has the face to stay here. He only thinks that he ran into bad luck today and ran into an evil event. Bai Kuang is very unconvinced. He stood beside Qin Yun and said in cold voice, I can change classes after a month. You don't have the ability to keep me here. Although you defeated me just now, it was because I was careless. Qin Yun shook his head and said with smile, let's talk about it after a month. Many people left one after another. Although Qin Yun made Lu Chaoshui suffer 2 defeats, everyone still doesn't approve of him. After all, he is only a mid-stage martial emperor, his strength is very limited. A mid-stage martial emperor is definitely not as good as a half-immortal teacher. Yu Feng is very jealous. She looked at Shui Weiwei and then returned to her stall. Qin Yun has not been able to recruit students for several days. This is also because Lu Chaoshui used some underhanded methods to spread rumors about Qin Yun, making it even more difficult for Qin Yun to recruit students. Many people know that since Qin Yun offended Lu Chaoshui and became his student, he will become the target of many students in Lu Chaoshui's class. Lu Chaoshui is a great teacher, he has many students in his class and they are all very wealthy. If they become enemies with Lu Chaoshui's students, their days will be very difficult. Thinking about this, Qin Yun is very worried in his heart. Bai Kuang has not come to class for the past few days. Only Shui Weiwei has been trying to recruit students but it has no effect. There are fewer and fewer people in the student recruitment plaza. Many teachers have already closed their stalls. Only Qin Yun is still there. He still has 5 days left, if he can't recruit 5 students, he will have to get out of here. While Qin Yun is worrying, he suddenly saw a young man walking over. Shui Weiwei saw this person and yelled, Teacher, we have a student. You are the only teacher here, someone must have come to join us. Qin Yun's expression also became very spirited, he has a smile on his face. After that person arrived, Shui Weiwei's expression abruptly changed, it is over. That is my little uncle Shui Taohu. He must have come to cause trouble for me. Why would he want to cause trouble for you? Qin Yun asked. Shui Weiwei won the arm wrestling match with Gao Kai, Qin Yun obtained 200 million star coins and also gave 100 million to Shui Weiwei. But this matter is kept secret, nobody knows about it. Our Shui family must know that I am looking for you to become a teacher. That little uncle must have come because of this. Shui Weiwei said while hiding behind Qin Yun. Shui Weiwei can't transfer classes unless a teacher allows it. But after 1 month, students can choose again. Even if Qin Yun doesn't want to transfer classes, he can't do anything about it. Shui Taohu has a large and mighty face, his face is filled with fury. He pointed at Qin Yun and yelled, You dogshit teacher, quickly tell Xiaowei to transfer classes. Otherwise I will beat you up until you become dog shit. Little uncle, it is my freedom to choose which teacher I want, you can't control me. Shui Weiwei pouted and said, Also, don't be so disrespectful to teacher Qin, he is a very good teacher. Shui Taohu furiously said, Wretched girl, you offended teacher Liu and now you are hanging out with this dog shit. If your family blames you, just wait for your face to be slapped. Shui Weiwei very angrily said, Worst comes to worst, I will give you 100 million star coins. I don't want your star coins, is that fine? Shui Taohu coldly said, You can discuss this matter with your father. I came here to make this dog shit teacher agree to let you transfer classes. Qin Yan is rarely angry, he expressionlessly said, student, if you continue to be so rude, don't blame me for being impolite. Shui Taohu laughed loudly and said, what? Do you want to attack me? If you want to fight here, you will have to scram. If you have the guts, come and hit me. At this time, two people arrived from the distance. One of them is wearing white clothes, it is Lu Hanchen, he has brought a person with him. Seeing that Lu Hanchen has brought a person, Qin Yan is very happy in his heart because he is about to have a new student. You are just a mid-stage martial emperor, you got some dog shit luck to become a teacher here. You are just a pile of dog shit, quickly scram back home. Shui Taohu's voice is filled with threat, you better be careful, watch how I deal with a pile of dog shit like you. Deal with teacher Qin? Who do you think you are? Lu Hanchen said in cold voice after arriving. I, Shui Taohu. Shui Taohu abruptly turned around and looked at Lu Hanchen. His expression greatly changed. Lu Hanchen walked over and slapped Shui Taohu's face, an idiot like you wants to deal with teacher Qin? Believe it or not, I will deal with you. Shui Taohu rolled on the ground after being slapped by Lu Hanchen. He covered his burning cheek with his hand. He is looking at Lu Hanchen with a dumbstruck expression, he is extremely shocked in his heart. Young Master Lu. Shui Taohu recognized Lu Hanchen, he is also his classmate. Stand up. Lu Hanchen's expression is very gloomy as he yelled. Shui Taohu abruptly stood up in fright, he is extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Qin Yan would have such good relationship with Lu Hanchen. If he knew, he would not have come here to cause trouble for Qin Yan. He is cursing those people who instigated him to come here. Quickly apologize to teacher Qin, otherwise I will beat you up until you can only crawl back. Lu Hanchen yelled. Shui Weiwei is also in a daze, she did not expect that her normally arrogant little uncle would be so cowardly. Shui Taohu suddenly realized that Qin Yan must have some kind of background. Teacher Qin, I am sorry. I am just a pile of dog shit, I hope teacher Qin can forgive me. Shui Taohu bowed deeply towards Qin Yan without saying anything else. Then how are you going to report the matter of Weiwei becoming my student to your Shui family? Qin Yan asked. This? Shui Taohu looked at Lu Hanchen with difficulty. Lu Hanchen said, go back and tell your Shui family that it was I, young Master Lu who taught her. If your Shui family is dissatisfied, come and find me. Shui Taohu repeatedly nodded and said, I know. You know? Why are you still not scramming? Lu Hanchen furiously said. I will leave at once. Shui Taohu is scared to death and hastily left. After Shui Taohu left, Lu Hanchen arrived in front of Qin Yan and said with smile, Teacher Qin, I have made you wait for a long time. I have finally found a student, his name is Xianxia, he is normally very quiet. The person Lu Hanchen brought is a tall and big bald youth. He has a pair of thick horizontal eyebrows, deep eye sockets, he looks like a fool. Xianxia is very tall, he is more than 2 meters tall compared to Qin Yan. But since he looks like a fool, he doesn't look very scary. Many thanks young Master Lu. Qin Yan nodded and said with smile, then I will begin the registration. Tuition fee is 50 million star coins. Lu Hanchen said in amazement, only 50 million? Teacher Qin, are you not profiting? Qin Yan said with smile, I am not profiting, consider it as me returning the money to my student. Very quickly, Xianxia registered Xianxia under his name. Xianxia is very happy after obtaining 50 million star coins. He said with simple and honest smile, many thanks teacher. You are welcome. Qin Yan said with smile. Then he took out a keen quality Regent Origin stone and handed it over, this is a small gift for you. Lu Hanchen is very amazed to see Qin Yan hand over a keen quality Regent Origin stone. He asked, Teacher Qin, how many students do you have? 3. I am still short of 2. Qin Yan said. Chapter 1077, Shui Dai Lu Hanchen, have you thought it through? Do you really want to be my student? Qin Yan asked in amazement. I am just idling around anyways, it doesn't matter where I go. Besides, Teacher Qin, you really need students now and I have a chance to transfer classes. Lu Hanchen said with smile, oh that's right, your tuition fee is only 100 million star coins, right? Furthermore, he wanted to return 50 million star coins and give him a small gift. I should be able to enjoy it too. Qin Yan saw the smile on Lu Hanchen's face. He knows that Lu Hanchen is here for the tuition fee and the small gift. Lu Hanchen is a young master with great background, it will be very good to have him join their class. Lu Hanchen, how much tuition fee do you need to pay? Qin Yan asked with smile. 200 million star coins. Honestly speaking, I still have the tuition fee in my hands, I was just about to pay it. Lu Hanchen said with mischievous smile, teacher, you understand. Alright, I will accept you. Qin Yan knows what Lu Hanchen is thinking. This way, he will be able to obtain 150 million star coins, isn't that perfect? You are really crafty, if your family finds out about this, won't they scold you? Shui Weiwei said. Of course not. I am just idling around. Anyways. Lu Hanchen said with smile, little sister, we will be classmates from now on. I am teacher Qin's first student, I am the class monitor, you can call me big sister from now on. Shui Weiwei said with smile. Lu Hanchen transferred 50 million star coins to Qin Yan. Then he used his student Jade token to cancel his teacher-student relationship with Qin Yan and establish a teacher-student relationship with Qin Yan. Qin Yan asked, Lu Hanchen, will you have the opportunity to transfer classes in the future? Lu Hanchen shook his head and said, no. If I want to transfer classes, I will have to drop out of school and rejoin a new class. In short, it will be very troublesome, I will have to wait for 5 years before I can rejoin. Teacher Qin, I have decided to follow you. Can you keep the opportunity to transfer classes for a long time? Qin Yan suddenly thought of an idea. But only once. Lu Hanchen nodded. Now Qin Yan has 4 students, Shui Weiwei, Bai Kuang, Xianxia and Lu Hanchen. If he accepts 1 more student, then he will have 5 students. I still lack 1 student, where should I go to find one? Qin Yan looked at Lu Hanchen and asked, can you bring someone from your class? Lu Hanchen said with some embarrassment, teacher, you still owe me a small gift. Qin Yan took out a keen quality Regent Origin stone, handed it over and said with smile, this is your small gift. Many thanks teacher. Lu Hanchen said with smile. Shui Weiwei said, Xiao Lu, teacher wants to ask you if you can pull a student from your class? Lu Hanchen thought for a bit, then shook his head and said, those guys have already used the class transfer opportunity, there are some who haven't but they don't dare to use it. If I could, I would have brought them here long ago. 1 more student. Qin Yan paced back and forth anxiously. If it really didn't work, he could only spend star coins to buy students. Other people would have to pay star coins to the teachers, but he didn't have much fame now, so he could only pay for it. Lu Hanchen, how much do you know about teacher Yufeng's students? I want to poach one from her place. Qin Yan suddenly said. What? Lu Hanchen jumped in fright and said anxiously, teacher, don't take things too hard. If you poach teacher Yufeng's students, she will chop you to pieces. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, I am not afraid. She just wanted to poach Weiwei. Shui Weiwei said in low voice, teacher, I indeed wanted to go but after thinking about it, teacher is still the best. Lu Hanchen looked at Xianxia and said, Ajia, don't go around talking about what happened today. Xianxia nodded, he is indeed a person who doesn't like to talk, so Lu Hanchen is very relieved. Lu Hanchen said in low voice, teacher Yufeng has a student who wants to transfer class. I met her last time in secluded Phoenix Pavilion. Oh? Is teacher Yufeng not good enough? Why would a student want to transfer class? Qin Yan asked in amazement. That student is from teacher Yufeng's family, she is a woman. She is in teacher Yufeng's class, teacher Yufeng watches her all day long. She also lives with teacher Yufeng in the college. If that student's performance is not good enough, teacher Yufeng will report to her family. So that student is under great pressure. Lu Hanchen said with smile. Qin Yan's eyes lit up as he said with smile, this student is indeed very easy to poach. Hee hee. Lu Hanchen said again, she wanted to transfer to another class, she even went to find Lu Chaoshui. Shui Weiwei hastily asked, did Lu Chaoshui reject her? Lu Hanchen shook his head and said, that student is very special, Lu Chaoshui doesn't dare to accept her. She went to find a few famous teachers but was rejected by all of them. Ah. Could it be that she is very scary and eats people? Shui Weiwei said in fear. That student's name is Shui Dai. She liked to drink blood. That was what the rumors said, but whether it was true or not, I also don't know. Lu Hanchen said, in short, some teachers are afraid that Shui Dai will have a problem and some are afraid that teacher Yufeng will take revenge on them. I am not afraid of Yufeng. Quickly help me contact that Shui Dai, I will take her in. Let's talk about it after we have enough people. Lu Hanchen nodded and said, I will contact her as soon as possible. Oh, that's right, teacher. I, Lu Hanchen, am just an idler. Don't expect me to contribute anything. Don't look at me like this. I am actually very useless. Also, don't tell teacher Yufeng that I helped you contact Shui Dai, otherwise she will chop me to pieces. Qin Yan said with smile, do I look like that kind of person to you? Xiao Lu, how long do you plan on idling around? Shui Weiwei asked in low voice, you are a young master, why don't you work a bit harder? A3. It is because my talent is too poor. Luckily my father has some problem, it is not easy for him to have children, so I am his only son. I am the only child of my family. Ha ha ha. Lu Hanchen is very happy. If his father knew what he is thinking, he would definitely beat his butt until it becomes swollen. After Lu Hanchen finished bragging to Qin Yan, he hastily left to contact Shui Dai. Qin Yan is now using Extinction Spirit Eye to look at Xianxia. He discovered that there is no martial spirit inside his martial emperor Dao core, there is only a very small pillar inside. Ajia, why is your martial spirit a pillar? Qin Yan asked. Teacher, you can see through my martial spirit? Xianxia said in amazement. Take it out and let me see. Qin Yan said. Xianxia hurriedly took out his pillar. It was a black pillar that was almost 3 meters long and half a meter thick. This is my martial spirit, it is also my origin weapon. Xianxia grabbed the pillar with both hands and vigorously smashed it on the ground. Boom, the entire plaza suddenly began trembling. Ajia. Enough enough. Enough. Qin Yan yelled in amazement. Xianxia said, my pillar is very strong, I use it like a stick, it can flatten many people. Shui Weiwei's face became deathly pale in fear. She timidly asked, Ajia, have you ever used it to kill people? Xianxia rubbed his bald head and said with smile, no, those people were very strong. Half of their bodies were turned into meat paste by me but they did not die. Shui Weiwei doesn't dare to ask again, she is very scared just thinking about it. Big sister, rest assured, I only beat bad guys, not good guys. Xianxia said with foolish smile. Ajia, you can rest assured, I will protect you in class, no one will bully you. Shui Weiwei summoned her courage and said. Many thanks big sister. Xianxia very happily thanked Shui Weiwei. Qin Yan now understands why Xianxia joined his class, it is because Xianxia is very slow, he was tricked by Lu Hanchen into joining. Not long after, Qin Yan saw a woman dressed in a blood-red outfit flying over. This woman is very tall, her eyes are blood red, her hair is tied in a ponytail, under the sunlight, her hair is flickering with red light. She has a grim and beautiful face, her body is filled with dense killing intent. As she approached, Xianxia felt great pressure. Is this Shui Dai? Qin Yan promptly got up. He is very shocked in his heart because this Shui Dai is a first tribulation half-immortal. Qin Yan, you dare to accept me as your student? Shui Dai's red eyes flickered with red light as she asked in cold voice. Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Yan said with smile. 300 million star coins, take it. Don't hesitate, accept me immediately. Shui Dai took out her star coin card and said. I will only take 50 million, you can keep the rest. Qin Yan said in a daze. I don't want it, I will give it all to you. This is to save your life, if you accept me, you will most likely die. Shui Dai said with a resolute expression, don't talk nonsense, quickly proceed. This Shui Dai is very decisive. Qin Yan took out his teacher's token and began registering Shui Dai as his student. At this time, Shui Dai removed her teacher relationship with Yu Feng and established a teacher-student relationship with Qin Yun. Qin Yun received Shui Dai's star coins. He now has more than 500 million star coins in his hand. Shui Dai, I more or less understand your situation. Qin Yun is very surprised because Shui Dai is very strong. Becoming a student will be a great help to him. It's good that you understand. I will also tell you in advance, I am not becoming your student because I want to avoid Yu Feng. So don't think that I will help you with anything. Shui Dai said. Qin Yun suddenly felt very depressed. Although Shui Weiwei is his brain-dead fan, she is too young and too weak. He won Bai Kuang over, he is unwilling to accept Qin Yun and he will leave in a month. Lu Hanchen is also a trash who wants to eat and wait for death. He wants to live a carefree life until the day he dies. Shui Dai does as she pleases, she is like an unbridled wild horse, moreover, she is very violent. Only Yan Tianjia, who is a simple and honest big guy, is not bad. Alright, I have 5 students for the time being. Qin Yun can only do this for now. This is better than having no students at all. Moreover, he has also earned a lot of star coins. Even if he has to leave, it will not be in vain. Shocking background, Chapter 1078, shocking background. Qin Yun took out his teacher's token. Through it, he can send sound transmission to his students. Shui Weiwei, Yan Tianjia, and Shui Dai are all here. Only Bai Kuang and Lu Hanchen are missing. Qin Yun wants to bring these students to meet President Su. Only this way he can stay in Great Ancient College. After Qin Yun sent sound transmission, Bai Kuang and Lu Hanchen agreed to come over immediately. The first to arrive is Bai Kuang. His expression is very unhappy, his black pupils have turned white, apparently he is silently looking at Qin Yun with disdain. Teacher Qin, it seems like your students are not very good. Bai Kuang looked at Shui Weiwei and coldly groaned, this little girl might be good, after all Teacher Lu has taken a fancy to her. This big baldy and that red-haired woman are clearly very weak. The red-haired woman is Shui Dai. Hearing these words, her aura abruptly burst out. In the blink of an eye, Shui Dai turned into a red light and arrived behind Bai Kuang. She said in cold voice, who are you calling weak? Bai Kuang's whole body shivered in fear. He slowly turned around and looked at Shui Dai. Shui Dai's red hair is fluttering madly, her red eyes are releasing devilish blood light, her beautiful face is filled with ice-cold ferocity. She opened her mouth, revealing 2 rows of teeth, each row has 2 sharp fangs, just like a vampire. You. Bai Kuang is so scared that he retreated backwards. He is a peak martial emperor, he knows very well what Shui Dai's dreadful aura signifies. A first tribulation half-immortal has become Qin Yun's student. Bai Kuang looked at the ferocious and violent Shui Dai, he is so scared that he is speechless. Boom, Yan Tianjia also took out his black pillar and fiercely attacked the ground, causing the entire plaza to shake. Don't look down on people. Yan Tianjia's voice is like muffled thunder, causing Bai Kuang's heart to tremble. Bai Kuang now discovered that none of Qin Yun's students are vegetarians. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva in fear. Alright, Bai Kuang is just speaking casually. Both of you restrain yourselves a bit. Qin Yun hastily said. Shui Dai and Yan Tianjie gave Qin Yun face and quickly calmed down. Bai Kuang doesn't dare to speak anymore. He doesn't understand how a bullshit teacher like Qin Yun managed to recruit such a powerful student like Shui Dai. He had never heard about Shui Dai, otherwise, he would be even more terrified. Not long after, Lu Hanchen hastily ran over. Seeing Lu Hanchen, Bai Kuang cannot help but let out a sigh of relief because he discovered that there is another rookie here. Teacher, I'm sorry. I'm late. Lu Hanchen said with smile. He actually looks quite handsome, but the aura on his body is somewhat weak, not very strong. Late? Bai Kuang coldly snorted, trash like you is actually in the same class as me. Mr. Qin, why would you accept this kind of trash? Lu Hanchen looked at Bai Kuang and said in cold voice, are you Bai Kuang? A piglet lost by that idiot Lu Chaoshui? What did you say? Hearing this, Bai Kuang's fury soared and a white aura erupted from his body, causing his black pupils to disappear. Idiot! I said you are a piglet, didn't you hear me? Lu Hanchen is also very angry because someone actually called him trash. He immediately punched Bai Kuang. Lu Hanchen's punch is very fast and landed on Bai Kuang's eyes. Bai Kuang did not even have time to react and was sent flying by Lu Hanchen's punch. His eyes became red and swollen. Enough, enough. Qin Yan could have stopped Lu Hanchen, but he thought that if Lu Hanchen doesn't teach Bai Kuang a lesson, he will definitely cause trouble in the future. Teacher Qin, didn't this bastard say that he would leave after 1 month? Let me properly beat him up. Lu Hanchen yelled. You dare hit me? This is the great ancient college, you are done for. Bai Kuang loudly shouted. Now he knows that Lu Hanchen's strength is higher than his. Although Lu Hanchen is just idling around, he still has many powerful elders in his family. It is not a problem for him to deal with a new student like Bai Kuang. So what if it is great ancient college? My father is one of the vice presidents, my grandfather is one of the top 10 experts of great ancient college's dark society, my grandmother is the dark left law protector, my grandmother is the dark right law protector, my grandfather is Shui Wuya. Lu Hanchen very skillfully reported all the elders of his family. Qin Yan is also secretly shocked. He only knew that Lu Hanchen's father and grandfather are very awesome, but he did not expect that Lu Hanchen's grandfather would be that old man Shui Wuya. Bai Kuang is so shocked that he is speechless. Before he entered Great Ancient College, many people told him to be careful of people surnamed Lu, especially Lu Hanchen. Some people even told him to curry favor with Lu Hanchen. But now, Lu Hanchen is right in front of him. What Bai Kuang finds most inconceivable is that Lu Hanchen is a senior student and now he has become Qin Yan's student. This caused him to doubt whether or not he is dreaming. Among all of Qin Yan's students, he is the worst. Bai Kuang cannot help but start doubting his life. Alright, I will take you to see President Su. If this guy doesn't see my students, he won't believe that I have recruited students. Qin Yan said with smile. Let's go. Bai Kuang also stood up and followed behind Qin Yan with a dumbstruck expression. He doesn't even dare to let out a fart. He has been thinking about how Qin Yan managed to recruit these students. Qin Yan entered the Dark Institute's building, passed through the lobby and arrived at a very large library. President Su is sitting on a chair under a bookshelf and reading a book. President Su, I have recruited 5 students. After Qin Yan came in, he said, I came here to give you star coins. 5 students, a total of 250 million star coins. Really? Don't tell me that you paid for those star coins yourself? President Su doesn't know what is happening outside, nobody told him about it. So he doesn't know that Qin Yan has recruited students like Shui Weiwei and Bai Kuang. I have established a teacher-student relationship with my students. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at my teacher's token. Qin Yan took out his token and handed it over to President Su. President Su took it and looked at it, then said with frown, indeed 5 students. After looking at it, he threw it back to Qin Yan and said again, give me 250 million star coins. Qin Yan took out his star coin card and transferred 250 million star coins to President Su. Teacher Qin. Your luck is pretty good, you managed to recruit 5 students, but this is just your luck, nothing more. If even one of your students fails the yearly assessment, you will have to pay 100 million star coins to our institute. If 2 of them fail, you will have to pay 200 million, President Su said with sneer. Your students must also be some dog shit students, right? President Su, my students are all very outstanding. They are not dog shit students. Qin Yan's expression immediately became filled with anger as he said in cold voice. Oh. You can still get angry? You are just a mid-stage martial emperor, what kind of good students can you recruit? They must be the same as you, a dog shit teacher. Ha ha ha. President Su mocked. Qin Yan firmly clenched his fists and said in cold voice, do you want me to call my students over and let you appraise them? President Su shook his head and said with sneer, alright, alright, alright. Call my students over and let me see what kind of people they are. Later when they come to borrow books from me, I will have to be on guard against them so that they don't act recklessly. Qin Yan sent sound transmission to Lu Hanchen's group of 5 to come in through the teacher's token. President Su, you are truly a loathsome old man. It is fine if you scolded me, but you scolded my students, you are in the wrong. Qin Yan said in cold voice. Scolded you? You overestimated your capabilities and became a teacher by luck, That's why you are called dog shit teacher. And your students are also dog shit students. So what if I scolded them? Who told them to be stupid enough to become your students? President Su raised his voice and loudly mocked. At this time, Shui Dai's group also arrived and heard President Su's words. Rotten old man, you are scolding me dog shit? Shui Dai became furious after hearing this and shouted in cold voice, I will skin you alive. Old bastard Su, you dare to scold me? Lu Hanchen also furiously shouted. President Su is stunned as he looked at Shui Dai's group. They are all my students. Qin Yun indifferently said. President Su looked at Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai, he is very familiar with them. Then he looked at Bai Kuang, he can also recognize that he is a Bai family disciple. President Su is suspecting that he is seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. He is not seeing things at all. Lu Hanchen, how did you become his student? President Su finds this hard to believe. He looked at Shui Dai and yelled in shock, and you? You are Yufeng's student, Shui Dai, you are, rotten old man, did you just call me dog shit? Shui Dai took out a long and large red halberd, it is clearly a keen tool. This. President Su immediately shouted, someone come, someone come. Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai are people he cannot afford to offend. At this time, a few half-immortals rushed in, allowing President Su to relax a lot. President Su, they are all my students. Qin Yun took out a registration form and handed it over to President Su, look carefully. President Su cursed Qin Yun in his heart, why didn't he tell him earlier? Just now, he deliberately lured him to scold these students, clearly he wanted to lead him into a pit. Qin Yun faintly smiled and said, although their strength is not as good as yours, you were in the wrong first. Do as you see fit. President Su cannot afford to offend Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai. If they cause trouble here, he will not be able to do anything to them. This. I will apologize to them. President Su is terrified, he really did not expect Qin Yun's students to be so awesome. Apologize? How insincere. Just take their tuition fee and return it to them. Qin Yun said with smile. This. Can be done. Holy Lake, Chapter 1079, Holy Lake President Su cursed Qin Yun in his heart and then returned the tuition fee. Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai's expression also became a lot better. Even Bai Kuang had a faint smile on his face. He didn't expect that 50 million star coins would return to him. This is a great benefit, it can be considered as extra income. President Su, I want to ask you something, if I build a classroom, can I build it above the lake? Qin Yun asked. Above the lake? As long as it is not in the lake, it will be fine. If you have the ability, build it above the lake, President Su thought for a bit and nodded. Then we are leaving. Qin Yun said with smile and then left the institute building with his students. Seeing that Qin Yun and the others have left, President Su cursed and said, what the hell? How did this guy manage to recruit so many students? Especially Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai. Shui Dai can understand, after all she has been looking for a teacher to accept her. But what kind of wrong medicine did Lu Hanchen eat? How can he be together with such a teacher? Qin Yun. Now that you have accepted Shui Dai, even if Yufeng doesn't cause trouble for you, Shui Dai's family will. I will just wait and watch the show. After arriving outside, Shui Weiwei asked, Teacher, do we still not have a classroom? Qin Yun said with smile, not yet, I want to find students to build a classroom. I asked President Su earlier and he said that we can build a classroom above the lake, what do you think? Lu Hanchen said, the location beside the lake is very good, there are mountains on one side and water on the other, but there is no space left. Teacher, building a classroom above the lake is very good but how do we build it? That is easy. Qin Yun said with smile. Suddenly, Qin Yun sensed Yufeng's aura. Shui Dai also sensed it and said in low voice, Teacher Qin, you are in trouble. Qin Yun believes that it was President Su who informed Yufeng about this. Sure enough, President Su is standing at the entrance of the institute building, quietly watching. Yufeng saw Qin Yun and Shui Dai together, she also saw Lu Hanchen. Lu Hanchen is somewhat guilty looking at Yufeng because he was the one who introduced Shui Dai to Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you bastard, you actually dared to steal this old lady's student. Yufeng furiously said while gnashing her teeth, Shui Dai joined me willingly. If you did not mistreat her, why would she join me? This is all your fault, you should properly reflect on yourself. Qin Yan very calmly said. This caused Shui Dai to feel somewhat surprised. Shui Dai does not know that Qin Yan and you have a good relationship. Fine. Yu Feng stamped her foot and said, Shui Dai, are you trying to create trouble for him by becoming his student? Shui Dai said in cold voice, I gave him many benefits. Moreover, it's a fair deal between us. He lacks students, and I want freedom. I have no freedom when I'm with you. Qin Yan said with smile, restricting her freedom all day long, no one would be willing. Qin Yan, what do you know? Shui Dai's family members are high-ranking members of Nether sect. I don't sect Sir Shui Shui is Yan, I will Shui Shui will. Shui Dai is very likely to become a holy maiden. If she follows me, she will know how to become a holy maiden. Yu Feng coldly groaned. I don't want to become a holy maiden. I just want to be free. Shui Dai said in a very serious tone. Qin Yan is secretly startled, this Shui Dai's background is even more formidable than Lu Hanshen's. Lu Hanshen wanted to become a disciple of Nether sect but because he is too weak, Nether sect did not accept him. She has become a disciple of Nether sect, yet she is still a student here. Clearly, she is trying to escape from Nether sect. Now that she has become a disciple of Nether sect, she is still a student here, clearly she wants to escape from Nether sect. Yu Feng glared at Lu Hanshen and furiously said, you are the one who introduced Shui Dai to Qin Yan. You bastard. Qin Yan hastily sent sound transmission to Yu Feng, rest assured, I will quickly refine the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear for you. You better cooperate with me, don't make things difficult for me. I can deal with Shui Dai on my own, oh that's right, if you come to cause trouble for my student again, I will tell everyone about you destroying the great ancient plaza. Wretched bastard. Yu Feng cursed in low voice and then sent sound transmission to Qin Yan, when will you be able to refine the Blood Phoenix Nether Spear for me? Won't it take at least a few years? A few years? You are looking down on me too much. I will be able to help you in less than a month. Qin Yan replied. A month? Is it made out of mud? How can it be so fast? Yu Feng doesn't dare to believe, other people would need several years to refine it for me. If your Blood Phoenix Nether Spear is better than the previous one, it will take even longer. You can go back and wait. Qin Yan impatiently transmitted his voice. Yu Feng groaned, then turned around and flew away. Shui Dai can now tell that Qin Yan and Yu Feng know each other. She is very curious in her heart, she looked at Lu Hanshen and asked, Teacher Qin and Yu Feng know each other? Qin Yan replied, we know each other. We can barely be considered friends. Bai Kuang and Shui Weiwei are both secretly startled. Even though they are new students, they all know about Yu Feng. Lu Chaoshui is ranked higher than Yu Feng but Yu Feng is Nether Sect's holy maiden, she is much more powerful than Lu Chaoshui. And Qin Yan is actually acquainted with Yu Feng. Not only Bai Kuang, even Shui Dai is very curious about Qin Yan's identity. Only Lu Hanshen knows that Qin Yan is an extremely awesome inscription master. That is why Yu Feng treats Qin Yan very well. Teacher, are we going to build a classroom next? Shui Weiwei asked, what will our classroom look like? We will build a large courtyard. Lu Hanshen said, this is not a difficult matter. The difficult part is how to build it above the lake. Qin Yan said with smile, our classroom must be very domineering, it must be very big. It must be the most awesome classroom in the entire great ancient college. Lu Hanshen said, we only have 5 people. Why do we need such a big classroom? Yan Tianjia said with foolish smile, I like big. Big is good. Shui Dai said, it doesn't matter, as long as I have a place to live. Wait for me at the lakeside. Oh that's right, can we leave the great ancient college now? Qin Yan asked. Since Yu Feng destroyed the great ancient plaza, they have been investigating but they have not been able to find anything. All right. Feel free to leave. Lu Hanshen said with smile, then we will go to the lakeside and wait for teacher. Although Shui Dai is a violent woman, she is very good to her little sister Shui Weiwei. She is very protective of her and even calls her big sister boss. This caused Lu Hanshen and Bai Kuang to feel very surprised. Qin Yan can understand why Shui Dai has this kind of temperament. It is because she has been through cruel cultivation since she was a child. She does not have any feelings for her family. And when Shui Weiwei becomes gentle, she is just like a cute little sister. Qin Yan left the great ancient college, left the great ancient city and arrived at a desolate area. He found a very hard boulder and used finger-chopping mountains and rivers to cut the boulder into two. The area where the boulder was cut is very smooth, it turned into a kilometer-wide flat ground. Then, he trimmed it a little, and it was now in the shape of an island. Finally, he refined many large pearls. After carving star and moon runes on the pearls, they can float in the air. Qin Yan embedded the bead inside the small island. Following his control, after the bead absorbed energy, it gradually floated up. He landed on the flat stone island and nodded in satisfaction. Take it back and build a house or something like that. It took him 2 days to finish the whole thing. Qin Yan stored the small floating island inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and returned to the dark assemblies area. There are many residences in the teaching area, especially the ones near the lake side. They are all occupied by many great teachers. Qin Yan arrived at the lake side and saw Shui Weiwei and others but did not see Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai. Where is Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai? Qin Yan asked. Sister Shui Dai said she wanted to cultivate, Xiao Lu went to play. Shui Weiwei said. I made you wait for 2 days, I am really sorry. We will be able to finish building the classrooms very soon. Qin Yan said with smile. In these 2 days, the teachers and students of the Dark Assembly only know that Qin Yan has recruited 5 students. They don't know that Shui Dai and Lu Hanchen have also become Qin Yan's students. President Su and Yufeng did not speak about this matter because it would bring trouble to Qin Yan. President Su is afraid that Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai will cause trouble, so he did not speak about it. As for Yufeng, she is worried that Shui Dai and Lu Hanchen's family will harass Qin Yan, so she concealed it for the time being. There are many students passing by the lakeside. Shui Weiwei, Bai Kuang and Yan Tianjia have attracted a lot of people's attention. Just as Qin Yan arrived, he saw more than 10 people walking over from the distance. Lu Chaoshui has arrived. Shui Weiwei lightly groaned and said. Qin Yan looked at Bai Kuang and said with smile, Bai Kuang, Teacher Lu wants to take you back. Bai Kuang has been thinking about whether or not he should follow Qin Yan. He found out that Qin Yan is a very good person, moreover, he is also very mysterious. Lu Hanchen respects him very much. Everyone knows that Qin Yan and Lu Chaoshui have a deep grudge against each other. Lu Chaoshui lost a student and several 100 million star coins to a mid-stage martial emperor. He has lost a lot of face. Now that he found out that Qin Yan's students are wandering around the lakeside, he immediately brought some people over. Oh, Teacher Qin. You recruited 5 students, how come there are only 3 here? Oh, that's right, where is your classroom? Don't tell me you don't have a classroom? Lu Chaoshui said with sneer, how about this, you transfer all your students to me. My classroom is very big, I guarantee that every student will have a cultivation room and bathroom. Shui Weiwei yelled, there is a lot of space here. We have so few people, we can just casually find a place to build a classroom and it will be very spacious. Little girl, you don't understand. Do you know why everyone is gathered around the lakeside? Lu Chaoshui chuckled, because this is a holy lake. Being close to the holy lake will help one's cultivation speed increase. To steal from others, one of Lu Chaoshui's students smiled. The lakeside locations are all occupied by the various great master teachers, and our Lu Laosher occupies an area of over 100 mu. Another student said, if the few of you become Teacher Lu's students, you can even stay in the super handsome academy. You should know that many of our students have to pay for their own accommodation. The price is too expensive. You want to charge astral coins for lodging? Truly stingy. Shui Weiwei lightly groaned. Little girl, if you become my student, I can waive 3 months of your accommodation fee. Lu Chaoshui chuckled and said, really, if you follow Qin Yan, you won't have any future. You will have to stay in the great ancient college from now on. Staying beside the holy lake will allow your cultivation to increase and your comprehension of martial arts will increase. If you stay away from the sacred lake for a few years, you will fall behind the others by a large margin. Gao Kai, who lost to Shui Weiwei in arm wrestling earlier, said with sneer, although there are hotels and inns around the lake, they cost 200 million a year. Think about it, and you'll know how important the location next to the sacred lake is. Xianxia did not know that the lake had such a function because there was no aura at all. Mr. Qin, don't ruin the future of these students. Please transfer them to me. Lu Chaoshui didn't really want Xianxia's student. He just felt that Xianxia would lose a lot of face. In the great ancient college, snatching other people's students is a very prestigious matter. Of course, it would be very embarrassing if the students were snatched away by others. At this time, Yu Feng arrived with a few students. She had been looking for Xianxia for the past 2 days, but Xianxia said that he was outside. Now that she knew that Xianxia had returned, she immediately ran over to take a look. Lu Chaoshui said with smile, "Teacher Yu Feng, you also came? How about this, you and I join hands and pressure the president to transfer all of Xianxia's students to us. I want to go back to Baiquan. You can have that little girl and that baldy." Yu Feng thought for a bit, then looked at Shui Weiwei and said, "Little girl, you will have a chance to change classes in 1 month. You must seize this opportunity. This teacher Qin does have some ability, but his resources are limited. Look at you guys, you can't even find a place to stay. Being next to the sacred lake is very helpful for cultivation. Teacher Qin can't let you live next to the sacred lake. 1 month later, transfer to my class, and I'll let you stay for a year for free. Also, I will also waive your tuition fees." Yu Feng came here to poach because Xianxia stole her shui dai. For the past 2 days, she has been very angry thinking about this matter. I will follow Teacher Qin. Shui Weiwei lightly yelled and pulled Xianxia's hand. Baiquan, 1 month from now, remember to transfer to my class and I won't charge you any tuition fee. Lu Chaoshui said with smile. Shui Weiwei looked at Baiquan and said with light groan, "Xiao Bai, if you really want to go back in a month, you should say it now so that Teacher Qin doesn't waste too much time on you." Lu Chaoshui laughed and said, "Teacher Qin, are you wasting your time on him?" It's Teacher Qin who is wasting Baiquan's time. Baiquan is a peak martial emperor, he is preparing to undergo tribulation. Teacher Qin was only a mid-stage martial emperor, what could he possibly teach Baiquan? Has he gone through a tribulation? Yu Feng also said, "Exactly. Little girl, you won't have any future with him, quickly come with big sister." Lu Chaoshui and Yu Feng are urging Xianxia's students to transfer in a month. Xiao Bai, quickly answer me. Shui Weiwei ignored Yu Feng and Lu Chaoshui, looked at Baiquan and asked, "Are you going or staying?" Baiquan is very conflicted in his heart because he knows that Xianxia has some ability. Moreover, Lu Hanchen is also in Xianxia's class. This way, he will be able to curry favor with Lu Hanchen in the future. Although Baiquan wants to join Lu Chaoshui's class very much, he knows that there are many students in Lu Chaoshui's class who are very competitive. Moreover, if he joins Lu Chaoshui's class, he will have to pay all kinds of fees, which will cost a large amount of star coins. Not long after he started following Xianxia, he received 50 million star coins from President Su. This caused him to feel somewhat reluctant to part with it. Baiquan, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me that you really want to follow this guy? Gao Kai yelled, "Your Bai family people already know about this matter. They didn't come over immediately because they know that you will transfer in a month. Everyone knows that Baiquan lost to Xianxia because of Lu Chaoshui, he is very unwilling to accept it." I haven't decided yet. Baiquan grabbed his white hair, his pale face is filled with an awkward expression. Decided? Do you even need to think about this? Quickly tell that little girl that you will leave in a month. Lu Chaoshui said with frown. Xianxia has not said a single word because he doesn't care whether Baiquan stays or not. Seeing that Xianxia is not replying, Baiquan feels even more embarrassed in his heart. He can see that Xianxia doesn't care whether he stays or not. This caused Baiquan to want to stay even more because this is a very rare opportunity. Teacher Qin, Baiquan, have decided that I will not transfer in a month. If I transfer, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Baiquan suddenly said in a loud voice, it seems like he is ready to throw caution to the wind. Lu Chaoshui, Yu Feng and other students are staring at Baiquan with wide-open eyes in shock, they find this completely incomprehensible. Shui Weiwei looked at Lu Chaoshui and said, Teacher Lu, did you see that Xiao Bai won't transfer? don't bother him anymore. Lu Chaoshui pointed at Qin Yun and furiously said, did you use some kind of trick to threaten Bai Kuang? Say something, why is it always this little girl talking? Qin Yun said with smile, Wei Wei is the class monitor of my class, you can talk to her about this trivial matter. Shui Weiwei placed her hands on her waist and said, if you have something to say, you can talk to me, don't bother teacher. Qin Yun is standing at the edge of the lake, looking at the lake and calculating the distance. He wants to see where he can place his sky island. The lake is very big, one can barely see the mountains in the distance. The mountain in the distance was the territory of the Demon Beast Alliance. Yu Feng is also very curious, what kind of bewitching soup did Qin Yun feed Bai Kuang? He actually made Bai Kuang so hell-bent on staying. Yu Feng is not willing to give up, she said again, Wei Wei, how about this? You transfer to my class in 1 month, I will give you 100 million star coins and 10 king quality regent origin stones, how about it? Lu Chaoshui said to Bai Kuang, transfer to my class in 1 month, I will give you 200 million star coins and 20 king quality regent origin stones. Bai Kuang is a very good student, it can be said that he is the best student Lu Chaoshui has recruited this time. Although Dark Assembly's people know that Lu Chaoshui lost to Bai Kuang, they also know that Bai Kuang will transfer to his class in 1 month. If Bai Kuang doesn't transfer, Lu Chaoshui will lose face again. Because this means that this bullshit teacher Qin Yun has poached Lu Chaoshui's student. Lu Chaoshui is a famous teacher, how can he endure this kind of thing, therefore, he must poach Bai Kuang no matter what price he has to pay. Qin Yun pointed at the lake and yelled, Wei Wei, Xiao Bai, Ajia, where do you think we should build our classroom? Shui Weiwei excitedly yelled, teacher, will we really build our classroom on the sky above the lake? Qin Yun nodded and said with smile, President Su said that we can. Bai Kuang and Xianxia also arrived at the lake and looked at the location. They feel that the classroom will be very small and the lake will be very big, so they must choose a good location. Behind them, Lu Chaoshui's group suddenly let out a burst of mocking laughter. Lu Chaoshui said with sneer, so that's how it is. Bai Kuang, you are too stupid. You actually believed his nonsense. President Su allowed others to build a classroom on the sky above the lake, but no one can do it. Because it is very difficult to fly above the holy lake. Yu Feng nodded and said, Teacher Qin, you don't know anything about Great Ancient College and yet you are making this kind of promise. You are swindling students. If it was possible to build a classroom on the sky above the holy lake, many people would have already built it. But it is simply impossible. The holy lake has a strange power that can absorb anything from the surface of the lake. This was something Qin Yun did not know about. However, he believed that the floating island he refined could float on the surface. Bai Kuang, don't pay too much attention to the oath you just made. Come back in 1 month. Of course, I can only give you 100 million star coins. Lu Chaoshui said. He is sure that Bai Kuang will come back, so he reduced the benefits. Now all the students understand why Shui Weiwei and Bai Kuang are following Qin Yun. It is because Qin Yun lied to them that they can build a classroom on the sky above the holy lake. Weiwei, you are too young, it is normal for you to be swindled by him. You should also know that he only knows how to swindle people, right? Yu Feng said with sneer. She feels that she will soon be able to poach Shui Weiwei. Lu Chaoshui is very proud of himself, he is waiting for Bai Kuang to nod. But Bai Kuang is completely ignoring him, he is seriously discussing with Shui Weiwei and Xianxia where to build the classroom. Shui Weiwei pointed at a mountain and said, it is good to build it there, we can see the green mountain below, we can even hear the birds chirping. Bai Kuang said, if we build it in the sky above the lake, we can see all the classrooms on the shore with a single glance. Anything is fine. Xianxia said with foolish smile, as long as it is big enough. It is indeed good to build it in the middle because if we stand on the shore, we can see the classrooms but I like to hear the birds chirping. Shui Weiwei pouted and said with a conflicted expression. Big sister, we will listen to you. Bai Kuang said with sigh. Lu Chaoshui and Yu Feng looked at each other and disdainfully sneered. At this time, Lu Hanshan arrived. Seeing him arrive, many old students hastily greeted young Master Lu. Even Lu Chaoshui yelled with face full of smile, young Master Lu, long time no see, what kind of wind blew you here? Lu Hanshan knows that Qin Yun and Lu Chaoshui have enmity, so he did not show any good expression and yelled, "Bullshit! Are your dog eyes blind or something? Can't you see that I walked here on my own?" Everyone is completely stunned. They felt a burst of cold wind blowing over. Island in the Sky, Chapter 1081, Island in the Sky. Yufeng feels that this is very funny, but she did not say anything, she is just watching from the side. Lu Chaoshuai's cultivation and rank are both higher than Yufeng's. Although his background is also very strong, he is still very weak compared to Yufeng, the holy maiden of Nether sect. In terms of background, Lu Chaoshuai is even weaker than Lu Hanchen. Lu Chaoshuai's expression is very unsightly, he can only endure his anger and look at the arrogant Lu Hanchen. Even the students behind Lu Chaoshuai are feeling very angry, but they don't dare to say anything. Lu Hanchen's background is very strong, he is not someone they can provoke. At this time, one of Lu Chaoshuai's students said, "Young Master Lu, that big bald guy seems to be your friend. He has been tricked into becoming Qin Yun's student. Quickly persuade him to transfer to our teacher Lu's class in 1 month." Lu Hanchen is walking towards Qin Yun. Hearing these words, he flew into a rage and yelled at the black-clothed student, "You, step out for me." The black-clothed student also feels that something is wrong, but he still stepped out. "What did you just say? You said a Jia was tricked? Who tricked him?" Lu Hanchen said in cold voice. "He." The black-clothed student looked at Qin Yun, but Shui Weiwei glared at him. He said in low voice, He was tricked by a despicable and shameless bastard. Fuck your grandpa." Lu Hanchen slapped the black-clothed student's face, causing him to roll on the ground. The black-clothed student covered his face, his expression is filled with fear and doubt, he doesn't know why Lu Hanchen slapped him. "Young Master Lu, he is my student. You are slapping him in front of me, you are not giving me any face at all." Lu Chaoshuai's expression is very gloomy. He is cursing the black-clothed student in his heart for speaking so much and causing trouble for him. Naturally, he is also cursing Lu Hanchen in his heart, this arrogant profligate son of rich parents. "I recommended a Jia to teacher Qin, he said I am despicable and shameless? He cursed me in front of my face. If I don't hit him, should I hit your teacher?" Lu Hanchen groaned and then walked towards Qin Yun. The black-clothed student is completely stunned. He has a powerful family behind him, he knows that Lu Hanchen and Yan Tianjia are friends, but he did not expect that Lu Hanchen would recommend Yan Tianjia to teacher Qin Yun. Lu Chaoshuai was stunned as well because the development of the matter had exceeded his imagination. "Teacher, I went to pack my things." "Oh, that's right, when will our classroom be ready?" Lu Hanchen asked with smile. Lu Hanchen called Qin Yun teacher. Aside from Yufeng, Lu Chaoshuai and others are completely dumbstruck. Lu Hanchen has actually become Qin Yun's student. Everyone knows that Lu Hanchen came here to waste time, but he also cares about his face. Even if the teacher Lu Hanchen is looking for isn't very good, he can't be too bad. But now, Lu Hanchen actually changed classes and became Qin Yun's student. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. The student who was beaten up and Lu Chaoshuai were speechless. After all, that student was in the wrong first. He was only slapped, which was a very light punishment. Lu Chaoshuai feels as if he has seen a ghost. Qin Yun pulling over Shui Weiwei and Bai Kuang, it can be said that Qin Yun has a divine skill of swindling people. But who was Lu Hanchen? That was a wily old fox, not someone who could be easily fooled, but now, even Lu Hanchen is very respectful towards Qin Yun. This caused many people to suspect whether or not Qin Yun is the illegitimate son of some great person or something. "Teacher, when will the classroom be ready? I really want to see what kind of place it is." Lu Hanchen asked. Qin Yun said with smile, "I will take it out now." Lu Chaoshuai and Yufeng looked at each other because it seems like Qin Yun is very serious. Other students also don't dare to speak anymore. Lu Hanchen is now Qin Yun's student, if they dare to mock Qin Yun, they will be beaten by Lu Hanchen. Qin Yun took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and pointed it towards the sky. The space above the holy lake suddenly became somewhat distorted. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron shot out a white light and a huge illusory image suddenly appeared. Hoo! A burst of wind blew over from the sky and a 1,000-meter wide small floating island appeared in the sky above the holy lake. This floating island cannot be said to be very big, but it is more than enough for Qin Yun and others. Moreover, it is above the holy lake. Lu Chaoshui is so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. His eyes are wide open as he looked at the floating island in disbelief. Yufeng is also extremely shocked. She really did not expect that Qin Yun would be able to make such a dreadful floating island. Teacher, you are too awesome. I, Lu Hanchen, am indeed not blind. Lu Hanchen laughed heartily. Bai Kuang, Shui Weiwei, and Yan Tianjia are extremely pleasantly surprised. They originally thought that the classroom would be very small. But now they can see that it is actually a small floating island. Yufeng and Lu Chaoshui's students are all extremely jealous and cried out in alarm. The sky above the holy lake is a cultivation ground that many people yearn for day and night. But because there is a special power below the holy lake, many inscription masters are unable to refine a magic tool that can float above the holy lake. And now Qin Yun has such a thing, moreover it is very big. The floating island is more than 2,000 meters away from the lake shore, but it can be seen from the shore. Even though it is very far from the holy lake, it can still be seen from the shore. This immediately alarmed many teachers and students. They rushed out one after another and ran towards the shore. How are you going to go up? Yufeng asked. Her ice-cold eyes are filled with jealousy. Qin Yun took out a very large flying disc and said with smile, come on up. Shui Weiwei jumped and bounced on the floating island. Bai Kuang, Lu Hanchen, and Yan Tianjia also very impatiently want to go up and take a look. Let's go. Qin Yun said with smile and then controlled the flying disc to fly towards the floating island. Just as a large group of people arrived at the shore, they saw Qin Yun and a few students flying towards the floating island. They immediately let out cries of alarm. Lu Chaoshui is completely dumbstruck. He is just standing there in a daze. He finally realized why Lu Hanchen and Bai Kuang wanted to be Qin Yun's students. It is because Qin Yun has some ability. Yufeng groaned, she is secretly envious. She also wants to discuss with Qin Yun later to see whether or not she can buy a floating island with star coins. Qin Yun led a few students and flew towards the floating island under the astonished gazes of a large group of people. Lu Hanchen is standing on the flying disc. He looked at the shocked people on the shore and laughed loudly, these idiots. They even dared to belittle teacher, now they have become idiots. Shui Weiwei very excitedly said with smile, teacher, can we plant some flowers and plants on the floating island? Of course you can. Qin Yun patted her head with smile. Teacher, can I build a very big house on the floating island? Yan Tianjia asked. Of course. Teacher, do we have to pay star coins to live on the floating island? Bai Kuang is very worried about this issue because the cost of living for a great teacher is very high. Lu Hanchen also wants to ask this question. No need, it is free. Moreover, you can build your own house on the floating island. Qin Yun said with smile. Very good. I, young Master Lu, will be able to boast for the rest of my life. Lu Hanchen is grinning from ear to ear. Everyone is very curious about how Qin Yun is able to fly on the floating island. It must be known that even many experts of great ancient college can barely fly on the floating island. Only Yufeng knows that Qin Yun is using some mysterious runes to make the floating island float. Very soon, Qin Yun arrived at the floating island with a group of very excited students. After arriving, Qin Yun took out a house from his storage magic tool and said, this flying disc is for you to use, go buy materials to build your house. You can build whatever house you want. I am very tired, I will go rest first. Teacher, you must be very tired because of this floating island. Leave this matter to me. Shui Weiwei took the flying disc and said. Qin Yun entered the house to rest. Shui Weiwei rode on the flying disc and carried Lu Hanchen and others. Under everyone's envious gaze, they flew across the lake shore to buy materials to build the house. Yufeng is very amazed and envious as she returned to her small manor. There are many houses in the manor, all of them are her classrooms. Although it is located on the lakeside, it is still far from being comparable to Qin Yun's floating island. Shui Dai is still cultivating in the manor. I will quickly inform her about this matter and then ask Qin Yun where this floating island came from. Yufeng has made up her mind to buy a floating island. Just as Yufeng returned to her manor, a student ran over and yelled, Teacher, President Su has arrived. Why is this old bastard looking for me? Could it be that he thinks my beard is too long? Yufeng muttered and then walked towards the door. As soon as President Su saw Yufeng, he hastily asked, "Little witch, how did that Qin Yun create the floating island?" Yufeng coldly groaned and said, "I also don't know." "What? Didn't you want him to scram before?" "Yufeng, you must have known that his origin is not ordinary. Why didn't you tell me about this? You are swindling me." President Su thought about it and said angrily, "Qin Yun has no origin, he is a friend of my friend's friend's disciple. He found this floating island." Yufeng promptly lied. She cannot let President Su suspect that Qin Yun is an inscription master. Unless Qin Yun finds a powerful backer, it will be very troublesome if he is exposed now. Really? How can his luck be so good? How can he casually pick up such a good thing? I have lived for so long, how come I have never picked up such a good thing? President Su said with disbelief written all over his face. Believe it or not. Yufeng coldly groaned and said, "If you don't have anything else to say, quickly scram. I am very busy." President Su turned around and flew away. He is thinking about this matter on the way. Yufeng hastily went to find Shui Dai and told her about the floating island. Shui Dai doesn't believe her, so Yufeng brought her to the lakeside. For ranking, Shui Dai, you also looked down on him before, right? Yufeng said. Indeed. What exactly is your relationship with him? Shui Dai suddenly became very curious and asked. He is the friend of my friend's friend's disciple. Yufeng said. Shui Dai naturally doesn't believe her. She has been with Yufeng for a long time, she knows that Yufeng and Qin Yun's relationship is not ordinary. At this time, Shui Weiwei's bell-like laughter can be heard from the distance. Seeing Shui Weiwei and the others, Shui Dai flew over and landed on the flying disc. Then they flew towards the floating island. Yufeng took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, but Qin Yun did not reply immediately. Qin Yun is crafting a talisman inside a secret room on the floating island. With this talisman, one can fly to the floating island. He is crafting this talisman for Shui Weiwei and the others. Shui Weiwei and the others have already bought many materials. After they landed on the floating island, they immediately started building their own house. Shui Dai took out a small pavilion from her storage magic tool and began helping Shui Weiwei plant flowers and trees. When teacher comes out, this place will become a beautiful island. Shui Weiwei very happily said, "Teacher is truly awesome. Even though he is only a mid-stage martial emperor, my intuition tells me that he is more awesome than many teachers. That's for sure." Lu Hanchen is very clear about Qin Yun's strength. He was almost killed by Qin Yun before, so he only feels deep reverence towards Qin Yun. "Young Master Lu, you seem to know teacher Qin very well. How did you get to know him?" Bai Kuang asked. He suddenly feels that his luck is very good. If Lu Chaoshui did not defeat him to Qin Yun, he would not be able to live freely on this unique floating island. This is something he can use to brag about in the future. My eyesight is very good, I feel that he is a very awesome person, so I went to curry favor with him. Lu Hanchen said with thick face and smile. Young Master Lu's insight is like a torch, I admire you, I admire you. Bai Kuang said with smile. Shui Weiwei looked at Shui Dai and said with smile, "Big sister, teacher can surely make our strength advance by leaps and bounds. He is very awesome, he only casually helped me before and I was able to defeat Gao Kai in arm wrestling. I am a half-immortal, he can't guide me." Shui Dai said. Not necessarily. I feel that teacher is an unfathomable person. Shui Weiwei mumbled. Alright, when I need guidance, I will ask him. Shui Dai nodded. After a day, several houses had been built on the floating island, and many trees, flowers, and grasses had been planted. Yan Tianjia's house was the largest, and also the simplest. It was made of large bricks, with only a single room in it. Lu Hanchen's house is a 3-storied circular building. Shui Weiwei lives in Shui Dai's small pavilion, she did not build her own. As for Bai Kuang's house, it was squarish and painted white. It was clear that he liked the color white very much. The appearance of the floating island not only shocked the entire Dark School district, it also caused a commotion in the other districts of the Great Ancient College. Many students from other districts had only heard of it, but they did not come to watch. Because the Dark School District and the other two districts are enemies. Many students of the Dark School District feel very envious whenever they look at the floating island. They want to go take a stroll and even become Qin Yun's student. But then they thought about how Qin Yun is only a mid-stage martial emperor, so they dispelled the thought of changing classes. Lu Hanchen's decision to change classes caused many students of the Dark School District to be amazed. But then they thought about how Lu Hanchen is someone who loves to put on airs, so it is not strange that he changed classes to live on the floating island. Early morning, Qin Yun came out of his small pavilion and saw the earth-shattering changes outside. He is very happy. Teacher, these flowers, grasses, and trees were planted by us, are they beautiful? Shui Weiwei saw Qin Yun and immediately ran over. Very beautiful. Qin Yun nodded and said with smile. Bai Kuang, Lu Hanchen, Yan Tianjia, and Shui Dai also hastily arrived. These talismans are for you. Qin Yun took out 5 jade talismans and handed them over. When you fly up, take out these jade talismans and it will be fine. Remember, don't speak of this matter to anyone. If anyone asks, just say that I picked them up. Understood. Shui Weiwei and the others nodded and took the talismans. Before, they could not fly because they would be pressed down by some kind of power. But now, they can fly as they wish. This caused them to be very happy because flying on the surface of the Holy Lake is something that only half immortals can do and it is very difficult. But now, they can easily do it. Qin Yun looked at Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai and asked, I have become a teacher and accepted 5 students. What should I do next? How can I increase my rank? Shui Dai said, there are 2 ways to increase your rank. One is to make contributions to the teacher or compete with other teachers to gain points. In addition, your students can make contributions or you can compete with other students to earn points. I am a first tribulation half-immortal. If I win a battle with a second tribulation half-immortal, teacher will gain 20 points. If I win a battle with a first tribulation half-immortal, I will gain 10 points. Every student can only compete 5 times a month. If I have time, I will give you 100 points in a month. Lu Hanchen said in low voice, Teacher, I already said that I am very weak, I won't be able to give you any points. Shui Weiwei also feels guilty and said, Teacher, I am also very weak, I won't be able to give you many points but I will still compete. Teacher, I will do my best to give you points. Bai Kuang also said, I should be able to win every battle. Yan Tianjia very confidently said. Shui Dai said, Teacher, you are only mid-stage martial emperor, so you won't be able to compete with other teachers. Apart from you, all the teachers in Dark School District are half-immortals. Qin Yun did not expect that it would be so difficult to increase his rank. Lu Hanchen said, Teacher, there are 2 rankings. One is the ranking of the entire academy and the other is the ranking of Dark School District. If you are strong enough, you can compete with the teachers and students of the other 2 districts to increase your rank. Shui Dai nodded and said, Obtaining the ranking of the entire academy will also increase your rank in Dark School District. But it will be even more difficult. Holy School District and Demon Beast Alliance's people are very strong and they don't understand each other. Qin Yun sighed, it is indeed very difficult to perform well and be accepted as a disciple by Nether sect. Oh, that's right, what is contribution? Qin Yun asked. It is to help the Nether sect solve difficult problems and then obtain points. The points are very high but those problems are very difficult to solve and there are even casualties. Shui Dai said, in any case, I have never done it with teacher Yu Feng and she also rarely does it. Lu Hanchen nodded and said, many teachers don't go because they will die. Alright then, I will first guide your cultivation so that you will become even stronger in the martial arts competition. This is what teachers should do. Qin Yun said with smile. Teacher, are you serious? Lu Hanchen asked in amazement. What? You think that I am a teacher who idles around like you? Qin Yun shook his head and said with smile, you, come in first. Will I be alone in the secret room? Lu Hanchen said in fear. Everyone's cultivation is a very secretive matter. Moreover, I will point out your weakness. Sometimes, everyone's weakness is a secret, so we should talk in private. Qin Yun said with smile. So it's like this. Why didn't my previous teacher guide me like this? That guy actually doesn't value me at all. Lu Hanchen thought for a bit and then followed Qin Yan to a secret room. Qin Yan closed the door to the secret chamber and said, Xiao Lu, your martial spirit is a black bat martial spirit. This is a pretty good martial spirit. How many spirit veins do you have? Lu Hanchen's expression became very helpless as he spoke of this matter. He said with sigh, I only have 4 spirit veins, this is a trash constitution. I never told anyone about this, not even my previous teacher knew about it. If I did not have a group of old bastards behind me who gave me all kinds of resources, I would not have been able to become peak martial emperor at such a young age. Teacher, I am hopeless. I tried my best but because I have too few spirit veins, I fell behind in all aspects. You don't know, there are some late-stage martial emperors with 8 spirit veins who can beat me until I can't even retaliate. Qin Yan thought for a bit and said, Xiao Lu, if I can improve the condition of your spirit veins, will you be able to become stronger in a short period of time? This, of course I can. If I had 6 spirit veins, with my clan's resources, I would surely be able to beat those people on the same level as me until they eat shit. Lu Hanchen is very confident but then became very depressed, but this is simply impossible. Tell me, my parents, my grandparents, they all have very good aptitude, why am I such trash? Could it be that I was picked up from the streets? Qin Yan shook his head and said with smile, release your martial spirit. Lu Hanchen released his martial spirit, it is a black bat. Qin Yan grabbed the bat and said with grave expression, relax, don't resist me. He took out mental resonance Xian pen and began carving runes on the bat's back. Lu Hanchen's mouth is wide open looking at this, he is so shocked that he is speechless. Soul refining, yes. Qin Yan laughed and then continued carving runes in earnest. Lu Hanchen knows that Qin Yan is a very strong inscription master but this is the first time he is seeing Qin Yan carving runes. He is also a very experienced and knowledgeable person, he has also seen inscription masters carve runes but their speed is very slow. Not long after, Qin Yan finished carving 9 condensation sun rune and fire totem on Lu Hanchen's martial spirit. You better keep this matter a secret. Even if your family asks, don't speak about it. Lu Hanchen immediately took out a soul contract talisman and signed it with Qin Yan, agreeing not to divulge anything about today's matter. He is now very excited because Qin Yan is a soul refining inscription master, he is carving runes and totems on his martial spirit. If he wants to spend star coins, he will have to spend a lot of them. Lu Hanchen took out a regent origin stone and absorbed it. He very excitedly laughed foolishly and said, very good, I can now absorb 7 types of energy. This is 7 spirit veins. Then you must help me earn more points. Qin Yan said with smile. Of course. Lu Hanchen very excitedly said. Nether sect Shui clan, Lu Hanchen said with disdainful expression, big sister, don't be afraid. Where is that old man? How dare he casually come to our territory? I will immediately go and drive him away. Lu Hanchen's martial spirit has been transformed by Qin Yan, so he has become even more confident. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed out. Xiao Lu, don't be impulsive. Qin Yan chased after him and yelled. After arriving outside, he saw 2 blood-red lights on the ground in front of him. One is a red-clothed Shui Dai and the other is a red-clothed red-haired old man. They are standing more than 10 meters away from each other. Their bodies are releasing blood-red light filled with blood energy. Lu Hanchen was originally very imposing but as soon as he saw this scene, he immediately shrank back. Teacher, don't go over there. That old man is from Nether sect Shui clan. Lu Hanchen retreated behind Qin Yan and said in grave voice, it seems like he is Shui Dai's elder, it will be very troublesome. Qin Yan said with frown, Senior, please don't cause damage in my territory. That red-clothed old man did not even look at Qin Yan. Instead, he coldly looked at Shui Dai and said, that brat is your teacher? He is far inferior to you but you chose to become his student? You are just trying to escape from us. Indeed. I have had enough of you all these years. I don't want to be monitored by you. If you still consider me your granddaughter, then quickly leave this place and don't destroy this floating island. Shui Dai said in cold voice. Humph. I want to destroy it, let's see what you can do to me. The red-clothed old man looked at Qin Yun and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You don't have any skill but you are extremely audacious. You dare to accept Shui Dai as your student, you brought this upon yourself." Shui Weiwei and the others' expression greatly changed hearing this old man's words. They are very fond of this floating island. If it is destroyed, they will die of heartache. Moreover, this floating island is the best cultivation ground in the great ancient college. At the shore of the lake, President Su looked at the floating island and said with smile, "Shui Dai's grandfather is already on the island. Haha. It seems like the floating island will be destroyed very soon." Yu Feng said with regretful expression, "It is truly a pity that the floating island will be destroyed." Lu Chaoshui said with a smile, "This Qin Yun really doesn't care about his life." In order to gather enough students, he even dared to accept Shui Dai. Shui Dai is the most talented disciple of Shui clan. If nothing unexpected happens, she will surely become an elder of Nether sect in the future. President Su shook his head and sighed, "Qin Yun doesn't know anything, he recklessly accepted Shui Dai, he brought this upon himself." The floating island suddenly trembled, the onlookers at the lakeside all exclaimed in surprise. Many people hoped that the floating island would be destroyed because it was something that they were very jealous of. If the floating island was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to see the island that everyone yearned for, and they wouldn't have to be jealous. "You really want to destroy my floating island?" Qin Yun's expression suddenly turned gloomy as he roared, "Old bastard, quickly stop." The red-robed old man laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha. I will destroy your floating island. I will let you know the consequences of accepting Shui Dai, ha ha ha." The red-robed old man's laughter resounded throughout the lakeside. Everyone is looking at the floating island being destroyed in the sky with great anticipation. "Wei Wei, Xiao Lu, Ajia, Xiao Bai, take out your jade talismans." Qin Yun yelled in deep voice. Shui Weiwei and others hastily complied. Shui Dai also took out her jade talisman, it will allow them to easily float above the holy lake. At this time, the red-robed old man released a frantic and ferocious energy. At the same time, Qin Yun used the 9-sun divine spirit to store the floating island inside. The people at the lakeside cried out in alarm. The floating island has not been destroyed, it has been stored into a storage magic tool. To be able to store such a large floating island in one breath, the storage magic tool must be very high quality. This brat, how can he have so many treasures? President Su's old eyes turned red with envy. Although Yu Feng knows that Qin Yun is a very awesome inscription master, she is still very shocked. While everyone is exclaiming in alarm, they saw Qin Yun flying towards the red-robed old man. The power released by the red-robed old man hit empty air and landed on the holy lake, giving rise to a huge wave. Many powerful teachers hastily rushed over to block the wave so that the buildings on the lakeside won't be destroyed. The red-robed old man was originally standing on the floating island. With the support of the floating island, it was very easy for him to move. But now the floating island has disappeared and he is being pressured down by the mysterious power of the holy lake. It must be known that the red-robed old man is high up in the sky. The higher he is, the more pressure he will have to endure from the holy lake. The sudden disappearance of the floating island means that a very strong pressure is pressing down on the red-robed old man's body. The red-robed old man is panicking out of fear. He managed to stabilize his body but he is still falling down at a very fast speed. Qin Yun flew over in a flash and took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Bang, the red-robed old man landed inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. After Qin Yun closed the lid, the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron began shaking non-stop. "Old bastard, you want to destroy my floating island? Do you know how serious the consequences are?" Qin Yun coldly groaned. Golden light flashed in the sky, then the space distorted and a huge floating island appeared. All the people on the lakeside are as shocked as stone statues. That red-robed old man is an elder of Nether sect, yet he has been captured. This is a very serious matter. The crowd burst into an uproar. An elder of Nether sect has a very noble status, yet he has been captured. Yu Feng is extremely shocked. She took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to Qin Yun. President Su and other Nether sect disciples also sent sound transmission to Nether sect. This is a very serious matter. Lu Hanchen and Shui Dai's expression is filled with shock. They saw with their own eyes how Qin Yin threw the red-robed old man into the cauldron. "Pa teacher, what happened to my grandfather?" Shui Dai looked at Qin Yin with incomparable reverence in her eyes. "He is fine for now. I will lock him up for a while." Qin Yin sighed and said, "I originally did not want to be so high profile, but that old man is too arrogant. Not even 2 days after my floating island was built, he destroyed it. Isn't this the same as stepping on my face?" Lu Hanchen said with somewhat trembling voice, "Teacher. Well done. Well done. But that old man seems to be an elder of Nether sect." Shui Dai nodded. "Grandfather is the clan chief of Nether sect's Shui clan, he is also an elder." "Shui Dai, release your grandfather or not, you have the final say. But you must guarantee that they won't harass me again, otherwise I won't be polite." Qin Yin said, "Your elders will surely come again. At that time, tell them to sign a contract with you that they won't interfere with your freedom and also won't harass us." Shui Dai's red eyes flickered with red light. This is her chance to completely break free from the supervision of her elders. "Xiao Bai, come in." Qin Yin walked towards his room. Bai Kuang is very nervous in his heart as he followed Qin Yin into his room. Bai Kuang said, "Teacher, what do you want to teach me?" Qin Yin said with smile, "Your martial spirit is very special, it can allow you to obtain formidable power. However, your body has a weak point, it is that you are unable to control that berserk power. When I was arm wrestling with you, I could clearly see this point. It is indeed so, but my elders said that only after I become half immortal will I be able to control that power." Bai Kuang said. "That is not the case." Qin Yin took out the mental resonance Xian pen and said with smile, "Release your martial spirit." Bai Kuang released his martial spirit. It is a white-colored martial spirit, it is filled with berserk power. There is a berserk totem on it, it can make your power become berserk in an instant, but you don't dare to release it because you are worried that you won't be able to suppress it, right? Qin Yin asked. Bai Kuang is very amazed because this totem is their Bai family's secret and Qin Yin can recognize it with a single glance. What caused Bai Kuang to be even more amazed is that Qin Yin carved totem on his martial spirit. To be able to carve runes and totems on his martial spirit, he must be a soul-refining inscription master. "Teacher. You are the legendary soul-refining inscription master?" Bai Kuang suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. "Indeed. Don't talk nonsense about this." Qin Yin said with smile. "I know what to do." Bai Kuang gulped down a mouthful of saliva and promptly nodded. Qin Yin carved a tree totem on Bai Kuang's martial spirit. Then he told Bai Kuang how to control the tree totem to restrain the power of the berserk martial spirit. This way, even if the martial spirit enters berserk state, the tree totem can restrain it. Bai Kuang became very excited after hearing Qin Yin's explanation. He wants to immediately give it a try. But he is still not familiar with controlling the tree totem, he can only wait until he is familiar with it. Just like Lu Hanchen, he signed a soul contract to not divulge this matter to anyone. Bai Kuang opened the door and saw Shui Dai waiting outside. Qin Yin and Bai Kuang stayed inside the secret room for more than an hour. During this time, Shui Dai and her elders have finished discussing. "Teacher, my elders want to meet you. Do you want to meet them?" Shui Dai asked. "I won't meet them for now. I want them to know that I won't meet people casually." Qin Yin thought about it and said with smile. "Indeed. Teacher is an expert, I must have the demeanor of an expert, I won't meet any random cat or dog." Lu Hanchen did not continue because those people are Shui Dai's elders, they are all experts of Shui clan, they are not some random cat or dog. Qin Yin took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and said, "Shui Dai, report this matter to your grandfather so that he doesn't act recklessly when he comes out. Grandfather, all the elders of Shui clan have signed a death contract with me, they promised not to interfere in my matters. And you must not destroy this floating island or cause trouble for Teacher Qin, otherwise their lives will be in danger." Shui Dai said in cold voice. "Wretched girl, quickly tell that bastard to release me, I will agree to anything you ask of me," the old man yelled. Qin Yin came outside and released the red-robed elder. You are quite capable," the old man said. His sound transmission magic tool has received many sound transmissions and he no longer dares to act recklessly. He left with belly full of fury. Teacher, you are now Nether Sect's enemy. Dark Assembly is a faction of Nether Sect. Shui Dai said. It's fine. As long as we are strong enough, many problems can be easily solved. Qin Yin yawned and said, I am going to rest, I will continue teaching you tomorrow. Oh, that's right, teacher, I heard that a very strong new half-immortal has arrived in Holy Assembly. His name is Su Xiaoba, he said that he knows you and wants to beat you to your knees. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Shui Dai asked. Su Xiaoba? Qin Yin is stunned. Su Xiaoba should have joined a holy sect and become a disciple of a holy sect. But now, he is in the Great Ancient College. Spider Spirit Qin Yin doesn't know much about Shui Dai's situation, so he doesn't dare say that she can defeat Su Xiaoba. I will go now, I am your student, he will surely accept my challenge. Shui Dai finished speaking and flew away. Qin Yin really did not expect that Su Xiaoba would come to the Great Ancient College. If those people from transcending Xianxia region come, then he will not be able to conceal his venerable master status for long. I have to get to the Nether Sun Star as soon as possible. He really wanted to get there quickly, but he didn't find the way. According to the information he has gathered these past few days, he has come to realize that the people of the Nether sect are very inflexible and will not bend the rules in the slightest. They had set a rigid rule, so they had to follow it. Xiao Lu, go and inquire about Holy Institute's situation. See if there are any other formidable new students other than Su Xiaoba. Qin Yin said. All right. I will go immediately. Lu Hanchen hastily flew away from the floating island. Qin Yin originally wanted to rest, but now he can only give pointers to Yan Tianjia and Shui Weiwei. Yan Tianjia was brought into the secret room. Qin Yin first checked his martial spirit and then asked a few questions. What surprised him the most was that Yan Tianjia was very outstanding. Apart from being a bit dull, he was also very strong. Yan Tianjia's martial soul was a tool martial soul, and he had refined it into his life weapon, making it as powerful as sword cultivators. Other than that, Yan Tianjia's burly body wasn't weak at all. Yan Tianjia even complained that his power was not violent enough. In order to make his power even more berserk, Qin Yin carved Thunder Totem and Fire Totem on the pillar so that he can release berserk thunder and fire power. After learning about it, Yan Tianjia was overjoyed. He grinned from ear to ear. After Qin Yin finished carving the thunder and fire totems, Yan Tianjia hugged the pearl and became very excited. At this moment, he could also feel that his power could be converted into the violent power of thunder and fire. He didn't ask Yan Tianjia to sign a soul contract with him. He just told him not to tell anyone about this. Yan Tianjia was an honest man, and he would do what he had promised. Shui Weiwei has been waiting for Qin Yin outside. She is looking forward to it in her heart. When she saw Lu Hanchen and Bai Kuang coming out, she saw how happy they were. Yan Tianjia walked out of the secret chamber with a big smile on his face. Weiwei, it is your turn. Qin Yin said with smile. Shui Weiwei nodded and hastily walked in. After Qin Yin closed the door, Shui Weiwei said in low voice, Teacher, they are all very happy, it seems like teacher is very skillful. Of course. Qin Yin said with smile. Teacher, my water martial spirit is very ordinary, do you really have a way to make me stronger? Shui Weiwei is very worried because both Yan Tianjia and Bai Kuang are very strong. Although she was the big sister, she was the weakest one. Of course. Qin Yin let out Shui Weiwei's water martial spirit. Shui Weiwei's water martial spirit is a red variant martial spirit. This variant martial soul was very mysterious, and it was impossible to determine its exact situation. A variant martial soul would evolve with the improvement of a person's cultivation. Some people had to cultivate their cultivation to a certain level before they could evolve their variant martial souls. Sometimes it would evolve earlier, sometimes it would evolve later. Qin Yan's research on variant martial spirits is not enough. Yi Yashua's martial spirit is red, moreover, it is a heavenly rune martial spirit, it is very similar to a variant martial spirit. Qin Yan once suspected that her red heavenly rune martial spirit is a variant martial spirit that has evolved to its limit. Qin Yan is hesitating whether or not he should carve totem on Shui Weiwei's martial spirit. Because he cannot stay beside Shui Weiwei all the time, if something happens, he won't be able to deal with it. Feng Honglan, Yuan Yenying and Hong Mengshu also have red variant martial spirits, but their situation has already stabilized. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, no need to worry. Variant martial spirits have one special characteristic: they have very strong adaptive ability. They can adapt to any kind of situation. If you carve totem on Weiwei's martial spirit, maybe after her martial spirit evolves, it will become even stronger and more mysterious. That is indeed good, but I am worried that this little girl won't be able to handle it. Qin Yan looked at Shui Weiwei. Shui Weiwei's eyes are wide open. She is looking at Qin Yan with expression filled with expectation. She hopes that she can quickly receive pointers from him. Weiwei, relax, I am going to carve something on your martial spirit. It would be best if you close your eyes. Qin Yan smiled and gently caressed her beautiful hair. Shui Weiwei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Qin Yan took out the mental resonance Xian pen and began carving totem on her martial spirit. Since variant martial spirits have very strong adaptive ability, I will carve some more totem on her martial spirit. Although Weiwei is very young, her cultivation is not low. She has enough time to familiarize herself with all kinds of totems. Qin Yan has also decided what kind of totem to carve. He carved dragon totem, thunder totem, moon totem and tree totem. Altogether there are 4 kinds of totem and they are all very good. It was a great challenge for Qin Yan to carve so many totems on a martial spirit. What caused Qin Yan to be pleasantly surprised is that the variant martial spirit did not reject the totem at all, instead it allowed the 4 totem to coexist harmoniously. Shui Weiwei can sense that her martial spirit has undergone a great change. Her martial spirit was originally red, it looked like a ball of water floating in the air. But now there are 4 kinds of totem inside the red ball of water, flickering with even more intense red light. Teacher, what is this? Shui Weiwei said in amazement, I can sense that my martial spirit is very lively, it has very strong power. Weiwei, these are totem runes, I put them on your martial spirit. I will now explain to you how to use them, how to comprehend them and obtain totem inheritance. Qin Yan is also very curious about how Shui Weiwei's martial spirit will evolve in the future. Of course, it is impossible to see it in a short period of time, so he can only wait until later. Shui Weiwei's eyes are wide open, filled with amazement. She is very excited as she earnestly listened to Qin Yan's explanation. Less than half a day later, Shui Weiwei finally understood her own situation. Weiwei, your martial spirit will evolve, but it is unknown what it will become. Moreover, there will be some danger. Although there will be danger, I believe that you will be able to deal with it on your own. This will also be a test for you. Qin Yan said with grave expression. Shui Weiwei earnestly nodded and said, Teacher, I am not afraid of anything. I will surely become stronger. These talismans are for you. Qin Yan took out a 9 condensation Dao talisman and said, Stick this talisman on the Regent Origin Stone and you will be able to absorb its power very quickly. I will not guide you on how to cultivate and how to use cultivation techniques. Shui Weiwei has cultivated to late-stage martial emperor on her own and she is only a little more than 10 years old. It is clear that her perception and talent are not bad. Shui Weiwei tested the talisman and the Regent Origin Stone released a lot of energy, causing her to let out a delicate cry in alarm. Go back and properly cultivate. If there are no accidents, you will become peak martial emperor very soon. Qin Yan said with smile. At that time I will surely help teacher earn even more points. Shui Weiwei is very happy. She ran out of Qin Yan's secret room and hastily went back to cultivate. Qin Yan continued to stay in the secret room. Yao Fang told him that Long Tianji, the poison dragon spider, has finally broken through the spider silk and came out. Long Tianji's awakening means that she will be able to eat dragon meat. Qin Yan let Long Tianji come out. Long Tianji has now successfully transformed into a human. She is no longer that big spider from before, she has become very charming. She is a seductive fairy. Although she is wearing clothes, they are made of thin black spider silk. They are transparent and wrapped around her fiery hot body. She has long and smooth hair draped over her shoulders. Her hair is also made of spider silk, it can become long or short at will. Master! Long Tianji gently yelled after coming out, many thanks to Master's dragon meat, it allowed me to transform into a human so quickly. She is now very loyal to Qin Yun. This is mainly because of Yao Fong. You should also thank Sister Yao Fong, she has helped you a lot. Later you should learn from Sister Steamed Bun and Water Fairy, let them teach you how to dress up. You look like you are not wearing anything. Qin Yun laughed. Long Tianji's shapely eyebrows are slightly creased as she said in low voice, Sister Tianzi said that Master likes my dress up very much. This Water Fairy is teaching bad people, I am not that bad. Qin Yun cursed in low voice, let Sister Steamed Bun teach you, don't randomly learn from this Water Fairy. Long Tianji nodded her head. Tianji, where are your small spiders? Qin Yun asked. Long Tianji lightly waved her slender jade-like soft arm and several black light balls appeared. Many small poison dragon spiders drilled out of the black light balls. Summoning divine ability? Qin Yun said in amazement. More or less. Long Tianji asked in soft voice, Master, what do you need me to do now? Can your small spiders enter the water? Qin Yun asked. They can. Long Tianji said. Qin Yun wants to investigate this mysterious holy lake. There must be something hidden in this holy lake. Night time, Qin Yun let Long Tianji wear clothes and then brought her to the surface of the lake. Long Tianji summoned several hundred poison dragon spiders and sent them into the lake to investigate. We will go up and wait. Qin Yun saw that the poison dragon spiders can easily and quickly move around in the lake and felt relieved. He brought Long Tianji back to the floating island. After returning to the Nine Sun Divine Soul, Long Tianji can still sense the poison dragon spiders. The holy lake is very big, it is impossible to find any result in a short period of time. Late at night, Qin Yun is inside a secret room with his eyes closed. Can one's perception really increase by cultivating near the holy lake? I don't really believe it. To verify it, he wants to practice 9 extinction steps. 9 extinction steps comes from 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. It is a very profound martial art. Although Yang Shiyue has organized it, it is still very difficult for Qin Yun to learn it. Now he has only comprehended 3 steps of 9 extinction steps, they are all very profound and unfathomable footwork. Apart from 9 extinction steps, there is also piercing heavenly finger, it is also a very strong cultivation technique. End of chapter 1084. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.